This world is filled with monsters, and everyone awakens a profession at the age of 18, growing stronger by slaying these creatures. A few hours ago, Lin Mo had finally become a mage. However, he lacked any elemental affinity talent and was, essentially, a blank slate mage with no advantages at all. At the Lin family estate's villa, Lin Mo sat slumped on a leather couch as a tiny fireball poofed into existence in his palm. His soul-starting skill from the job transition ceremony upon awakening as a mage. Fireball spell. Other mages often possessed powerful elemental affinities with flame, thunder, and the like. But he was stuck with pitifully weak skill control and embarrassingly poor damage output. Essentially a useless waste. Fine, no elemental affinity it is. I'll be a blank slate mage then. He poked at the little fireball in the center of his palm as if teasing a pet. Mockingly, he said to himself, "It's okay if you're weak. I don't mind. From now on, you'll be in charge of lighting my cigarettes and warming my food. The two of us will just lie low in this luxury mansion for the rest of our lives. Be my personal lighter. Better than risking our necks against towering 50-meter-tall bosses." As soon as he finished speaking, the little fireball began trembling violently. And as if on cue, a series of notifications appeared on the system interface. Your skill fireball spell is expressing strong dissatisfaction with your remarks. Fireball spell feels that your career plan is an insult to its existence. It roars. Though you are a slacker, I am not. I want to grow stronger. I want to evolve. I want to become an apocalyptic forbidden spell. Who wants to be a mere lighter? To avoid being relegated to a useless fireball spell, has decided to leave home and train independently. Lin Mo was baffled, his mind unable to make sense of what was happening. Whoosh! Without waiting for his reaction, the little fireball dragged a fiery, angry red tail as it shot out the window. Lin Mo stared at his now empty palm and then glanced at the window in shock and disbelief. The skill interface displayed, Fireball spell LV.1. Status, left home, enraged mode. Current mood, full of killing intent, plus 100% attack power. Did I see that right? My skill just gained sentience. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He had heard jokes about wives leaving their husbands for being useless, but never in his life had he ever heard of a skill abandoning its user for lacking ambition. While he was still dumbfounded, his mother Su Wan's gentle voice called out from downstairs, "Emoer, come down for dinner." "Coming," Lin Mo replied, shoving his phone into his pocket, irritation swirling within him as he walked out of his room. Inside the dining room of the Lin family mansion, the atmosphere was opulent and dazzling. A long table that could seat 20 people was loaded with a feast of delicacies. Seated at the head of the table was his father, Lin Tianhao, one of Zhanghai City's defense commanders and a raging thunder war god by profession. Even dressed in loose leisure wear, his aura was still overwhelmingly commanding. His mother, Su Wan, the head of Zhanghai's largest potion corporation and a holy high priestess, was elegantly serving soup for her husband. This was Lin Mo's family, a family with such influence and power in Zhanghai that they easily stood at the top of the food chain. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up his chopsticks while frantically searching through his phone with his other hand. The keywords he searched ranged from skill runaway, skills with self-awareness, to I got scolded by my skill. Obviously, in the centuries-long history of universal job transitions, no one had ever encountered such a bizarre situation. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. "Emoer, stop staring at your phone during meals. Focus on eating." Reluctantly setting his phone face down on the table, Lin Mo forced a polite smile. "Dad, I was just looking up job transition information." Hearing this, both parents exchanged glances, concern evident in their eyes. Their son hadn't said it aloud, but they knew he cared deeply about his status as an unimpressive blank slate mage. He had even lost his appetite, too preoccupied with researching. "Stop looking. Those online forums are full of nonsense. It'll only make you more upset. Eat first, health matters the most." Lin Tianhao picked up a slice of steak and placed it in Lin Mo's bowl. Su Wan also gently placed a bowl of soup before him, speaking softly and reassuringly. Don't pressure yourself too much. Moer, I've thought it through. You don't have to aim for anything grand. Just pick any university to get by, and learn some practical life skills in the meantime. I think cooking would be a great fit. We own plenty of five-star restaurants. You can start there for practice. Or you could try plant cultivation. I've got thousands of acres of potion herb plantations, and I need someone to oversee them. With a sweeping motion, she gestured toward the expansive estate visible from the window. All those mountain ranges are ours. In the future, you can just raise birds, fish, and live a peaceful life here. As long as you stay away from gambling, I can support you for 10 lifetimes. Listening to his parents, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. In his past life, he'd worked himself to death as an overworked corporate drone. Now that he was given a second chance, why live so stressfully? Just look at this estate, this luxurious feast. His family had enough wealth to last for several lifetimes. To live leisurely as a second-generation heir, strolling through gardens, listening to music, and enjoying the simple pleasures. What could be better than that? And besides, with his skills acting up like this, how was he supposed to go monster hunting as a mage anyway? That was absurdly unrealistic. Placing his chopsticks down carefully, Lin Mo looked at his parents with utmost sincerity. Dad, Mom, rest assured. From now, since this morning, my only responsibilities have been spending money on Mom's behalf and polishing Dad's medals of honor. I'm determined to be a qualified second-gener. son. Lin Tianhao nearly spat out his soup, and Su Wan's smile froze awkwardly. They had intended to comfort their son, but the way he joined in so quickly, going along with it so seamlessly, couldn't he at least show a little hint of defiance? Just a shred of competitiveness? One moment he was seriously researching, and the next he was cheerfully embracing a carefree, dependent lifestyle. The shift was way too abrupt. Ahem. Lin Tianhao coughed a few times, trying to mask his embarrassment. Well, it's not a bad thing that Mo has such a good attitude. Fine, since you've figured it all out, eat up. Sure thing, Dad. Lin Mo happily picked up his bowl and quickly finished the remaining food in just a few mouthfuls. I'm full. You and Mom should get some rest. Don't overwork yourselves. With that, he pushed the bowl aside, wiped his mouth, and dashed upstairs. He was curious. Where had that unruly fireball skill gone? Would it come back or not? As his silhouette vanished around the corner of the staircase, Lin Tianhao let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. So what if he lacks innate talent? His attitude is way too laid back. He shot a glance at Su Wan. This is all your fault. You're the one who pampered him with your so-called happy education. Now he doesn't have even a sliver of grit. Don't you dare pin this on me, Lin Tianhao. Su Wan raised her eyebrow in frustration, and her normally composed demeanor dissolved into exasperation. Before his awakening ceremony, who was it that kept yammering on about not letting him take any risks outside? When Amoer practiced swordsmanship, who was it that, afraid his hands would hurt, replaced the iron sword with a sponge one? And now you complain that he's too complacent? Too late. If he's turned out this way, it's entirely on you as his father. I just felt sorry for him. A moment ago, Lin Tianhao had been imposing, but now his voice faltered, and he instinctively pulled his neck back. Su Wan let out a bemused huff, her expression tinged with helplessness. Fine, no more sighing and complaining. Low-level mages primarily rely on elemental spells. Without elemental affinity, no matter how many skill books you shove at him, the chances of comprehension are slim. And even if he learns them, his combat execution won't match up to mages specializing in those elements. Let's just take things as they come. His happiness is what matters most. Lin Tianhao, his usual carefree facade gone, lit a cigar and spoke with a serious tone. Easier said than done. Our family is too big with too many eyes watching us. While we're around, no one would dare lay a finger on him. But if we step down, or if something unexpected happens. With Emoer's lazy and carefree nature, not only would he fail to protect our legacy, but he'd also put himself in jeopardy. Suwan fell silent. As the leader of a business empire, no one was more aware than she was of the ruthlessness of society. So, what's your plan? Lin Tianhao extinguished his cigar and fixed his wife with a determined gaze. One of us is a combat genius, and the other is the pinnacle of support. Our genes are top-notch. As for Emoer, his situation is just a rare statistical fluke. Lin Tianhao, what are you getting at? Su Wan blushed slightly, instantly catching on to what he was implying. Try again. Lin Tianhao grinned mischievously as he leaned closer to Su Wan. She didn't push him away. You rascal! How old are you? Talking about trying again. How is this being a rascal? Lin Tianhao straightened up to defend himself, scooping her up in one swift motion as he hurried toward the master bedroom. This is for the continuation of our lineage. Darling, we'll start tonight. I ate most of that dragon meat earlier, and now I'm full of energy. You scoundrel. Be gentle. Don't let Emoer hear us. Meanwhile, in his room on the second floor, Lin Mo had no idea his parents downstairs were scheming to roll another character. He locked his door, flopped onto his soft bed, and immediately opened his skill menu. On the panel, the icon for Fireball was still grayed out. It's been 30 minutes. Why hasn't it come back yet? Lin Mo wondered. Suddenly, a series of messages popped up on his interface. Your skill Fireball has traveled a great distance and arrived at Zhonghai City's southern outskirts. Emerald Grasslands, LV.1, LV.3. Enemy spotted. A sharp-toothed rabbit, LV.1, grazing peacefully in the field. Fireball scoffs at the opponent. Seriously? You call this a monster? Pfft. Pathetic. Fireball, consumed by rage, lands a direct hit on the rabbit's front teeth. Kill confirmed. EXP +5. Skill proficiency +1. Fireball is deeply unsatisfied, feeling insulted to gain experience from such lowly creatures. It roars, determined to find stronger foes. I'll fight 10 at once if I must. Lin Mo stared silently at the combat log. What caught his attention the most was that the EXP had indeed been credited to him. So, in other words, Lin Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. My cheat ability has finally kicked in? After 18 long years, it's finally here. His heart surged with excitement. His skills could personify themselves, allowing him to level up while he lounged in bed. Others had to risk their lives fighting monsters in dangerous places, where death was irreversible. Meanwhile, his skills were out there grinding on their own, and the rewards were real. Returned, feeling utterly euphoric. What made it even more outrageous was that this skill seemed to operate on its own, capable of predicting movements, and its accuracy even surpassed his manual controls. This isn't a cheat code. It's clearly a fully automated AFK bot. He lay back, propped up his pillow, and chuckled contentedly. Fine, I'll overlook its bad temper. Considering how hard it works, I'll forgive it for running off on its own. Also, casting skills drains mental energy, right? But somehow, Fireball training itself hasn't consumed any of my mental stamina. Could this be one of the perks of skills personifying themselves? Suddenly, the system interface popped up once more. Ding! Your skill Fireball technique has been surrounded by 15 LV.1 gray prairie wolves. Lin Mo's heart tightened. 15 level 1 monsters? That's way too many. I definitely can't beat them. It has to run. Instinctively, he shouted, Hey! Don't throw your life away. But the system message left him wide-eyed and agape. Faced with the encirclement, little Fireball grew excited. It deemed taking out the wolves one by one too slow and inefficient for leveling up and began pondering the arrangement of fire elements. Little Fireball erupted and comprehended the profound secrets of fire element fission. Congratulations! Your skill exhibits extraordinary insight and has evolved into a new skill, Multi-Shot Explosive Fireball, LV.1. Effect. Instantly splits into 10 to 15 fireballs, launching an area-wide bombardment. On impact, it triggers additional consecutive explosions. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Boom! 15 gray prairie wolves annihilated. Gained 75 experience points. Skill proficiency massively increased. Little fireball arrogantly puffed a smoke ring. Just a bunch of weaklings. Thought you could hinder my evolution? In your dreams. Holy crap! Lin Mo was dumbfounded. He jumped from his bed in one swift motion. Sure enough, in his skill panel, there was now a new entry multi-shot explosive fireball. Is this for real? He was utterly stunned. Though Lin Mo wasn't great academically, he knew the basic mechanics of the profession system. In this world, skills were strictly classified. Basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, legendary, and forbidden spells. Basic skills like fireball or water arrow were universally accessible to mages, but beginner-level skills weren't so simple. They couldn't just be learned hastily from a mere tutorial book. And while multi-shot explosive fireball was a beginner-tier skill, it involved advanced techniques like elemental splitting and secondary explosions. Even flame mages who specialized in fire magic couldn't master such a skill easily, let alone Lin Mo, a newly initiated, plain-level mage. He had just started out, hadn't fought any monsters, and hadn't even seen a skill book. Yet the skill upgraded itself? This defied all logic. Lin Mo was left standing there in stunned silence, staring at the new skills icon as he muttered to himself. This is absolutely insane. Is this a Survivor's Universe overhaul? While others train their skills, my skills are training me. He started imagining. If he reached level 10 and learned water arrow, would it automatically upgrade into something like tsunami technique? Would Earth Shield transform straight into absolute defense? If every skill upgraded crazily like this, wouldn't this plain-level mage evolve into a full-spectrum forbidden spell Grand Magus? The thought made Lin Mo suck in a sharp breath, his heart pounding at the realization that this was the path of effortlessly ascending to godhood. Excited, he exclaimed, "The vocational exam in 3 days. Is this plain-level mage of mine about to amaze everyone?" Though lazy by nature, Lin Mo would relish lying back and achieving a top score, making his parents proud. Just then, another system notification sounded. Ding! Fireball technique deems the monsters on Verdant Prairie too weak and is preparing to advance to the next high-level area. Dark Forest, LV.3, LV.5. Shortly after, a domineering message followed. Just go to sleep. Stop overreacting and disrupting my work. Reading the message, Lin Mo sighed in relief. Since the skill was so independent and motivated, he couldn't afford to hold it back. To synchronize with the skill's ambitious leveling up, I've made my decision. Yawning, he shifted into a comfortable position. I'll sleep. Nothing in the world is more important than sleep. Hey, little fireball. Keep up the good work. If you're not level 3 by morning, I'll mock you mercilessly. 2 minutes later, the luxurious bedroom was filled with the sound of steady, even breathing. The scene shifted to a different master bedroom. Lin Tianhao reclined against the bed's headboard, puffing on a cigar with an air of satisfaction. His bare upper body, decorated with scars from battles past, stood testament to the honor of a war god. Still sharp as ever, Commander Lin Su Wan, draped in a silk robe, lounged against his shoulder lazily, her fingers tracing the scars on his chest. Looks like devouring that dragon meat wasn't for nothing. Your prowess hasn't faded a bit. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and grinned. Of course, I am the Thunderclap war god after all. During the fight just now, if I weren't worried about waking up a mower, I could have unleashed thunderous wrath a couple of more times. Su Wan gave him an annoyed look and pinched his arm teasingly. Stop joking around. Do you plan on demolishing the house? A flicker of concern crossed her face as she murmured. I just hope this time we can have a child with real talent. If a mower ever gets bullied again, they'll have a younger sibling to stand up for them. Lin Tianhao clasped her hand. Don't worry. I have a feeling this time it's going to work out. Amor was just an unexpected case. The next one? They're sure to be a little monster. As they were talking, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Lin Tianhao frowned and picked up the call. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression grew complicated. Who is it? This late? Su Wan asked. Old Zhao, Lin Tianhao sneered. That old bastard Zhao Lei. He's probably calling to show off. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lei's loud voice came through. Hey old Lin, still awake this late? From the sound of it, you aren't exactly relaxing. Lin Tianhao coldly replied. Get to the point. Clearly impatient, Lin Tianhao added. I'm busy. I don't have time for your nonsense. Heh, nothing much. My boy just awakened, so I called my old war buddy to share the good news. Zhao Lei chuckled, his tone brimming with pride. Before Lin Tianhao could respond, Zhao Lei began to boast. My son awakened as a flame mage. Unfortunately, his fire element affinity is only S rank, so it's pretty average. Lin Tianhao snorted in disdain, though inwardly displeased. A flame mage with S rank affinity, considered just average? His own thunder god profession only had S rank lightning affinity. Any profession with S rank affinity was bound to become one of the most formidable forces in the city. Oh, that's not bad, Lin Tianhao replied indifferently. Congratulations. Much appreciated. Same to you. Zhao Lei feigned ignorance of Lin Tianhao's sour tone and continued. My son's doing so well that he's almost level 3 now. By the way, I heard your boy Lin Mo didn't awaken anything impressive. How about I have my son help him, boost him up a few levels? After all, us old friends should support each other. Before he could finish, Lin Tianhao abruptly hung up. The room instantly fell into silence. Su Wan, feeling distressed, gently took hold of his arm and asked softly, Are you upset about what old Zhao said? Leaning back against the headboard, Lin Tianhao puffed harder on his cigarette. You still don't know what kind of person that old bastard is? Back in college, I overshadowed him in everything. Later, when we joined the city defense forces, I still outshone him. He spent decades unable to stand tall in front of me. And now, he's using his S-rank flame mage of a son to get back at me. Let's not kid ourselves. This is all about settling scores. Su Wan sighed with resignation. A flame mage with S-rank affinity. That's sheer genius. In the qualifying exams for professionals 3 days from now, his son will shine. He might even break the city record. If Lin Mo doesn't perform well, he'll surely be ridiculed. If he dares insult Lin Mo, I'll tear his mouth apart that very day. Lin Tianhao's eyes blazed with fury. Old Lin, even if you can shut Zhao Lei up with your fists, you can't stop the gossip of others. Zhao Lei's son has always been arrogant and doesn't get along with Lin Mo. There's no doubt he'll stir things up, Su Wan said, looking deeply concerned. Lin Tianhao exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice gravelly. In the exams, only ordinary bronze tier equipment is allowed, and everything is live-streamed citywide. It's all based on raw strength. There's no room for tricks. Extinguishing his cigarette forcefully, his eyes grew resolute. No, I won't let Lin Mo suffer humiliation. Honey, tomorrow, tell Lin Mo to pretend he's sick and skip the exams altogether. We've got money. We can spend some to pull strings for college. Let's not risk putting him on that stage just to be mocked by Zhao Lei's family. Su Wan's eyes reddened, and she nodded in agreement. I'll listen to you. He's our only son, who cares about face as long as he's happy. Turning to look at her, Lin Tianhao said heavily, Not this time. Zhao Lei wants to compete through our sons? Fine, we'll fight him to the end. No matter what, we'll stand by Lin Mo. He's my prized little rascal. Su Wan hugged him tightly, her gaze firm. That's right. No one bullies a child of the Lin family. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up groggily, stretching his arms lazily as he felt unusually comfortable. He rubbed his eyes and instinctively opened his profession panel. Name, Lin Montag. Profession, Mage. Level, LV.3, 25%. Skills, Fireball, LV.3. Multi-explosive fireball, LV.3. His pupils suddenly contracted, banishing all traces of sleep. What the hell? I'm already level 3. In this world, leveling up was no easy feat. Even the most talented from prestigious families required a full team to reach level 3 on the first day. But him? After just one night's sleep, he had jumped from LV.1 to LV.3, and his experience bar was already 25% full. Staring incredulously at his skills list, Lin Mo noticed some status notifications beneath Fireball. Status: recovering from exhaustion, snoring sound asleep, mood: utterly fatigued, also craving a midnight snack. Last night's record: killed razor fong rabbits x158, grassland gray wolves x135, venomous spiders x112. Message: I'm dead tired. Hey you, go get me some fire element food immediately, or I'm going on strike. Upon seeing this slightly grumpy message, Lin Mo wasn't annoyed. Instead, he was thrilled. This skill was pretty damn impressive. It even grinded levels for him while he was sleeping. Just as he was basking in the joy of his discovery, his mother Su Wan's gentle voice floated up from downstairs, calling out, "Mo, son, are you awake? Come down for breakfast." Coming. Lin Mo quickly got out of bed, washed up, changed clothes, and hummed a light tune as he went downstairs. In the dining room, his parents were already seated. Lin Mo sat down, picked up a piece of toast, and felt great. Su Wan glanced at her cheerful, carefree son, and a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. Last night, her husband, Lin Tianhao, had even urged their son to take a sick day and skip the test, all in hopes of shielding him from stress and gossip. But to bluntly say, "You're not good enough. Spare yourself the embarrassment," would be cruel to anyone. Just as she was about to bring up the matter of taking a leave, Su Wan suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Instinctively, she activated her detection technique, fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, and was instantly stunned. His level had risen to LV.3. Level 3. She was utterly shocked. Lin Tianhao bolted upright as well, his eyes wide open. Didn't we agree it was level 1? How is it suddenly level 3 now? The couple stared at Lin Mo, awaiting an explanation. Lin Mo's heart sank. This was bad. He barely got to enjoy the joy of leveling up before getting caught. He couldn't just say that his skills had gone out on their own to defeat monsters and level up. That would be downright unbelievable and bound to cause trouble. He quickly put on a sheepish yet resolute expression and said, "Mom, Dad, the truth is, after dinner last night, I just couldn't settle down. Even though I'm currently just a novice mage with no extra attributes, I am your son after all. Once you went to bed, I secretly went out to do some leveling." He spoke with sincerity and determination. "Don't worry. Even though I lack elemental affinity, I will work hard to grow stronger. Even if I'm just a clumsy bird, I want to take a couple of steps forward first." The dining room fell silent. His parents exchanged glances, their eyes moist. The worried parents finally understood their son's resolve. Who said he was a slacker? Secretly, he'd been giving it his all just to keep them from fretting. As for how he could level up so much in just one night, the couple assumed it was simply because their son had spent some money to hire a high-level player to assist him. The Lin family had the resources, so it seemed logical. "Good boy." Lin Tianhao patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "If you want to level up, Dad will fully support you." Before his voice had even faded, he shouted, "Hong Yu!" In an instant, the door was pushed open. A young woman in black, skin-tight armor walked into the room. She had a fiery figure, long crimson hair tied into a high ponytail, and eyes as sharp as knives. "Commander," the woman greeted respectfully, her voice icy cold. Lin Tianhao nodded, then turned to Lin Mo. "Since you're set on leveling up, no more sneaking around. It's too dangerous. Finish your breakfast. Let Hong Yu take you out into the wild. Train however you want, but safety comes first." Lin Mo looked at his dad's casually summoned subordinate, Yi Hong Yu. He recognized her. She was one of his dad's trusted elites, not lacking in strength. Sigh. It seemed that going to the wild was inevitable. With little Fireball's volatile temper, if he continued staying home, it'd surely clamor to go out and fight monsters. At that point, he wouldn't even be able to explain how lying around could possibly result in leveling up. Oh well, might as well go out. After all, little Fireball's battles didn't consume his mental energy. Whether he lounged around at home or outside didn't make much difference, it would just feel like going for a walk. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom. Lin Mo grinned brilliantly. Lin Tianhao looked at his hard-working son with an expression full of pride. Suwan beckoned Lin Mo to sit down and eat. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, Lin Mo suddenly thought of the message from little Fireball mentioning fire element food. Did the skill need to continuously absorb corresponding elemental energy to ensure it didn't consume mental energy during combat? He looked at his mom, Suwan, and coughed lightly. About breakfast, do we happen to have something rich in fire elements? Like flame fruits or fire beast ribs? Suwan was briefly stunned, but then smiled even more warmly. It was clear, her son, despite lacking an affinity for fire elements, was trying to make up for it through dietary supplements. Although the effects would be limited, his determination was invaluable. Of course we do. She immediately ordered the butler. Bring out the molten flameheart fruits and the seared flame rhino tenderloin from yesterday. If Emoer wants to eat them, even dragon fire liver from the heavens wouldn't be too much. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo's table was covered with high-end fire element foods. The intense fire element aura even made Yi Hongyu glance over a few more times, unable to resist. This breakfast alone was about as costly as a common family's annual expenses. Without hesitation, Lin Mo picked up a molten flameheart fruit, which resembled a little tomato, and bit into it. Whoosh! A surge of heat swept through his entire body from his throat. At the same time, he could clearly feel the little Fireball skill icon beginning to stir. Ding! Fireball spell has tasted high-purity fire elements. Mood. Elated, like drinking ice soda on a scorching hot day. Fireball spell roars. Awesome. That's the flavor. Where are those crappy monsters? Let me out and burn them. Lin Mo paused mid-slice of his steak. This little Fireball was way too aggressive. No way could he let it rampage right now. Little Fireball, calm down, don't be impulsive. A skill needs to have. How about heading to the walled city? He consoled himself internally. Fireball spell scoffed. Can walled cities be eaten? Stop wasting time. Take me to the wilderness. My blade is itching for action. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and muttered. We'll go after we eat, but we need to set some ground rules first. First, once we're in the wilderness, don't go more than 500 meters away from me. Got it? Fireball spell let out an annoyed huff. Ugh, you're such a hassle. Fine, for the sake of this meal, I'll listen to you. Now hurry up and finish eating, so we can get started. Second, Lin Mo continued, you need to at least act normal. Every other fireball explodes upon impact, but you just hover around searching for the next target after launching one. That won't do. You've got to start vanishing immediately after attacking. Understood. Fireball spell flared up indignantly. You want me to hit and run? I want to become a forbidden spell, not some sneaky coward. I need to hover above, striking fear into the hearts of monsters. Lin Mo. This skill was just too impulsive, too immature. Not happening. If you hover around aimlessly, you'll stand out too much. If I get captured for research, who's going to feed you this top-tier magical beast meat? Lin Mo speared a piece of glistening flame rhino meat with his fork and waved it around near his mouth. Look at this meat. Each piece costs tens of thousands. If you don't behave, I'll live off plain porridge every day and not even let you catch a whiff of it. Fireball spell fell silent. The fiery icon flickered as if wrestling with a tough decision. It was a battle between dignity and cuisine. A few seconds later, Fireball spell reluctantly gave in. Fine, fine, as long as there's enough meat, I'll agree to anything. Fireball spell couldn't help but mumble. Just remember, this isn't cowardice. It's a tactical retreat for longer-lasting carnage. Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he shoved the piece of fiery beef into his mouth. Fine, call it a retreat or call it carnage. Whatever makes you happy. That's the spirit, little fire. As long as you're obedient and eat well, I can even arrange for flame rhino meat or the heart of a scarlet flame dragon as your snacks. Fireball spell immediately calmed down, shifting into an expectant state. Lin Mo, in high spirits, quickly polished off the food on his plate and stood up, wiping his mouth. Mom, Dad, I'm full. Big sister Yi, let's go to the gloomy forest. Hearing gloomy forest, Suwon paused mid-motion. The gloomy forest? MOer, that's a leveling area for levels 3 to 5, full of shadow wolves and venomous spiders. You lack combat experience and you're a fragile mage. She gazed at her son with concern. Before she could finish, Lin Tianhao burst into laughter and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, honey. He pointed to Yi Hongyu, pride and trust written all over his face. With Hongyu accompanying him, there's nothing to fear. She's the youngest elite captain in the City Guard Special Forces, incredibly strong. Yi Hongyu gave a slight bow as she listened, her face expressionless, but her eyes steady and confident. Rest assured, madam, she said, her tone cold and firm. As long as I'm here, I won't allow anything to harm the young master. Suwon glanced back and forth between Yi Hongyu, her husband, and her son, finally letting out a resigned sigh. All right then, she issued a final piece of advice. Since your father has decided, go ahead. But Moer, don't overdo it. If there's danger, stay behind Hongyu. Don't try to show off. Okay?
Lin Mo nodded obediently.
Don't worry, Mom. I cherish my life. Lin Tianhao beamed with satisfaction. Turning to Yi Hongyu, his expression turned serious, his demeanor imposing. Hongyu, I'm entrusting Moer to you. If you encounter any uncontrollable danger, be it human or monster, eliminate it immediately, no consultation needed. The weight of his words instantly heightened the atmosphere. Understood, Commander. Yi Hongyu's posture straightened as she saluted, her eyes sharp. All right, quit making this feel like some emotional farewell. Lin Mo couldn't stand the tension and strode toward the villa's front door, waving back. See you later, Mom and Dad. Tonight, I want stir-fried scarlet flame dragon. Fireball spell drooled, thrilled and full of anticipation. Attack power plus 100%. All right, Mom will prepare it right away, Suwon shouted from behind. A black military SUV came to a halt at the edge of the gloomy forest on the outskirts of Zhanghai City. The vehicle door opened, and Yi Hongyu was the first to step out. Scanning the surroundings to ensure everything was safe, she opened the rear door. Young master, we've arrived. Lin Mo stretched lazily as he stepped out of the vehicle. He gazed at the shadowy forest cloaked in mist before him. A cold wind rustled through the trees, accompanied by the faint growls of distant beasts. Fireball spell, cackled. Gloomy forest, little fireball has returned. Monsters, tremble before me. My fury shall cleanse this vile land. Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he internally retorted. Tone it down. You're a skill, not the final boss. The two walked one behind the other, approaching the forest's edge. Yi Hongyu led. You skillfully drew two glimmering daggers and said, Young master, for the sake of leveling up efficiently, I won't be joining the team anymore. Teaming up splits the experience, and if the level difference is significant, the experience gets further reduced. My plan is to lure the monsters, control them, and weaken them until they're almost dead. You will deliver the final blow so you'll get 100% of the experience. Understood, Sister Yi. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo nodded, his face relaxed. Yi Hongyu glanced at Lin Mo's seemingly carefree demeanor and let out a quiet sigh in her heart. She had watched this young master grow up. Although his personality had always been leisurely, choosing to lie down whenever he could sit, he had never been as arrogant or domineering as other wealthy scions. He had always treated the servants with courtesy and respect, earning affection from everyone in the household. She had thought that his recent setbacks in awakening might leave him dejected for a while, but to her surprise, after awakening, he spent all night leveling up, displaying a strong sense of determination. The pity, however, lay in the fact that the class he awakened to was that of a whiteboard mage. In this world, the most valued attribute for mages was elemental affinity. Affinity determined damage, the success rate of comprehending skills, and most critically, the control over spells. A flame mage with fire elemental affinity, even as a beginner, could launch fireballs with pinpoint accuracy, hitting their targets effortlessly. In contrast, a whiteboard mage was like wielding a gun with massive recoil. Hitting the target often depended on sheer luck. As time went on, the disparity in control would only grow wider. Despite Lin Mo's earnest efforts, overcoming this inherent disadvantage was extremely difficult. Over the past few days, Yi Hongyu had been wholeheartedly assisting him in leveling up, but she was acutely aware that getting accepted into the renowned Kyoto Supreme Academy was almost impossible. That academy had never accepted a whiteboard mage in its centuries-long history. The two walked a considerable distance before Yi Hongyu stopped, her expression turning serious. "Young master, we're entering the Shadow Wolf's territory. Although these monsters are only level 3, they're incredibly fast and agile, making them very challenging to handle." She turned to Lin Mo and advised, "Given your current control over Fireball, even if I weaken the monsters first, it will be very difficult for you to hit such nimble targets. Missing a shot not only wastes your mental strength but also costs us valuable time. My suggestion is to avoid this area and head west to take on the Ironhide boars. Those creatures have thick hides, move slowly, and are better for practicing your aim." Lin Mo, however, shrugged indifferently. "Since we're here, let's kill some for experience. No point wasting the opportunity." "But..." Yi Hongyu tried to persuade him again, but Lin Mo simply smiled. "Don't worry, I trust my accuracy." After all, he had already hunted through this area last night and had no concerns. Yi Hongyu was momentarily stunned, doubt rising in her mind. Where did this confidence come from? There's no way he's faced high-agility monsters before. Even a flame mage with top-tier elemental affinity would struggle to strike a shadow wolf shortly after transitioning classes. But then again, wild monsters on the plains weren't typically this quick. Maybe he genuinely hadn't encountered anything like them before. "All right, if you're insisting, let's give it a shot." She relented. Gripping her daggers tightly, she said, "If you miss, I'll immediately step in to finish it off and ensure your safety." "Thanks, Sister Yi." Lin Mo gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bushes to their left suddenly exploded with movement. A gray-black figure darted out like an arrow. "Shadow Wolf, level 3. Stay sharp." Yi Hongyu's eyes sharpened, and her body reacted faster than her voice. She leapt into action, her daggers slicing through the air with a silvery glint. "A woo!" The shadow wolf let out a pained cry as one of its forelegs and its abdomen were simultaneously slashed by the daggers. Yi Hongyu followed up with a flurry of side kicks, forcefully striking the wolf's midsection. The monster crashed to the ground heavily. Though it wasn't dead yet, it looked incredibly disheveled. "Young master, now's your chance," Yi Hongyu shouted, swiftly retreating to give him space. The wolf was gravely injured, but with its speed and natural agility, it remained a tricky opponent. It all came down to whether Lin Mo could seize the moment. "Fireball," Lin Mo ordered calmly. A fireball materialized in his palm and shot outward. However, the shadow wolf, despite being wounded, activated its shadow blink ability in a stroke of luck. It rolled sharply to the right, narrowly dodging the fireball. "Damn it, a miss!" Yi Hongyu's heart sank. As expected, his aim still lacked stability. A whiteboard mage's fireball had a straight trajectory, making it unsuitable for countering such sudden directional changes. She prepared to deliver the finishing blow herself to ensure the young master's safety. But in the very next moment, Yi Hongyu froze, her eyes widening in shock as if she'd just witnessed something unbelievable. The fireball, which she thought had missed its target entirely, suddenly stopped mid-flight after narrowly grazing past the wolf. And then, it did the unthinkable. It forcefully veered in a sharp U-turn and hurtled back toward the shadow wolf. Fireball's inner monologue. You think you can escape? Not so fast. Die, you little pest. Though Yi Hongyu couldn't hear the fireball's thoughts, she could instinctively feel the fury and determination emanating from it as it changed direction. Boom! The returning fireball struck the shadow wolf's already battered body with pinpoint accuracy, exploding on impact and scattering blood and flesh in all directions. You killed a shadow wolf, LV.3, and gained EXP. Experience points plus 20. The shadow wolf exploded into pieces, and the fireball vanished into the air as expected. Yi Hongyu stared at the dissipating flames, her heart trembling. Could this be second-level mental power guidance? She turned to Lin Mo, only to see him standing casually with his hands in his pockets. His expression relaxed and unhurried. Although second-level mental power guidance wasn't considered high-end among mages, top-tier practitioners could control fireballs to create dazzling patterns in mid-air. It was shocking for someone like Lin Mo. After all, he had only awakened yesterday and had been a mage for less than a day. A novice with no elemental affinity, just starting out, could forcefully alter the trajectory of a skill using pure mental fortitude. No wonder he hadn't bothered to glance at the agile shadow wolf, hadn't even tried to dodge. He had just casually dug at his ear. Was this the confidence of a true master? Yijie. Lin Mo's voice interrupted her daze as he called out, "What are you staring at? Let's move on to the next monster." Yi Hongyu quickly brushed off her surprise. She took a deep breath, her eyes now brimming with sincerity and respect. "Nothing, young master. I'm just amazed at how precise your control of fireball technique is. With skills like yours, no wonder shadow wolves aren't much of a threat." Lin Mo scratched his head and grinned. "Impressive, huh? But really, all I did was shout, 'Little fire, go!' Fireball technique's inner thoughts. I just made a turn, and this woman's acting like she's seen a miracle?" Fireball technique sneers, picking its metaphorical nose. "If I pulled off a Thomas spin 720-degree, or a Z-shaped phantom step, with some heart-shaped effects, she'd probably drop to her knees and start shouting for God. Humans. Always so overdramatic."
Lin Mo was speechless.
This tiny fireball certainly had some attitude. Yi Hongyu quickly collected herself, her tone serious now. "Young master, since your accuracy is so reliable, let's adjust our strategy. You focus on finishing off the monsters. I'll lure them and leave them with low health for you. It'll be way more efficient." "All right, Yijie. Sounds good to me."
Lin Mo responded joyfully.
Getting to sit back and let the monsters come to him? Perfect. Good. Young master, stay safe. With that, Yi Hongyu's figure flickered and disappeared into the dense forest. Lin Mo glanced around leisurely, then plopped down beneath a crooked tree. Leaning against the trunk, he adjusted to a comfortable position, pulled out his phone, and started playing mobile games. "Thank goodness this godforsaken place still has signal," he muttered, diving straight into a ranked match. Fireball technique, screaming in impatience. "Monsters? Where are the monsters? I need to grind and level up now. What's the rush?" Lin Mo replied without even looking up, his fingers flying across the phone screen. "Yijie's fetching them for us. Take a break now, you'll get tired later." Fireball scoffed. "Tired? Ha! I know no fatigue. Only destruction and ascension await me. I will become the spell of forbidden arts." Suddenly, a rustle came from a nearby bush. "Young master, get ready." Yi Hongyu's voice broke the stillness. Whoosh! A shadow swept through the air. A shadow wolf, one of its hind legs crippled. "Here it comes!" Lin Mo yelled, but his eyes stayed glued to his phone screen, deep in a team fight without even glancing up. Fireball technique activated instantly. "Die by my flames, mongrel." Boom! The fireball struck the airborne shadow wolf's head dead-on, causing it to explode on impact. The wolf was obliterated instantly. Shadow wolf eliminated. Experience points, plus 20. Spot on. Yi Hongyu praised as she landed lightly on her feet. But when her gaze shifted to Lin Mo, she froze, her expression stiff. Lin Mo was still hunched over his phone, engrossed in his game. He muttered under his breath, ADC. Do you even know how to play? Stop feeding. Get back under the turret. Go defend the turret.
Ye Hongyu.
The young master was playing a game? And that impeccable shot just now? He didn't even look. She stood there in disbelief, biting her lip before diving back into the forest. Before long, Yi Hongyu returned again. Young master, here's another one. This time, she didn't toss it directly forward. Instead, she flung a heavily wounded shadow wolf high into the sky. Lin Mo continued to focus on his screen, thumbs flying at lightning speed. Support. Are you blind? Protect me. Don't dive in. Fall back and defend. The fireball shot into the sky with a whistle. Fireball technique. Sassing again. Aim higher if you want, but the result won't change. Death awaits you. Boom. Mid-air collision. The fireball smashed into the falling shadow wolf with precision, causing an aerial explosion as the wolf was shredded into pieces. How is this even possible?
Ye Hongyu mutteret, incredulos.
Refusing to give up, she bolted back into the brush with renewed determination. This time, she grabbed a venomous spider, deliberately throwing it from Lin Mo's blind spot. Young master, look out. Behind you. Backdoor pushing. Damn. Someone's going for our base.
Lin Montag cursed loudly.
Yi Hongyu wasn't sure if he was yelling at his game enemies or responding to her warning. Just as the spider was about to land. Whoosh! A fireball zipped out from beside Lin Mo, spinning mid-flight to curve behind the tree. Boom!
A muffled explosion échoued.
Hidden behind the trunk, the venomous spider had been obliterated. Lin Mo still sat there, calmly engrossed in his game, not even sparing a glance behind him. Yi Hongyu stood nearby, stunned, her scalp tingling as she watched the young man so absorbed in his phone. Half an hour passed. A streak of red flickered endlessly in the forest, as Yi Hongyu darted back and forth, dragging half-dead monsters toward Lin Mo. Shadow wolves, poisonous spiders, iron-skinned wild boars. Everything was there. Under the tree, Lin Mo looked like he had some sort of cheat code activated. No matter how bizarre the angle Yi Hongyu threw from, the fireball would always reach the monster first, exploding with precision, capturing everything alive. What was most terrifying was that Lin Mo's eyes never left his phone screen. Is this real talent? Yi Hongyu threw out a shadow wolf, panting heavily as she glanced at the lazy boy in the distance, her heart in turbulent shock. This wasn't multitasking. This was spiritual perception reaching the level of heart's eye. Without even looking, he could locate targets purely through airflow and mental perception, calculating a perfect trajectory. Commander Lin always says young master is lazy. Wiping away her sweat, Yi Hongyu's eyes were filled with reverence. Is this the world of geniuses? Is clearing out monsters actually easier for him than playing games? As expected, a tiger father has no cub-like son. No, he surpasses the master. The sun was gradually setting in the west. Under the tree, warm golden light emanated off Lin Mo. Congratulations! Level upgraded to LV.5. After an entire afternoon of slaughter, Fireball technique has gained significant proficiency. Current level, LV.5. Lin Mo stretched lazily with satisfaction and put away his phone. Ah, so satisfying. 5 consecutive wins and a level up. Life is finally looking promising. At that moment, Yi Hongyu walked out from the forest. After a whole day of luring monsters, even someone with her high-ranking profession was utterly exhausted. Young master, congratulations. She spoke genuinely, leveling up to LV.5 on the second day. That's incredibly fast. Lin Mo pocketed his phone and stood up, brushing off his pants. It's mainly because Sister Yi, you've been doing a great job luring monsters. Yi Hongyu responded with a light smile. Young master, the commander just sent a message. He's prepared a wilderness random dungeon scroll for you. The experience rewards from it are much higher than regular wilderness hunts. Let's head back to get the scroll and grab some food.
Lynn Montag nodded.
All right, let's head back. Fireball Technique was bouncing around excitedly in the system panel, drooling, quick, quick, quick. A feast of blazing flame dragon delicacies is waiting to begin. Yes, young master. Yi Hongyu looked at Lin Mo's composed expression, and her admiration deepened. The roaring engine of the off-road vehicle broke through the stillness as the two left the shadowy woods, heading straight for the Lin family manor. In Zhanghai City at the Lin family villa, night fell, but the villa was brightly illuminated, as if it were still daytime. The black off-road vehicle rolled slowly into the gates and stopped in front of the ornate fountain. The car door opened, and Lin Mo stepped out, stretching leisurely. Behind him, Yi Hongyu remained on high alert, even within the safety of the Lin family's stronghold. As the two reached the entrance of the villa, 10 maids dressed in black and white uniforms formed a neat line and bowed in unison. "Welcome home, young master." The maids' long legs and warm smiles could charm any man, but Lin Mo had long since grown accustomed to this. He returned their gesture with a casual smile and wave.
Ah, all right, all right.
Thanks. Moer, you're back. Inside the hall, Suwon had been waiting for some time. Dressed in casual wear, her elegance was undiminished. The moment she spotted her son, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. She hurried forward and grabbed Lin Mo's hands, inspecting him from head to toe. "Are you tired? Were you hurt anywhere? You barely have any dust on you." "Must have been thanks to Hongyu." Lin Mo shrugged with a grin. "I was just leveling up, not going to war. How could I get hurt? With Sister Yi around, I'm perfectly safe." "Safe is good, safe is good." Suwon nodded in satisfaction and pulled him toward the dining room. "You must be starving. I had the kitchen prepare everything you said you wanted this morning. All flame element dishes, ready and waiting." "Great. I'm starving." Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he followed his mother eagerly. Inside the dining room, a 5-meter-long table was laden with dishes that glowed red-hot. Spicy flame dragon liver stir-fry, molten core fruit salad, blazing rhino rib soup, lava-roasted whole lamb. The rich aroma permeated the air, and just one sniff felt as if fire had been swallowed. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Tianhao saw Lin Mo enter and waved with a smile. "Come, sit here beside Dad." As Lin Mo took his seat, the little fireball in the system panel screamed. Fireball Technique, eyes shone brightly, drooling all over. "Eat, hurry and eat. Flame dragon liver. I need it. Put it in your mouth now." Lin Mo's lips twitched as he picked up a piece of dragon liver with his chopsticks, blowing on it meticulously. "What's the rush? Can't you see it's hot?" Fireball Technique stomped its feet in fury. "Hot? Seriously? I'm a fireball. Do you think I'm afraid of heat? Are you even a man? Just take a big bite already. Stop dawdling and driving me crazy." Ignoring the fiery complaints, Lin Mo calmly enjoyed his meal. As he indulged in these high-purity flame element dishes, he could feel a warm current coursing through his body, soothing the restless little fireball within him. The ambience at the table was harmonious. Suwon turned to Yi Hongyu with a grateful smile. "Hongyu, thank you for your hard work today. I just noticed Moer has already reached LV.5. Leveling up twice in a single day, you must be exhausted." She handed her a golden card, continuing, "The past. This is the VIP card for Auntie's Gear Shop. Use it to upgrade your equipment. It's a token of my goodwill." Yi Hongyu didn't accept it immediately. She bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet firm. "Madam, I am grateful for your kindness, but my current equipment works well. I don't intend to replace it for now. Moreover, protecting the young master is my duty, as per the commander's orders. I truly cannot accept this. Take it." Lin Tianhao's expression hardened as he put on a serious tone. "Enough with the nonsense. My wife's word is law. Besides, if the Lin family's equipment looks shabby, It would embarrass me. Lin Tianhao. Seeing the commander's determined stance, Yi Hongyu finally accepted the golden card with both hands and carefully stored it away. She took a deep breath and, with a complex expression, said, "Madam, actually, you misunderstood. The reason the young master leveled up so fast today was mostly due to his exceptional skills." Pausing for a moment, Yi Hongyu added, "If not for the young master's godlike operations, even if I lured more monsters, the efficiency wouldn't have been this high." The dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged glances, both wondering if they had misheard. A regular mage? How capable could he really be? Lin Tianhao, knowing Yi Hongyu's personality, proud and straightforward, was certain she wouldn't praise someone so earnestly without reason. However, Su Wan assumed Yi Hongyu was just flattering. So she remarked bluntly, "Hongyu, I know you're loyal and want to boost Emor's reputation, but it's fine to just tell the truth." Yi Hongyu took a deep breath, her tone serious. "Commander, madam, I'm not exaggerating. The young master is the most gifted mage I've ever seen." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shrink his neck, his face heating up slightly. Being directly praised as the most talented in person, this usually thick-skinned guy now felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't this just a day of non-stop gaming? But hey, could hacking also count as a type of talent? The most talented? Lin Tianhao set down his chopsticks, looking stern. Hongyu, explain in detail. He knew Yi Hongyu, honest and upright, wouldn't lie just to curry favor. Without saying a word, Yi Hongyu took out her phone. "Words alone aren't enough, Commander, madam." She turned her phone screen toward them, playing a short video recorded that afternoon in the dark forest. It was only about 10 seconds long. The dining room was silent, save for the awkward sounds of Lin Mo chewing. Stealing a glance at his parents' expressions, Lin Mo's toes curled up in his shoes, digging at the floor. He wished he could vanish into thin air. This was absolute social death. It wasn't the display of strength that embarrassed him. It was that one line, "I've got a big one." It sounded like public humiliation.
Oh, Yi Hongyu.
If you had to record a video, could you at least give a heads up first? That fireball just now. Lin Tianhao's voice trembled. Was that second stage mental power guidance? And multitasking while playing a game. As one of Jianghai City's top powerhouses, Lin Tianhao understood the implications. Ordinary mages needed full concentration to cast spells. Even prodigies had to focus on their target and devote their entire energy into controlling a fireball's trajectory. But his son, while gaming, could precisely control a fireball without looking. This level of microcontrol was so rare that it'd be hard to find another among his peers across Dragon Country. "My son is no ordinary person. He has the potential of an emperor." Su Wan covered her mouth, her eyes moist with emotion. To control skill trajectories without elemental affinity? That kind of talent is terrifying. Under the fervent gazes of his parents, Lin Mo let out a helpless sigh. So be it, he couldn't very well tell them the fireball had a life of its own, could he? Who would believe that? He coughed lightly, sipping some soup to mask his awkwardness, and muttered, "Cough! I was just casually playing. It was mainly a ranking match promotion game. I didn't have time to look at the monsters, so I just threw the fireballs based on instinct. Mom and Dad, can you stop looking at me like that? You're making me a little shy." Lin Tianhao slapped his leg, exclaiming excitedly, "Casually playing? Acting on instinct? Amazing! My child, Lin Tianhao's son, is no failure." The couple exchanged looks, their eyes brimming with joy. They had initially considered having their son feign illness during the upcoming major examinations to avoid ridicule. But now, that was out of the question. With this kind of god-tier performance, keeping him at home as a lazy second-generation heir was just wasteful. That Zhao family boy, the one with the awakened S-tier fire elemental affinity, what did he amount to? At similar levels and skill mastery, Lin Mo's operational prowess far outshined most people. Suppressing her excitement, Su Wan got straight to the point. "Emor, your major exams are approaching. To get into a top-tier academy, You'll need to reach at least level 10 and learn a second basic skill to secure your spot. She turned toward Yi Hongyu with a serious expression. Hongyu, for the next 2 days, devote yourself entirely to helping Imoer level up. He must reach level 10 before the exams.
Yehongyu immediately nodded. Her gaze resolute.
Understood, madam. Lin Mo nodded as well, making no objections. All right, I get it. I'll work hard. Truthfully, he wasn't too concerned about passing or failing the exams, or even which university he attended. After all, his little fireball would eventually take him through level farming. Sure, the bed at home was comfy, but it felt a bit restricting staying under his parents' watchful eyes all the time. College, however, was different. Rumor had it that dormitories weren't overseen too strictly, and as long as you had the skills, no one cared if you slept all day. Plus, the living conditions in top-tier academies weren't half bad.
收出过分的热络，反而显得平静如水，看不出任何讨好或不自在的情绪。这么冷静的大男生，倒让他颇为意外。微微点头后，便将手收回，周身的气质依旧淡漠且稳重。
What's more important, getting a good score, watching his parents feeling proud of him. He thought it was pretty nice. After all, his parents had always been so loving and indulgent towards him. Earning them some face was the least he could do to fulfill his filial duty. Suwon noticed her son's straightforward agreement, and her smile became even brighter. You'll also need to consider your second skill. Our family has basic skill books for all kinds of elements, she listed off. Water arrow for the water element, earth shield for the earth element, wind blade for the wind element, healing technique for the wood element, and even the rare lightning strike. Imoer, which one would you like to learn? Tell me, and I'll go get it right away. Lin Tianhao also chimed in with advice. Son, let your dad give you a suggestion. Fireball has good accuracy, but mages are fragile, most afraid of assassins getting close or concentrated fire from a distance. For the second skill, I recommend learning the Earth Shield. It has the highest defense among the basic skills. With it, it's like you have an extra shell to protect yourself. It can save your life in critical moments. As long as you're alive, you can continue to deal damage, right? Suwon nodded in agreement. Your dad's right. Safety comes first. Don't worry about how many enemies you can kill. Just make sure you don't get hurt. Lin Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the second skill should focus on survival. However, he couldn't help but be curious, would the new skill also take on a human-like persona, just like the little fireball? What kind of personality would the new skill have? He just hoped it wouldn't be another short-tempered guy like Fireball. One hothead was already more than enough. Fireball let out a big burp. Burp, how satisfying. Fireball grinned contentedly, flames reigniting. The taste of this fire dragon liver is fantastic. I feel power surging in me.
Destruction.
I'm one step closer to forbidden spells. Lin Mo ignored the gluttonous little fireball and looked toward his parents. All right, I'll follow Dad's advice. My second skill will tentatively be Earth Shield. Having an extra layer of protection means more security. Surviving is important. I still want to live a few more years sponging off you. Lin Tianhao chuckled and didn't mind his son's cheeky remark. All right, as long as you've made your decision. Now that the goal is set, the leveling up process can't stop. He flipped his wrist, and an ancient scroll glowing with a purple-black hue appeared on the table. This is the Castle of Ghosts hard mode dungeon scroll. I was planning to give it to you in a few days, but since you've been leveling up fast and your skills are good, tonight works just fine. The dungeon level restriction is LV.3 LV.5, so Hongyu can't join you, but I've already found a team for you. A team? Lin Mo asked instinctively. Lin Tianhao advised earnestly, Moer, don't let your operational talent make you overconfident. The monsters in a hard mode dungeon are far stronger than the wild ones outside. Life only comes once. I don't want to see you make any slip-ups, not even suffer a scratch. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Dad, I understand. Being cautious leads to lasting success. I get it. To be honest, he didn't mind that his dad had found a team for him. Although the little fireball's attack power was strong, The fact was Lin Mo had never entered a dungeon before. For the first time, being extra cautious wasn't wrong. Lin Mo thought to himself that surely his dad wouldn't lead him into harm's way. Lin Tianhao saw that his son was willing to listen to reason and felt a sense of relief. He nodded and then looked toward Yi Hongyu. Hongyu, head to the underground warehouse and pick out the best mage equipment set for MOR currently available. Yes, Commander. Yi Hongyu swiftly left. At this moment, the old butler walked in quickly and announced, Master, Madam, Miss Xia and her companions have arrived. Their car is parked outside now. Lin Tianhao glanced at the time and smiled. Good. Right on time. Just been talking and they're already here. These young ones are punctual. Inside the Lin family villa, a few young people stood somewhat stiffly, clearly overwhelmed by the opulence of the estate. Striding in front was Lin Tianhao, followed by Su Wan, who held Lin Mo's arm as they trailed behind him. Haha, welcome. Make yourselves at home. Treat it like it's your own. Lin Tianhao broke the silence with a hearty laugh. Leading the group was a girl wearing a light blue mage robe. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, but her expression was cold, exuding an air of unapproachability. Behind her were two young men and one young woman. A tall, slim guy carrying a longbow, a burly man with a massive shield on his back, and a timid-looking girl with twin ponytails who appeared to be the group's healer. Uncle Lin, Aunt Sue, good evening. The girl greeted with a polite but cool tone, bowing her head slightly. Oh, this must be the Xia family's daughter? Su Wan walked up with a smile, taking her hand. You're getting prettier every day. I heard you awakened as an A-grade water mage. Impressive. You flatter me, Aunt. The girl responded with indifference. Lin Tianhao waved and introduced, Amor, meet Xia Qingyue. She's the team's leader this time and a powerful water mage. Xia Qingyue extended her hand. Her voice as crisp as a bell. Hello, Lin Mo. Hello, Miss Xia. Lin Mo replied politely, shaking her hand. Though not well acquainted, she was renowned as the school belle of the top high school in the city, with a long line of admirers. Lin Mo, however, had little interest in these aloof girls and felt no excitement. His focus was solely on forming a team to conquer the dungeon. Xia Qingyue noticed Lin Mo's calm demeanor, neither overly enthusiastic nor ill at ease. His composed attitude was rather unexpected for her. Nodding slightly, she then retracted her hand, her aura remaining as cold and steady as ever. Like other boys, he glanced her up and down and felt a slight sense of fondness. She turned around and began to introduce her teammates. This is Wang Meng, a defense shield warrior and our tank. That's Zhang Kai, a ranger and long-range physical damage dealer. And over there is Lu Weiwei, a light priest responsible for healing and buffs. All four are level 4, well-equipped, and have excellent teamwork. The dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Lin Tianhao added with a smile, Don't worry, MOR. Their fathers were all my trusted subordinates in the army, solid and trustworthy. These kids were raised with strict military training, so their combat skills and awareness are far superior to the average student. Got it, Dad? Lin Mo glanced at the group and nodded. I'll leave it to everyone. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the side hall. Young master, the equipment has arrived. Yi Hongyu entered, carrying a pile of gear emitting a soft orange glow, and the group's eyes lit up instantly. Is this the legendary Z Yun set? A must-have divine gear for mages under level 5. Zhang Kai, the one wielding the bow, couldn't help but swallow hard. Even Xia Qingyue, who had remained calm until now, displayed a hint of surprise. Such top-tier luxury, providing legendary gear to a mage who had awakened only 2 days ago, was pure extravagance. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seemed utterly nonchalant. Yi Hongyu helped him put on the equipment. He casually moved his arms, and the glow of the robe flickered momentarily before melding with his body, reverting his appearance to his regular casual attire. This was a unique feature of equipment in this world. Unless in combat or when actively triggered, the gear's appearance would be automatically concealed, making it completely unobtrusive in everyday life. Impatiently, Lin Mo opened his interface and checked the stats of the Ziyun set, and was instantly stunned. So powerful. This set had no unnecessary or flashy attributes. It focused on just one essential feature: cooldown reduction. The robe reduced cooldown by 10%, the boots another 10%, the necklace 15%, and along with the set's bonus activation attributes, it provided a whopping 60% cooldown reduction in total. What did that mean? A spell like Fireball, which originally had a 3-second cooldown, could now be cast every 1.2 seconds. Multiple exploding fireballs with its 15-second cooldown was shortened to just 6 seconds, a staggering increase in casting frequency. Now this was what you called true endgame gear. Absolutely amazing. Standing off to the side, Zhang Kai and Wang Meng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with jealousy. Was this the difference that came with one's background? Equipped with this set, Lin Mo seemed almost like he was playing with cheats. Being born into a powerful family really made a difference. What use did such divine equipment have on a blank slate mage anyway? Every subtle shift in expression didn't escape Lin Tianhao's eyes. As a battle-hardened war god who survived countless life and death struggles, his insight into human nature was unparalleled. He saw the envy in Zhang Kai's eyes, the jealousy in Wang Meng's expression, and even the faint contempt deep within their hearts. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a smile before it instantly vanished, his gaze turning cold. He pulled Lin Mo aside and, lowering his voice, gave a stern warning. Son, remember this well. This dungeon scroll is from our family and wasn't cheap. You are the boss. They are the workers. Gripping Lin Mo's shoulder firmly, he spoke in earnest. The world, whether outside the city or in dungeons, is a battlefield where lives are at stake. Human nature cannot withstand temptation. In moments of danger, everyone's instinct is to protect themselves, and some might even develop ill intentions over gear like yours. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance back at the group of young people, his voice growing louder. When you're in the dungeon, if anyone dares boss you around, make snide remarks, or bully you, tell me when you return. I will personally deal with them. Though these individuals were sons of his loyal subordinates, human nature remained unpredictable. Lin Tianhao knew that only by instilling fear could safety be assured. Got it, Dad. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This was beginning to feel like being in some underworld clique. Turning toward Yi Hongyu, Lin Tianhao ordered, Hongyu, after escorting them to the dungeon's entrance, guard it closely. If anyone dares disrespect Lin Mo on the way, handle them immediately. A cold glint flashed in Yi Hongyu's eyes as she cast a frosty glance over Zhang Kai and the others. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Even Xia Qingyue's expression stiffened. All right, Sister Yi, stop scaring them. Lin Mo waved dismissively and led the way out. Let's go, everyone. Don't waste time. Ah yes, young Master Lin. Understood. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng quickly trailed behind him like two loyal lackeys. Leading the group, Lin Mo headed toward the villa's main entrance. On either side, the neatly arranged rows of maids bowed deeply in perfect synchronization, calling out, Safe travels, young master. Take care and return victorious. The grandeur of this scene left the group in awe. The magnificence of a prominent family truly lived up to its name. The car started smoothly, driving off into the night. The wilderness. Inside the car, the atmosphere was suffocating. Faced with the young master exuding the undeniable aura of wealth and a driver whose very presence radiated lethal intent, the group of young people could only sit stiffly in silence. To lighten the mood, Zhang Kai put on a fawning smile and began. Master Lin, the upcoming dungeon we're heading to isn't going to be easy. The monsters are ferocious, very different from the dumb ones you encounter in the wild. Lin Mo sipped on his cola, responding indifferently, And then, seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kai plucked up enough courage to continue. The four of us have been working together for some time, and our tactical coordination is highly professional. You, being a newbie, An all-round mage might not find it easy to sync with us, which could throw off our rhythm. After pausing for a moment, he carried on. So, when we get into the dungeon, it'd be best if you stayed at the back. Let us handle the dirty and tough work. You can just treat this as a vacation, all right? Even if you don't contribute directly, just being here is enough of a help to the team. As Zhang Kai spoke, the atmosphere in the car turned icy in an instant. Xia Qingyue furrowed her brows, thinking Zhang Kai had definitely gone too far with his words. On the surface, he seemed to be concerned about Lin Mo's safety, but in reality, it was nothing more than a thinly veiled complaint, dismissing him as a liability. Lin Mo, however, showed no reaction. Suddenly, the luxury car screeched to an abrupt halt, letting out a sharp screech sound. The sheer force from the sudden braking caused Zhang Kai to lurch forward, his nose slamming hard into the front seat. Ow wow! Clutching his nose, Zhang Kai screamed in pain. As he looked up, his eyes met those of Yi Hongyu in the rearview mirror, her icy, knife-like gaze piercing through him. Yi Hongyu kept one hand on the steering wheel, her glare as sharp as a blade, fixated on Zhang Kai. Are you saying our young master is too weak to stand shoulder to shoulder with you? Or are you trying to teach the young master a lesson? A dead silence hung in the air. The interior of the car seemed to freeze over. Yi Hongyu's overwhelming aura was something these students simply couldn't withstand. Zhang Kai's face turned ghostly pale as he stammered out, Sister, that's not what I meant. I'm only thinking of Master Lin's safety. My mouth slipped. I'm an idiot. Realizing his mistake, Zhang Kai even went so far as to slap himself across the face. Master, please, don't take it to heart. I was speaking nonsense. You can just pretend I didn't say anything. Beside him, Wang Meng and Lu Weiwei huddled close together, clearly terrified. Lu Weiwei, in particular, looked as pale as a sheet, fearing she might be the next one targeted. At that moment, they truly grasped the meaning of the phrase. Serving a king is like tending to a tiger. Xia Qingyue's palms had already started to sweat. She knew that dealing with this seemingly mild-mannered aristocrat required utmost caution. The slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Lin Mo looked at the scene unfolding before him with mixed feelings. Why did it feel like he was being mistaken for a villain, a typical antagonist destined to be crushed by the hero at the very start of the story? Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, hoping to ease the tension. Sister Hongyu, Zhang Kai's just clumsy with his words. He didn't mean any harm. He's genuinely worried about Lin's safety. Please don't take it personally. Lin Mo shook his head and said helplessly, Sister Yi, just drive. Don't scare everyone. His intentions, at least, are good. Only then did the killing intent in Yi Hongyu's eyes slowly dissipate. Humph! She snorted coldly before stepping on the gas, and the car began to move once more. Zhang Kai collapsed into his seat, his back drenched in cold sweat, silently vowing never to speak unnecessarily again. At this moment, the small fireball within Lin Mo began to stir restlessly. Fireball spell roaring. Unbearable. He actually dared to call the young master weak. Said you're lacking skill. Who does he think he is? The monsters I killed just yesterday outnumber everything he's encountered in his entire life. This is an insult to you, and an insult to me too. Just give the word, and I'll shoot myself out at him right now. I guarantee not even his ashes will remain. Let's show him what without lifting a finger really means. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on and quickly tried to calm it down in his mind. Little fireball, calm down. It was just a slip of the tongue. No need to go all crazy about it. Fireball spell fuming. A strong being cannot be insulted. This is a challenge to my dignity. He must burn for this. Lin Mo sighed and patiently reasoned. Little fireball wielding power, just like mastering skills, requires adhering to some principles. You can't just think about killing someone just because they said a few unpleasant words. What would that make us? Maniacs? Villains? This kind of mindset wanting to kill at the slightest offense. It's just not right. Do you understand? Fireball spell. Hypocritical human. Lin Mo continued, his tone calm yet firm. Power is meant to protect yourself and those you care about. It's not a weapon used to bully your teammates. When you're strong enough, others will naturally shut up. There's no need to harbor murderous thoughts over mere words. It's tactless, undignified, and frankly, a little low-grade. Though the fireball spell grumbled in dissatisfaction, it finally quieted down. Fine. I'll let him off the hook this time, but when we get into the dungeon, I'm going to deliver some dazzling output. Blind them all with how glorious I am. Now that's more like it.
Lin Montag smilet.
Around an hour later, the luxury car finally pulled up to a desolate, rocky wasteland. The car doors opened, and everyone disembarked. The frigid night wind cut through the wilderness, sharp and biting. But to Zhang Kai and the others, still reeling from the earlier death stare of Yi Hongyu, this cold wind was oddly comforting. Young master, we've arrived at the station. Yi Hongyu walked around to the front of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped out, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Yi Hongyu pulled out the ancient scroll from her belongings. The coordinates are correct, she affirmed. The scroll burned to ashes, and the air suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, a rift laced with flickering purple light tore through reality, an entrance to the dungeon. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo, her tone serious. Young master, even though this is a well-trained team, the dungeon's conditions are unpredictable. Be cautious. Don't act recklessly if you encounter danger. Surviving comes first. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sister Yi. I'll take good care of myself. She then directed her gaze toward Xia Qingyue and the others, her voice firm. Remember, you've taken Lin family's money and accepted the Lin family's mission. That means you're responsible for the young master's safety. If the young master makes it back missing even a bit of skin, Zhang Kai and Wang Meng quickly responded. Rest assured, we'll do everything in our power to protect the young master. Xia Qingyue nodded as well. As the team leader, I'll ensure everyone's safety. With a wave of Yi Hongyu's hand, the 5 figures disappeared into the rift. All that remained on the desolate wasteland was the cold, howling wind. Leaning against the hood of the luxury car, Yi Hongyu pulled out a pack of feminine cigarettes, lit one, and inhaled deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, she raised her eyes to the screen displayed above the rift. The screen showed the history of clearance records for Hard Mode, Ghostly Castle. Current highest record, 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 23 seconds. Record holders, Mei Xuan, Chun Jin, Lu Shu. 18 years ago, 1 hour and 15 minutes. She murmured to herself. That record was like an insurmountable mountain, weighing on every rookie below level 5 for 18 years. It was a miracle created by the strongest geniuses of that era, a record no one dared to challenge. Young master has the potential. Yi Hongyu's eyes flickered with determination. With his extraordinary microcontrol and mastery over abilities, her young master had every right to attempt breaking that record. In any team, he was undoubtedly the core damage dealer. But then she sighed and shook her head. Still, a record like that can't be broken by one person alone. She exhaled a ring of smoke, a trace of subtle disappointment flickering in her gaze. That Xia girl may be an A-grade water mage with solid fundamentals. Those 2 boys have decent equipment, but at best, they're just acceptable. In her eyes, this team didn't deserve to fight alongside her young master. They might clear the dungeon just fine, but breaking that record? They'll only hold him back. Ashes fell as she dismissed the thought, her only wish now being for her young master to return victorious. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Mo had just endured a dizzying, spinning sensation. As his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a shadowy castle corridor. The walls, built from darkened stones, were overrun with withered vines and moss that exuded a foul stench. The air felt damp and decayed. On either side of the corridor, every few meters, hung skeletal lanterns with ghostly blue flames dancing within. Lin Mo's lips twitched, and he joked, "This dungeon really knows how to set the mood." At that moment, the small fireball began to stir excitedly, muttering in disapproval. Fireball technique. You call this fire? That cold blue light? It's a disgrace to the noble essence of true fire elements. This is blasphemy. Fireball's outrage. I am the true fire element, harbinger of light and heat. This fake flame disgusts me. Status update. Enraged Purifier vows to burn away all false flames. Current mood. Furious. Damage to undead creatures plus 100%. Lin Mo's lips twitched again in disbelief. What, even fireballs can have feelings now? Is this racial prejudice? You get mad just by seeing fire of a different color? But another question lingered in his mind. Why was this small fireball always able to grant him those damage-boosting buffs? Lin Mo thought for a moment. Perhaps it was similar to what he'd seen in those hot-blooded shonen manga protagonists in his past life. If you yelled loud enough or got emotional enough, your damage would naturally skyrocket. Things like shouting, "My suffering surpasses yours," or, "It's not me who's wrong, it's this world," and then landing some over-the-top finishing blow. Just as he was lost in thought, Xia Qingyue had already snapped into combat mode. She lightly tapped the ground with her staff, releasing a ripple of water-blue light around her that slightly dispelled the surrounding chill. "Stay alert, everyone," she said, her voice cold but firm. "This is a hard-mode dungeon. The monsters here are far stronger than those of the same level in the wild. Don't let your guard down." She quickly scanned the group and began issuing commands. "Form up. Wang Meng, you take the front with your shield. Hold the aggro. Don't let a single enemy break our defense line." "Understood," Wang Meng growled, slamming his heavy shield onto the ground. "Zhang Kai, stay on my left. Focus on long-range attacks and scouting. Keep an eye on the ceiling and shadows." "Got it." Zhang Kai had his bow ready, his gaze vigilant. "As for Vivi, you stay in the center and provide shields and healing for Wang Meng at any time." The young priestess Lu Weiwei nodded nervously, clutching her cross tightly. Xia Qingyue's gaze finally landed on Lin Mo. "Young Master Lin, stay in the center." She then turned to Zhang Kai, her tone growing firmer. "If there's a sneak attack from behind, support young Master Lin immediately." Zhang Kai slapped his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, Captain. As long as I'm breathing, no one can take advantage of young Master Lin." Lin Mo paid no attention to Xia Qingyue's arrangements. From his pocket, he retrieved some spicy-flavored snacks he had casually brought from home earlier. "Fireball spell," sneered. 666? I'm supposed to rely on these rookies to protect me? What a joke. Lin Mo ignored the tiny voice of the fireball spell, finding it far too chatty. The team moved forward slowly. The eerie silence in the ancient castle was broken only by the heavy echo of their footsteps. Suddenly, a faint sound came from a shadowed corner ahead. It was like the grinding of bones. "Stop!" Xia Qingyue commanded in a low voice. The light at the tip of her staff flickered faintly. "Something's coming." Everyone tensed up, their nerves stretched taut. In the darkness, two ghostly blue flames lit up. Under the dim light, the true form of the creature came into view.
Nethercat, Elite, Leve 5.
It resembled a cat but was the size of a leopard. Its entire body was skeletal, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its joints. Its gaze was cold and lifeless. A high-agility monster. And the first one is elite level. Xia Qingyue's expression changed drastically. "Wang Meng, raise your shield. It's fast. Ranged attackers, hold your fire until it pounces. Don't waste your mana." Before she finished speaking, whoosh! A fiery orange light burst forth suddenly from the back of the group. Accompanied by a wave of heat, a fist-sized fireball roared through the air, whizzing past Xia Qingyue and Zhang Kai. "Young Master Lin, move closer if you're going to attack. You won't hit from this far away," Zhang Kai called out. Against a high-agility monster with their second day of novice status after job changing, there was no way they could hit. Randomly using skills was just a waste of mana. As the fireball approached its target, the nether cat abruptly shifted left, narrowly dodging the fireball. Sigh, as expected it missed.
Zhang Geisighed.
But the next second, the seemingly missed fireball stopped abruptly mid-air, as though an invisible hand had grabbed it. Fireball spell sneered wickedly. Dodge? Dream on. Whoosh. The fireball reversed direction and smashed directly into the nether cat's waist. Meow! The nether cat let out a miserable cry, tumbling across the floor from the blast. This? It can turn mid-air? Zhang Kai and Xia Qingyue were dumbfounded. Before they could react, another fireball whooshed past them. With the purple cloud set reducing cooldowns by 60%, the original 3-second cooldown for the fireball spell now only took 1.2 seconds. The first fireball had just exploded when the second one followed immediately, and then came the third. The nether cat desperately tried to evade, but it couldn't escape at all. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions rocked the air, and when the flames died down, the level 5 elite monster was nothing but scattered bone fragments. In the chilling corridor, Zhang Kai, Xia Qingyue, and the others stared open-mouthed at the shattered remains on the ground, then slowly turned to look at Lin Mo in the center of the team. It's dead. Zhang Kai's voice was dry. Just 3 fireballs. Xia Qingyue's eyes were filled with disbelief. She was an A-ranked water mage and an academic prodigy known for acing theoretical exams. She knew exactly what this performance implied. Ordinarily, even an S-ranked pyromancer with high fire affinity would need at least 6 fireballs to kill a fully healthy level 5 elite monster. And this supposedly whiteboard mage who had awakened only 2 days ago managed it with just 3? Impossible. Not to mention the terrifying level of microcontrol shown. Fluid movements, pinpoint accuracy, predicting the monster's position, and even halting a fireball mid-air before accelerating again. This level of control was something not even the top fire mage students in the national exams could achieve. Crunch. Lin Mo leisurely pulled out a bright red nut from his snack bag, threw it into his mouth, and the crisp chewing sound echoed in the silent corridor. Then he grabbed a few more and offered them to the group. Want some? They're pretty spicy. The group finally snapped out of their daze. Lin Mo had just pulled off that godlike operation while casually eating snacks. No thanks. Zhang Kai quickly declined. Oh, suit yourself. Lin Mo shrugged before putting the snacks away. Fireball spell scoffed. You're scared already? That was just basic stuff. Wait till I show you my flower of flaming death. Let's see if you wet your pants then. I say. Lin Mo swallowed the nut and brushed the crumbs off his hand, sighing softly. What are you all standing there for? Let's move. This creepy place gives me the chills. I want to get back and sleep early. The others finally snapped to attention. Oh, yes. Zhang Kai jolted, his impression of Lin Mo completely transformed. Montag gazed in awe. Young Master Lin is absolutely right. Young Master Lin is incredible. Wang Meng scratched his head sheepishly, flattering. That aura of yours, young Master Lin. One glance and I can tell you're an expert. Those 3 fireballs earlier. Absolute artistry. Xia Qingyue's expression grew complicated. She had initially thought their team-up would burden Lin Mo, but now she saw the reality. This seemingly sluggish young master of the Lin family was no useless fool. He was a monster disguised in sheep's clothing. Everyone, adjust your positions and move forward. Xia Qingyue quickly calmed herself. As the captain, she had to stabilize morale. Young Master Lin's firepower is strong. We can be more aggressive. Wang Meng, lead the way, move quickly. Got it. Wang Meng called out with newfound confidence. Suddenly, Lu Weiwei, who had always kept a low profile, paled and glanced toward the pile of white bones from earlier. Monsters. So many monsters. The group tensed up, looking in the direction she pointed. Where the ghostly nether cat had appeared before, tens of pairs of ghostly blue eyes lit up in the darkness. All of them were nether cats. Though smaller and ordinary in rank compared to the elite creature they faced earlier, their numbers were staggering. Don't panic, they're just ordinary nether cats. There's a lot of them, but they're far less dangerous than the one before. Xia Qingyue said decisively, her gaze sharp as she issued orders. Wang Meng, activate immovable as a mountain and hold the front. Zhang Kai, use arrow rain to suppress the left. Don't let them flank us. Wei Wei, shield Wang Meng and be ready for group healing. Everyone else, move to the wall, shrink the defense circle, and clean them up step by step. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her tactical plan, whoosh! A familiar surge of heat blasted out from behind Lin Mo. A fiery orange fireball shot straight toward the horde of nethercats. Young Master Lin? Xia Qingyue called out in surprise, her mind racing. This was reckless. Facing so many agile monsters, attacking rashly could easily trigger chaos among the pack. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the fireball. The fireball trembled violently, then split into a dozen smaller fireballs, raining down on the cat horde like a meteor shower. This is
multi-explosive fireball.
Xia Qingyue immediately recognized the elementary fire mage skill. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded in the middle of the pack, deafening booms mixed with blinding bursts of fire. Nethercat killed. EXP plus 40. Nethercat killed. EXP plus 40. You? Fireball laughed proudly. Haha. How's that multi-explosive fireball? Amazing, right? Just learned it. Snapping out of her brief daze, Xia Qingyue shouted, don't just stand there. Support young Master Lin. Don't give the monsters time to regroup. Wang Meng, take out the stragglers. Zhang Kai, finish off the weakened ones. Truthfully, too much coordination wasn't necessary. Lin Mo's relentless attacks left no room for the enemies to counter. Thanks to his premium purple cloud set, which reduced cooldowns by 60%, what should have been a long skill downtime was nearly negligible. 6 seconds later, whoosh! Another wave of fireballs split into dozens, blanketing the area in fire. In less than half a minute, the battle was over. Xia Qingyue stood in a daze, staring at the shattered bones on the ground. She had assumed clearing out dozens of same-rank monsters would require careful kiting and teamwork, taking at least 10 minutes. Now, in less than half a minute, tranquility had returned. In incredible young Master Lin,
Zhang Kai mutere drili.
The group's gazes unanimously fell on Lin Mo, who was leisurely munching on snacks. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that the credit all belonged to the fireball spell. It had little to do with him. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but ask, young Master Lin, that multi-explosive fireball. It's an elementary fire mage skill, right? Lin Mo tossed the last pine nut into his mouth, clapping the shells off his hands and nodding, yes. That skill requires expertise in elemental splitting and secondary detonation. Her eyes complex, Xia Qingyue cautiously probed. To master this, how many skill books did you use? She knew that for a baseline mage without elemental affinity, mastering intermediate to advanced elemental skills would be extremely challenging. Even for fire specialists, it would take numerous skill books to aid their comprehension. This young Master Lin, had he used dozens or even hundreds of books. Skill books were exorbitantly expensive, with even basic ones costing 6 figures in Dragon Nation currency. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, skill books? Never seen them. Xia Qingyue froze. Never seen them? Never used them.
Lin Montag schruget.
Isn't it just splitting and detonating? Hard. The moment he spoke, the text in his skill bar furiously flickered. Fireball? Couldn't help but complain. Hard? Do you think it's easy? I nearly exhausted myself comprehending it on the plains last night, while you were sleeping like a log. Fireball sneered disdainfully. Showing off will get you struck by lightning someday. Stealing my accomplishments? Do you feel no guilt? Remaining expressionless, Lin Mo silently thought. Silence. Unless you want to lose out on that stir-fried crimson flame fire dragon tonight?
Lin Mo coldly retorted.
Fireball immediately fell silent. Status update. Enduring humiliation. Damage plus 100%. Watching the small fireball extinguish, Lin Mo immediately felt an overwhelming wave of satisfaction. Playing a bit of cleverness occasionally really was exhilarating. Xia Qingyue opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. It was difficult for even those S-grade elemental affinity mages to comprehend and master skills on their own. Yet, Lin Mo, a newly transitioned novice mage, not only comprehended it on the second day but possibly even mastered casting it on his very first. Such talent was utterly terrifying. It has to be talent, a top-tier talent, without question. Zhang Kai, standing beside her, suddenly jumped up in excitement. His face flushed red as he spoke hurriedly. "Captain, think about it. An S-class fire mage who learns skills through skill books can, at most, split 3 to 5 fireballs in the beginning." He pointed at the scorched marks on the ground. Lin Xiao just split 15. 15, I tell you. This means his comprehension of the skill has reached an extraordinary level. This isn't something that can be achieved just by stacking skill books. This is an unprecedented and unparalleled super genius in the realm of magic. Compared to Lin Xiao, those so-called S-class affinities should just go home and raise pigs. Xia Qingyue's face turned red as she internally grumbled. If S-class needs to go home and raise pigs, then with my A-class affinity, should I just go home and play with mud? Wang Meng and Lu Weiwei, after hearing this, finally came to a complete realization. Their gazes were filled with awe as they looked at Lin Mo, as if he were a deity. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, both loving and hating Zhang Kai's wave of flattery. Ahem. All right, stop praising me. Let's keep it low-key. He waved his hand dismissively, brushing it off. It's not that amazing, just beginner's luck. Let's move on quickly. The sooner we clear this, the sooner I can rest. Xia Qingyue snapped out of her shock and looked at Lin Mo with even greater admiration. A man with godlike talent, yet humble and low-key, who only cared about getting some sleep. This was the mark of a true master. Everyone follow Lin Xiao's orders. Let's keep moving, she commanded decisively. Maintain formation. Since Lin Xiao's firepower is fully unleashed, we'll advance at full speed. Elsewhere, on the rocky terrain outside the dungeon, leaning against the car, Yi Hongyu flicked away the 6th cigarette stub, its crimson glow flickering ominously in the darkness. Half an hour. She glanced at her watch, her brow deeply furrowed. While Lin Mo's performance so far had been impressive, even for an elite squad tackling a hard-level dungeon, half an hour would have only been enough to clear the outskirts. Sighing, she took a slow drag from her cigarette, about to blow out the smoke when, the ground began to tremble, and an oppressive, sinister aura blanketed the rocky plains without warning. Yi Hongyu's expression drastically changed. She jerked her head up to look at the spatial rift in the distance. The entrance to the dungeon that once shimmered with its mysterious purple glow was now enveloped in thick, black fog, like the slowly opening eye of a demonic abyss. This is... Her pupils contracted sharply, for the first time revealing genuine fear on her usually calm and cold face. An abyssal corruption? No way! Panic churned in her heart. As a seasoned soldier, Yi Hongyu understood all too well how deadly such an omen was. Dungeons were typically divided into stable, permanent dungeons and temporary ones activated using random runes. The latter, under extremely rare circumstances, could be invaded and corrupted by the energy of another dimension, triggering a mutation known as an abyssal corruption. The odds of this happening were extraordinarily low, less than 1 in 100,000. It had been 8 years since anything like this occurred in Jianghai City. This is bad. The young master is in danger. Her fingers trembled as she hastily snuffed out her cigarette and pulled out her phone to call Lin Tianhao. If the abyssal corruption merely made dungeon creatures stronger, there might still be a chance to escape. The most terrifying thing, however, was that a dungeon's return scroll, a critical lifeline to forcefully eject yourself for survival, would instantly become ineffective. This was why she had been comfortable letting Lin Mo enter the dungeon. The return scrolls she'd stashed in the car for him should have been foolproof. But now, once the dungeon underwent abyssal corruption, return scrolls became completely useless. The only way to survive was to kill the final boss. Asterisk ring. Ring. Asterisk the phone rang twice before it connected. Hello? Hongyu, has Emoer cleared it already? Lin Tianhao's cheerful voice came through. Commander, there's been an accident. Yi Hongyu's voice was urgent. The dungeon the young master is in. It's undergone abyssal corruption. What? Crash! The sound of a teacup shattering echoed on the other end, followed by Lin Tianhao's furious roar. I'll be there immediately. Deep within the castle, the atmosphere in the eerie corridors grew even more sinister. The previously putrid smell of rot and dampness had vanished, replaced by a sickly sweet stench of fermented blood. Along the walls, the spectral blue flames within the skeletal lamps suddenly flickered and flared wildly, turning a dark purple hue. Something's not right. Xia Qingyue abruptly stopped in her tracks. She stared uneasily at the rolling fog, glancing warily around her surroundings. What's wrong, Captain? Zhang Kai asked, puzzled. Xia Qingyue carefully surveyed the area, her expression increasingly grim. Finally, she said, It's
abyssal corruption.
The moment those words left her lips, everyone froze in place, their faces instantly paling. They all understood the peril that term implied.
Abyssal corruption.
Zhang Kai stammered, his knees buckling as he frantically fumbled to retrieve his return scroll. A faint glow emanated from the scroll, but nothing happened. The return scroll isn't working. It really is an abyssal corruption, he murmured, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with hollow despair. Despair swiftly spread among the group, filling the air with palpable dread. Breading. The timid priest Lu Weiwei covered her mouth and cried, while the burly Wang Meng's hand, clutching his shield, trembled uncontrollably. What should we do? Zhang Kai's gaze wavered, first toward Xia Qingyue, and then toward Lin Mo. When they entered the dungeon earlier, everyone underestimated Lin Mo, believing he was just some good-for-nothing from a wealthy family. But after fighting their way through enemies, Lin Mo had become the backbone of the team. Young Master Lin. Zhang Kai's voice quivered, tears barely held back. What do we do now? Lin Mo gazed into the endless darkness ahead, internally speechless. His luck was truly terrible. Just when he got a golden cheat ability, he encountered the 1 in 10,000 chance of an abyssal mutation. Abyssal dungeons could only be cleared by the top elite players. At that moment, the skill, fireball technique, began to fervently absorb the abyssal aura from the air, laughing maniacally as it declared, "Now this is a dungeon, the true essence of destruction and violence." System prompt. Damage from abyssal-type monsters increased by 200%.
Lin Montag Zeit.
He held no fondness for this skill that grew more excited as things got tougher. Doubling the damage output didn't mean they could handle an abyssal boss. Brushing the snack crumbs off his hands, Lin Mo coldly commanded, "Stop wailing. There's no way back. Forward is our only option." Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, gripping her staff tightly, her eyes resolute. Young Master Lin is right, crying is useless. We fight, no matter what. Everyone, pay attention. Tighten formation, protect young Master Lin, and charge, she instructed. The ensuing path was unimaginably brutal. The monsters, now tainted by the abyssal corruption, had not only their strength but also their aggressiveness unnaturally enhanced. The group that had originally managed with just a few stray fireballs now had to unleash significantly more firepower to proceed. Fortunately, Lin Mo's purple cloud equipment set reduced skill cooldowns, and with fireball technique benefiting from abyssal damage bonuses, the team managed to fight their way to the dungeon's deepest depths without major setbacks. Lin Mo leveled up to 6, and the others reached level 5. Before them stood a 10-meter-tall black iron door. "We're here," Xia Qingyue's hoarse voice said. "The boss is beyond this door." Rumble, the massive gate began to automatically creak open. A wave of terrifying pressure engulfed them instantly. At the center of a massive hall, a throne made of white bones rested, and on it sat a menacing figure. Abyssal Bone Knight, Boss. LV.5. It was clad in ragged black armor, its helmet concealing no face, only two purple soul flames flickering ominously. It wielded a massive sword nearly 2 meters long, and its steed was a skeletal warhorse wreathed in hellish green flames. Intruders! Roar! A guttural, deathly roar echoed through the hall, unleashing a murderous aura as if tangible. Zhang Kai and Lu Weiwei, upon seeing the creature, found their breathing labored, their courage nearly abandoning them as even raising their weapons felt impossible. Even Wang Meng, typically calm and composed, found his shield hand unsteady, trembling as though it might give way. Though the Bone Knight was only a level 5 boss, the abyssal aura it emanated was 100 times more terrifying than anything they had encountered before. Fireball technique is overly excited. Now this is a worthy opponent. Let me show you my full might. Xia Qingyue suppressed her fear, waving her staff as she shouted, "Don't be afraid. It's just level 5. With young Master Lin, we can still win." Wang Meng, hold the front. Young Master Lin, prepare to. Before she could finish, Lin Mo made no move. Instead, an orange-red fireball had already torn through the air, heading straight for the Bone Knight. Boom! The explosion shook the entire hall. With the abyssal damage bonus of plus 200%, the attack was overwhelmingly powerful. It hit. It really hit, Zhang Kai exclaimed, fist clenched in joy. But the next moment, his smile froze stiff. As the smoke cleared and the flames dissipated, the Bone Knight remained firmly seated on its throne, completely unmoved. A translucent purple shield shimmered around it, flickering with a ghostly light. The fireball attack hadn't even left so much as a crack.
Fireball technique froze?
Fireball technique, incredulous. How is this possible? I'm at 200% damage, rage-induced attack. This defies logic. Roar. The Bone Knight tilted its head, the flickering purple flames in its eyes seeming to mock them. It mounted its skeletal steed, and with a sharp kick, the warhorse, its mane ablaze with blue ghost fire, charged straight at them. The ground quaked beneath its thunderous momentum, the air thick with the scent of impending doom. Watch out! Wang Meng, block it! Xia Qingyue yelled. All or nothing. Unyielding mountain. Wang Meng's eyes reddened as he roared, slamming his shield into the ground with enough force to cause cracks, surrounding himself with an amber glow. The Bone Knight's massive sword, a ferocious tiger in its swing, descended swiftly. Clang! Ugh! Wang Meng was sent flying, shield and all, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the wall over 10 meters away. Wang Meng! Lu Weiwei screamed as she ran toward him. How is this possible? Even young Master Lin's fireball didn't work. Zhang Kai's face turned ashen with despair. Standing calmly in the middle, Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, his composure unwavering. This situation doesn't look good. Lil Fire, don't stop. Keep bombarding it. Don't let it get close. Fireball roared. Don't worry. I won't let this go. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded continuously, filling the grand hall with blazing light as deafening explosions echoed. The skeletal knight was forced to retreat step by step. Yet as the flames subsided, the purple shield remained unscathed. Lin Mo stared coldly at the shield, his heart weighing heavy. Without breaking this layer of protection, killing it was impossible. Fireball ceased its insults, staring at the shield in contemplation. Fireball was deep in thought. Why can't it be blasted apart? Status. Deep in thought. IQ momentarily activated. Is it having an epiphany? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Roar. The repeated bombardments had humiliated the skeletal knight. The two violet soul flames locked onto Lin Mo, clearly recognizing him as the greatest threat. Killing Lin Mo would eliminate all these fiery troubles. Not good. Xia Qingyue dashed toward Lin Mo, determination flashing in her eyes. As the team leader and the person responsible for this mission, she had taken the Lin family's payment. She couldn't let her client fall apart, even if it cost her life. Turning her dust-covered face, she spoke resolutely. "Young Master Lin, run. I'll give my all to hold it back." As soon as she said this, a tall and burly figure stepped in front of Lin Mo. Wang Meng, holding his shield, turned his head and shouted, "Young Master Lin, I'll handle it. Just run." Lin Mo shot them both a glare, sighed in exasperation, and kicked Wang Meng squarely in the rear. "You're looking to die, aren't you?" he coldly retorted. "Run? Run where? Hide until we starve to death." Xia Qingyue froze slightly at the sudden scolding. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he stared directly at the proud skeletal knight. "Take it down! Break that shield in one go. If once isn't enough, do it 10 times, and if 10 isn't enough, then 100. Kill it." These words sent a shudder through Xia Qingyue. He was right. Besides charging headfirst, there was no way out. Dying on the front line was far better than waiting for death cowering in a corner. Hearing this, Zhang Kai, who had collapsed to the ground, scrambled to his feet, though his trembling legs betrayed his fear. Even so, a look of frenzied determination burned in his eyes. "Even if I die, I'll fight. Whatever young Master Lin says, we'll do." Wang Meng clenched his teeth, tightened his grip on the shield, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "We'll follow young Master Lin. Take it down." In the distance, the skeletal knight lowered its body, leaning forward. His hooves scratched at the ground, sending sparks flying. The ghostly blue flames on its body blazed more violently than ever. Watching his companions reignite their fighting spirit, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. At that very moment, the small fireball in his mind also felt the atmosphere of an impending showdown. Fireball entered a state of extreme tension. It knew all too well that to break the shield, it must channel all its flames into a single concentrated point. It began fiercely compressing fire elements, attempting to focus them into one spot. But the fire elements were too wild. Any excessive force caused them to scatter in an explosive burst, making stabilization impossible. Lin Mo couldn't help but interject, "Are you a complete idiot? Why not make it spin? The faster it spins, the more the energy locks into the center and won't dissipate." The little fireball's raging thoughts suddenly quieted. A flash of inspiration struck its core. Fireball started simulating a new elemental configuration. Fireball was overjoyed to the point of tears. "Genius! I'm an absolute genius! Congratulations! Fireball has evolved a new skill, Explosive Flame Spiral Dragon Blast, beginner level, capable of dealing massive single-target fire damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Lin Mo watched as the fireball grasped this new skill, awestruck. Spinning the elements was simple in theory but extremely difficult in practice. Fire elements were inherently volatile, and any misstep would cause catastrophic failure. Only an entity like the fireball, conscious and possessing unparalleled mastery over fire elements, could achieve such a feat so quickly. "Now that you've learned it, let's see if it works." Lin Mo calmly raised his right hand, forming a pistol gesture as he aimed at the skeletal knight. A confident, icy smirk played on his lips. "Watch closely, Xia the Campus Bell. A mage doesn't just need area of effect spells, but also killer moves to deliver a decisive blow." Xia Qingyue and the others were stunned. Had young Master Lin mastered yet another new skill? Skills didn't just appear out of thin air. Before they could react, a searing fireball formed at Lin Mo's fingertip. It vibrated intensely, spinning faster and faster. Amid the howling winds, the surrounding air was sucked dry, forming a visible vortex. The fireball rapidly shrank under the forces of centripetal and centrifugal energy, from the size of a fist to a ping-pong ball, and as it shrank, its color deepened from a fiery orange to a deep crimson. Within that tiny spark of fire was compressed an unfathomable power, so terrifying it distorted the air around it, making it ripple like water waves. Violent currents whipped about chaotically, causing Lin Mo's robes to billow wildly, his hair flaring like a blazing crown. At this moment, the roars of the fireball merged with Lin Mo's shout. "Fireball! Shatter, shatter, shatter.
Lin Montag es Fingertip flicked.
The dark crimson speck, compressed to its utmost limit, was unleashed with a sharp crack of an explosive sonic boom. The spiraling flame surged forward, carving a fiery spiral path. The flame tail roared with unstoppable ferocity. Wherever it passed, the bluestone floor shattered into pieces, the fragments swept into midair by the powerful airflow. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered eardrums, and the entire hall shook violently. A dark red blaze pierced through the skeletal knight's purple shield, shattering it instantly into countless glowing fragments that dissipated. The skeletal knight was blasted back dozens of meters by the force of the explosion, slamming heavily into the bone-white throne behind him, raising a cloud of dust. The shield broke. Zhang Kai stared at the scene before him in utter disbelief. That indestructible purple shield had been destroyed in a single strike. Even Xia Qingyue and the others were frozen in shock. With a single move, a straightforward head-on collision, the shield they had desperately found no way to penetrate was shattered into nothing. This young master of the Lin family, what kind of unfathomable existence was he? As the group remained stunned, Lin Mo blew on his still slightly overheated fingertips, his gaze cold and sharp as it swept over them. Don't just stand there. While he's at his weakest, attack now. Outside the dungeon at the rocky plains, what was once a barren wasteland was now illuminated like daylight by dozens of dazzling military floodlights. Hundreds of fully armed city defense soldiers quickly cordoned off the area with yellow warning tape, sealing the dungeon's entrance tightly. Boom! A thunderous sound broke through the air. Lin Tianhao's towering figure dropped from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, the impact deep and resounding. He hadn't even had time to put on his military uniform, only draping a black coat over his broad shoulders, his bare chest heaving intensely. The pair of tiger-like eyes, usually imposing with authority, were now bloodshot, reflecting exhaustion and anxiety. Beside him stood Su Wan, her face pale but her posture unwavering. As a dominant businesswoman controlling a vast empire, she could not afford to appear weak, even at such a moment. "Commander, Madam," Yi Hongyu hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. "What's the situation?" Lin Tianhao nodded, his voice hoarse. Yi Hongyu bit her lip as she reported. The young master and his team entered the dungeon approximately 45 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, the dungeon underwent complete abyssalization. Su Wan swayed slightly, muttering under her breath. How could this happen? After so many years without incident, why did it have to happen to a mower? Lin Tianhao stared intensely at the dark entrance of the dungeon, his fists clenching audibly as lightning sparked and jumped wildly around him. Everyone present understood what abyssalization of a dungeon meant. If they couldn't conquer it within 24 hours, the monsters inside would break out, leading to catastrophe. Fortunately, this was a low-level dungeon, and the monster's power was limited. The military forces of Zhanghai City were confident they could handle it. Just then, the sound of urgent brake screeching came from beyond the cordoned area. Several pitch-black military SUVs came to a halt, their doors opening to reveal a group of imposing individuals stepping out. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Behind him followed a teenager with an arrogant expression and 4 young professionals, each equipped with precise gear and sharp gazes. "Old Lin, what's the situation?" The middle-aged man strode toward Lin Tianhao with a calm and steady tone. Lin Tianhao frowned as he replied, "Zhao Lei, what are you doing here?" This man was none other than Zhao Lei, one of the commanders of the city defense forces. The boy behind him was his pride and joy, his son Zhao Yu, a prodigy flame mage with an S-rank fire affinity. With a matter as serious as this, how could I not show up as a commander? Zhao Lei adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting to the abyssalized dungeon entrance, a complicated expression on his face. Abyssalization? The odds of this are 1 in 100,000. Truly a heartbreaker. He paused briefly, then turned to Lin Tianhao, probing with his words. "Old Lin, I heard in the report, the team trapped inside, Is your son among them? Lin Tianhao's breath hitched as he heard this. He nodded heavily. Yes. Receiving confirmation, Zhao Lei then asked, What's the composition of the team? Besides your son, who else is there? What are their levels and equipment? Lin Tianhao remained silent for a moment before Yi Hongyu answered on his behalf. Besides the young master, there's an A-ranking water mage with water affinity, a B-ranked tank, a B-ranked ranger, and an A-ranked healer. Their average levels are around 4, and their equipment is roughly gold grade. Zhao Lei furrowed his brows, while his son Zhao Yu sneered mockingly. Both Zhao Yu and Lin Mo, as sons of military commanders, had been frequently compared since childhood, and Zhao Yu bore no goodwill toward Lin Mo. Zhao Lei scoffed lightly after hearing the details. Old Lin, you're usually so shrewd. How could you be so careless this time? Speak frankly. Letting my boy lead them in there would be leagues better than this bunch of ragtag novices, wouldn't it? He shook his head, his tone merciless. With this kind of setup, they can barely hold their ground. The odds of survival are almost nil. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. I know it was just supposed to be basic leveling. There was no way to anticipate a 1 in 100,000 chance of abyssalization. Zhao Lei, don't come here pretending to be a savior. For half their lives, the two had been rivals, one outmaneuvering the other in battle merits and achievements. Now, even though Zhao Lei's son had blossomed into an exceptional talent, Lin Tianhao would never lower himself to plead for his help, especially since this abyssal incident was a freak occurrence. Zhao Lei sighed, no longer pressing. What's done is done. No point in arguing. He glanced at Lin Tianhao, softening just slightly. At least it's only a difficulty. Once the dungeon resets, my son will lead a level 5 elite squad to charge in. They're all level 5, fully equipped with legendary gear, perfectly coordinated. Right now, they're the only force in Zhanghai City capable of tackling the abyss. Zhao Yu confidently proclaimed, stepping forward. Uncle Lin and Su, don't worry. Although Brother Mo is in danger, I'm ready anytime. The moment the dungeon resets, I'll lead my squad in and personally take down that boss to avenge him, Zhao Yu added with conviction. At that moment, Su Wan looked up, her eyes red as her unyielding maternal determination seeped out. Who says my Amoer is dead? If the dungeon hasn't reset yet, it means they're still alive. I believe in my son. Though her voice trembled, it carried unwavering faith. Maybe Amoer can not only survive but even clear this abyss dungeon. Isn't that right, Lin? She turned to Lin Tianhao, her tearful gaze full of hope. Lin Tianhao looked into his wife's teary eyes, well aware of the difficulty in clearing the dungeon. But how could he crush her hope? He swallowed hard and rasped, Yes, Amoer will succeed. He definitely will. Zhao Lei was taken aback, then shook his head helplessly without saying more. A common whiteboard mage, leading a ragtag team to clear the abyss? Utter nonsense. Adjusting his glasses, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If they actually manage that, I'll eat the tire of this military jeep. Inside the dungeon, the skeletal knight was pinned in the ruins of its bone throne, its shield shattered, looking battered and frail. Follow young Master Lin's lead. Take advantage of its weakness and finish it off. I'll shoot it dead. Zhang Kai roared, pulling back his longbow and raining arrows down on the skeletal knight. Wang Meng raised his shield and charged, striking the knight's knee. Not dealing much damage, but undoubtedly taunting it. Meanwhile, the A-rank water mage Xia Qingyue took a deep breath, brandishing her staff as blue streams of water coalesced into arrows, pelting the boss endlessly. Lin Mo, however, remained seated as before, leisurely snacking while watching the battle unfold before him. His small fireball familiar had already entered automatic attack mode, madly bombarding the boss with devastating fireballs. Boom! The erupting flames engulfed the skeletal knight entirely, dazzling everyone present. Zhang Kai and the others couldn't help but gawk at the scene. Now that's what I call damage output, they thought internally, feeling like they were merely scratching the boss's itch in comparison. Under the team's relentless assault, the long health bar above the skeletal knight's head rapidly declined, with its HP soon falling below 70%. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the ruins. The skeletal knight violently swung its massive sword, unleashing a shockwave that sent Wang Meng flying. Soon after, a faint purple, semi-transparent shield reappeared, enclosing its entire body. Damn it! Here we go again. Zhang Kai cursed in frustration, whipping his head around to glare at the unhurried Lin Mo in the backline. Ignoring the remarks, Lin Mo casually raised his hand and fired another shot. Zzz. A dark red point of light quickly condensed and rotated at his fingertip. Let's go, he murmured as he gently pulled an imaginary trigger. Boom! Without any suspense, the spiraling dark red streak pierced straight through the purple shield. The shield burst into a cascade of starlight. The skeletal knight let out a pained wail. Its massive body blasted into the air, slamming heavily against the wall. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. Invincible. Zhang Kai leapt in excitement, drawing back his bowstring and continuing his attack. Xia Qingyue, though already having witnessed this technique, couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Mo. Illuminated by the firelight, Lin Mo stood tall, his black hair slightly rustling. His profile was sharp and distinct, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Calm, composed, without the slightest hint of fear. That unwavering demeanor paired with his striking appearance caused Xia Qingyue, always cold and confident, to feel her heart skip a beat. So this is the aura of a true powerhouse? Her gaze drifted to Lin Mo's smoking fingertip. As a top student, she understood just how incredible that explosive flame spiral skill was. Fire was the most volatile among elemental energies. Not only did this spell require compressing fire elements to their extreme while forcing them to rotate at high speeds, but its difficulty rivaled that of advanced-level skills. The most crucial part? Its damage output was the highest among all beginner-level skills, unmatched. Lin Mo, the young master of the Lin family. Just how monstrous was he? The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Just as the skeletal knight managed to re-raise its shield, without even a chance to counterattack, Lin Mo's relentless, explosive flame spiral cannon obliterated it. After 3 consecutive rounds, the skeletal knight collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to a pile of bones exuding darkened fumes. Congratulations! You have successfully slain Abyss, Skeletal Knight, LV.5. Experience gained. Plus 20,000. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV.7, 45%. Golden light enveloped Lin Mo's body, illuminating his aura further. We did it! We actually did it! Lu Weiwei sank to the ground, overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha! I'm still alive. We've cleared the Abyss dungeon. Zhang Kai exclaimed, grabbing Wang Meng and jumping up and down enthusiastically. Even Xia Qingyue, usually reserved and aloof, couldn't suppress the smile on her face. This was an Abyss dungeon. Even though it was a difficult level 1, clearing it was enough to earn them widespread recognition. Look, what kind of loot did it drop? Wang Meng called out, pointing to the glowing orbs floating above the skeletal knight's remains as everyone's excitement reached its peak. Mo casually glanced over the loot, and the most valuable item among the equipment and materials was a piece of golden-grade warrior gear. But golden-grade warrior gear was not something he cared for in the slightest. You all can split these among yourselves. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Qingyue stepped forward, her tone firm. No way! She looked Lin Mo straight in the eyes, her face full of seriousness. Young Master Lin, this isn't proper. You're the leader, and the spoils of the dungeon should rightfully go to you. Besides, without you, we wouldn't have even survived, let alone cleared the dungeon. These items are yours by both reason and emotion. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and made up her mind. We absolutely won't take these spoils. On top of that, once we leave the dungeon, we will fully refund the hiring fee Lin uncle gave us. Being able to tag along with you this time and gain so much experience, leveling up twice even, has already been an enormous benefit for us. One shouldn't be too greedy, otherwise it will backfire. Zhang Kai and Wang Meng were momentarily stunned by her words. After all, those were golden-grade items. Who wouldn't be tempted? Zhang Kai quickly recovered and hurriedly said, "The captain is right. Young Master Lin, these items are all yours." The others soon followed suit, voicing their agreement. Lin Mo gave them a glance and shook his head with exasperation. These bits of trash were useless to him. In this day and age, even giving money away wasn't easy. Since they were so insistent, Lin Mo didn't feel like arguing about it either. "Fine, as you wish." He waved his hand, and all the loot on the ground disappeared into his inventory. Seeing Lin Mo accept the items, Xia Qingyue finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Mo and casually remarked, "Young Master Lin, the big entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. With your abilities, you will almost certainly qualify for the Heavenly Dragon Academy in Kyoto." As she mentioned this, her eyes were filled with admiration. That was the dream destination for all professionals across the Dragon Nation, the pinnacle of ambition, where the most brilliant talents were gathered. Even the gatekeepers of such an institution were likely retired elites. Graduates from there began their careers as generals of city garrisons, literal pillars of humanity. Heavenly Dragon Academy? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Whatever. As long as the dormitory and food were decent, that's what mattered most. Weren't all elite institutions like that? At this moment, Zhang Kai suddenly chimed in. "Word is that Zhanghai City has spared no expense this time. It prepared a complete heart of a lava behemoth as a reward for the top scholar of the city." The heart of a lava behemoth? Wang Meng was so shocked that his hand trembled, and he sucked in a sharp breath. That's quite extravagant. Lava behemoths are incredibly rare. Even slices of their meat are exorbitantly expensive on the market and practically unavailable. Fireball spell. Fireball spell drooled as it exclaimed eagerly, "I want it. I want that. Lava behemoth goods are my absolute favorite. And they're priceless." Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Having money didn't mean you could buy everything. After all, his family wasn't the only rich one. Fireball spell greedily screamed, "Did you hear me? I need that. Eating it will bring me closer to reaching forbidden spell level." Lin Mo chuckled and decided to tease the fireball spell. "You want it. If you want it, then call me Daddy, and I'll get that top scholar title for you." Fireball spell bristled in indignation. "Absurd. I'm destined to become a noble existence capable of casting forbidden spells, and you want me to call you Daddy? Oh, I see."
Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly.
"Then forget it. I'm too lazy to bother. I'll just wing it during the exams. It won't matter where I end up." What a pity about that heart, though, all that fire element essence. I bet biting into it would make it burst with juicy goodness. Fireball spell went silent. Fireball spell swallowed its imaginary saliva, its dignity crumbling in the face of imaginary gourmet delights. Seconds later, a reluctant voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Fireball spell stammered awkwardly, "Dad, Daddy. Speak louder, didn't you eat? I can't hear you." Lin Mo pressed on, mercilessly exploiting the moment. Fireball spell retaliated in fury. "Cut it out. I already called you." "All right, I'll take that as heard." Lin Mo stopped teasing it, then waved to everyone. "Come on, let's go. Sister Yi is likely nodding off from waiting for us. Let's head out." Outside the dungeon, the atmosphere at the rocky clearing was suffocating, thick with tension. Lin Tianhao's eyes were bloodshot as he stood there, his black coat billowing dramatically in the wind. Beside him, Suwon clutched her chest tightly, her arms crossed protectively. This iron-willed businesswoman now looked nothing more than a mother fervently praying for her child's safe return. On another side stood Zhao Lei, who seemed calm and composed. Occasionally, he would glance at an invaluable Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Suddenly, the swirling vortex of the dungeon froze all at once. This was the signal indicating the dungeon was about to reset. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan's hearts leapt to their throats in anticipation. In this world, an outdoor abyssal dungeon resetting meant one of two things. Either everyone inside had perished, triggering a dungeon reset, or it had been successfully cleared. Zhao Lei pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. It seems to be over. Xiaoyu, get ready to go in. Got it, Dad. Zhao Yu cracked his knuckles and rolled his wrists, his entire demeanor charged with excitement. After all, having the chance to stand alongside so many of the big names, the display of strength in front of their eyes left everyone thrilled. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu cried out, "Something's wrong. Look up there." Everyone's gaze followed the direction she was pointing. They saw that the highest completion record maintained for 18 years was rapidly disappearing. Current highest record, 1 hour 5 minutes 22 seconds. Completing team, Xia Qingyue, Zhang Kai, Wang Meng, Lu Weiwei, Lin Mo. How is this possible? Zhao Lei froze, his mouth hanging open for a long time, unable to close it. His son, Zhao Yu, was equally stunned. They cleared it? And broke the record? And they did it while the dungeon was in abyss mode? Before the shock could dissipate, a burst of light suddenly radiated from the dungeon entrance. Several figures slowly emerged from the vortex. The moment Lin Mo stepped out of the dungeon, he was startled by the scene before him. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers, dozens of large floodlights, and countless pairs of eyes staring at him intently. Whoa! Such a grand welcome? Lin Mo glanced around, and his gaze rested on Zhao Yu not far away, whose expression was a mix of complicated emotions. Raising an eyebrow, he smirked and said, "Young Master Zhao, not sleeping at home at night? Out here enjoying the breeze? Quite leisurely of you." "You?" Zhao Yu's face turned red, but words failed him. Just as Lin Mo was about to toss out another teasing remark, Su Wan suddenly rushed over. "Montag er." She threw all pretense of composure aside as she wrapped him in a tight hug, almost strong enough to crack his ribs. "You scared me to death. Abyss mode dungeon. How could you have such wretched luck? If something happened to you, I wouldn't survive." Su Wan cried as she pounded Lin Mo's back. Cough, cough. "Mom, let go. I wasn't killed by monsters, but I'm about to be strangled by you." Lin Mo's face was turning purple as he struggled to pat her back. Only then did Su Wan release him. She hastily wiped her tears and scanned him anxiously for injuries. "I'm fine. Not even a scratch," Lin Mo said with a bitter smile, spreading his hands and showing his intact limbs. At that moment, Lin Tianhao strode over. Though he appeared calm on the surface, the slight tremor in the hand he placed on his son's shoulder betrayed his inner turmoil. "Good boy. At least you're alive." Lin Tianhao's gaze shifted past his son to the 4 others standing behind him. Apart from being covered in dust and looking fatigued, they seemed completely unscathed. "What's going on here?" he asked in a low voice. Even if Lin Mo had exceptional skill, surviving an abyss mode dungeon would have been challenging enough. How could he have led the entire team out unscathed? Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and stepped forward. Bowing solemnly to Lin Tianhao and Su Wan, she said respectfully, "Uncle Lin, Auntie Su, it was all thanks to Lin Mo that we made it out alive." Lin Mo single-handedly broke through the final boss's shield, carrying over 90% of the offensive load. Without him, we wouldn't have made it. She pulled out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Tianhao with both hands. "Uncle Lin, we can't accept the payment for this mission. We didn't contribute much. In fact, we gained 2 levels worth of experience and earned the dungeon clear honors. This money feels like burning fire in our hands. Please take it back." Zhang Kai and Wang Meng nodded repeatedly, bobbing their heads like pecking chickens. "Yeah, Lin Mo is incredible. He single-handedly carried us through the whole thing. All we did was stand around cheering him on. We'd feel terrible taking the money." Hearing the stream of compliments, Lin Mo's face turned slightly red. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You guys are too kind. It's not that impressive, just moderately impressive, I suppose." Lin Tianhao looked at his son's composed demeanor, finding it hard to believe. One person carrying a full team in an abyss mode dungeon while breaking an 18-year-old record? Could his son truly be that extraordinary? Suppressing the surge of joy in his heart, Lin Tianhao smiled and pushed the card back towards Xia Qingyue. Money I give away doesn't come with a return policy. Xia Qingyue froze, her hand hanging midair, unsure of what to do. Su Wan kindly took the card and placed it back in Xia Qingyue's hand. Qingyue, if Uncle Lin says to accept it, then you should. Emoer succeeded this time, but it wouldn't have been possible without you all holding the front lines. You were there to see him through these challenges. This money is just a gesture. Buy some supplements to rejuvenate yourselves. Looking at Su Wan's genuine expression, Xia Qingyue finally nodded and accepted the card. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Thank you, Auntie Su. Lin Tianhao chuckled and waved his hand. Don't stand here in the cold wind. Let's get Xia Qingyue and her team members sent home safely. Not far away, Zhao Lei couldn't hide his disbelief. Everyone uninjured. They not only cleared the dungeon but did so without a single injury. His voice was cold and heavy. Zhao Yu was similarly dumbfounded. Dad, that's impossible, isn't it? Zhao Lei sneered. Lin Tianhao must have spent a fortune to equip Lin Mo with some trump cards. His gaze landed briefly on Xia Qingyue. That Xia Qingyue isn't simple either. Do you know her? Zhao Yu nodded. I do. She's an A-rank water element affinity user from the neighboring number 1 high school. Before her job class transfer, she ranked first in both theoretical and combat simulations for the entire school. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Lei muttered coldly, Let's go. This doesn't concern us anymore. Before getting into the car, he harshly instructed his adjutant, Look into Xia Qingyue, find a chance to talk. This time, the title of top scorer is ours. Name your price for compensation. It's negotiable. The adjutant responded and left. The car window slowly rolled up. Zhao Lei turned to glare at his son, his voice stern. Xiao Yu, don't let these things cloud your judgment. That heart of the lava behemoth, obtained by the Zhanghai City top scorer, is crucial for you as a blaze mage. Zhao Yu clenched his fist, flames flickering within his eyes. Don't worry, Dad. This time, I'll claim the top scorer title without fail. Zhao Lei's previously dark expression eased slightly, extending a hint of pride. That's my boy. Facing a rival and showing fighting spirit, that's the way to go. Only with such determination can you hold your ground in this merciless world. Fireball weakly whined. Hungry, starving, feel completely drained. Fireball protested. That explosive spiral dragon flame attack took way too much out of me. Get me some fire dragon meat. Quick! The voice of Fireball was feeble and listless. Lin Mo rubbed at his stomach, grumbling. This is infuriating. I'm so hungry I could eat an entire cow. He looked over at his mother, Su Wan. Mom, spare me the emotional pep talk for now. Let me eat something first. High calorie, fire element infused, whatever can get me back on track. Su Wan's demeanor instantly shifted, her spirit lifting. Eat. Of course, you must eat. The 5-star chef at home will start immediately. Fire dragon meat, Kirin arm, deep sea flame essence soup. Say the word, and it's yours. At this moment, Lin Tianhao gazed toward the distance, where Zhao Lei's convoy had vanished into the night. The night wind lifted the hem of his coat. Humph, that old fox Zhao Lei, he muttered coldly to himself. Judging by the way he stormed in, he must have been certain Emoer wouldn't make it back alive, bringing his entire team for cleanup. But he underestimated our Emoer. Turning back, Lin Tianhao's eyes locked firmly on Lin Mo, filled with determination. Emoer, you have such outstanding talent and work so hard. We can't let any of it go to waste. Waving decisively, Lin Tianhao declared in a grand and heroic tone, I've decided. Tonight, I'll mobilize the 3rd Special Forces Division of the City Defense Army. Lock down the entire Stonefield Plains and adjacent leveling zones. They'll lure the monsters, wear them down for you, and you'll finish them off. We're not going home tonight. It's an all-night leveling grind. Before the big exam, we need to completely crush Zhao Yu and wipe out Zhao Lei and his son's arrogance. Lin Tianhao boomed loudly, his enthusiasm uncontainable. Lin Mo, who had been looking forward to his fire dragon meat feast, froze at the mention of this plan. What? An all-nighter? Level grinding? After just finishing an Abyss dungeon run, this is worse than that. No way! He thought to himself, prepared to refuse. I need to sleep too. No! Su Wan slapped Lin Tianhao's hand away, glaring at him angrily. Are you out of your mind? Emoer just barely escaped the Abyss alive. His mental energy is completely depleted, and now you want him to pull an all-nighter to level up? Are you trying to kill my son? What's more important, leveling or his health? Absolutely not. He's going home to sleep. Lin Mo secretly gave his mother a thumbs up in his heart. What she said was absolutely on point. In the skill menu, the little fireball icon bounced energetically, seeming to urge him, sleep? Only weaklings sleep. Eat that feast and let's keep going. I'll become a forbidden spell fireball. Tired? Get up and grind. Lin Mo looked at the scene unfolding in front of him, feeling both helpless and resigned. If he really went home to sleep, but then woke up having leveled up overnight, how would he explain it? Haha! I snuck out in the middle of the night to grind levels. That would make him sound like a lunatic even to himself. While he hesitated, Lin Tianhao turned to Su Wan with a smile. Don't worry, honey. I know our son's tired, but I've got it all planned out. We'll bring out the big bed from home and set up a temporary base. The special forces will handle monster luring and leave the monsters barely alive. Emoer only needs to lie down and wiggle his fingers to finish them off. Leveling up in total comfort. Su Wan was taken aback. Moving the bed to the wild? Leveling while lying down? What kind of nonsense is this? The open air and night wind. How's he supposed to sleep well? Realizing he wouldn't escape this plan, Lin Mo made up his mind to speak up. Taking a deep breath, his gaze firm, he declared, Mom, Dad's right. Even if I'm exhausted and want to sleep, I must push through for the sake of the big exam and the honor of the Lin family. What's one sleepless night compared to that? His words touched Su Wan deeply, her eyes welling with tears. My good child, she choked up, then pulled out a weathered skill book from her pocket. Since you've shown such dedication, I won't hold you back. I prepared this earlier. It's an introductory Earth Element skill book, Earth Shield. You might find it handy soon. Lin Mo took the skill book. Skill, Earth Shield. Basic summons an Earth Element shield to block a certain amount of physical and magical damage. He was already close to level 8, and with the special forces supporting his leveling, he figured he'd be able to use this skill book after sleeping. Thanks, Mom. Lin Tianhao immediately barked orders to his adjutant. Hurry up and call the entire 3rd Special Forces Division here. Take apart the bed at home and bring it over. Don't forget the silk quilt, latex pillows, and aromatherapy machine. Get the kitchen team ready with all the ingredients and cooking tools. We're moving out in 10 minutes. The adjutant looked visibly shocked at the demands but nodded quickly. Understood, Commander. Turning away, his forehead was visibly sweaty, clearly feeling immense pressure. This was what it meant to belong to a powerful family. Senghuo fading away into dreams. Having moved his entire bedroom outdoors and mobilized an entire squad of the special forces to help attract monsters. It was luxury on another level. Once everything was properly set up, Lin Tianhao turned to Yi Hongyu and instructed, Hongyu, I'll leave Emoer to you. Yes, Commander. Yi Hongyu stood at attention and saluted, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Satisfied, Lin Tianhao nodded in approval and then turned to Lin Mo. Your mom and I are heading back. Get some rest if you're tired. Su Wan grabbed Lin Mo's hand repeatedly, giving words of caution before reluctantly boarding the vehicle to leave. Just as he was about to get in, Lin Tianhao suddenly turned around and shouted, My son, go for it. Lin Mo pounded his chest in reply, Dad, I'm absolutely going to top the city rankings this time. Not even Jesus could stop me. Seeing their son radiate with confidence, Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a smile, faces glowing with pride. Looks like all his training paid off. Indeed. Hey wife, who's Jesus anyway? I have no idea, probably one of Emoer's classmates. Oh, over at the rocky terrain, an extravagant luxury tent had been set up all of a sudden. Inside, light filled every corner of the tent, and the ground was layered with thick Persian carpets. A long table covered with a white cloth in the center was laden with freshly prepared delicacies. Here, young master, open wide. A young woman dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt beside Lin Mo, holding a silver fork as she offered him a piece of steak. Lin Mo opened his mouth without hesitation, biting into the sizzling, juicy meat that seemed to explode with flavor on his tongue. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction. This flame-roasted magical boar belly. Perfectly cooked, crispy outside, tender inside. He mumbled as he offered his critique. Fireball spell, gulped uncontrollably. Delicious. One more piece. Were your hands not working properly, or what? As long as you enjoy it, young master. The maid chuckled softly, her body subtly brushing against Lin Mo as she continued. With a strong physique like yours, no matter how much you eat, your body can handle it. If it were someone else, they'd already have a nosebleed. Extending a finger, she wiped a bit of sauce from the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Just as Lin Mo was about to reply, the tent flap was abruptly lifted, and Yi Hongyu entered briskly. Young master, the Special Forces squad has gathered and is stationed on standby. Your bed has been set up, and the surrounding area has been cleared of any unauthorized personnel. You can now train at ease. So fast. Lin Mo glanced at the remnants of the meal spread across the table before wiping his mouth and getting to his feet. All right then, I'm full. Let's start. Walking out of the tent, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a custom-made, familiar large bed. Surrounding the bed were dozens of heavily armed elite Special Forces soldiers standing ready. Lin Mo casually strolled over, plopping onto the soft mattress. Ah, comfortable. Immediately, 3 burly men stepped forward and saluted. Yi Hongyu introduced them. Young master, this is Ahu, a berserker, Ernyo, a ranger, and Shirtu, an earth mage. Tonight, they will lead the operation, ensuring monsters are weakened and delivered to you. You. Ahu slapped his chest and vowed. Rest assured, the monsters we deliver will never have more than 5% of their health left. All you need to do is lift a finger to finish them off. Lin Mo nodded in approval. All right, much appreciated. Then let's begin, he said, pulling out his phone. Full from the meal and not feeling sleepy just yet, he decided to play a few rounds of games. Yes, sir. With a unanimous response, the trio shouted the command. Around them, the Special Forces soldiers melted into the darkness like shadows. A short while later, roar! The ferocious howl of a beast pierced the still night as Shirtu urgently called out. Young master, incoming monster. 3 o'clock direction. A bloodied wasteland demon wolf, LV.6, with a broken leg was flung into the air, landing precisely to the right of the bed. Lin Mo focused intently on his game. Fireball spell exhilarated. Eat this and die. Whoosh! A bright orange fireball hurtled into the demon wolf's skull. Killed wasteland demon wolf. EXP plus 35. Beautiful shot. Shirtu's eyes lit up, marveling at the precision and timing. It was flawless. Young master, 12 o'clock direction, 2 incoming. Ahu's voice rang out. 2 poison lizards with barely a sliver of health were tossed over. Boom! Boom! 2 fireballs detonated on impact, erupting into fiery bursts. Double kill. Holy crap! Ahu, having just returned, was wide-eyed with disbelief. He exchanged a glance with Shirtu, swallowing nervously as he muttered. Captain Yi said that the young master's microcontrols and multitasking were insane. I didn't believe her at first, but now I see it's true. Shirtu whispered back. As an earth mage, I can tell you, pulling off this level of microcontrol and multitasking is no joke. The young master is truly extraordinary. Minute by minute, the Special Forces team's coordination improved, and their monster-luring efficiency surged. Soon, instead of 1 or 2 clusters of 3 to 5 monsters, wasteland creatures in varying forms, were being wounded and tossed toward the bed. As the night wore on, Lin Mo went on a winning streak in his ranked games, but eventually ran into consecutive losses, leaving his energy depleted. Yawn! He let out a massive yawn, his eyelids fluttering heavily as the phone screen turned blurry. I can't. I'm done. After an all-nighter yesterday and today's grind through the Abyss dungeon, even a machine wouldn't hold up. Casually tossing his phone onto the pillow, he tilted to one side and burrowed into the soft, luxurious silk comforter. Keep going. I'll take a nap. His voice trailed off as he shifted to find a comfortable position, burying his face into the pillow. In less than 3 seconds, a soft, steady breathing sound replaced his words. The ambient noise evened out. Not far away, Ahu was dragging a ironclad rhino and came back, ready to shout, "Young master, take the monster." However, he froze as he saw Lin Mo already curling up under the blanket. Meanwhile, Shirtu was hauling a half-dead porcupine back. Noticing Lin Mo fast asleep, Shirtu stopped, dumbfounded. "Is he asleep?" he muttered. Ahu nodded in confusion. "Looks like it. Do we still throw the mobs?" Shirtu glanced down at the porcupine in his hand, then at Ahu's rhino. Ahu frowned, pondering for a moment before replying. "Captain Yi said we're grinding levels all night. She didn't say we should stop just because he slept." Shirtu hesitated. "But if the young master is asleep, what if something goes wrong?" Gritting his teeth, Ahu assured, "Don't worry. We'll wear down the monsters. Even if the young master doesn't react, we can finish them off without harming him in the slightest." Shirtu nodded. "All right, let's give it a shot." Ahu grunted as he swung the heavy ironclad rhino, tossing it lightly toward the edge of the large bed. Buzz! Out of nowhere, a fireball materialized, shot forward with a whistling sound, and pierced right through the ironclad rhino. Both Ahu and Shirtu were stunned. "He's really asleep?" Shirtu could hardly believe it. "Young master," Ahu called softly. Lin Mo remained motionless, unresponsive. "Young master," Ahu raised his voice slightly. Lin Mo's brows furrowed faintly. He rolled over with his pillow and continued to sleep soundly. The two exchanged confused glances, left utterly speechless. "This is some real sleep, huh?" Ahu took a deep breath and remarked in awe. "Even rolling over is so natural. Must be deep sleep. Amazing, absolutely amazing." Shirtu shuddered with excitement, whispering, "Brother Hu, have you heard about it? There's a legend about top-tier professionals training their battle instincts to the extreme. They can fight in their sleep, relying purely on physical and mental reflexes to kill enemies without actively being aware."
Ahu frowned, hésitant.
That kind of ability, no one can actually pull it off, right? Young master just recently switched classes. You don't get it. Shirtu shot him a knowing look. Can we even compare to young Master Lin? Do you know who he is? He's Commander Lin's son. Like father, like son. A tiger doesn't raise dogs. Ahu blinked in realization and then nodded firmly. You're right. Being the commander's son, it's normal for him to have monstrous talent. Quickly, they reached a consensus, gazing at Lin Mo with reverence in their eyes. So what are we waiting for? Keep it up. Let's go. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily rolled over, his hand instinctively patting the space beside him. In front of him stood a delicate and beautiful girl dressed in a black and white frilly-made outfit. She was holding a warm glass of milk. Seeing him wake up, she leaned slightly forward. Young master, you're awake. Her soft and sweet voice was pleasing to the ear. You must have been exhausted last night. You've slept until now. Please have some milk to replenish yourself. Lin Mo sat up, took the milk in one go, and opened his status panel almost absent-mindedly. Name, Lin Montag. Class, Mage. Level, LV.10, 8%. Well, isn't that something? Hit level 10 for real. He thought to himself in satisfaction. While others spent blood, sweat, and tears grinding mobs, all he'd done was sleep to level up, winning effortlessly while lying down. Totally worth it. Looking around, he only saw the maid at his side. "Where is everyone else?" he asked. The maid replied softly, "Young master, about an hour ago, Captain Ahu and the others stopped pulling mobs. Since you were sleeping deeply and there was no response from the monsters they sent over, Captain Yi was concerned that continuing might disturb your rest or pose a safety risk, so she told them to stop. Some are standing guard outside, while others went to rest." "I see," Lin Mo nodded, thinking about how even his fireball spells had gotten completely worn out. At that moment, Yi Hongyu appeared, followed by Ahu and Shirtu. The three looked visibly fatigued, traces of bloodshot eyes in their gazes. "Good morning, young master," greeted Yi Hongyu respectfully. "Morning. Thanks for your hard work." Lin Mo stretched lazily as he climbed out of bed. "I slept too soundly last night. Did I cause any trouble for you?" "No trouble at all. That was deep meditation, young master."
Auschuckled.
"To maintain precise kills while in deep sleep, you're practically divine." Lin Mo let out an awkward laugh but didn't elaborate. "Young master, shall we continue grinding levels?" Yi Hongyu glanced around at the specialized soldiers waiting on standby. "If you want, I can have them start pulling mobs immediately." Lin Mo casually glanced at his skill tab. His fireball spell had a status labeled as fast asleep, drooling. His primary offensive skill was currently offline. If leveling up meant manually casting fireballs one by one, he'd rather stay in bed and play some ranked matches. "Forget it, Sister Yi. Let's hold off on leveling for now." Lin Mo yawned. "I just woke up still drowsy. Gotta rest up and clear my head first." "All right, whatever young master decides." Yi Hongyu nodded. Suddenly, Shirtu chimed in, "Young master, now that you've hit level 10, isn't it time to learn a second basic skill? Yesterday, the commander mentioned you were thinking of picking an earth element skill." Lin Mo remembered it was indeed time to acquire a new skill. That's right, survival's key. He fished out the Earth Shield spell basic skill book given to him by Su Wan yesterday. Ahu immediately chimed in, "Young master, the skill you picked is absolutely spot on. It's not just crucial for survival. Stone is the only S-tier Earth Element Affinity Mage on our team. In terms of understanding Earth-based skills, he's ranked second in Jianghai City, and no one dares claim first." Ahu chuckled and gave Stone a friendly nudge. Stone quickly waved his hand modestly. "Don't exaggerate, brother Hu. I'm not worthy of the S-tier title. Honestly, young master's fireball technique is already more impressive than my 10+ years of Earth Shield technique." Though his words were humble, the confidence in Stone's eyes was undeniable. As an S-tier Earth Affinity user, he was born with a profound connection to the Earth. His ability to construct defensive skills was unmatched. "All right, Stone, no need to downplay it. Since you're an expert, once I've learned it, I'll need to trouble you for some guidance." "Not at all. Young master, go ahead and learn it. If you have any questions, just ask, and I'll explain everything to you in detail." Stone replied with a smile. Lin Mo wasted no more words. Since this was a skill tied to his survival, the earlier he learned it, the better he'd feel. "Use." With the simple command, the skill book dissolved into shimmering lights and drifted into his brow. "You have learned the basic skill, Earth Shield Technique, LV.1. Earth Shield Technique. Summon an Earth Element Shield to block physical and magical damage from the front." Lin Mo wasn't too concerned about the specifics of the skill. Instead, he was curious about whether this skill would speak to him. Experimentally, he called out in his mind, "Little Earth? Are you there? Anyone there? Hello? Hello? Moshi Moshi?" The skill icon remained motionless, with no response.
Lin Montag fraunet.
Could fireball technique be unique? Or was the skill just a mute? As Lin Mo dazed off after learning the skill, Stone couldn't help but ask, "Young master, how does it feel?" Like an experienced teacher, Stone patiently explained, "The hardest part of being an earth element mage is communicating with the earth elements. Fire elements are volatile. They ignite at the slightest nudge, but earth elements are steady and require immense patience to use effectively. Since this is your first contact, it's completely normal to feel nothing." Lin Mo stopped worrying about it. After all, Stone was explaining so earnestly. It would be rude not to respond. "Oh, I see. Thanks for the lesson, Brother Stone." Seeing Lin Mo's humble attitude, Stone felt a sense of pride and playfully pointed to the open space in front of Lin Mo. "Young master, why don't you try casting Earth Shield technique? Here, I'll help you take a look." "All right, let's give it a shot." Lin Mo agreed and stood up. Buzz, as the skill activated. A soft yellow radiance surrounded Lin Mo, gradually coalescing into a translucent earth element shield, floating before him. However, it looked so fragile that it seemed like a gentle breeze could shatter it. Ahu and Yi Hongyu exchanged a glance, both thinking the same. Without elemental affinity, it's already impressive for a first attempt to form anything at all. Don't expect much in terms of strength. Stone stepped closer and tapped lightly on the shield with 2 fingers. For a first attempt, this form already surpasses 90% of newbies. His words implied that Lin Mo lacked elemental affinity, and being able to form even a flimsy shield was remarkable. However, he still maintained a polite tone. "But," Stone continued, "the structure is far too loose. Young master, you need to calm your mind. Don't rush into thinking about defense. First, feel the earth beneath your feet. Imagine drawing on the rocks and soil below, compressing them, and stacking them to fill the shield." As Stone spoke, he gestured with his hands while guiding with his spirit force. "Follow me. Take a deep breath. Feel that sense of weight and solidity." Lin Mo nodded and closed his eyes. Even without elemental affinity, under Stone's guidance, the thin shield began to change. Buzz, the shield's color darkened noticeably. While it wasn't yet strong, it appeared much sturdier. "Yes, that's it." Stone clapped his hands in excitement. "Young master, remember that feeling just now? With this level of shield thickness, you can easily block a basic fireball technique attack of the same level." Unable to restrain his enthusiasm, Stone proposed, "How about we give it a test? I'll cast a small fireball to see how the shield's defense holds up."
Ye Hongyu frowned.
"Stone, the young master just learned it, and you want to hit him already? Don't worry, Captain Yi. I've got this under control. I'll use a small fireball. The shield can definitely handle it." Stone sounded extremely confident. Seeing his assurance, Yi Hongyu relented with a nod. After all, Stone was a veteran mage and had impeccable control. She and Ah, who backed away a few steps, while Stone retreated 10 meters as well. Whoosh! In Stone's palm, an orange-red fireball began to form, even smaller than the one Lin Mo had cast earlier. But just as the fireball appeared, the previously unresponsive Earth Shield technique icon suddenly began to quiver violently. Earth Shield technique senses a dangerous presence. Earth Shield technique lets out a piercing scream. Danger.
Danger.
Stay away. Don't come any closer.
Lin Mo was dumbfounded.
This shield could talk? It stayed silent before, yet now it was screaming louder than anyone.
Danger?
What danger? Instinctively, Lin Mo glanced at Stone, who was 10 meters away. That little fireball was only the size of a fist, even smaller than the ones he had cast earlier. This thing counts as dangerous? He stared at the earth shield floating in front of him. Shield was utterly speechless in his heart. Did this earth shield technique misunderstand the meaning of the word danger? However, not only did the skill earth shield technique, in the skill panel not quiet down, it began to flash intensely instead. Earth shield technique, tremblingly said, "It's terrifying. That fireball is sneering. Master, it's going to burn you to ashes." Earth shield technique panicked, letting its imagination run wild. It believed that one thin shield couldn't possibly block such a dreadful attack. It needed to be thicker, sturdier, and more all-encompassing. Earth Shield Technique started frantically extracting Earth elemental energy from deep underground. Congratulations! Due to extreme fear, your skill has automatically evolved into Earth Flow Wall, Basic. Earth Flow Wall. A thick earth wall rises instantly from the ground, capable of blocking frontal attacks and altering terrain. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Lin Mo stared at the new skill description on the screen, his mouth twitching. What even is this? It evolves into a new skill out of sheer fear of dying? Before he could react, a voice came from afar. Young master, are you ready? The person speaking, Stone, had a simple and honest smile on his face as he patiently said, Don't panic. Take a deep breath and focus your spiritual energy on the shield. I'll attack now. Lin Mo glanced at the Earth Flow Wall icon and then at the small fireball in Stone's hand, his expression somewhat peculiar. I'm ready. He figured he was ready if the skill had already activated. Stone, noticing Lin Mo's odd reaction, put away his smile and said seriously, Young master, there's no need to worry. This earth shield may look thin, but under my guidance, it's more than enough. I'll control the strength so you can rest assured. With my 10 years of experience as an earth elemental mage, I guarantee the shield won't budge. It won't even wobble. This exercise is mainly to let you experience what it feels like to block an attack. Nearby, Tiger chuckled. Don't worry, young master. Stone may be an earth element mage, but he's well-versed in fireball techniques too. If he says it's enough, then it's enough. From a distance, Yi Hongyu nodded silently, signaling that everything was fine. Lin Mo only felt a headache coming on. He wasn't so much afraid of being hurt as he was worried about them being scared out of their wits. With no way to explain, he could only nod. All right then, Brother Stone, I won't dodge. Great. Watch closely, young master, Stone exclaimed, flicking his wrist. Go! The small fireball floated leisurely towards Lin Mo. At that same moment, Earth Shield Technique let out a desperate shriek. It's coming! It's coming! We're dead. It's instant death. Earth Shield Technique panicked. I just learned a new skill. I don't even know if this can block it. Desperate measures now. Earth Shield Technique swore. I will protect my master with my life. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if a giant subterranean beast had just stirred. An earthquake! Tiger's face turned pale. Yi Hongyu quickly drew her dagger, scanning the surroundings warily. Even Stone froze in place. The next second, the ground in front of Lin Mo exploded. Rise! Accompanied by the furious roar of Earth Shield Technique, dirt and rocks surged wildly upward. In the blink of an eye, a thick and solid wall of earth and stone erected itself between Lin Mo and the fireball. Not a shield, but a wall. 5 meters tall, 10 meters long, and 2 meters thick. The enormous earthen wall dominated their entire view. The once sunny and open clearing now looked as if it was blocked by a small mountain. That tiny fireball was utterly insignificant in the face of this massive wall. The fireball collided with the earth flow wall, leaving not even a scorch mark before extinguishing. Only a thin wisp of smoke drifted into the sky, pitifully lonely. A deathly silence fell over the landscape. The rocky outcrop was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind brushing past the earthen wall could be heard. This isn't a shield. It's a wall. Tiger stared dumbfounded at the enormous wall, muttering the same phrase repeatedly under his breath. Yi Hongyu froze mid-action, her dagger clutch paralyzed in midair, her eyes filled with shock. Stone's jaw dropped so far it looked as though his eyes might fall out too. He gawked at the earthen wall resembling a fortress wall, completely thrown off his game. This was the basic earth skill Earth Flow Wall? How could someone barely learning the introductory skill immediately grasp the beginner level one? And what was even more absurd, using this massive wall to block a small fireball the size of a fist. This was way too over the top. Meanwhile, Earth Shield Technique. Of all things, seemed to sigh in relief. Earth Shield Technique. Trembling. Phew, that was close. Almost didn't make it. Earth Shield Technique. Shaken. That fireball came within 10 meters of Master. I could feel my life slipping away. Earth Shield Technique. Smug. Master, wasn't my reaction quick? Without me, you'd definitely have turned into a piece of charred meat just now. Lin Mo stood behind his newfound fortress of a wall, looking up at the massive structure. He reached out to touch its surface. It was rough, solid, and carried a deep, cool hint of the underground. Undeniably reliable. But, bro, could you at least have some dignity as a skill? A tiny fireball, and you act like it's the end of the world. My face turned red. Fireball spell grumbled in irritation. What's the noise? Woke me up. The skill icon trembled slightly. Fireball spell glared around angrily. Who caused this? Show yourself. Before Lin Mo could explain, Earth Shield spell shouted in panic. Master, be careful. There's an enemy behind the strange noise.
Lin Montag sighed helplessly.
Little Earth, that's fireball spell, your big brother, he's on our side. Relax. This immediately eased the tension in Earth Shield spell's reaction. Earth Shield spell heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, big brother gives me such a sense of security. Fireball spell looked at the new little brother suspiciously. Huh? I have a little brother now? Since when? Suddenly, fireball spell twitched its nose in a sensitive gesture. Fireball spell furrowed its brows. Wait a second. There's a faint scent of fire element in the air. It stared blankly at the wall ahead. Fireball spell murmured in confusion. What's this? Why is there a wall suddenly here? Lin Mo patiently explained. Someone fired a small fireball just now as a test. This wall was built by your new little brother to block the attack. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a silence stretched for 3 seconds before Fireball spell let out a mocking laugh. Fireball spell sneered disdainfully. This measly amount of fire element, and it made a wall. Fireball spell added with contempt. Getting scared by such weak attacks. What a disgrace. Strong spells don't need such turtle shell tactics. Earth Shield spell whispered timidly. Safety first, all right? Protecting even Master's tiny hairs is what matters the most. I didn't do anything wrong. Fireball spell rolled its eyes dramatically. Cowards. Just admit you're weak instead of making excuses. Attacks this lame aren't even worth my attention. But you, a useless spell, actually feared it. Earth Shield spell muttered quietly. I'd never admit to being your little brother. My only big brother is Master. You're just a brute. Fireball spell narrowed its eyes icily. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? Earth Shield spell retorted sharply. Master is the best looking. All right, enough. Both of you zip it. Lin Mo said grumpily, rubbing his temples. Fireball, if you two keep arguing, you won't be getting fire dragon meat tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball spell icon flickered several times before settling into silence. What a surefire tactic. Fireball spell simmered with frustration, thinking that it, a noble forbidden spell, was being controlled with the promise of a piece of meat. How humiliating. Fireball spell grumbled internally. If only I had a mouth, I'd talk back. Living under this bondage, when will it end? Fireball spell status updated. Now resting in forced silence. Seeing the quieted fireball spell, Earth Shield spell sulked for a moment before turning admiringly toward Lin Mo. Of course, Master is incredible. Just one sentence can completely shut that brood up. Finally, Lin Mo let out a relaxing breath. Peace had returned to his world. Young Master? Young Master. From behind the wall came Stone's worried voice. Are you all right over there? Lin Mo dusted himself off, calmly walking around the earth wall with a composed expression. I'm fine. Stone, you did a great job controlling that fireball spell. Not a scratch on me. Outside, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Ahu, Stone, and Yi Hongyu stood frozen, eyes fixated on the imposing earth wall. Whoa! Ahu reached out to touch the wall, shivering at its icy, rock-hard surface. Stone, be honest with me. Ahu turned with a piercing look. How much time did it take you to learn this skill back then? Stone gave a sheepish smile. Once upon a time, he'd have boasted confidently. 5 days of training, learned it with the help of a skill book. A respectable achievement. But now, saying it aloud felt shameful. His voice shrank to a mosquito's buzz. F5 days, plus a earth wave wall skill book to assist. Ahu and Yi Hongyu didn't mock him. They knew very well that 5 days was already an S-level elemental affinities limit. For an S-level genius to need 5 days and a skill book, perfectly normal. But Lin Mo? He had taken just one basic Earth Shield spell skill book and somehow innovated it into an advanced skill. And now, standing in front of this Earth wall, it had been less than 5 minutes. This wasn't just a difference in talent. It was a difference in species. Young master. Stone took a deep breath, tapping on the smooth face of the wall. This is an Earth Element beginner skill Earth Wave Wall, with flawless structure. It can block attacks from levels 10 ranks above yours. He traced a finger along its edges, murmuring under his breath, "Young master, if you claimed to be some illegitimate child of the Earth God himself, I think I'd believe you." Beside him, both Ahu and Yi Hongyu nodded solemnly. Last night, he seemed like the reincarnation of the Flame God. Today, he was seemingly the son of Earth. They had solved it. Lin Mo must definitely be the illegitimate offspring of the Earth God. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly, a bit flustered. Cough, Stone. Don't go making things up now. My father is very much alive. Home. Stone froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hand with a smile. Young master, don't take it seriously. I was just joking. He wiped his sweat and hurried to change the subject. But young master, while this defensive skill is sturdy, it consumes a great deal of mental energy. Pointing at the towering wall, he seriously advised, for normal attacks, just use the basic Earth Shield technique. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Don't you think so? You're right, Brother Stone. I'll be more conservative with it next time. Lin Mo nodded. Although that time didn't drain his mental energy, after all, it wasn't his own power being expended. Seeing Lin Mo's compliance, Stone sighed in relief.
Suddenly, Ye Hongyu's pocket buzzed.
She pulled out her phone and glanced at the screen, her eyebrows knitting into a frown. What's wrong, Captain Yi? Ahu noticed her change in demeanor and immediately suppressed his smile. Stone also tensed and came closer instinctively. Staring at the screen, Yi Hongyu said gravely, I just received intel. A large number of wild beasts are gathering toward Sunset Canyon. This is a sign of a monster tide. What? A monster tide? Lin Mo asked curiously. Stone immediately explained, Young master, a monster tide is essentially a special kind of spatial anomaly. He gestured while talking. This anomaly draws in wild monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, compelling them to swarm toward the central point. The closer to the core, the more ferocious the creatures become. Their aggression and attributes spike dramatically. His expression turned grim. The most dangerous part is that, at a certain point, a wild boss will randomly appear near the central area. A monster tide signals extreme peril. Ahu quickly added, That's right, young master. If wild beasts enter within 10 kilometers, their combat strength significantly increases. To ensure the safety of outdoor professionals, we typically impose a strict blockade around a 10-kilometer radius. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. I see. At that moment, Yi Hongyu's phone buzzed again. She glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered. Commander. Understood. I'll lead the team over right now. Rest assured, Commander, the mission will be accomplished. After a brief exchange, Yi Hongyu hung up. She calmed herself, surveyed the group, and announced firmly, Commander's orders. We are to pack up immediately and head to the Sunset Canyon containment areas, bringing the young master along. What? Bringing the young master. Ahu and Stone were momentarily stunned, their faces filled with surprise. Stone expressed his concern. Captain Yi, that's a monster tide. The creatures will be unusually violent and densely packed. While the young master has earth flow wall to protect himself, it's still a chaotic battleground. Exactly. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Ahu furrowed his brow deeply. Yi Hongyu, however, shook her head resolutely. With me, with you all, and with the special task force, where's the danger? Stick with last night's plan. Let everyone else weaken the monsters first, then leave the finishing blows to the young master. With monsters this densely packed, the rate of gains. The young master might even reach level 15 by today. Ahu and Stone exchanged a look, quickly coming to their senses. Holy crap, we totally forgot about that. Exactly. Opportunities like this don't come every day. It's practically a leveling paradise tailor-made for the young master. The three reached a consensus immediately. Currently, Lin Mo was at level 10. Ordinarily, the limited density of wild monsters in the field meant he could barely push to just over level 12. Breaking through beyond that seemed almost impossible. But with the monster tide, as long as he harvested skillfully, it was indeed possible to jump straight to level 15. Yi Hongyu turned her gaze to Lin Mo and asked, "Young master, what's your opinion?" Before Lin Mo could respond, the panel displaying Earth Shield technique began to shake actively. Earth Shield technique curled up into itself, pleading desperately. A monster tide. Just hearing the name is terrifying. Master, it's too dangerous, we shouldn't go. Before the words faded, Fireball technique erupted in a fiery yell. Fireball technique crackled with flames, pointing accusatorily at Earth Shield technique. Shut up, you cowardly turtle. Fireball technique roared. All you know is hiding and cowering. Don't listen to this spineless shell. We're going. We absolutely must go. I want to burn the place down. Turn it into a sea of fire. Earth Shield technique timidly retorted. That's reckless. Master safety comes first. Fireball technique bellowed in fury. Silence. The strong act boldly. What's the point of hesitating? You're just asking for a good scorching. Enough already. Lin Mo interjected, holding his throbbing forehead. Stop arguing. My head's about to explode. He glanced at the well-equipped Ahu and Stone, then at Yi Hongyu's composed demeanor. Including the special task force with his wall of size and fire cannon, what real danger could there be? Lin Mo shrugged, looking indifferent. I'll go with Captain Yi. Cease. All right. Just as Yi Hongyu was about to issue a rally order, Lin Mo suddenly added quite seriously. By the way, bring the bed too. The air froze in an instant. With undeniably envy-worthy, top-tier talent. He still insisted on bringing a bed while leveling up. Was the young master an overachieving workaholic or just a pampered hedonist? Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and calmly responded, Don't worry, young master. Forget just a bed. We can bring an entire house if you'd like. Ahu, arrange for transport and move everything young master needs. Sure too. Assemble the troops. Yes. 2 hours later, a massive steel convoy rolled grandly into the outskirts of Sunset Canyon. At this moment, the skies above the canyon were stained in eerie, dark red, as if soaked in blood. The city defense forces had already set up barricades at every junction. The stretch limousine carrying Lin Mo slowly entered the restricted zone. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a crisp, clear voice called out from a distance, Young Master Lin? Lin Mo turned to see Xia Qingyue waving at him. She jogged over, smiling as she asked, Young Master Lin, are you here to join the defense operation? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, more or less. What are you doing here? Xia Qingyue gave a wry smile and explained, We were just training in this canyon when we suddenly got hit with a monster tide warning and were forced to evacuate. Lin Mo nodded. Oh, I see. Stay safe. He had no intention of letting Xia Qingyue tag along for experience points since they didn't know each other well, and there were plenty of other suitable training areas for her, not necessarily here. Lin Mo withheld an invitation, but Xia Qingyue didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she leaned in and lowered her voice. By the way, young Master Lin, the Zhao family contacted me last night. The Zhao family? Zhao Yu's father, the military commander? What did they want with you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Xia Qingyue nodded and candidly replied, They tried to bribe me. Bribe you? Lin Mo's interest was piqued. They said if I don't take tomorrow's exam too seriously and let Zhao Yu take the top spot in the city, they'd compensate me with 3 million Longwa coins. Did you take the deal? Lin Mo asked. Xia Qingyue shook her head, her gaze resolute. I refused. Why? Was the money not enough? Lin Mo looked slightly surprised. Xia Qingyue shot him a glance, curling her lips in disdain. It's not about the money. I can't stand the arrogance of the Zhao family, especially Zhao Yu. He's all talk with no real skill. She paused, then said seriously, More importantly, I know who the true strong ones are. Rather than cozying up to the Zhao family, I'd rather stand by you, even if it's just symbolically. Xia Qingyue was smart. She didn't want to get caught up in the power struggles of influential families, but she understood the importance of taking sides. After witnessing Lin Mo's abilities, she chose the Lin family without hesitation. If she had accepted the Zhao family's money and ended up being seen by Lin Mo as someone who was greedy and prone to betrayal, it wouldn't be worth it. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and flicked Xia Qingyue on the forehead. Are you dumb? Don't want the money? Or do you think you can actually take the top spot on merit alone? Xia Qingyue froze, caught off guard by the flick. Lin Mo shook his head, clicking his tongue. Is the Zhao family out of their minds? Bribing you? Do they really think you're the one who led that abyss dungeon raid? Xia Qingyue's face turned red. His words were sharp but true. The Zhao family was willing to pay a hefty price because she was an A-rank talent and had recently cleared an abyss dungeon, mistakenly believing she had led the team. Enough nonsense.
Lin Mo waved dismissively.
Since they're eager to be suckers, let them. Take the money and just take the test as usual. As long as I don't intervene, neither of you has a chance at the top spot. Seeing Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor resolved Xia Qingyue's last bit of inner conflict. I understand, young Master Lin. She nodded firmly, pulled out her phone, and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Why waste time competing with people when you can compete with money? At that moment, an adjutant quickly approached, saluted Lin Mo, and then whispered to Yi Hongyu. Captain Yi, Commander Zhao's unit has arrived. Captain Zhang is looking for you. Captain Zhang. Yi Hongyu frowned. Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao? Who's that supposed to be? Lin Mo asked casually. The adjutant responded, Young Master, Zhang Chao is Commander Zhao Lei's 1st Battalion captain and his most trusted lieutenant. Yi Hongyu looked toward a middle-aged man striding toward them. Lin Mo realized the man's rank wasn't low, likely on par with Yi Hongyu. Zhang Chao approached with 2 adjutants, his thin frame, sunken eyes, and menacing aura making an impression. Captain Yi, it's been a while. Zhang Chao put on a forced smile, exuding a mix of insincerity and sarcasm. Ah, it's been half a year since last time, hasn't it? Still as radiant as ever. Yi Hongyu didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Her voice was cold and detached as she replied, If you've got something to say it quickly. The monster tide is about to break out. I don't have time for small talk. Unperturbed, Zhang Chao shifted his gaze toward Lin Mo, who stood by her side. Behind Lin Mo, dozens of people were busily setting up a temporary base camp. Everything was running tightly and efficiently. Right at the center of the camp stood a familiar luxurious bed, soft and ostentatious. Several maids were carefully arranging fruit platters and snacks on the bedside table. Nearby, a chef was calibrating a portable grill, preparing to host a barbecue for the young master out in the wild. Zhang Chao's eyelid twitched slightly at the scene. He had seen people bringing teams to level up, and rich scions coming out to experience life. But this was his first time seeing someone literally move their home to the front lines of a monster tide. Well, well, well. He clicked his tongue and muttered to Yi Hongyu. Is this the young master of the Lin family? His style is truly something. The scions of great families are really cut from a different cloth. Zhang Chao sneered inwardly. Facing a life and death situation like a monster tide, and he still treats it like a vacation. In his mind, all the levels this young master had seemingly accumulated were utterly useless. Without the matching skills and real combat experience, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. And to top it off, he was a blank slate mage with no elemental affinity, a complete waste of resources. Zhang Chao, another word out of line, and I'll sew your mouth shut myself. Yi Hongyu interrupted icily, her hand revealing a short blade. Whoa, 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 no need for that, Captain Yi. Zhang Chao quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was just kidding. I actually came here for serious business this time. Then speak quickly. Yi Hongyu snapped coldly. Zhang Chao dropped the smile from his face. He gestured toward the depths of the canyon up ahead. As per usual, when facing catastrophic events like the monster tide, it's most efficient for everyone to team up and clear the monsters together. But this time, the situation's a bit different. He glanced at Lin Mo and then gestured toward his own camp. Your young master wants to level up, and our young master Zhao wants to do the same. With limited monsters, if we mix and fight together, competition's inevitable and tensions will flare. It won't look good for anyone.
Ye Hongyu frowned.
So, what are you proposing? Stay out of each other's way, Zhang Chao said decisively, marking a line with his hand. We'll use the canyon's central axis as the boundary. The west side belongs to us, and the east side to you. Each group hunts its own monsters. No interference. As for the wilderness boss that will definitely spawn, he added, a glint of competitiveness flashing in his eyes. Whoever finds it first gets to fight it. The other side can't interfere. Deal? Yi Hongyu didn't agree right away. The proposal seemed fair and sensible. It delineated clear boundaries to prevent conflicts and adhered to the first strike rule. But she didn't have the authority to decide on her own. She turned to Lin Mo for his opinion. Young master, what do you think? Without much thought, Lin Mo nodded and replied, Sounds fair. No problem. Yi Hongyu turned back to Zhang Chao. The young master has agreed. You take the west side, we'll take the east. As for the boss, it's up to skill. Now, kindly leave. Straightforward. I like it. Zhang Chao chuckled smugly, casting a glance at the other side where Lin Mo's team was lighting a fire and setting up the grill. His gaze then fell briefly on the reclining young master, his disdain apparent. This pampered boy, spoon-fed his entire life, was nothing more than a waste of air. Even if he hit level 100, he'd still amount to nothing. Well then, I won't disturb young Master Lin any further, Zhang Chao said mockingly, shaking his head as he and his deputy strode off. Meanwhile, over at the Zhao family's camp, the atmosphere was tense and severe. Hundreds of soldiers stood in disciplined, impenetrable rows. At the center, Zhao Yu sat in a chair with his eyes closed, meditating. Bzzz, his phone vibrated. He opened his eyes and answered the call. A respectful voice came through the other end. Young Master Zhao, everything's been taken care of. Xia Qingyue accepted the 3 million and promised not to compete with you for the top spot during the exam. A sneer curled Zhao Yu's lips. Got it. He hung up the phone and tossed it aside carelessly. A teammate nearby sneered alongside him. She pretended to be all high and mighty, but in the end, she still took the money. Xia, the so-called campus goddess, sure knows how to act. Zhao Yu scoffed. Humph, my father wasted his time and money. He didn't have to pay that useless sum. So what if Xia Qingyue led a team through the Abyss Dungeon? She's just an A-ranked water mage. Zhao Yu's face brimmed with disdain. Though his family had no shortage of wealth, he still felt like a sucker in this transaction. Even if the Abyss Dungeon was supposedly at the same level and difficulty, the differences between dungeons could be vast. That particular dungeon seemed absurdly easy. Otherwise, how could an A-ranked water mage possibly clear it with a team? Let's not forget, she's only good at exams. The gap between our professions is something she can't bridge with a few merits in battle statistics. Zhao Yu sneered. His teammate chimed in immediately. Exactly. That dungeon must have been a joke. Compared to you, young Master Zhao, with your S-ranked flame mage profession, she doesn't come close. Your multi-burst fireball that splits into 5 projectiles? No one in Zhonghai City can compare. That 3 million was practically thrown into the trash. Just then, Zhang Chao strode in with large steps. Young Master Zhao, the deal's done with the Lin family. We've secured the west side, and the east side belongs to them. The boss will go to whoever gets to it first. Zhao Yu nodded and smiled. Good. What about Lin Mo's side? What are they up to now? Zhang Chao sighed with a shrug. That young master of theirs? Probably lying on his bed, playing around with the maids. A bed? Zhao Yu froze for a moment. He actually moved a bed over here? Zhang Chao shrugged. Not just that, he brought maids, chefs, and even set up a barbecue grill. He looks completely like he's here on vacation. Compared to your professional readiness, it's a far cry. Several team members nearby burst into laughter. The young master of the Lin family must be out of his mind. Soon enough, he'll probably move his whole house here. Being high level is useless. Without skills or real combat experience, he's just dead weight. Rich family young masters only know how to enjoy life. Zhao Yu shook his head and sighed, his tone full of disdain. Don't underestimate him. Even if he's just a no-skill whiteboard mage, with his level suppressing others, breaking into the city's top 10 isn't entirely impossible. A tinge of nostalgia surfaced in him. Before their advancement into their current professions, he had viewed Lin Mo as his biggest rival. Both families had similar backgrounds, their fathers both commanding city defenses, and since childhood, the two had always been compared. Back then, Lin Mo was lazy yet his grades were decent, always keeping close behind Zhao Yu. But now, Lin Mo was completely ruined. On the other hand, Zhao Yu was destined for admission into a top-tier academy, set to soar to new heights. Since their profession upgrades, the vast gap between them was obvious. They weren't even walking the same path anymore. Treating Lin Mo as a rival was nothing but an insult to his own S-grade talent. At the center of the Lin family's temporary camp, Lin Mo was half lying on a soft bed, leaning back against 2 latex pillows. Young master, the freshly chilled amethyst grapes we flew in have been peeled. Please try them. A maid dressed in lace knelt by the bedside, offering the crystal-clear grapes. Lin Mo popped one grape into his mouth and said, Not bad. Sweet. You deserve a reward. He casually pulled out a few 100 yuan bills. The maid's eyes instantly sparkled. Thank you, young master. You're so generous. I'll peel grapes for you every day from now on. As Lin Mo felt the softness of the maid's hands, he internally mocked the decadence of this bourgeois capitalist lifestyle. But it was undeniably delightful. Asterisk. Earth shield spell trembled nervously. Master, the monster tide here is ferocious and dangerous. How about we head back home? Asterisk. The fiery fireball spell countered angrily. Asterisk. Head back my ass. There's food, drinks, beauties, and monsters to kill. This is paradise. Asterisk. All right, settle down, Little Earth.
Lin Montag sust.
Don't worry, this territory is under my control. What's a monster tide compared to that? At that moment, Yi Hongyu walked in with big strides, followed by Shirtu and Ahu. Seeing Lin Mo leisurely eating grapes, none of them said a word. In their minds, Lin Mo's talent was unmatched. What mattered most was his strength. A true powerhouse displayed confidence born from their innate talent and strength. The young master's relaxed demeanor wasn't laziness. It stemmed from unshakable confidence. Young master. Yi Hongyu bowed slightly, her expression serious. The reconnaissance unit just sent the latest intel. She opened an electronic map. Within a radius of a few 100 kilometers, wild monsters are converging in this direction. their levels ranging from 1 to 40. The first wave to arrive will be low-level monsters from level 1 to 10. Following that, we'll encounter level 25 rampaging dire bears, level 30 venomous wyverns. Yi Hongyu circled an area on the map. Finally, level 35 to 40 thunderstorm hawks. They're flying beasts originating from the northern thundercloud peak. They are fast, possess ranged lightning attacks, and are the toughest to deal with. When they show up, the boss monster is likely to spawn as well, Shirtu added. But, young master, fighting monsters more than 10 levels above your own will result in an immense experience point reduction. For monsters like the level 25 and above, especially the level 40 thunderstorm hawks, the experience gains are minimal, making them not worth the effort. He hesitated before adding, besides, with such a level gap, it's almost impossible to deal effective damage to them. Yi Hongyu continued, for the early wave of low-level monsters, we will weaken them for you to finish off, helping you gain levels quickly. But when high-level flying monsters appear, our primary objective will shift to directly taking them down to ensure your safety. Lin Mo nodded, weighing his options. The level disparity was indeed significant. Forcing a kill on higher-level monsters would be dangerous, and insufficient damage might provoke retaliatory attacks. All right, safety first. He agreed without issue. Yi Hongyu explained further, aside from the monster tide, the key focus this time is the guaranteed boss monster spawn in the wild. Headquarters estimates its level will range from 25 to 40. Although experience reduction applies, the experience from killing an entire boss monster would still be substantial. If we can defeat it before the Zhao family, your level may reach 16, maybe even 17. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. During past annual examinations, most professionals averaged level 10, with top scorers around 13 to 15. If he could push to level 16, he would undoubtedly dominate the exam. How do we find the boss monster? He asked. Yi Hongyu explained, usually it comes down to either luck or a methodical search. However, the boss's elemental attribute also matters. If it's earth-based, Shitu's affinity as an earth mage can locate it. For fire-type Zhao, you might sense it. This test will rely on both strength and elemental attunement luck.
Lin Mo understood.
As a so-called whiteboard mage with no distinctive specializations, was he really just dead weight in this scenario? No, he shifted his gaze to his skill interface. That irritable little fireball had superior sensing capabilities, and the timid little earth spirit was absurdly sensitive to its surroundings. Luck in sensing? Maybe he wasn't as worthless as he thought. At this moment, a lieutenant came running over and saluted hurriedly. Report, Captain Yi. The first wave of wild creature tides is 3 kilometers away, mainly composed of wasteland wolves and fang-toothed rabbits. Yi Hongyu's expression tightened as she quickly entered combat mode. She turned and issued orders. Execute the plan. Shirtu, take your team to the eastern side. Ahu, lead your group to the west. I'll stay here to protect young master. If a boss is spotted, signal immediately. Understood. We'll complete the mission. The group shouted in unison before scattering swiftly. The once crowded camp suddenly emptied, leaving only Lin Mo, a few personal maids, and Yi Hongyu behind. Without further words, Yi Hongyu drew her short blade, moved to the camp entrance, and stood guard, awaiting her subordinates to usher in injured creatures. Fireball technique roared excitedly. Finally, last night was fantastic, and today there are so many creatures lining up to die. This is living life. Fireball technique smugly thought. I'm without a doubt the happiest skill alive. Advancing to forbidden spells is just around the corner. I totally chose the right master. Earth shield technique trembled, muttering, this is madness. With this many beasts, what if they break through the defenses? Fireball technique sneered disdainfully. What do you know? Killing is the path to growth. Lin Mo suddenly teased, little fireball, if you're enjoying this so much, how about calling me daddy? Fireball technique froze, struggling internally. That's over the line. I just called him that last night. I still have my pride. What pride? How about boiled shredded potatoes with chili tonight instead? It's been a while. Earth Shield Technique cheered. Hooray! I love potatoes. Fireball Technique fell silent in dismay. 2 seconds later, a voice filled with humiliation echoed.
Fireball technique, déda 10 points.
On the western side of Sunset Canyon, within the Zhao family's defensive zone, a few level 8 wolf-type wild creatures charged toward Zhao Yu with ferocity. He calmly retreated, his staff glowing red as fire elements erupted. Multiple exploding fireballs, he bellowed. A massive fireball split into 5 smaller ones, each the size of a human head, striking the wolf pack with precision. Boom! 5 consecutive explosions resounded. The creatures were blasted into charred carcasses, not even managing a single cry. His teammates stared in awe, exclaiming, "Zhao Xiao, that 5-hit combo of yours is flawless. Your damage output is terrifying." Panting, Zhao Yu withdrew a blue mana potion and chugged it down in one go. Using advanced skills so frequently took a heavy toll, but he relished the feeling of growing stronger. As sweat dripped down, mana surged within his body. Suddenly, an adjutant rushed over. "Zhao Xiao, any news on Lin Mo's side?" Zhao Yu wiped his brow, still unwilling to fully accept that Lin Mo had completely fallen from grace. Lin Mo had been his lifelong rival. Even if Lin Mo's awakening was blank and devoid of skills, it didn't mean he'd become entirely useless. The adjutant wore an odd expression, hesitating before reporting, "Zhao Xiao, young Master Lin Mo is lying in bed watching a movie. A maid is feeding him fruit. Beyond that, there's a large dirt wall that suddenly appeared, blocking our view. Injured beasts are being tossed behind the wall one after another." A dirt wall. Zhao Yu frowned, feeling puzzled by such extreme defensive measures. The atmosphere hung heavy for a few seconds before he scoffed and shook his head. He's done for. Completely done for. He slammed his staff hard against the ground, his voice growing cold. To think I once regarded him as my rival. In hindsight, treating him as my opponent is an insult to myself. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. With that, he stopped paying attention to the other side, his battle intent only growing fiercer. "This is too slow. There aren't nearly enough creatures for me to kill. Draw the entirety of the next wave over here. I'll take on 10 at once. I'll take on 10 at once." Fireball Technique roared. "One? You throw me one creature? Are you insulting me?" On the eastern side of Sunset Canyon, within the Lin family's encampment, 3 towering walls encircled a fortress-like domain, heavy and sturdy, fully enclosing Lin Mo inside the camp. Lin Mo reclined sideways, holding a glass of iced watermelon juice in one hand with a leisurely demeanor. Nearby, a maid held up a tablet playing a comedy film. Lin Mo sipped the juice, his expression relaxed. On the earthen wall above, Yi Hongyu stood upright, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Young master, the creatures are here," she said in a hushed voice. Before the words fully left her mouth, a single crippled wasteland magic wolf was hurled over by Ahu, landing just inside. Boom! The fireball spell roared and detonated, killing the beast instantly. Fireball Technique grumbled, "I told you before, I need 10 at a time to have any fun. One by one is just boring." Lin Mo let out a slight sigh and called out, "Sister Yi, throw in more creatures next time, 10 or so at once." Yi Hongyu paused momentarily, unfamiliar with seeing so many fireballs splitting up like this. After all, last night the wild beasts were scattered, and at most only 1 or 2 were sent in at a time. Even with the young master's strength, tossing in too many might lead to mistakes. "It's fine, just do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll handle it," Lin Mo said with a casual wave of his hand. Yi Hongyu nodded, turning and shouting downwards. 15 at a time. Toss them all." The subordinates outside hesitated briefly before working together. A group of half-dead creatures was launched over the high walls, crashing onto the open ground near Lin Mo's bedside. Yi Hongyu tightened her grip on her blade, ready to leap in at any moment to save the situation. In the next instant, flickering orange fireballs screamed through the air, erupting violently and shaking the ground. The fireballs swiftly split into 5. 1 fireball, 10 fireballs, and finally 15 fireballs locked precisely onto the monsters in the sky. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions of fireballs echoed through the air. Yi Hongyu stood dumbfounded, witnessing firsthand the 15 consecutive strike fireball technique. Multiple explosive fireballs? She said in astonishment. She had heard that Zhao Yu of the Zhao family could at best split 4 or 5 fireballs. But this young master casually unleashed 15 at once. Astounding. Indeed, the young master is extraordinary. She murmured in admiration. Such talent, such calmness. Zhao Yu doesn't even come close to comparing with him. Lowering her gaze to Lin Mo, who was still calmly reclining on his side, his expression indifferent, she saw no hint of emotion. It was as if the carnage that had just unfolded was nothing more than a trivial matter. Fireball spell cheered with excitement. So satisfying. The perfect art of explosions. Let's go again. Earth shield spell wailed in protest. No, not so many monsters at once. What if some slip through? It's too dangerous. Fireball spell roared in anger. Danger? Mist monsters? Are you doubting me? Earth shield spell curled up, whimpering. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the master. Could we take it easy next time? Fireball spell trembled with rage.
Lin Montag sighed exasperatedly.
All right, enough. Stop arguing. Little Earth, trust me. I may be bold, but I'm careful. Little Fire, don't intimidate your brother. It's all for my sake. Earth shield grunted. Fireball pouted. The two icons turned their backs to each other, facing opposite directions in silent defiance.
Lin Mo's mouth twitched.
Switching careers is really not that easy. Now he had to mediate between his own skills. Time slipped by quickly. The sun began to set over falling Sun Canyon, casting long shadows. Young master, monsters are coming, shouted Shirtu as several dark silhouettes were catapulted over the wall. Explosions of fireballs lit up the area one after another, quickly suppressing the enemy. Silence returned after a while. Shirtu wiped the sweat off his brow and glanced at the unbothered Lin Mo, his eyes filled with admiration. The young master's talent is truly unmatched, Shirtu remarked, looking at Yi Hongyu, who was standing vigilantly beside him. Although a bit lazy, he's still motivated. Before the big exam, he even knows to level up more. His safety awareness is also commendable, Shirtu said, patting the sturdy earth wall under his feet. Even with us guarding, the first thing he did was build this earth wall. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. Such caution is spot on. Out here in the wild, being cautious is even more important than raw strength. Talent coupled with awareness. This boy is destined for greatness, Shirtu concluded. As the two spoke, a subordinate came running in a hurry. Report. The officer gasped for breath, his voice urgent. Captain Yi, our scouts have detected a huge flock of thunderstorm eagles, a massive swarm darkening the skies. Distance, only 5 kilometers. They're finally here. Shirtu glanced at the darkening horizon and said in a grave tone, once we deal with this wave of birds, the wild boss will respawn. Yi Hongyu's eyes turned cold. She issued a sharp command to the soldiers around her. Everyone, listen up. Take down these monsters without holding back. We must ensure the young master's safety. Yes, the soldiers roared in unison. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo, who was within the safety of the earth wall. Young master, the thunderstorm eagles are all above level 35. Your level difference is too great, and the experience drop-off is severe. It'll be hard to break their defenses, let alone harvest kills. Leave this wave to us and take a break. Lin Mo looked into the distance where the skies were dark with the approaching swarm. Thunder rumbled closer. He opened his panel and gave it a brief glance. Level LV.15, 12%. The frantic grinding of the afternoon had shot his experience progress upward at an astonishing rate. Understood, I'll follow Sister Ye's instructions, he replied straightforwardly. Yi Hongyu let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Earth Shield icon on Lin Mo's interface began to tremble. Earth Shield spell voiced its anxiety. We have a wall, but no roof. What if they breach us from above? Master, let's just run away. It's not safe here. Before Lin Mo could respond, Fireball spell interjected, brimming with aggression. Fireball spell scoffed. Afraid of what? They're high level, so what? If they dare to fly in, we'll burn them one by one. If a pair comes, we burn the pair. Earth Shield spell, filled with despair. You can talk all you want, but those Thunderstorm Eagles are all level 35 or above, and we're only level 15. Enough! Lin Mo cut them off, a headache forming. Quiet down. Sister Yi and her team are guarding outside. A few birds won't get in. For now, we're not retreating. There's a boss about to spawn, and that's a lot of experience. Earth Shield muttered nervously, but the roof is open. If one slips in, I'm scared. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, paying it no attention, and closed his own to rest. Caw! Piercing screeches echoed as a massive flock of deep purple eagles surged out from the depths of the canyon. Each had a wingspan of at least 3 meters, arcs of electricity crackling between their wings. They're here. All units, get ready. Ranged classes, unleash your skills. Take them down. Yi Hongyu stood atop the wall, shouting her commands. Immediately, the ranged fighters joined the fray.
Multi-arau.
Explosive arrow. Wind blade. Ice spike. The multicolored skill orbs lit up the gloomy sky. Boom! The skills collided with the swarm of storm eagles, bursting into dazzling fireworks. There were just too many thunder cloud storm eagles, and unlike ground monsters that charged mindlessly, they circled, dived, and dodged skills agilely in the air, spitting fierce bolts of lightning in retaliation. Damn! There's too many of them. Tiger stood atop the earthen wall, pulling his bow and keeping a sharp eye on the sky, vigilant against any stray eagle trying to attack the young master. Despite their efforts, the numbers were overwhelming, and the defensive line was breached. Screech, a massive elite-level storm eagle, its body crackling with lightning, displayed uncanny speed. It dodged 3 wind blades and an explosive arrow, suffering only minor injuries. Flapping its wings ferociously, it tore through the firepower net and charged straight toward Lin Mo's bed. Young master, look out! Yi Hongyu was busy dealing with 2 storm eagles flanking from the sides. Her face turned pale when she saw this one breaking through, but she didn't have time to turn back and assist. The storm eagle screeched sharply, diving like an arrow shot from a bow, so fast that it broke the sound barrier. Earth Shield screamed, "It's coming! I told you the overhead wasn't safe." Lin Mo, however, remained calm. With so many strong individuals around him, not even a ferocious bird could touch a single hair on his head. Beast, don't even think about hurting the young master. Shurtu roared, his energy surging. Boom! A stone spike as thick as a bowl shot up from the ground, piercing the storm eagle straight through its chest. The eagle was pinned midair, and blood dripped slowly down the spike. Panting heavily, his face dusty, Shurtu turned to Lin Mo and grinned. "Didn't scare you, did I, young master?" Lin Mo gave him a thumbs up. "Rocky solid." The crisis was averted, but the oppressive feeling lingered in Earth Shield's heart. Terrifying. That was so close. Earth Shield trembled weakly. If Shurtu had been a second late, it would have been over. No matter how tall the walls are, they're worthless without a top cover. The principle of the earth flow wall is to channel the earth's energy upward, but turning the soil sideways into a roof, that's just too difficult. Fireball mocked coldly. "Not only are you weak, but you're useless too." Lin Mo heard its muttering and felt a little speechless. Offhandedly, he said, "If you can't seal the top, why not burrow underground instead?" Genius. Absolutely genius. Earth Shield exclaimed. Lin Mo froze, quickly trying to retract his words. Little Earth, calm down. I was just joking. The master is brilliant. Underground is the safest. Earth Shield enthusiastically began analyzing geological structures. If we adjust the density of Earth elements and liquefy the rocks into flowing sand, Lin Mo abruptly sat up. Little Earth, listen to me. I need oxygen. Without oxygen underground, people will die. He tried to talk the skill down. The underground was dark, damp, and could be infested with creepy bugs. Not a place for comfort. Better to stay safely where they were. But Earth Shield ignored him completely, convinced this was divine inspiration. Oxygen. That could be solved by occasional surface breaks. It blocked out all external distractions, fully focused on developing a new skill. Lin Mo's eyebrow twitched. Oh no, this is trouble. Congratulations. Due to its lack of a sense of security, Earth Shield has evolved into an advanced Earth element skill. Earth Submersion, Basic. Earth Submersion allows melding into the ground for free underground movement, bringing along surrounding objects within a certain range. Duration depends on spiritual energy. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Earth Shield laughed maniacally. The master is too amazing, truly an awakened prodigy. Before Lin Mo could even react, buzz. He felt the ground beneath him suddenly soften. The originally solid ground swiftly transformed into a fluid-like consistency. His customized large bed began sinking rapidly into the earth. The maid kneeling beside him was completely stunned. She could only gape in shock as her young master, along with his bed, was swallowed whole by the earth. Why, young master? The maid instinctively reached out to grab him but caught nothing. Lin Mo only had time to glimpse the fast-shrinking sky above and the terrified expression on the maid's face. What the? Whoosh! The earth churned and then sealed itself in an instant. The ground returned to its original, smooth state, as though nothing had ever happened. On top of the 5-meter-high earthen wall, Yi Hongyu severed the head of a flying beast with a reverse slash. In the sky above, the thundercloud storm eagles had almost been completely cleared out. At that moment, Tu felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. His gaze fixed downward, sensing an unusually heavy pulse emanating from the underground. As an S-tier earth mage, Tu was all too familiar with this sensation. It's here, he murmured. Yi Hongyu noticed his reaction and turned to ask, Earth attribute boss? Without a doubt. It's pure earth element energy. This time, the field boss is definitely earth attribute. Tu confirmed. What's the exact location? She pressed on to ask. Sure. With his head pointing down at his feet, he said, before a soil affinity boss respawns, it will frantically absorb energy from the earth's veins, forming a massive subterranean vortex of earth elements. Follow the flow of the vortex to its center, and that's where the boss will respawn. Yi Hongyu pondered for a moment before asking, how many people can your Earth Submerge carry? Stone responded with a hint of pride. It can carry 120 kilograms. Theoretically, it should be enough for you and the young master. Then it's settled, Yi Hongyu declared with a decisive nod. This boss is just a small fry. With the young master, herself, and Stone, they could easily wear it down to its last sliver of health and let the young master finish it off. This time, they had to secure the kill. The two turned to leave, then suddenly stopped. Wait, where's the young master? The bed was massive, and the young master was a living, breathing person. How could he just vanish? Yi Hongyu's expression darkened instantly. Her figure flickered as she leapt down from the wall, landing in front of one of the maids. Where is the young master? It was rare for such urgency to show in Yi Hongyu's voice. This was a fortified camp under layers of protection. How could someone snatch the young master right under her nose? The terrified maid snapped back to her senses, trembling as she pointed at the flat ground. Young master fell through. Stone had just jumped down after Yi Hongyu and froze in confusion. What do you mean fell through? There's no pit here. The maid desperately gestured, stammering her explanation. Just now, the soil suddenly turned into water. The young master, bed and all, just whooshed right through, and then the ground closed back up. Yi Hongyu and Stone exchanged stunned glances, their faces rendered dumbfounded by the revelation. Soil turning into water? Diving into the ground? Then sealing itself over? This sounded far too familiar. This is Earth submerge? Stone squatted as if he'd seen a ghost, pressing his palms against the ground to sense it. Within moments, he lifted his head and exclaimed, "Captain Yi, it's really Earth submerge." Stone swallowed hard, feeling like his entire worldview was collapsing. In one single day, someone had not only mastered Earth flow wall, but also comprehended Earth submerge? What kind of otherworldly being was this? What made his scalp tingle even more was the detail about the bed. It was a custom solid wood bed that weighed 300 to 400 kilograms. His spell could at most carry 120 kilograms. Yet Lin Mo had taken the entire bed with him underground. The most shocking part? The young master had used Earth submerge even before Stone had reacted. That meant the young master's elemental perception far surpassed Stone's. A certified S-grade Earth magic user. Not only had the young master discovered the soil affinity boss first, but he had also comprehended Earth submerge all on his own, taking his bed with him as he dove underground. What's more, the young master clearly viewed this boss as so weak, he felt it worth diving in solo, with a bed no less. So bold, so confident. This was the audacity of a true prodigy. Stop overthinking.
Ye Hongyu abruptly interrupted Stone, regaining her composure.
Quick, take me with you down there. The young master can fight, but nothing must happen to him. Captain Yi, hold on tight to me. Stone shouted. A hum resonated. A flash of brown-yellow light enveloped them, and the ground beneath them immediately softened. Stone held on to Yi Hongyu tightly and plunged into the earth. Meanwhile, on the western side of Sunset Canyon, at the Zhao family's defensive line, Zhao Yu, wielding fireball magic, had just slain an ambushing pangolin. His otherwise handsome face wore a frustrated expression. He continued scanning his surroundings as if searching for the boss. The timing matched. The boss should have respawned by now. Yet he sensed nothing. Clearly, it wasn't a fire affinity boss. Just as he was growing uneasy, a middle-aged adjutant came rushing over. Young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao. Something's happened. Zhao Yu immediately focused his gaze. He knew this adjutant, a trusted A-grade earth magic user. What is it? Have you detected the boss? Zhao Yu asked. The adjutant, visibly anxious, didn't even bother wiping the sweat off his brow. Yes, I sensed it. An extremely terrifying wave of earth elemental energy coming from deep underground. Lin family's S-grade earth magic user might have sensed it earlier than I did. We need to hurry. A sense of urgency sped through Zhao Yu's veins. If they were even a moment too slow, all that experience would go to someone else. If it ended up in Lin Mo's hands, that spoiled second-generation upstart, Zhao Yu would probably stew in frustration for days. What are we waiting for? Can your Earth submerge? Take me with you? Let's go right now. Zhao Yu decisively ordered. The adjutant hastily agreed. Yes, my skill can carry up to 80 kilograms. No problem. With that, he immediately activated his skill. Another hum resounded as a light brown glow engulfed them. The ground softened, and Zhao Yu and his adjutant vanished into the earth. Deep underground, Lin Mo felt dazed and disoriented. One moment, he'd been leisurely lounging, and the next, everything had spiraled into an earth-shattering thrill ride straight into the core of the earth. The luxurious bed was like an out-of-control boat, tumbling and rolling amidst the violent torrent of earth elements. Soil, rocks, and debris swept past the shield like a rushing stream. Slow down. Are you trying to send me to reincarnation? Lin Mo clung tightly to the bed's headboard, his stomach churning. He couldn't understand how he had been peacefully resting just moments ago, only to suddenly find himself in a subterranean adventure. Fireball Technique shouted furiously. Do you even know how to drive? My brain's about to be shaken apart. Fireball technique pointed at the rocks ahead. Can't you see that big rock in front? You hit it. And again. Damn it. Turn already. Earth shield technique said in extreme panic. I don't want to either, but there's a powerful suction force pulling us. I can't control it. Bang! The bed crashed into a hard granite layer, and Lin Mo felt utterly hopeless. I warned you not to come down here, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, where are you even driving us?
Lin Montag cursed.
Earth shield technique said aggrievedly. Master, I didn't expect it to be like this down here. The suction is too strong, like it's trying to pull us away. Suddenly, the narrow passage ahead opened up. A powerful underground current surged, instantly lifting the bed and propelling it upward in a frenzy. Earth shield technique exclaimed in alarm. Master, hold on tight. It feels like we're about to take off. Take off my ass. Lin Mo roared, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the ground shattered. A flat area in Sunset Canyon bulged upward, erupting like a volcano. The luxurious bed, accompanied by dust and debris, was forcefully launched over 10 meters into the air before crashing heavily back down. Fortunately, with the protection of Earth Shield technique, the bed remained intact, and Lin Mo was unharmed. He poked his head out from the blanket, his whole body aching. Cough, cough, my bones are about to fall apart. You little Earth. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. Lin Mo looked up sharply, and before him stood a towering figure at least 10 meters tall. A giant made of obsidian and fiery red magma. Its body flowed with scorching lava, and its millstone-sized eyes glowed with a violent red light, staring intently at the little bug that had suddenly appeared. Earth Vein Lava Titan, Lord Level Boss. Level LV.40. Description: a terrifying entity derived from the essence of the Sunset Canyon's earth veins, possessing world-destroying power, extremely strong defense, and almost immune to all control skills. Their eyes met, and the air instantly froze. Lin Mo stared at the glaring red-purple level indicator above the boss's head and swallowed hard. Level 40. A Lord-level boss. This was practically an insurmountable chasm, while he himself was only level 15. This is the reason you told me to hide?
Lin Mo complained weakly, utterly disheartened.
Earth Shield panicked. I don't know either. This is just the end of the pull. Earth Shield broke down crying. What kind of monster is this? Level 40. There's no way to win, Master. Run. Earth Shield tried to use a skill to burrow underground, but the skill was still on cooldown. Fireball instantly flared up, flames leaping all over its body. Fireball roared. Run? You want to run? What a joke. Fireball became even more excited. Level 40? So what? I will achieve forbidden magic, and all obstacles will be reduced to ashes. Gods will fall before me, and Buddhas will crumble. Lin Mo just wanted to slap this little fireball. The opponent was level 40, while he was only level 15, suppressed by a full 25 levels. This wasn't even close to a fair fight. And yet it dared to be arrogant? Did it really think he was a pushover? Fireball could no longer hold back, and an orange-red fireball shot out rapidly, carrying an air of reckless arrogance as it charged straight at the lava titan. Boom! The fireball exploded, its damage laughably low, serving more as an insult. The lava titan was enraged beyond measure. Boom! It raised its massive palm, magma boiling, and scorching heat waves surged toward Lin Mo. Damn it! Lin Mo's heart pounded wildly. There was no way to escape. He could only fight head-on. His gaze turned cold, and with a burst of determination, he shouted in a low voice, "Little fire, take it down." Fireball Spell laughed wildly. Yes, that's the spirit. Take it down. Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a dark red light point condensed at his fingertip, spinning and compressing rapidly. Boom! A dark red spiral beam shot out explosively, roaring as it detonated. The impact forcefully pushed the lava titan back a step, but it stopped there. The level gap was too vast. This counterattack was almost insignificant. "Shit, little Earth!" Lin Mo shouted angrily. Earth Shield spell heard its master's furious roar. Though timid and afraid of death, it feared its master getting hurt even more. Earth Shield spell roared, "I will protect my master to the death." Rumble. A thick earthen wall rose abruptly from the ground, shielding Lin Mo firmly. At this moment, urgent shouts came from afar. "Young master! We finally made it!" Two figures rushed swiftly toward Lin Mo. "Dare to touch my young master? I'll kill you." Stone's eyes turned blood red, veins bulging, as he roared furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sharp rock spikes erupted madly from the ground, piercing the lava titan into a honeycomb, leaving only a thin layer of skin. "Young master, finish it off." Lin Mo wasted no time, a fireball whistling out and striking the boss heavily. Defeated Earth Vein Lava Titan, Lord level boss. Level difference 25 levels. Experience decay. Gained experience plus 78,651. Congratulations. Level increased to LV.17, 5%. The battle ended, and Stone and Yi Hongyu looked at Lin Mo. When they arrived, they saw Lin Mo single-handedly taking on a boss 25 levels higher, showing no signs of retreat, even actively sneaking in to confront the enemy. Such audacious courage truly seemed like daring to wield a blade against the gods, showcasing the aura of a true powerhouse. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Yi Hongyu quickly stepped forward, confirming that Lin Mo was unharmed except for his slightly disheveled hair, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Young master, it's good that you're okay, but this time you were really too reckless." Stone also approached, his expression serious. "This was truly risky. You need to be more careful. Young master, I understand your confidence as a strong individual and your unyielding spirit, wanting to challenge your limits alone and break through on the edge of life and death. But after all, this was a level 40 wild boss. Since you sensed it first, you should have notified us instead of confronting it alone." Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement and added, "Young master, if Stone had been half a second slower, how would we explain this to Commander Lin?" Lin Mo stood silently, muttering to himself. Solo challenge to the limit? Life and death breakthrough? Facing a level 40 boss alone? What kind of joke is this? He had been lying comfortably when he was suddenly pulled here. Since he was here, he could only brace himself and deal with it. He patted the dust off his clothes and forced a smile. "Actually, I sensed the boss while lying in bed, had a sudden epiphany and learned a new skill, and couldn't help but get pulled over. Luckily, Brother Stone and Sister Yi arrived in time." He gave an apologetic smile. "I made you worry. I won't dare to do it again." Yi Hongyu and Stone exchanged glances, admiration in their eyes. Their young master not only had extraordinary talent but also dared to challenge a level 40 boss at level 15. Even more commendable was his ability to apologize and humbly correct himself. This was the demeanor of a true leader. "Young master." Stone's nose tingled. "It's our duty to protect you." Yi Hongyu slightly bowed, her gaze loyal. "Young master, you're too kind to us." "It's nothing, we're all family." Lin Mo waved his hand with a smile, but inside, he was roaring. "Little Earth, get out here right now." Earth Shield trembled in the corner of the interface. "Master, I was wrong." Sob sob. "Wrong? Do you know you almost got me killed?" Lin Mo couldn't help but roar in anger. "From now on, listen to me. No more burrowing. If you mess around again, I'll have little fire roast you into a brick." As soon as he finished speaking, Fireball trembled slightly. Fireball gloated. "Happy to oblige." Earth Shield was scared out of its wits. "No, please, big brother, I was really wrong." Earth Shield swore. "I won't burrow underground anymore. I'll listen to my master." "That's more like it." Lin Mo rolled his eyes helplessly. thinking to himself how hard it was to manage these skills. If only the water, wood, and lightning elements were easier to handle. Being a mage is really tough. Suddenly, there was movement on the ground not far away. Two figures emerged from underground. It was Zhao Yu and his earth element adjutant. Ugh, cough, cough. Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of dirt as soon as he surfaced, his face covered in soil. Damn it, the underground is too bumpy. Ugh. Lin Mo and his group turned to face Zhao Yu, and the two sides locked eyes. Zhao Yu froze, seeing the massive ruins behind them and realizing the boss had already been taken down. Well, if it isn't young Master Zhao? Lin Mo grinned brightly. That's quite a unique look. Seems like the tunnel was hard to navigate. Zhao Yu stared at the boss's corpse, his eyes filled with frustration. What rotten luck. Why did he have to encounter an earth element boss? His team had talents from all elements, but the earth element just couldn't compare to the Lin family. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said coldly, "Humph, Lin Mo, having a high level is useless. Without matching combat skills and abilities, you're just a pretty vase. Living off your family, leveling up through connections. Only you could pull off something like this." With that, Zhao Yu flicked his sleeve, grabbed his adjutant, and turned to leave. At this moment, he felt like a hard-working farmer whose land had been snatched away by the idle rich kid next door, along with the bountiful harvest. This was a level 40 boss with an absurd amount of experience points, and it had been stolen by someone on vacation. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Watching Zhao Yu's retreating figure, Stone couldn't help but spit disdainfully. What a damn fool! Stone sneered and said, "Blaming bad luck and the wrong boss attributes for poor skills? If it were a fire-type boss, he still wouldn't be able to beat our young master." Yi Hongyu let out a cold laugh and withdrew her gaze. The Zhao family's young master is too narrow-minded. He won't achieve greatness. Compared to our young master, he's far inferior. At that moment, Fireball Technique and Earth Shield Technique suddenly reacted. Fireball Technique seemed to catch a scent. So fragrant, so tempting. It's the aura of becoming stronger. Earth Shield Technique also spoke in a blissful tone. "Master, I smell it too. It's the warm scent of the earth." Lin Mo's heart stirred. Both skills were reacting simultaneously. Could it be that they had discovered something valuable? He turned to look at the pile of molten Titan corpses. "Brother Stone, Sister Yi, let's go check it out. Something good must have dropped." The three quickly approached, and a red-yellow glow came into view. Stone leaned in for a closer look and shuddered. "What the? Chaos Molten Heart?" Yi Hongyu was utterly shocked. A top-tier dual-element item of earth and fire. If I remember correctly, this is the first one to appear in Dragon Country this year. Stone swallowed hard. This luck is just too insane. Smack! Yi Hongyu slapped the back of Stone's head and glared at him. "What are you saying? Who are you calling a dog?" Stone rubbed his head and quickly corrected himself. "I meant me. I'd gladly be a dog if I could have this kind of luck." Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Lin Mo grew curious and reached out to pick up the loot. Item: Chaos Molten Heart, Legendary. Description: a rare dual-element treasure containing the essence of extreme fire and earth elements. All professionals could see the item's information through their job change interface. Lin Mo asked Stone, "Is this thing really that useful?" Stone slapped his thigh in excitement. "Not just useful, it's priceless. It's the key material for comprehending combo techniques." Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. "Combination skill?" Stone explained. A combination skill is the fusion of two different elements to create a super powerful skill that combines the characteristics of both. He stared at the Chaos Lava Heart in Lin Mo's hand. This skill is usually only learned by top-tier experts. Yi Hongyu added, "To comprehend a combination skill, you need high affinity with both elements. Most magic users are only proficient in single elements. For example, Stone has S-level earth affinity, but his fire element can only manage a fireball at most." Stone smiled helplessly. "Only legendary hidden classes. like the Dual-S Lightning Fire, Thunderflame Mage, can attempt it. This material is essential, serving as a medium to harmonize different elements. Without it, a combination skill is simply impossible. Lin Mo nodded, somewhat understanding. This thing must be hard to buy, right? Stone chuckled lightly. It's priceless. This Chaos Lava Heart is the first one in Dragon Country this year. As soon as it was announced, it was immediately snatched up by the nation's top combat forces. He looked to Yi Hongyu for confirmation, and Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, all elemental-based professions are scrambling for it. Mages, high-level magic swordsmen, elemental archers, they all need it. Stone added, even single-element materials are rare. For example, in this year's major exam, Zhanghai City used the complete heart of a lava beast as the top prize, which can greatly enhance the success rate of comprehending mid to high-level elemental skills. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, thinking, this luck is truly heaven-defying. Falling to the ground and killing a boss actually dropped a nationwide first edition rare item. Meanwhile, Fireball Technique and Earth Shield Technique began reacting wildly. Fireball Technique grumbled disdainfully. You want me to play a combination skill with this coward? Absolutely not. Earth Shield Technique also shook its head furiously, as if I'd want to team up with this brute. Master, I protest. Lin Mo completely ignored the quarrel between the two skills. Such a powerful skill. How could he not use it? After all, these were his skills, meant to serve him as their master. How could he let them pick and choose? At this moment, Stone was still explaining. Young master, even with this material, it doesn't guarantee a 100% success rate in comprehending a combination skill. Usually, you have to wait until a high level and have a deep understanding of both elements for the success rate to increase. Crack. A crisp, cracking sound interrupted Stone's words. The two froze, instantly staring at the item in Lin Mo's hand. Two streams of red and yellow light flowed through the gaps between his fingers and into his body. I was a bit too quick. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking at them innocently. Stone's mouth gaped open, his heart pounding wildly. This is a rare treasure, the first one in Dragon Country. Using it at such a low level, the success rate must be terrifyingly low. Before they could say more, Lin Mo's profession panel popped up with information. Successfully used Heart of Chaos Lava. The fire and earth elements within your body are forcibly fused by the Heart of Chaos Lava, colliding in an unfriendly manner. Fireball roared. You coward! It's all sand! Earth Shield screamed. I'm burning up. Enough, enough. Put out the fire. After intense integration, congratulations. Successfully comprehended the dual-element combination skill, Lava Battle Armor. Lava Battle Armor. Summon core lava to envelop your entire body, forming a sturdy armor. Greatly enhances all attributes, and normal attacks carry fire attribute damage. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. It succeeded just like that? Lin Mo stared at the notification, stunned. Soon he came to a realization. Others had to carefully balance elements to comprehend combination skills, but he didn't. The skills were all forcibly locked in a room by the Heart of Chaos Lava, instinctively seeking a point of fusion. Fireball hoarsely muttered, I am noble fire. Why should I be covered by something so ugly? A meant for output armor? Don't even think about it. Earth Shield grumbled. Master, being covered in flames is too conspicuous. Can't we not wear it? Lin Mo ignored them. After all, he was the master. Boom! A wave of scorching heat erupted from Lin Mo's body, causing Stone and Yi Hongyu to step back a few paces, staring at him in astonishment. The pitch-black obsidian armor quickly adhered to Lin Mo's body, with magma flowing through its seams, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. He looked like an ancient demon god emerging from a volcanic eruption. Lin Mo lowered his head to examine himself, his entire body wrapped in the blazing armor. He clenched his fists tightly. Cool. Absolutely cool. However, could it be that he really has to become a melee mage in the future? Forget it, melee combat is tiring. He still prefers comfortably casting skills from a distance. Let's just consider this a new defensive skill. This? Stone and Yi Hongyu exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. This is true genius, casually acquiring divine skills. After quite a while, Yi Hongyu finally snapped out of it. She looked at Lin Mo, who had removed his battle armor and reverted to his lazy, carefree demeanor, and smiled wryly. It was the helplessness and reverence one feels in the face of a prodigy. "Young master, it's getting late. You should head back now," she said, glancing at the darkened sky. "With your current strength combined with those insane combo skills, you're bound to dominate tomorrow's big exam. For now, get some good rest." Lin Mo nodded. "True, I'm starving. Let's go." Fireball technique, jumped excitedly. "Time to eat."
I'm starving.
"I want fire dragon liver." "Blazing rhino meat." Earth shield technique, chimed in softly. "Master, I'm hungry too. Could I have some aged earth vein rock marrow?" These two skills were quite clever. Realizing there was no point in resisting the combo skills head-on, they simply stopped arguing. Since they were so tactful, Lin Mo wouldn't be too harsh on them. "All right, we've got everything." Lin Mo generously responded in his mind. "I'm in a good mood today. Whether it's fire dragon liver or earth vein rock marrow, whatever's at home, you'll get it." Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu took out her phone and called her subordinates to drive over and pick them up. Then, she began pondering how to report the young master's performance to Commander Lin and Madame Lin once they returned. The young master had brought too many surprises today. Where should she even begin? Zhanghai City, Lin family mansion. The night was heavy, but the estate was brightly lit. A fleet of luxury cars slowly entered the intricately carved gates and came to a steady stop in front of the main villa's fountain. As soon as the car door opened, the maids in line bowed their heads in unison. "Welcome home, young master. You've worked hard, young master." Lin Mo had just stepped out with one leg when his mother, Su Wan, hurried over.
Montag er.
Although Su Wan was dressed in casual home attire, her demeanor remained elegant and noble. She grabbed Lin Mo's hand, looking at his disheveled hair, her eyes moist. "Oh dear, you're all dusty and worn out. You've really suffered." "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired." Lin Mo smiled, letting her hold his hand. All right, as long as you're okay." Su Wan gently patted the back of his hand with concern, not saying much more. "The food is still being prepared. Go take a bath, get a massage to relax, and then have a good meal." "Got it, Mom." Lin Mo nodded, turning back to wave at Yi Hongyu, who had just gotten out of the car. "Sister Yi, you should go rest for a bit too." "Yes, young master."
Ye Hongyu responded.
After Lin Mo left, Su Wan turned and held on to Yi Hongyu. "Hongyu, come with me and tell me what Amoer went through today. How did he end up looking so disheveled? Even his hair is a mess." Her voice was gentle, yet full of concern. Yi Hongyu slightly bowed. "Madam, the young master had quite an astonishing encounter today. I think it would be best for the commander to hear about it as well." Su Wan was slightly taken aback and nodded. "Then let's go." Old Lin is in the study. Second floor, Lin Mo's private bathroom. Steam rose from the hot bath. "Ah, so comfortable." Lin Mo leaned against the edge of the pool with a long sigh. "Young master, is the water temperature all right?" Two young maids stood nearby. It's just right." Lin Mo closed his eyes, leaning back casually. They picked up towels and began to wipe his body. "Young master seems tired today, your muscles are tense. Let us help you relax." Lin Mo responded with a hum. The privilege of a transmigrator was this moment of indulgence after all the fighting and chaos. After soaking for quite a while, Lin Mo felt his fatigue ease. He casually pulled a few Red Dragon Kingdom banknotes from his clothing pocket. "Take this and buy some snacks." The two maids' eyes lit up. "Thank you, young master. You're so kind." They exchanged a smile. Young master, you look tired. Shall we head to the massage room next? I recently learned a new technique called the Great's Flood Control. It's guaranteed to help you relax. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and opened one eye. The Great's Flood Control? What kind of nonsense is that? Well, I'd like to see just how impressive it is. He stood up from the water and let the maid drape a bathrobe over him. On the first floor in the study, the atmosphere was heavy and filled with shock. After listening to Yi Hongyu's report, the room fell silent for a moment. Lin Tianhao sat behind the large desk, took a deep drag from his extinguished cigar, realized it wasn't lit, and casually tossed it aside. So, you're saying Amor is already at level 17? He lit a new cigar, trying to calm himself. For an ordinary person, reaching level 17 in 3 days was practically impossible. But for the Lin family, it wasn't earth-shattering. The key was Lin Mo's extraordinary comprehension. Su Wan looked utterly incredulous, counting on her fingers as she calculated. Amor is just unbelievable. In less than 3 days, he's mastered the fire element skills, multiple explosive fireballs, and blazing spiral dragon shot, the earth element skills, earth flow wall, and earth submersion. Su Wan listed the skills, growing more astonished with each one. And he's even grasped the fire-earth dual-element combination skill, lava battle armor, which is a god-tier skill for both offense and defense. Yi Hongyu stood silently in the center of the study, equally shocked. Even though she had witnessed Lin Mo's performance firsthand, reviewing the day's progress still left her in disbelief. She understood what this meant. A typical genius could at most comprehend 3 skills in 3 days, and that was if they were SS level. But Lin Mo? 4 skills plus a dual-element combination skill. This wasn't just SSS level talent. It was a level far beyond that. Lin Tianhao took a puff of his cigar and sighed. He's almost at level 20, which means he can learn a new basic skill soon. In this world, professionals could learn a new basic skill every 10 levels. Mages usually specialized in one element, which limited their growth, but Lin Mo, without elemental mastery, was playing with both fire and earth elements in ways that far surpassed most geniuses. He looked at Su Wan, his face full of anticipation. He's already mastered fire and earth so well. He'll soon be able to learn a 3rd element. Do you think Emoer can keep being this outrageous? Su Wan froze for a moment, then quickly refuted. That's impossible, right? For Emoer to be so exceptional with fire and earth is already a heaven-sent miracle. Could he really be a 3-element genius? Lin Tianhao exhaled a smoke ring and interrupted her. Emoer is a blank slate mage with no elemental mastery. Since he can already play with fire and earth, there's no telling what he can do with other elements.
Suane's breeding quickened.
Old Lin, are you saying Emoer could be an all-element archmage? That's too unbelievable. Completely unprecedented.
Ye Hongyu listenet, her scalp tingling.
In this world, an all-element archmage had never appeared before. Even the strongest tri-element mages had never reached the pinnacle. Su Wan calmed herself and said, which element to learn for the 3rd-tier skill depends on Emoer himself. For a genius like him, we shouldn't limit him. Just support him fully. Lin Tianhao nodded. You're absolutely right. Su Wan stood up and adjusted her dress. Hongyu, go call the young master down for dinner. He's been busy all day and must be starving. Yes, madam.
Ye Hongyu retreated.
In the Lin family dining room, the long table was piled high with all kinds of premium ingredients. Lin Mo was devouring his meal. His fireball spell was bursting with flavor, and he was in an excellent mood. This is the taste. Absolutely amazing. The Earth Shield spell left his face full of satisfaction. Delicious. This must be the taste of the earth. Su Wan watched her son wolf down his food and gently reminded him, eat slower. No one's going to take it from you. Have some soup so you don't choke. Lin Mo mumbled with his mouth full. Mom, it's so good I can't help it. After several rounds of drinks and dishes of various flavors, Lin Tianhao's gaze softened. Emoer, you're almost at level 20. It's time to learn a new skill. Have you thought about what you want to learn? Su-won put down her chopsticks and looked at him expectantly. Yes, which element do you want to learn? Mom will get you the best skill book. Lin Mo swallowed the meat in his mouth and fell into thought. He had to choose the strongest. He knew that among mages, the most powerful attributes were light and dark. If he could learn light or dark magic, or even create a combination of the two, it would not only be impressive but also incredibly powerful. With that in mind, he looked up and tentatively asked, Dad, Mom, since you both mentioned it, can I learn light or dark magic? As soon as he said this, Lin Tianhao and Su-won exchanged a glance, their expressions turning awkward. Can't get the skill book? Lin Mo was a bit surprised, thinking that with the Lin family's resources, how could they not obtain a basic skill book? It's not that we can't find one at all. Su-won sighed, her expression becoming serious. Moer, you need to understand that while light and dark are known as the strongest magic types, they have extremely high talent requirements. The basic skill books for these two elements are strictly controlled by the state and will never appear on the market. The key is, without the corresponding elemental affinity, forcibly learning skills from these two elements can be fatal. Fatal? Lin Mo's heart tightened. That's right. Lin Tianhao chimed in, his expression serious. For ordinary elements, lacking affinity at most means you can't learn them, or their power is greatly reduced. But light and dark are different. Without wholly light affinity, the moment light elements enter the body, it will directly cause the body to explode and die. Dark elements are even more dangerous. Without affinity, the mind collapses instantly, turning into an uncontrollable killing lunatic. Lin Tianhao looked at his son, his tone heavy. Moer, you may be talented, but you don't have that affinity. Gambling your life on probabilities is something your mom and I can't accept. Su-won added, her eyes full of worry. You're already outstanding. You're so skilled with both fire and earth elements. In the future, even if you only specialize in ordinary elements, it's enough to stand at the top. There's no need to gamble your life for a single skill. Lin Tianhao added, if you're truly set on light and dark, wait until you reach level 100. By then, the elements in your body will be strong enough to resist their erosion. It won't be too late to learn them then. Right now, it's too early. After hearing this, Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. Exploding body, going insane? He just wanted to get stronger, not lose his life. He quickly waved his hand. All right, it's too dangerous. I won't learn them. Su-won let out a sigh of relief and then suggested, how about learning the lightning element instead? Lightning? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Su-won nodded. Yes, the lightning element is a rare attribute, second only to light and dark. It has high burst damage and fast attacks. Lightning skill books are expensive on the market, but our family has money, so that's not an issue. Lin Mo thought to himself, who wouldn't want to wield lightning? At this moment, Fireball suddenly popped up and sneered. Burst damage? Fire is the true invincible element. Lightning? Just a lot of noise. Don't try to steal my thunder. In the presence of the great flame, what is lightning? A fleeting thing. Don't compare it to the eternal flame. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Shut up. If you two keep arguing, neither of you will get any fire dragon liver. Fireball froze for a moment, gritted its teeth, and finally fell silent. Lin Mo turned to Su-won. Mom, I think lightning is cool too. I'll learn it. All right, Su-won said with a smile. I'll have someone bring it to your room right away. Thanks, Mom. Lin Mo wiped his mouth and casually asked, do we still have any beginner or intermediate fire and earth skill books at home? I'd like to take a look. He was very interested in skill books and wanted to see what would happen if he fed them to his skills. Yes, we have a ton of them. Su-won nodded. I'll have someone send them over together. Although beginner skill books were expensive on the market, the Lin family had no shortage of money. Then I'll head back to my room and prepare for tomorrow's big exam. After Lin Mo left, the dining room returned to silence. Su-won glanced at Lin Tianhao and said softly, tomorrow is the big exam. Yeah, it is. Lin Tianhao exhaled a puff of smoke. With Moer's current strength, getting the top spot in the city will be a piece of cake. All we need to do is show up and applaud. Su Wan rolled her eyes at him. That's not what I meant. What's the use of being the top in the city? Your old classmate Su Wanchong. Isn't he the admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class at the Tianlong Academy in the capital? Lin Tianhao suggested. Why not give him a call and ask him to come to Jianghai City for this exam? Lin Tianhao's words made Su Wan pause for a moment. The Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy only recruits those with SS-level talents or higher, and even then, it depends on their performance in the big exam. SS level is just the minimum requirement. This year, Jianghai City only has Zhao Yu with an S-level talent. Su Wan's tone shifted abruptly, cutting Lin Tianhao off. Old Lin, are you out of your mind? Zhao Yu from the Zhao family? What does he count for? Is he even worth me going out of my way to invite someone to watch? What I'm talking about is Moer. Do you think Moer's talent is inferior to those SS-level ones? Are you blind? Lin Tianhao was harshly scolded by Su Wan, and his neck shrank back. Ahem. Calm down, honey. That's not what I meant. I know our son is amazing. I'm just worried that old Su might not see it clearly and won't want to come. Su Wan sneered coldly. Anyway, Moer must get into the Dragon Sequence class, and we must drag him here if necessary. All right. I'll make the call later. Lin Tianhao quickly agreed. In Lin Mo's bedroom, the floor was covered with precious fire and earth element skill books. He sat cross-legged in the center of the carpet, holding a mid-level fire element skill book, Flaming Pillar. Learning forbidden spells directly is impossible. There aren't even skill books for them. But learning some mid-level skills isn't bad either, especially since each one costs $500,000. Lin Mo was full of anticipation. Flaming Pillar could spray high-pressure fire columns from the ground. Combined with Earth Flow Wall to alter terrain, it could trap monsters and burn them alive. All right, let's learn it. With a single thought, the skill book transformed into a crimson stream of light and drilled into his brow. The previously dozing fireball technique immediately locked onto the stream of light like a hungry wolf spotting fresh meat, pouncing on it and swallowing the light sphere representing Flaming Pillar in one gulp. Learning failed. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has devoured Flaming Pillar. Fireball Technique, multiple explosive fireballs, and explosive spiral dragon bullet proficiency greatly increased. Current skill levels. Fireball Technique LV.17, max level. Multiple explosive fireballs LV.13. Explosive Spiral Dragon Bullet LV.5. Lin Mo froze for 2 seconds. A mid-level skill book worth $500,000 was only good for increasing skill proficiency? In this world, skill proficiency is extremely difficult to increase. For ordinary people, leveling up a skill requires repeated use hundreds or even thousands of times. Skill levels cannot exceed one's own level. Most people consider reaching LV.5 to be quite strong, and LV.10 is practically the realm of hardcore players. But Lin Mo just ate a skill book, and the level skyrocketed? Although this pay-to-win proficiency boost feels pretty good, it's an unexpected bonus. Lin Mo's veins bulged in anger. But I want to learn new skills. A book costing $500,000, and it only increases proficiency. Fireball burped contentedly, looking innocent. It was too delicious. I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist? Lin Mo sneered. Fine. I declare that tomorrow night's fire dragon liver is cancelled. The flaming rhino meat is cancelled too, and from now on, you'll survive on Northwest Wind. Fireball panicked instantly. No.
Dad, no.
Give me another chance. I promise to hold back next time. Seeing it admit defeat, Lin Mo finally suppressed his anger. He picked up another skill book, Flaming Fire Ring. If you dare eat this one, forget about eating meat for the rest of your life. He began learning again, as the glowing energy entered his body. In the skill bar, Fireball trembled and curled into a ball. It desperately restrained its inner temptation. Fireball trembled all over. Can't eat. Fire dragon liver is tastier, hold back. Must hold back. Fireball had bloodshot eyes, its sanity on the verge of collapse. Fireball started losing control, seemingly provoking Lin Mo, as if declaring, "This flame domain can only have one king of fire, and no one else can take my territory." Roar! It lasted a mere 3 seconds before its sanity completely crumbled, and instinct took over. Learning failed. Your skill, Fireball, has devoured Flame Ring. Proficiency of Fireball, multiple explosive fireballs, and Blazing Spiral Dragon Shot has greatly increased. Current skill levels: Fireball LV.17, maximum level reached. Multiple explosive fireballs LV.16. Blazing Spiral Dragon Shot LV.10. Lin Mo's eye twitched sharply, his face full of a furious smile. Good, good, very good. You're done for. Your life is over. Fireball broke down emotionally, fearing the loss of nourishment from the fire dragon liver, and shouted, "I can't control myself. It's not my fault." At that moment, Earth Shield, which had been watching coldly, suddenly jumped out, angrily saying, "Master, it did it on purpose." "What do you mean, can't control itself? That's just an excuse. Completely ignores your orders. Such a disloyal skill deserves to starve to death." Earth Shield obediently added, "Master, I'm very obedient. I would never recklessly eat things like that brute." Lin Mo glanced at the Earth Shield icon and raised an eyebrow slightly. "All right, Little Earth, you seem sensible. Since you're so well behaved, set an example for your big brother. Learn Earth Spike technique. This move combines offense and defense. Learn it and show me what you can do." Earth Shield vowed confidently, "No problem, Master. I guarantee success." Seeing this, Fireball felt uneasy. It wasn't sure if Earth Shield could actually restrain itself. If Little Earth really could control itself, then it would lose its fire dragon liver privileges. What's more, the Master was about to learn a new lightning skill. Lin Mo decisively began learning. A yellow-brown light entered his brow. But in the next second, Earth Shield suddenly exploded in anger. It felt an invasion from the same source, as if someone was trying to establish new rules in its territory. Learning failed. Your skill, Earth Shield, has devoured Earth Spike technique. Proficiency of Earth Shield, Earth Flow Wall, and Earth Submersion has greatly increased. The air froze instantly. Fireball was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha! Obedient? Set an example? Go ahead and show me one. Coward! You eat even faster than I do, and you still have the nerve to criticize me?" After devouring Earth Spike technique, the Earth Shield technique looked bewildered, shrinking into a corner and lowering its head as if it had made a grave mistake. Lin Mo calmed down and asked it, "Little Earth, you can't control yourself either?" The Earth Shield technique choked up, "Master, I really can't control it." Lin Mo understood. Anthropomorphized skills carried a strong sense of exclusivity. Within a single elemental system, there could only be one ruler, and other skills of the same element would instinctively trigger territorial awareness. However, new skills from different elemental systems were unaffected. For instance, the basic lightning skill Lightning Strike that he planned to learn later could still be acquired normally, as the lightning system currently had no ruler. Thinking of this, Lin Mo shook his head and sighed helplessly. It seems that in this lifetime, learning new skills of the same element through skill books is impossible. He quickly came to terms with it. While others painstakingly trained to improve their skill proficiency, he could achieve the same results by simply spending money. With a shift in thought, he pushed all the remaining skill books on the ground in front of him. "Then let's max out all the skills I can upgrade first." 10 minutes later, Lin Mo looked at his brand new skill panel and nodded in satisfaction. Fireball technique, LV.17, current max level reached. Multi-explosive fireball, LV.17, current max level reached. Explosive flame spiral dragon shot, LV.17, current max level reached. Earth Shield Technique. LV.17, current max level reached. Earth Flow Wall. LV.17, current max level reached. Earth Submersion. LV.17, current max level reached. Lava Battle Armor. LV.17, current maximum level. All of Lin Mo's skills had been upgraded to match his current level of LV.17. If others found out about this, their eyes would surely pop out of envy. While they had to rely on day-after-day practice to increase their skill proficiency, Lin Mo simply spent money to instantly max out his levels. Finally, he glanced at the Lightning Strike book. Still 3 levels short of learning it. The Lightning System. The rarest system besides light and dark, with the strongest burst power and the fastest speed. I hope it will give me a surprise. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily turned over, reached out to touch the bedside table, and the waiting maid immediately handed him a cup of warm honey water. "Young master, have some water." Lin Mo moistened his throat and fully woke up, stretching lazily with satisfaction. Comfortable. After a refreshing sleep, he habitually opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Montag. Class, Mage. Level, LV.17, 92%. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and casually checked the skill panel. Fireball yawned, its face showing exhaustion yet extreme satisfaction. Ah, is this what dawn feels like? Fireball glanced at him. Awake? Last night, I wiped out all the wild monsters in that area. Fireball said proudly. Don't thank me. This is all part of the necessary grind toward forbidden spells. Status. Sage mode after extreme excitement. A bit tired but still ready to fight. Desperately needs fire element food. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Little fire, oh little fire. If conditions allowed, I would have already awarded you the annual Best Overachiever trophy, complete with a big red flower and a parade. Fireball snorted coldly. Fame means nothing to me. I only care about power. All right, whatever you say. Lin Mo chuckled, got out of bed, finished washing up, and hummed a tune as he walked into the dining room. Lin Tianhao and his wife were already seated, and the atmosphere was much more serious than usual. Lin Tianhao was dressed in a military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, exuding an imposing aura. Suwan wore a black long dress, her hair neatly tied up, exuding elegance and competence. Dad, Mom, good morning. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, casually picking up a piece of toast. All dressed up like this. Don't tell me you're getting promoted to city lord? Lin Tianhao's face twitched as he said sternly, You brat, today is the big exam, and I'm one of the chief examiners. How could I not dress formally? Suwan served him a bowl of spicy beef brisket porridge and said gently, Eat more. The big exam is physically demanding. Don't go on an empty stomach. Thanks, Mom. Lin Mo took a sip, feeling utterly satisfied. Lin Tianhao continued, Lin Mo, today the admissions officer from the Dragon Sequence class of Kyoto's Tianlong Academy will be here. Make sure you perform well. Dragon Sequence class? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is it impressive? Lin Tianhao sneered. Listen, out of the millions who take the professional exam across the entire Dragon Nation every year, those who get into Tianlong Academy are extremely rare geniuses. The Dragon Sequence class is even more elite, with fewer than 20 students admitted annually. Lin Mo took a sharp breath. That's really impressive. Of course. Lin Tianhao continued. Once you're in, you'll be part of the nation's privileged class. On campus, you can act first and report later. The privileges are endless. Got it. Got it, Dad. Don't worry. I'll make you both proud. Lin Mo mumbled as he drank his porridge. To him, the big exam was just a way to please his parents. He could handle his skills and strength on his own. Seeing Lin Mo's confident demeanor, Lin Tianhao and Suwan exchanged a relieved smile. Good. That's the spirit. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Since you're confident, I'm at ease. Suwon stood up, adjusted his collar, and said softly, "Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Whether or not you get into the Dragon Sequence class, you'll always be the best in our hearts." Lin Tianhao glanced at his watch, his expression tightening. "Time's up. Your mom and I need to head out to oversee the event. Today's a big day after all. As senior officials, we need to arrive early to inspect the exam site and security arrangements. Finish your breakfast, and the family car will take you there."
Lin Montag nodded.
"All right, Dad, Mom, you go ahead. I'll take my time eating." Zhanghai City Professional Exam Monitoring and Command Center. The spacious circular hall was filled with hundreds of high-definition screens, monitoring every corner of the examination venue in real time. Lin Tianhao and his wife had already entered the VIP monitoring room on the second floor. At this moment, a slightly lazy voice sounded. "Old Lin, you tricked me into coming all the way from the capital. If I end up watching nothing exciting, I won't let you off." Lin Tianhao turned his head and saw Su Wenchang holding 2 walnuts in his hands, strolling over leisurely. "Haha, how could that be? We've been friends for so many years. When have I ever let you down?" Lin Tianhao laughed as he stood up to greet him. Su Wenchang rolled his eyes and sat down on the sofa. "Come on, as if anything decent ever comes out of your mouth. Your son simultaneously mastering 4 fire and earth skills, hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy. Fire-earth combo techniques? Don't make me laugh. It sounds like something out of a novel. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that we used to share a bunk bed, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Lin Tianhao gave a mysterious smile and poured him a cup of tea. "Whether it's like a novel or not, you'll find out once the exam starts. To be honest, if my son doesn't get into the Dragon Sequence class, it'll be the biggest loss of your life, and a loss for the nation too. Spare me the moral high ground." As the two were bantering, Zhao Lei walked over with a few adjutants. His gaze fell on Su Wenchang, and his pupils slightly contracted in surprise. "Eh? Isn't this old Su? You're here too?" Zhao Lei asked in confusion, wondering if Su Wenchang had come for his own S-class gifted son. He felt secretly pleased, thinking his reputation must be impressive for someone to show up uninvited. Su Wenchang turned slightly. The 3 of them were old college classmates. Back then, Lin Tianhao was the campus battle maniac, always ranked first. Zhao Lei was perpetually second, always overshadowed, and Su Wenchang was the bystander enjoying the show. For decades, Zhao Lei had been trying to surpass Lin Tianhao, a secret rivalry among old classmates. "Old Zhao, long time no see," Su Wenchang said with a faint smile. "I'm here at Old Lin's invitation." At Old Lin's invitation, Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned, his tone turning odd. "Old Su, you're not joking, are you?" Su Wenchang spread his hands. "Nope. Old Lin has been hyping up his son as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy and insisted I come see for myself." Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh, sitting down on the sofa and straightening his collar. "Old Lin, the Dragon Sequence class is all about raw strength. Did you invite Old Su here to pull some strings? Or did you prepare a one-time skill scroll for Lin Mo to cheat? Cheating in the exam has serious consequences. I advise you not to get any funny ideas." Lin Tianhao didn't even look up, simply blowing on the steam from his teacup. "Zhao Lei, your mindset is so limited, always judging others with a petty heart. No wonder you couldn't surpass me back then, and now, the next generation won't surpass mine either." Zhao Lei's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold snort. "Humph. I'll be waiting to see what kind of heaven-defying performance your son can pull off." He shifted the topic and turned to Su Wenchang. "Old Su, I suggest you keep an eye on my son Zhaoyu. S-level fire element affinity. Flame mage. I've been giving him devil training these past few days. His skill proficiency and casting speed are off the charts. He's definitely a top contender for this year's champion in Zhanghai." Su Wenchang smiled politely. "S-level fire mage. Indeed impressive. However, the Dragon Sequence class recruits based on fate and on-the-spot performance. Let's take our time and observe, no rush." His words were watertight, neither affirming nor denying anything. Seeing this, Zhao Lei leaned back on the sofa, feeling elated inside. Originally, Lin Mo's son had no chance to showcase himself to the Dragon Sequence class's admissions officer, but Lin Tianhao unexpectedly invited Su Wenchong. As a result, Lin Mo's child, who was supposed to be a blank slate mage, had virtually no chance to turn the tables. Instead, this provided a great stage for his son Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's performance would surely impress the admissions officer. This move was practically divine assistance. While thinking this, Zhao Lei picked up his phone and sent a message to his son Zhao Yu. "Son, make sure to perform well later. The Dragon Sequence class admissions officer is here." Zhanghai City Center, the examination venue for professional candidates. A black extended military-plated sedan came to a steady stop at the main entrance of the venue. The car door opened, and the first thing to step out was a pair of long legs. Yi Hongyu, waiting in the back seat, respectfully opened the car door and shielded the top edge with her hand. "Young master, we've arrived." Lin Mo yawned as he stepped out of the car leisurely. His slightly lazy yet aristocratic demeanor immediately drew the attention of many. "Is this the Lin family's young master? I heard he awakened as a blank slate." "Shuo, don't talk nonsense. His father is the commander of Zhanghai City. Whether he awakens or not, he'll never have to worry about food and clothing." Yi Hongyu softly reminded him, "Young master, the output profession examination area is ahead. The tank and support areas are on the other side." Lin Mo nodded and stretched lazily. "Got it, Sister Yi. I'll head over first." Yi Hongyu slightly bowed and stood by the car, watching him walk toward the examination venue's entrance. There was a long queue at the security checkpoint, but Lin Mo walked through the VIP lane, which was completely empty. 2 uniformed security personnel, 1 male and 1 female, stood at the entrance. "Hello, please present your admission ticket," the male staff member said formally, extending his hand. Lin Mo handed over his admission ticket. The male staff member glanced at the name and froze for a moment. Lin Mo? The female staff member put down the documents in her hand and leaned closer. Both of them scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe. "Are you the young master of Commander Lin Tianhao's family?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. "That's me. Do I look different from my photo?" "Different? You're much more handsome in person." The female staff member smiled flatteringly. Unconsciously, the two activated their detection skills. "What the?" The male staff member blurted out. "Level 17? In previous years, reaching level 15 during the major exams was already considered remarkable. This year, Zhao Yu's level 16 performance was stunning, and now Lin Mo appeared at level 17. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the power of a wealthy family? Turning a blank slate mage into a level 17 powerhouse that dominates the field? The male staff member quickly coughed to compose himself. "Young Master Lin, my apologies. Truly worthy of being Commander Lin's son. Like father, like son." He pointed to the metal security gate behind him and said respectfully, "Young Master Lin, this is a routine security check. You just need to stand under the light screen for 5 seconds. It'll be quick." Lin Mo nodded and took the exam pass. "All right, no problem." He stepped toward the security gate. As soon as he entered the range of the light screen, a beam of bluish light descended from above. Earth shield technique. Something's up. In the next moment, a spherical yellow-brown shield instantly enveloped Lin Mo, blocking all external light. The 2 staff members exchanged bewildered looks, thinking, is he really this tense about a security check? Young Master Lin is way too cautious. Young Master Lin, this is just to check if you're carrying any prohibited items or if your equipment exceeds bronze grade. Inside the shield, Lin Mo covered his forehead helplessly, silently complaining. Even a security check can cause such a commotion. Anyone who doesn't know better might think I'm terrified of dying. Sorry. He coughed awkwardly and voluntarily deactivated the skill. Recently, I've been leveling up a bit too intensely, feeling mentally strained. This time, my stress response was a bit much. Please forgive me, he muttered in his heart, scolding his own skill, Earth Shield technique. Little Earth, don't be so panicked. At least let people complete the security check properly. Earth Shield technique said aggrievedly. I'm just looking out for my master's safety. I'll be more careful next time. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, unwilling to argue with this timid thing. All right, young Master Lin, the check is complete. You may proceed. The staff glanced at the monitor and then allowed him to pass. Lin Mo nodded and walked into the examination passage. Two staff members stared at his gradually receding figure and whispered to each other. My goodness, rich people really are different. Even a security check comes with a shield. Don't even mention it. If I were the young master of the Lin family, I'd probably be even more afraid of dying than he is. You're absolutely right. Passing through the passage, Lin Mo arrived at a spacious open-air plaza. A considerable number of examinees had already gathered here, forming small groups of 2 or 3. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, the name Lin Mo was quite renowned among his peers in Zhanghai City. Lin Montag. A familiar voice called out from behind him. The crowd automatically made way for Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, surrounded by a group of people, strode over. Level 17. Not bad, your level is quite high. Lin Mo turned around, took a clear look at him, and replied indifferently. Oh, young Master Zhao, is there something you need? Zhao Yu sneered. Just a reminder. No one will back you up in the exam hall. Don't act too cocky in there. If you can't handle it, just give up. A whiteboard mage like you won't get much out of the exam anyway. The surrounding examinees whispered among themselves, casting strange glances. Lin Mo responded calmly. Thanks for your concern, Brother Zhao, but you'd better take care of yourself first. If someone like me messes up the exam, it's no surprise. But you, as an S-class prodigy, if you don't get good results this time, Uncle Zhao's reputation will really take a hit. Zhao Yu's face stiffened. He opened his mouth but then closed it again, unable to say a word for a long time. This logic. It was so cutting. Lin Mo ignored him, shoved his hands into his pockets, and leisurely strolled toward the corner of the rest area. Young Master Zhao, don't get mad. It's not worth it to argue with someone like that. A lackey leaned in, fawning and trying to console him. Lin Mo is just putting on a brave front. We all know how he got to level 17. Pure trash. Exactly. Another lackey chimed in. Young Master Zhao, you're the future pride of Tianlong Academy, while Lin Mo will just muddle through life in Zhanghai City. You're not even on the same level. Don't stoop to his level. Zhao Yu's expression eased slightly. He took the water handed to him, took a sip, and snorted coldly. Tianlong Academy? Humph. That's just my safety net. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. My goal is the Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy. Dragon Sequence class? The people around him were stunned. Young Master Zhao, the Dragon Sequence class is the highest combat reserve force in the Dragon Nation. Will the admissions officer come to Zhanghai City? I heard the threshold starts at SS level. Zhao Yu raised his chin. Su Wenchong, old Su, is indeed coming, and he's coming for me. Hiss. Young Master Zhao is impressive. In the future, you must look out for us brothers. These flattering words swept away the gloom on Zhao Yu's face, filling him with confidence. Humph, Lin Mo, the frog in the well, will never know how vast the real world is. Fireball technique, feeling annoyed. What's with that guy's look? Is he looking down on me? Fireball technique, fuming. I hate those types who act all high and mighty, with fire elements so weak they resemble a matchstick, yet pretending to be a big shot. Lin Mo remained calm. Don't rush, little fire. There will be a chance for you to shine. According to the rules of previous year's major exams, the first phase is solo trials, and the second phase is usually PvP combat, but the specific rules vary every year. Fireball technique jumped excitedly. Great! My big blade can't wait to show its power. Earth Shield technique weakly said, fighting against humans? Humans are much trickier than wild monsters. How about we skip the second phase? Fireball technique immediately exploded. Shut up, you cowardly wimp. You're a disgrace to the skill world. Earth Shield technique thought pitifully. I just want to protect the master. That Zhao Yu looks so fierce. Seeing the two skills about to argue again, Lin Mo had to step in to mediate. Enough, little fire. Control your temper. You are brothers. You need to stick together. And you, little earth. Lin Mo's tone turned serious. Your defense is so strong. Can Zhao Yu even break your shield? If I wrote Lin backward, you'd still have no reason to be scared. Under Lin Mo's reprimand, the two skills finally quieted down. At that moment, a stern shout echoed across the square. Everyone looked up and saw a burly man on the high platform. That's the deputy commander of Zhanghai City's City Defense Army, Iron Wall Mad Lion Zhang Taijun. Someone whispered in astonishment. Zhang Tiejun's face was grim, his voice like thunder. I am the chief examiner for this major exam, Zhang Taijun. Cut the nonsense. Since you're standing here, don't try any tricks. This is not just an exam venue. It's a battlefield. You'll face monsters and the abyss. If you can't take this seriously, go home and drink milk. His speech made the students bow their heads nervously. Seeing this, Zhang Taijun nodded and loudly announced the rules. The exam is divided into two stages. Stage 1. The Trial Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently. Several black towers, dozens of meters tall, rose from the ground. The Trial Tower has 30 floors, each refreshing with different monsters. Clearing one floor earns 100 points. Rankings are based on points first, and if tied, then by completion time. After the first stage ends, the top 200 will advance to the second stage. Top 200? The crowd erupted in shock. Out of tens of thousands of examinees in Zhanghai City, only 200 would advance. The elimination was brutal. Zhang Taijun ignored the commotion and continued. In the second phase, the selected 200 will be randomly teleported to the misty wasteland. Outside, there will be advanced wind mages creating a storm. The storm circle will gradually shrink. Don't touch the storm, or you'll be instantly obliterated. Killing ordinary monsters earns 10 points. Elite monsters 20 points. As he said this, the atmosphere suddenly turned icy. Most importantly, kill other candidates. For every candidate you kill, you seize all their points. The entire venue erupted. Stealing points? All the points earned in the early stages would be wasted, and getting ambushed would just hand over free points. Zhang Taijun swept his cold gaze across the crowd. No one will die. All candidates will have soul protection. If you suffer a fatal injury, it will activate automatically, protecting you until the assessment ends, but you will be eliminated. Now, line up according to your admission ticket and enter the trial tower. The exam begins. Lin Mo listened calmly, unperturbed. It was just about fighting monsters and people after all. He pulled out a bag of fire element snacks and queued up to enter the tower. VIP room on the second floor of the monitoring and command center. Luxuriously decorated, with attendants serving tea and water. Su Wenchang sat in the center of the sofa, while Lin Tianhao and his wife, along with Zhao Lei, sat on either side. On the surface, they appeared amicable, but the atmosphere was tense. It's starting. Lin Tianhao straightened his posture as he watched the footage of examinees entering the venue on the large screen. He gave a few instructions to a technical adjutant behind him. After the adjutant operated the controls, the screen zoomed in on the trial tower where Lin Mo was located. On the screen, Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged, munching on snacks. Your son's attitude is certainly quite laid back, Su Wenchang blurted out. Lin Tianhao's face turned slightly red, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, old Su, my boy has a good mindset. This is what they call remaining calm even if the mountain collapses before him. Su Wenchang laughed and clapped his hands. Ha, what a great phrase. Remaining calm even if the mountain collapses before him. Most young people nowadays are too tense. Someone like your son, who can relax, is quite rare. Zhao Lei, sitting nearby, felt uneasy. Relaxed? This wasn't relaxation. It was complete apathy, utterly giving up. He snorted coldly and instructed another adjutant, "Pull up Zhao Yu's footage." Soon, Zhao Yu's footage was displayed on the large screen, placed side by side with Lin Mo's in the center. On the screen, Zhao Yu held a staff, his expression solemn and his gaze sharp like an eagle's. He was the complete opposite of the laid-back Lin Mo beside him. Pointing at the screen, Zhao Lei said sarcastically, "Old Su, look at this. This is the attitude one should have during a major exam. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. A true professional never lets their guard down, even against weaker enemies." He sneered and glanced at Lin Tianhao. Some people, on the other hand, treat the exam like an amusement park. When they face a real battlefield in the future, they'll be the ones to suffer. Lin Tianhao immediately flared up. "Zhao Lei, stop exaggerating. It's just a few small monsters. Why make such a big deal out of it? My son is simply handling it with ease." "What do you know?" Zhao Lei snorted coldly. "Handling it with ease? I think it's just slacking off." Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. "So what if he's slacking off? If you're not convinced, let's see who clears the level faster." Seeing the two old classmates about to argue again, Su Wenchang quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, you're both in your 50s. Stop acting like kids." He smiled and glanced at the two screens. One is a genius with extraordinary talent and effortless skill. The other is a top student with solid fundamentals and a meticulous attitude. Each has their strengths. Let's keep watching. The trial tower has just begun, and the real show is yet to come. Lin Tianhao and Zhao Lei remained silent, snorted coldly, and focused on their respective screens. However, Su Wenchang's gaze lingered more on Lin Mo. After all these years, it was his first time seeing someone so relaxed under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Sequence class admissions officers. On the first floor of the trial tower, the internal space where Lin Mo stood was a spacious, enclosed hall, spanning 1,000 square meters. The walls were forged from cold black metal, exuding a chilling aura. The broadcast sounded, "Attention, candidates. Monsters for the first floor will arrive via the teleportation array in 60 seconds. Please adjust your combat state. There is a supply box on the right side of the hall containing basic mana and health potions, available for free use." The countdown began. 59, 58. Lin Mo glanced at the teleportation array in the distance. Judging by the setup, this floor was purely a test of output, with monsters being teleported in each round. His skill, Fireball, roared excitedly. "Hurry up, hurry up. Where are the monsters? I want to turn this place into a hell of crimson flames and make those ants cry for their mothers." Lin Mo muttered helplessly. "Little Fire, can you stop acting like a villain?" Fireball snorted, "Humph, boring human. Violence is truth, destruction is eternal." "What do you know?" Lin Mo sighed. All right, just stop laughing like cage all the time." Earthshield quietly chimed in. "Big bro, you're too violent. Can you be a bit more steady and learn from me?" Fireball sneered. "Learn from you? To drag us all down with you?" Earthshield retorted indignantly. "That was an accident. Okay?" Lin Mo interrupted them. "Stop arguing. The test is starting." The countdown hit 0. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly emitted a blinding light, space distorted, and 5 short, ugly creatures wielding rusty iron rods charged out. "Goblin Warrior, LV.5. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, ready to engage. "Level 5? Still beginner monsters, goblins? But after all, it's just the first level, so it's normal. Forget it, Little Fire. Just send them on their way." The flames of Fireball spell suddenly surged, letting out a sinister laugh. Cage. "Finally. Now, turn to ashes." A fireball quickly formed in front of Lin Mo. "Go!" Lin Mo, chewing on a snack, mumbled the word indistinctly. The fireball, trailing a long fiery tail, charged toward the goblins that had just steadied themselves. At that moment, boom! The ground suddenly shook, and a thick earthen wall rose 2 meters in front of Lin Mo, shielding him. The fireball was blocked by the earthen wall and exploded with a loud bang, sparks flying and smoke billowing everywhere. The 5 goblins froze, their faces full of confusion. What is this human doing? Are battle tactics this strange nowadays? Behind the earthen wall, Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Fireball spell was dumbfounded. Fireball spell bristled. Are you crazy? Why are you stopping me? Fireball spell shouted angrily. I already said, turn to ashes, and now you're pulling this? Are you done yet? Earth shield spell weakly defended itself. I was afraid the monsters would hurt the master. Fireball spell roared. Monsters? What are they? Are you doubting my power? Earth shield whispered. Safety first, as long as the master is fine. Besides, look, my wall even blocked your fireball. Impressive, right? Fireball? I'll kill you. Lin Mo slapped his forehead, his blood pressure rising. Enough! Can you two calm down? This is an exam. It's being broadcast live across the city. Can you save me some face? He took a deep breath and said, Little Earth, your intention was good, but you need to assess the situation. A level 5 small monster doesn't require summoning an earth wall to block a fireball. Even if you want to use it, you should let Big Brother take the lead and coordinate properly. Earth Shield lowered its head and admitted its mistake. I'm sorry, Master. I was too nervous and made a mistake. Fireball crossed its arms triumphantly and laughed. Did you hear that, coward? Step aside and stop blocking my output. Earth Shield sulked and drew circles in the dirt. Got it. Lin Mo turned to comfort Fireball. All right, little fire. Don't be so unforgiving. It's time to send those goblins on their way. Outside, a few goblins finally reacted. Their intelligence was low, incapable of understanding human strategies, only knowing they had to kill all humans. Gaga! The goblins swung their iron clubs and charged forward, howling. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, the earth wall instantly turned into quicksand, merging back into the ground, clearing the view. The leading goblin raised its iron club, grinning viciously as it charged. Fireball sneered. Grinning? Just wait. I'll make you cry for Grandpa later. The fireball appeared. It violently shook the moment it was launched. Multiple explosive fireballs. A single fireball instantly split into 15 explosive projectiles, precisely targeting 5 goblins. Faced with the suppression of professional-level skills, the goblins had no ability to counterattack. Boom! 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 Flames erupted, heat waves surged, and the narrow fan-shaped area instantly turned into a sea of fire. The 5 goblins were reduced to ashes in an instant. Inside the VIP room of the monitoring and command center for the professional exam. Good, good, good. Zhao Lei slapped his thigh excitedly, pointing at the screen with pride. Mr. Su, did you see that? My son Xiao Yu not only mastered multiple explosive fireballs, but he can also split them into 5 precise hits. This kind of microcontrol talent is definitely the best among this year's candidates in Zhanghai City. But Su Wenchang's reaction was unexpected. He coldly said, Shut up. Then he solemnly gave an order to the technical staff. Rewind Lin Mo's footage by 10 seconds and play it at 1/10 speed. Understood. The technical staff quickly operated the system. The footage on the big screen rewound, but Zhao Lei was still focused on his son Zhao Yu, completely unaware of what was happening on Lin Mo's side. Seeing Su Wenchang's serious expression, Zhao Lei suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that Lin Mo was caught cheating? That would truly be an unexpected piece of good news. As the footage slowed down, everyone stared at the fireball. It trembled violently in midair and then began to split. 1, 2, 5, 10. Astonishingly, 15 fireballs exploded simultaneously. This Zhao Lei suddenly jumped up from the sofa. 15 fireballs. How is that possible? Su Wenchong was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. As the admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy, he had encountered all kinds of geniuses, SSS-level elemental affinity, dual-element awakening, and even mage prodigies with companion divine beasts. But a newly transitioned mage, only 3 days into the role with no elemental affinity, casting 15 explosive fireballs instantly without a staff? This was beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Suwon whispered to Lin Tianhao beside her, "Look at Zhao Lei's face. It's as green as a goblin." Lin Tianhao raised his teacup to hide his smile and replied softly. He bragged that his son was the best in Zhanghai City, but compared to our mower, isn't he just a dim light next to the sun? Suwon glared at him. Don't laugh out loud. Just as she finished speaking, Zhao Lei snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Absolutely impossible. This has to be cheating." He turned and pointed angrily at Lin Tianhao. "Lin Tianhao, have you no shame? To get your son into the Dragon Sequence class, you prepared a skill scroll? 15 instant casts? Don't take us all for fools. What mage in history could do that?" Lin Tianhao remained calm and unhurried. "Zhao Lei, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? Just you wait." Zhao Lei's eyes turned sinister as he barked orders. "Bring me the staff who conducted Lin Mo's security check. I want answers." "Yes, Commander Zhao." The staff, intimidated by his aura, trembled and hurried out. Su Wenchong looked at Lin Tianhao with a complicated expression. "Old Lin, your kid is really something else." He, too, wanted to know whether Lin Mo truly had such talent or if he had cheated. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a faint smile. "Old Su, I've told you before, there's no need for me to deceive you." "You," Zhao Lei sneered. "Keep pretending. When the staff arrives, let's see how you explain yourself." Lin Tianhao remained composed, crossing his legs confidently, fully trusting that his son hadn't cheated. Soon, 2 uniformed staff members were brought into the VIP room, trembling with fear. They were the man and woman who had conducted Lin Mo's security check at the exam entrance. As soon as they entered, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Lei, with a cold expression, approached them like a predator ready to strike. "Commander, you wanted to see us?" the male staff member asked, his voice shaking. Zhao Lei asked coldly, "You were responsible for Lin Mo's pre-exam security check, correct?" The male staff member nodded hastily. "Yes, Commander Zhao, we are responsible." Zhao Lei slowly adjusted his cuffs and warned grimly, "Did you thoroughly check Lin Mo when he entered the venue?" "We checked very carefully. Everything was compliant," the staff member replied. "I'll ask again. Think carefully before you answer." Zhao Lei stared at them. "Did you accept bribes? Or were you threatened to turn a blind eye during the inspection? You know the consequences. Breaking the law is no small matter. Don't think you can escape punishment. If you confess now, it will still count as surrendering. Do you understand?" Zhao Lei's imposing aura pressed down like a mountain, causing the 2 staff members to turn pale and their legs to weaken. The male staff member took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he reported, "Commander Zhao, we can swear on our lives that the inspection process was absolutely compliant, with no oversights. Young Master Lin Mo's equipment was entirely in accordance with the rules, with no illegal skill scrolls or items." Zhao Lei narrowed his eyes, refraining from immediate rebuttal. After a few seconds of silence, he said coldly, "No scrolls? Then how did he instantly release 15 fireballs?" The male staff member swallowed hard, as if suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly explained. "There was indeed a minor incident at the time. When the detection light screen first activated, young Master Lin instantly cast Earth Shield, deflecting the light back. The speed was incredibly fast, released the moment the light screen activated. Later, after we explained the situation, young Master Lin voluntarily canceled the skill, allowing us to complete the inspection." Zhao Lei's brows furrowed deeply, and he sneered mockingly. "Deflecting the detection light with an instant Earth Shield? Lin Mo, A student who just transitioned a few days ago has mental strength strong enough to outpace the machine? Do you really think I'm stupid? The male staff member broke into a sweat. Commander Zhao, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. It's all there. He quickly pulled out a tablet and brought up the footage from Lin Mo's inspection period. Zhao Lei snatched it and stared at the screen. Moments later, his expression stiffened. The footage and inspection data confirmed the staff member's account. There were no scrolls or automatic defense items, but Lin Mo's instant defensive reaction was indeed present, entirely a reflex of his body. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. "All right, you may leave," Su Wanchong finally spoke, signaling the two to exit. The two staff members breathed a sigh of relief, bowed hastily to the senior officials, and quickly retreated. After they left, Su Wanchong remarked, "Old Lin, your boy Lin Mo is truly remarkable. He's trained both earth and wood elements to such a level and even has the confidence to cast spells without a staff." Everyone understood the weight of his words. While casting spells without a staff was common, the power was often significantly reduced. Only mages with exceptional control over themselves dared to instantly cast so many fireballs without a staff. Su Wanchong clicked his tongue in amazement. Instantly casting 15 fireballs without a staff. This is incredibly impressive. Lin Tianhao beamed with joy. "Ah, old Su. Don't praise him too much. The kid is just lazy. He doesn't even want to bother holding a staff. This is just the big exam, nothing special." Honestly, Lin Mo isn't as good as Zhao Yu from old Zhao's family in this regard. Zhao Lei's face instantly darkened, fully aware that Lin Tianhao's words were a jab, implying that his son, even with a staff, couldn't match someone else's bare-handed skill casting. "Humph, this is just the first level. There are still 29 more to go. I'd like to see how long Lin Mo can keep up the act," Zhao Lei said coldly. Su Wanchong quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, say no more. Which genius isn't confident? It's normal for young people to have a bit of arrogance. As long as they have the strength, whatever they do is justified." At that moment, a staff member called out in confusion, "Young Master Lin, what is he doing?" Everyone turned to look at the surveillance screen. The second wave of monsters had already been cleared, but Lin Mo was still busy. "Is he building a wall?" someone asked, puzzled. Inside the trial tower, the area around the teleportation array was no longer empty. With a rumbling sound, the sixth earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, connecting seamlessly with the others. 6 5-meter-high earth flow walls formed a perfect hexagon, resembling a bottomless giant well, completely trapping the monster spawn point inside and cutting off any escape route for the creatures. Earth Shield let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, much better. Now I can relax." Lin Mo didn't hold back his praise. "Well done, Little Earth. This is the kind of performance a mature skill should have. You need to understand we're a team. It's not just about survival. Cooperation is even more important. Got it? Only by trapping the monsters can your hot-headed big brother unleash his full power." Although Little Earth was timid and overly cautious, it was undeniably an expert in construction and fortifications. This approach of suppressing danger at its source earned Lin Mo's full approval. Hearing its master's praise, Earth Shield's icon glowed with happiness. Earth Shield nodded repeatedly. "Understood, Master. Cooperation. I'll work well with Big Brother." However, on the other side of the skill bar, Fireball was full of disdain. "Fireball," snorted coldly. "Tej, why go through all that trouble? I can solve it with a single fireball. Why bother building a pigsty?" Fireball flickered with fiery sparks. "A true powerhouse faces challenges head-on. My flames can devour everything." The previously delighted Earth Shield instantly felt aggrieved. The walls it had painstakingly built were dismissed by its big brother. Earth Shield said with a sobbing tone, "Master, look at him. All he does is ruin things. That reckless guy." Lin Mo said with a headache, "All right, little fire, say no more." Think about it, if the monsters scatter, you'd have to aim at them one by one. How tiring would that be? Little Earth can gather them all in one place. You just need to throw your skills into the pit. This is called catching a turtle in a jar, an efficient way to farm monsters. You need to have a broader perspective when using skills, understand? Fireball froze for a moment, seemingly pondering this logic. A few seconds later, Fireball reluctantly agreed. Sounds like an excuse, but as long as I get to blow things up to my heart's content, fine. At this moment, an electronic countdown voice came through the broadcast. Time until monster teleportation. 10 seconds. Lin Mo adjusted his sitting posture, preparing to face the arrival of the monsters. Buzz! The countdown ended. In the small space tightly enclosed by 6 earthen walls, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. Immediately after, 10 figures slowly began to materialize. Goblin Warrior, LV.5. This batch of goblins was noticeably more robust than the first wave. Their iron rods had been replaced with spiked clubs, and their skin had darkened to a deeper shade of forest green. 10 goblins, filled with rage and bloodlust, stepped out of the teleportation array one by one.
Gaga. Humans. Prepare to die.
The leading goblin roared, swinging its spiked club. However, in the next second, it looked around in confusion, surrounded by towering walls on all sides. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, staring blankly at their surroundings. Where is this? Goo! Did we switch cells? The goblins exchanged bewildered glances, their minds recalling their rough journey. Once upon a time, they lived freely in the dark caverns, catching rats, harassing humans, and enjoying a carefree life. Until one day, a hideous yet powerful human barged in and captured them. From then on, they were thrown into a dark dungeon, sharpening their spiked clubs daily, dreaming of freedom and revenge. Until today, the humans brought them out of the dungeon, a mysterious light summoning them. They thought it was the trumpet of freedom, the beginning of their revenge. And the result? A new cell. At that moment, a blazing red light suddenly erupted above their heads. They looked up, only to see fireballs raining down like a storm of destruction.
Yee!
The goblins screamed in terror, desperately trying to escape, but the towering walls left no way out. This is an execution ground designed specifically for slaughter. Fireball spell laughed maniacally. Ugly monsters, taste the wrath from the heavens. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed within the earthen walls. The shockwaves were tightly sealed by the walls, causing the energy to build up rapidly inside. Flames roared, igniting every inch of air. Those 10 pitiful goblin warriors were reduced to ashes in an instant. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the second level. Time taken, 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. You will enter the third level in 5 minutes. Fireball spell smacked its lips, still unsatisfied. Teach, that's it? A bunch of trash. Earth shield spell proudly declared. Big brother, we are truly amazing. Fireball spell froze for a moment. Earth shield spell spoke with conviction. Big brother, what's with that look? Without me, could you have blown them up so easily? He blinked his big eyes. It's like eating a meal. I'm the one holding the bowl and you're the one eating. Neither of us can be left out. Fireball spell twitched at the corner of its mouth. Holding the bowl? Fireball spell turned its head and snorted coldly. I guess you're somewhat useful. Lin Mo listened to the two bickering and decided to interject to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. You're both amazing. One is an indestructible shield, and the other is an unstoppable spear. Together, you're the perfect combination. Brothers united, their strength can cut through anything. After speaking, he lay down on the ground out of boredom, resting his hands behind his head, looking extremely relaxed. This exam is so boring. However, this trick is pretty good. Although there are only 5 to 10 low-level monsters now, this is just the second floor, and there are up to 30 floors. Later, as the monsters increase in number and level, just block the teleportation point and blast them with fireballs. Problem solved. Lin Mo comfortably crossed his legs, thinking to himself that this felt less like an exam and more like a one-man rampage. Meanwhile, the VIP monitoring room outside fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the screen showing the leisurely figure lying there, along with the hexagonal earthen wall still emitting black smoke. Is this for real? Su Wenchang's aged eyes were fixed on the screen as he let out a dry sigh. As the admissions officer for the Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy, he had seen all kinds of ways to clear exams. Kiting with precise movement, burst damage for instant kills, summoning beasts to tank hits. But he had never seen anything like this, blocking the monster spawn point with an earthen wall and then wildly throwing fireballs inside. You have to understand, Earthflow Wall is an advanced earth element skill, and this is only 3 days after his job change. For an ordinary earth element mage, being able to stabilize a wall is already impressive, let alone constructing such a solid and tightly sealed hexagonal barrier. Even more astonishing is that he can instantly melt 10 goblins. This firepower is terrifying. Those exceptionally gifted dual-element earth-fire prodigies already find it challenging to build thick walls and maintain high fireball accuracy during exams. Old Su, what do you think? Lin Tianhao's lips curled slightly, though he tried to maintain composure. Su Wenchang took a deep breath, full of shock. Old Lin, your kid is truly extraordinary. No, he's just a bit stronger than the average person, Lin Tianhao said while glancing at Zhao Lei out of the corner of his eye. Su Wenchang called out to the technicians. Rewind. Slow it down. The footage rewound, and everyone clearly saw fireball after fireball precisely hitting the goblins, blowing them to smithereens. The most crucial part was that Lin Mo never even looked inside the earthen wall from start to finish. Did you see that? Su Wenchang's voice was low. Every split fireball accurately hit a monster. He had no line of sight but could still pinpoint them with precision. I've never seen perception like this. Old Su, aren't you exaggerating? Lin Tianhao felt a bit embarrassed. I can do that too. Haven't you seen me? Su Wenchang shot him a glare. Old Lin, I've been in this profession for 30 years, and your son has only been at it for 3 days. How can you compare? This is what a true genius looks like. I'm really grateful you informed me. Otherwise, our Dragon Sequence class would have missed out. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a smile, unable to hide the pride in their eyes. Forget it. Old Su, stop bragging. Su Wan chimed in. What genius? Our Amoer has no ambition. He's actually just a lazy person. He thinks chasing monsters around is too tiring, so he came up with a way to slack off. Round them up and blow them up for convenience. Exactly. Lin Tianhao added. Our Amoer has been like this since he was a kid. If he can lie down, he won't sit. The couple sang in harmony. Su Wenchang and Zhao Lei listened, as if they were saying, basic skills, nothing special. Lying down is the real pleasure. Zhao Lei appeared calm on the surface, but waves were already surging in his heart. This ability to control terrifying elements, this unbelievable tactical thinking, he had completely misjudged before. The Abyss Dungeon wasn't led by Xia Qingyue. It was this kid. Damn it, he had been so blind. Su Wenchang glanced at the data and continued. 3 seconds. Old Lin, what's the highest record in our Trial Tower's history? Lin Tianhao thought for a moment and replied calmly. 5 years ago, 27 floors, a total of 20 minutes, not counting breaks. 20 minutes, 27 floors.
Su Wenchang muter.
At this speed, Lin Mo won't just break the floor record. He'll even shatter the fastest clear record for each floor. Wishful thinking. Zhao Lei couldn't help but interrupt. Old Su, you're overestimating him. The last 5 floors have monsters at level 25 in large numbers and they can fly. Just relying on a few shabby dirt walls? How could they hold up? Lin Tianhao sneered. Old Zhao, your vision is just like that. Since you think it's a pipe dream, let's keep watching. Zhao Lei's face darkened, and he said no more, turning to look at his son. Unfortunately, his son's current level couldn't even catch up to Lin Mo's toes. At this moment, on the second floor of the trial tower, Zhao Yu was alone in the space. He leaned on his staff, gasping for breath. Although he had won the battle just now, it had been extremely exhausting. 10 goblin warriors, with thick skin and the ability to spread out and flank, attacked fiercely. He had to keep moving to kite them, calculate skill cooldowns, and precisely throw fireballs bit by bit. Only the second floor and it's already this hard? Zhao Yu walked toward the supply box, took out a bottle of mana potion, and drank it in one gulp. Congratulations, Zhao Yu. Second floor cleared. Time taken: 1 minute 47 seconds. Third floor begins in 5 minutes. Hearing the broadcast, a proud smile appeared on Zhao Yu's face. 1 minute 47 seconds. Ordinary A-level players would take at least 3 to 5 minutes, and might even get injured if they weren't careful. There were hardly any S-level players who could finish within 2 minutes, yet he had done it in under 1 minute 50 seconds. This performance, in previous competitions, would undoubtedly rank him among the top S-level players. In Jianghai City, there were no experts above S-level. In other words, his performance was absolutely crushing the competition. Zhao Yu's gaze swept toward the surveillance camera in the corner, and he smiled as he said, "Dad, did you see that? This is the power of an S-level flame mage. The top scorer in Jianghai City. I've got it in the bag." Although he couldn't see the scene in the monitoring room, he firmly believed his father was sitting there, proud of him. In the monitoring room, Lin Mo had already cleared the floor. Everyone's attention had shifted to the enlarged screen showing Zhao Yu. Lin Tianhao looked at Zhao Yu's eerie smile on the screen and pretended to ask curiously, "Old Zhao, what's your Zhao Yu mumbling about over there?" Zhao Lei's face was grim. No one knows a son better than his father. He understood his son too well. That look in his eyes, that slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what his son was feeling proud about. Normally, he might feel proud too, but now, watching Lin Mo clear the level in 3 seconds while looking at his son's "I'm the best in the world" expression, Zhao Lei just wanted to jump into the screen and give his son a good beating. So embarrassing. Inside the trial tower, the air was filled with a faint burnt smell. The battle continued, or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. Buzz! The teleportation array lit up, and as soon as the third-level monsters appeared, fireballs exploded, raining down like a storm from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed within the earthen walls, and the ground trembled slightly. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. Third level cleared in 3 seconds. Lin Mo didn't even bother to move his eyelids, simply shifted to a more comfortable side-lying position, chewing on a piece of jerky. 4th level, 5th level, the same scene repeated over and over. Whether it was skeleton soldiers wielding rusty blades or shadow leopards relying on speed for sneak attacks, as long as they dared to teleport over, they were blasted into ashes with a single multi-explosive fireball without any blind spots. Earth Shield exclaimed, "Big Bro is so fierce. Impressive." Fireball sneered, "Isn't this simple? Watch and learn. Your cage setup is passable at best." Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This little fireball really had the demeanor of a big brother, starting to acknowledge a little CPU underling. He fought his way to the 19th floor, whether it was goblins, prairie wolves, or shield-bearing orcs. As soon as they teleported over, they were bombarded into a dilemma of retreat or advance. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. Cleared the 19th floor in 42 seconds. A golden light shot into the sky, and Lin Mo leveled up to LV.18. Not bad, level 18. Just 2 levels away from learning Thunderstrike. Fire and earth dual elements were strong, but what mages looked forward to the most was lightning, which symbolized speed and destruction. Fireball said arrogantly, "Little Thunderstrike? Another little underling? Perfect. Earth handles the tanking, Thunder handles the errands, and I handle looking cool." Earth Shield rubbed its hands excitedly. "Can I be the second in command now?" Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. At this moment, A broadcast interrupted his thoughts. Attention candidates. You are about to enter the 20th floor. Monster level. LV.22. Includes flying monsters. Please prepare for aerial defense. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Flying monsters. Now Earth Shield can't seal the top and Fireball can't reach the sky. Earth Shield said nervously. Master, what do we do? Should we dig underground? Lin Mo warned cautiously. Don't rush to burrow underground. With me here, coming out means death. Don't move recklessly until the very last moment. Earth Shield conceded. Fine. The countdown hit 0. Squawk. 10 grayish-white monsters with bat-like wings burst out from the teleportation point. Gargoyle LV.22 × 9. Gargoyle Elite. LV.22 × 1. The leading elite was a size larger, emanating a dark red aura. As soon as they appeared, they immediately flapped their wings and took to the air. Fireball scoffed. No flying allowed in my domain. Fireball roared. Blow them up. Fireballs soared into the air, splitting into 15 homing projectiles that locked onto the ascending gargoyles with precision. Boom! 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 Flames roared, heat waves surged, and the power was as terrifying as ever. But then, something unexpected happened. The elite monster was incredibly resilient. The first wave of firepower failed to kill it instantly. Fireball sneered. Not dead yet? Here's another one for you. Another fireball whistled through the air. Boom! The elite gargoyle was scorched black, but it still had a sliver of health remaining. At this moment, all the skills entered cooldown. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it flapped its wings and escaped the fireball's coverage zone. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Mo on the ground. Earth Shield Technique shouted in alarm. We missed one. Big brother, we missed one. Earth Shield Technique screamed in panic. Help! Master! Be careful! The gargoyle lunged forward, and with a loud boom, an earth wall suddenly rose. Its sharp claws struck the sturdy wall fiercely but failed to break through. Little Earth reacts so quickly. I knew I could count on it at critical moments. Lin Mo praised without hesitation. The more you praise it, the more it feels useful. Its protective instincts grow stronger, and it works harder. He skillfully employed this psychological strategy, balancing rewards and punishments to control the performance of his skills. Earth Shield Technique was moved to tears. Master, rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will touch a single hair on you. Meanwhile, the dazed elite gargoyle didn't give up. It bypassed the earth wall, flapped its wings, and prepared to attack from the air. Lin Mo looked up, his eyes meeting the gargoyle in the sky. Sigh. Looks like I have to step in. He made a gun gesture with his hand, pointing at the gargoyle. In your next life, don't mess with me. Suddenly, a dark red light gathered at his fingertips. Bang! A spiral-shaped fire line tore through the air, instantly piercing the gargoyle, scattering charred fragments of stone. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo for clearing the 20th level. Time taken, 9 seconds. Lin Mo blew at the non-existent smoke from his fingers. Fairly smooth. After the monster was dealt with, the skills began to argue. Earth Shield Technique angrily accused. Big brother, how could you let a level 22 elite monster fly out? Reacting 0.01 seconds slower, what would have happened to the master? This is negligence. Fireball Technique felt a bit guilty. Ahem. An accident. Didn't expect that stone guy's skin to be so tough. Thought it'd die with just one blast. Excuses. Earth Shield Technique refused to let it go. Do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for me and the master reacting quickly, you'd be facing a scolding. The two brothers were about to start arguing when Lin Mo quickly intervened. Enough. Both of you quiet. The two skills fell silent but snorted in dissatisfaction. Lin Mo stroked his chin and analyzed. Our biggest flaw is the lack of sustained area damage. Multi-explosive fireball is powerful, but without cooldown reduction equipment, the cooldown is too long. If the monsters aren't all dead after the explosion, there will be a gap period. Non-flying monsters are fine. We can trap them and wait for the cooldown. But flying ones are troublesome. Fireball and explosive spiral are both single-target outputs. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of something and turned to Fireball. Little Fire, didn't you have a mid-level skill book for Flame Pillar before? The Fireball icon trembled slightly. The book had long been consumed by it, but it hadn't managed to learn the skill. Lin Mo sighed. Forget it, you can't even read. This skill involves accumulating fire elements on the ground and then spraying out a high-pressure flame pillar. Got it. Fireball was skeptical but decided to give it a try. Fire elements gathered on the ground, and suddenly, with a poof, a tiny flame less than 30 centimeters high emerged. Comprehension failed. Fireball threw up its hands in frustration. See? It's not that I'm not trying. I just can't do it. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Skill comprehension was indeed difficult. At this moment, Earth Shield timidly raised its hand. Big brother, the ground may seem flat, but I can sense many tiny pores and textures. These pores are small, but if we can utilize them and inject through these pores. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a key point. Little Earth, can you transfer your perception to Little Fire? Lin Mo stared at the skill panel, his voice tinged with anticipation. Earth Shield hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I think I can. After all, we're both master skills, and our origins are connected. Earth Shield turned to Fireball. Boss, let me try passing this feeling to you. Fireball looked full of doubt but reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'll begrudgingly give it a try. Buzz. A strange ripple spread across the skill bar. It was the unique frequency of earth elements, heavy, stable, and all-encompassing. Under the influence of this ripple, Fireball's perspective suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed in shock, "What the heck? The floor actually looks like this. So many holes." System notification. Your skill Fireball has entered an epiphany state. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Surveillance Command Center, Su Wenchong and Lin Tianhao, husband and wife, stared intently at Lin Mo's screen. They had just seen Lin Mo's actions of accumulating fire elements on the ground. This kid. Su Wenchong squinted, the walnut in his hand coming to a halt. Is he trying to comprehend the mid-level fire skill? Flaming Pillar? A glimmer flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes, and he was about to speak. But Zhao Lei, sitting nearby, turned his head and sneered. Old Su, don't overestimate this kid. He's only been in his new profession for 3 days, and he wants to comprehend a mid-level skill? In a month, will he be casting forbidden spells directly? Ha, old Zhao, don't be so sure of yourself. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, feeling tense inside but forcing himself to stay composed. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean my son can't. Talent determines everything, not the time spent in the profession.
Cao Lei scoffed disdainfully. Talent?
Don't make me laugh. If he manages to comprehend Flaming Pillar today, I'll eat this screen on the spot. As his words fell, the room fell silent. Su Wenchong was about to say a few words to mediate. Someone, Lin Tianhao shouted. Here. The adjutant immediately stood at attention and saluted. Lin Tianhao didn't spare Zhao Lei a glance, pointing at the screen. Prepare a wrench, screwdriver, and cutting machine. Go to the cafeteria and fetch a bucket of lubricant oil, along with 2 bottles of high-concentration vinegar. I'm worried Commander Zhao might choke later and need something to soothe his throat. Yes, sir. The adjutant promptly carried out the orders. Biffed. Su Wen covered her mouth, laughing as she turned away. Old Lin, what are you doing? Su Wenchong was also at a loss, laughing and crying. This is the main monitoring center for the big exam, Lin Tianhao. Are you a bandit? Tearing down the screen just like that? He then looked at Zhao Lei and advised, Old Zhao, how old are you? Why are you bickering with a kid? Saying things like eating the screen What if you break a tooth? But Zhao Lei, still fuming, glared at Lin Tianhao. Humph. I mean what I say. But if he doesn't comprehend it, Lin Tianhao, what will you do? Lin Tianhao adjusted his cuffs. Fine, if Emoer doesn't comprehend it, I'll eat the screen. Good. You said it. Zhao Lei shouted. A gentleman's word is his bond. The two of them were like bulls locking horns, their gazes clashing, the tension palpable. Su Wenchong, caught in the middle, sighed helplessly. What a mess! He rubbed his temples and sat back on the sofa in resignation. Fine. Do what you want, just don't choke on it. His gaze returned to the large screen. Lin Mo was still sitting there, faint red light emanating from the ground, fire elements surging wildly. This kid, is old Zhao really going to eat it?
Su Wenchang mu tơ.
The 21st floor of the trial tower. The space distorted, and Lin Mo was teleported to the center. Attention, examinee. The monsters on this floor are high-mobility flying creatures. Please prepare yourself. Countdown. 60 seconds. The cold broadcast voice echoed. Lin Mo remained expressionless, staring at the ground. He was waiting for Fireball Technique to deduce a new skill. At this moment, under the shared perception of Earth Shield Technique, the seemingly ordinary ground transformed into skin covered with countless tiny pores in the perspective of Fireball Technique. As long as the fire element is compressed, injected along these nodes, and then detonated, the air suddenly became scorching hot. A faint dark red glow emanated from the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet, as if underground magma was churning. Immediately afterward, the panel popped up with a series of notifications. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has successfully discerned the texture of the earth. Skill, Fireball Technique, has independently deduced and comprehended a mid-tier fire skill, Flaming Pillar, LV.1. Flaming Pillar creates a circle of flames on the designated area of the ground, followed by a brief delay before erupting into high-pressure fire pillars, dealing significant fire attribute area damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Current level LV.1. Can consecutively release 5 fire pillars. Each level increase adds +1 fire pillar. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Did it work? Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth subtly curved upward. This is the power of mid-tier skills, starting with 5 fire pillars. When maxed out, the scene would be unimaginable. Although the red circle warning looks a bit silly, it can still be useful when paired with control or terrain-restricting skills. In the panel, Fireball Technique was shouting joyfully, "Ha ha ha! It worked! I finally did it!" Fireball Technique dispersed its restless flames and glanced at Earth Shield Technique beside it for once. This time you were somewhat useful. I preliminarily acknowledge you. Earth Shield Technique blushed slightly. Actually, it's mainly because the Master is amazing. If it weren't for the Master's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of using it this way. The Master is the eternal God. Fireball Technique nodded. This human is usually lazy, but he really comes through at critical moments. When I become a forbidden spell, you all will have contributed greatly. Lin Mo interrupted their boasting. All right, we've got the new skill. Get ready to work. Little Earth, raise the wall. Earth Shield Technique, responded energetically. Got it, Master. Boom, the ground trembled. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Mo didn't stay idle. He immediately opened the Attribute Panel's backpack section and took out several partially used skill books. The exam didn't prohibit carrying skill books, only one-time use skill scrolls. He used up all the remaining skill books. Buzz, 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 streams of light flowed into his body. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has absorbed Flame Impact, Chain Fireball, Portable Flame, and other skills. Fireball Technique, Multi-Explosive Fireball, Blazing Spiral Dragon Shot, and Flame Pillar proficiency have significantly increased. Current skill levels. Fireball Technique LV.18, maxed. Multi-Explosive Fireball LV.18. Blazing Spiral Dragon Shot LV.18, Flame Pillar LV.18. Your skill, Earth Shield Technique, has absorbed rock skin. In just a few seconds, skill books worth millions of Dragon Nation currency were all turned into nourishment. Lin Mo's skill panel was completely refreshed. All skills, including the newly comprehended Flame Pillar, were upgraded to level 18. A level 18 Flame Pillar could unleash at least 22 pillars of fire. Perfect! Lin Mo snapped his fingers, glanced at the now empty backpack, and began calculating. The consumption is quite high. After the exam, I need to go back and restock with Mom, and maybe prepare some lightning-type skill books. If I get into the Dragon Sequence class and make Mom happy, my allowance might increase significantly. At this moment, the broadcast countdown hit 0. Monster teleportation begins. Buzz, hexagonal earth walls formed a cage, and the teleportation array lit up. Space distorted, and 20 level 22 monsters appeared, cramming the space to its limits. Half of them were ferocious, bloodthirsty bats. As soon as they landed, they froze. Surrounded by high walls, every gap was tightly sealed. Before they could react, bright red warning circles lit up beneath their feet. 1, 2, 5. Countless red circles instantly covered the floor of the cage, leaving no inch of land untouched. At the same time, 15 fireballs rained down from above. Fireball Spell laughed maniacally. Welcome to the Inferno. Boom! 23 pillars of fire suddenly erupted from the ground. In an instant, the world within the earthen walls turned into a purgatory. Fireballs fell from the sky, fire pillars surged from the ground, and before the monsters could even scream, they were reduced to ashes. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating half of the trial tower, and even the thick earthen walls glowed red from the heat. Lin Mo stood at a distance, feeling the waves of heat on his face, and pulled out a new, unopened snack. Click, click, click. Mid-level skills are truly impressive. The explosive power is much stronger than before. I can't even imagine how terrifying high-level or even forbidden spells would be. Fireball Spell let out a satisfied sigh. Amazing! So exhilarating. So brutal. I absolutely love this new skill. Earth Shield Spell looked at the towering flames and swallowed hard. Big bro, you're incredible. I feel like my walls are about to collapse. Fireball Spell laughed loudly. This is just the beginning. Wait until I become a forbidden spell. That'll be the true fiery inferno. A few seconds later, the flames dissipated. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 21st floor. Time taken, 3 seconds. The broadcast sounded, announcing the end of the massacre. Lin Mo stretched lazily, his bones cracking audibly. Next level. He casually glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, its red light blinking, unaware that behind the lens, someone was preparing for battle. Inside the monitoring room, the fiery glow of blazing pillars reflected red on the monitors. Everyone was utterly shocked. A rookie who had only changed professions 3 days ago had comprehended a mid-level skill in the trial tower, and his opening move was over 20 fire pillars, completely unheard of. This meant his skill proficiency had already reached the limit of Lin Mo's own level. How did he manage to do it? Old Zhao, what do you think? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow at Zhao Lei. Should we steam or fry this screen? Zhao Lei's face darkened as he stared at the screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ahem. Su Wenchong glanced between the two, speaking meaningfully. Old Zhao, we're all people of status here. Now that you've said it. He paused, his face full of smiles. In the military, words are no joke. Lin Tianhao chimed in. Don't worry, Old Zhao is Commander Zhao, a high-ranking figure in Zhanghai City. How could he possibly go back on his word? He glanced at Zhao Lei again. Though I doubt this screen tastes very good. Old Zhao, if you're really feeling awkward, just say, my son isn't even worth one of Lin Mo's fingers, and we'll let it go. How about that? The words sounded like an olive branch, but in reality, they forced Zhao Lei to admit defeat in the most humiliating way. Zhao Lei suddenly raised his head, gritting his teeth. Humph, I, Zhao Lei, am upright and honorable.
Abet Isabet.
Someone, take down this screen. The adjutant froze. Commander, really take it down? Of course. No jokes in the military. Take it down. Zhao Lei shouted loudly, and the adjutant trembled as he quickly removed the display screen. Zhao Lei stared at the pitch-black monitor and took a deep breath. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a crimson flame instantly reduced the monitor to ashes. As a high-level fire attribute warrior, his physical constitution was almost superhuman, and the pain of burning electronic equipment was nothing to him. But being forced into such helplessness by his own failure, the humiliation was more toxic than any poison. Lin Tianhao looked at Zhao Lei and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Savage! Su Wenchang also laughed heartily.
Ah, commander Zhao sera à main preste.
After speaking, his gaze returned to the main screen. At this moment, Lin Mo had already cleared the 21st level and was preparing to teleport to the next. But seriously, Su Wenchang's expression turned serious. Old Lin, this kid is definitely not just someone who mastered a mid-tier skill. Right at the start, he unleashed over 20 fire pillars, and each one dealt damage far beyond that of others at the same level. Someone remarked in awe. Lin Tianhao listened, his face full of confusion. He thought to himself, isn't skill improvement supposed to come from repeated use and gradual strengthening? How could someone be so proficient right from the start, reaching such a high level? This is just too unreasonable. He paused for a moment and muttered, maybe this is what they call innate talent? Someone nearby added, you don't understand. He's been different since he was a child. While other kids were playing around, he would lie on the sofa all day, staring at the fireplace flames, sitting there for an entire afternoon. Back then, I thought he was just absent-minded. Who knew he might have been comprehending the mysteries of fire elements? When the time finally came for him to change professions, he soared to the skies. Zhao Lei had just swallowed a mouthful of dust and nearly choked to death. Staring blankly can unleash over 20 fire pillars? Why don't you have him stare at a light bulb and see if he can comprehend a forbidden light spell? Lin Tianhao smiled. Old Zhao, that's called jealousy. Is it so hard to admit someone's greatness? The world is vast, and there will always be people who defy common sense. Su Wenchang nodded in agreement. No matter how it happened, the results speak for themselves. With such astonishing learning speed and control, if he joins the Dragon Sequence class, his future will be limitless. Outside the examination hall, the square was bustling with noise. A large group of eliminated candidates stared up at the leaderboard hanging high in the air. Inside the trial tower, only Lin Mo and Zhao Yu were still persevering, while the remaining tens of thousands had all been eliminated. According to the rules, they had to wait for the final score rankings and the announcement of the top 200 list. First place, Lin Mo, current level, 23. Second place, Zhao Yu, current level, 13. Third place. Whoa, 23 levels. Is Lin Xiao really going to clear the trial tower in one go? I only made it to the third level before failing, and he's already so far ahead. The difference is like night and day. Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to be a blank slate mage? Whose blank slate trains this fiercely? Must be cheating, right? Cheating? Would you dare let your blank slate son cheat? The review committee isn't just sitting around doing nothing. No comparison, no harm. Earlier, Zhao Yu's group was bragging about being the highest ceiling in Zhanghai City, and now he's been left 10 levels behind. It's not even neck and neck, it's a complete crush. Ridiculous. Compared to Lin Xiao, an S-class genius is nothing but a joke. Just wait until Zhao Yu sees the leaderboard. He'll probably cry without a place to hide. On one side of the square, Yi Hongyu stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a luxury car, her expression proud. Shi Tu squatted on the ground, holding binoculars and staring at the big screen with a grin. As expected of our young master, leaving that Zhao kid miles behind, not even catching a glimpse of his taillights. Yi Hongyu smiled faintly. Of course, Those people only see the young master's laziness, but in truth, that's the composure of a true powerhouse. Shirt 2 put down the binoculars and glanced at the surrounding media. Captain Yi, tomorrow's headlines in the Dragon Nation will definitely feature our young master's name. He's really going to be famous. Yi Hongyu brushed her disheveled bangs, her gaze fixed on the towering trial tower. Fame is inevitable. Since the young master intends to shine, the whole world will be shaken. The young master stage is far beyond Shanghai City. On the plaza, a white teleportation beam lit up, drawing everyone's attention. As the beam dissipated, a disheveled Zhao Yu emerged from the trial tower, his hair a tangled mess, his face covered in soot and bloodstains. He panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, but he still forced himself to stand tall, his usual arrogance etched on his face. The 13th floor, this was his final result. Although he couldn't go further, Zhao Yu remained full of confidence. Over the years, very few exam candidates had managed to pass the 10th floor, let alone reach the 13th. This achievement was enough to make him a legend in Shanghai City. Zhao Yu glanced around, looking at the dense crowd of candidates in the plaza, the smile on his lips growing wider. "Humph, just as I thought," he sneered. "Most of them have been eliminated." At that moment, a few of Zhao Yu's lackeys hurried over. "Zhao, young Master Zhao, you're out." The leader of the group held a towel and water in his hands, but his expression was odd. Zhao Yu took the water and drank a sip, frowning slightly. "Why do you all look so lifeless? Did someone in your family die?" He was displeased. With his result as a top-tier S-class genius, shouldn't his lackeys be cheering and celebrating? Why did they look like they'd seen a ghost? "Not an exaggeration at all," the lackey stammered. The 13th floor would absolutely be the top score in previous years. Obviously, Zhao Yu threw the water bottle to the ground. "If you know how impressive it is, why are you reacting so poorly? Does this mean you don't care about my result? Or is there someone better than me?" The group exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Finally, the leader cautiously suggested, "Young Master Zhao, you should take a look at the leaderboard behind you." "Look at what?" Zhao Yu snorted, turning around with disdain. "Look at the gap between us." Before the words were finished, second place. Zhao Yu froze completely. He couldn't accept it, he wasn't first. What he couldn't believe even more was that the first place was Lin Mo, the second-generation rich kid he had always looked down on.
Impossible.
Zhao Yu muttered. The system must have made a mistake, or Lin Mo cheated. Definitely cheating. A lackey leaned in and whispered, "We were all watching. Lin Mo is too strong, practically clearing each level in seconds." "Shut up." Zhao Yu suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot. "I didn't ask you to speak." The lackey was so frightened he didn't dare make another sound. Zhao Yu stared intently at Lin Mo, who was at the top of the leaderboard, knowing deep down that cheating was almost impossible. In their world, the consequences of cheating were severe, implicating even one's entire family. Lin Mo came from a well-off family and had no motive for such actions. Yet, Zhao Yu still couldn't accept that this so-called blank slate mage could be so powerful. Another lackey couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Zhao, do you think Lin Mo can really clear the 30th floor? The highest record in history is only the 27th floor. If he actually clears it..." Before he could finish, Zhao Yu sneered, "The 30th floor? No one's ever done it. What makes him, a blank slate mage, think he can? Does he think those SSS-level geniuses are all idiots?" He adjusted his collar and pointed at the two stone lions outside the exam hall's entrance. "If Lin Mo really clears the 30th floor, I'll swallow these two stone lions whole today. No chewing, just straight down." As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The lackeys exchanged glances but, eager to flatter Zhao Yu, cheered in unison, "Young Master Zhao, you're so bold. Lin Mo won't be able to make those stone lions move." On the 29th floor of the trial tower, the desert stretched out desolately, with fierce winds whipping up fine sand that stung the face. Starting from the 26th floor, the terrain had become increasingly varied. This floor featured a classic harsh desert environment. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. The 29th floor has been cleared. Time taken, 56 seconds. Lin Mo patted the sand off his body and, for once, let out a rare sigh. Scattered around his feet lay dozens of corpses of hard, ambush-prone desert scorpions. This level is starting to get challenging. Lin Mo stretched his stiff neck, his gaze falling on several partially destroyed earthen walls. The recent battle had left him with no chance to sit and rest properly. To evade the monster's attacks, Lin Mo had been forced to move around and even use the earth submersion skill. So exhausting. Let's just finish this quickly and destroy them. Lin Mo muttered helplessly. Fireball spell roared excitedly. Now this is what I call a fight. Those scorpions actually withstood 2 of my multiple explosive fireballs. What a thrill! Fireball spell was brimming with battle spirit. Only battles this intense can forge a true forbidden spell. Earth shield spell, still shaken, said, "Big guy, stop talking. That was way too dangerous. The monsters here just keep getting more and more insane." Earth shield technique. Hesitated. "Master, how about we just give up and go home? I missed the big bed at home." Fireball technique. Instantly flew into a rage. "Coward, we're almost at the door, and now you're saying you want to quit? I can't afford to lose face like that. We must clear this level." Earth shield technique, weakly retorted. "But the next level will definitely be harder. What if—" "Enough! Stop arguing." Lin Mo rubbed his temples and said coldly, "We're already here. At least take a look at the final level, right? We still have the priest's buff on us. We won't die. Besides, Little Earth, have you forgotten? We just learned that combo move yesterday, and we haven't tested it in actual combat yet." These words immediately made Earth Shield Technique snap to attention. "Earth Shield Technique!" exclaimed excitedly. "That's right. That combo move with Big Brother looks so solid. Earth Shield Technique." Instantly perked up. "With that layer of hard shell, battle armor, what do I have to fear?" Earth Shield Technique immediately changed his tune. "Master, I'm ready to fight again. Charge. We must clear this level. Anyone who doesn't clear it is a loser." Fireball Technique rolled his eyes. "Ha! Your face changes faster than flipping a book, you coward." At that moment, the teleportation countdown hit 0, space began to distort, and the scene abruptly shifted. Before them appeared a massive circular coliseum, with towering stands reaching into the clouds. Though empty, it seemed to echo with the cheers of millions, and the air was thick with a tense killing intent. The trial tower, level 30, the final level had arrived. A broadcast voice sounded, "Congratulations to examinee Lin Mo for reaching the final level of the trial tower. This level is the ultimate trial. Monster level 25, quantity 50, boss 1. Good luck." In the monitoring room, Suwon tightly gripped Lin Tianhao's hand, her face full of worry. "Level 30. No one in history has ever set foot here. Can Moer really do it?" Lin Tianhao gently patted his wife's hand, trying to stay calm, with Soul Sanctuary to protect him. Even if he fails, his life won't be in danger. "Don't worry." He lowered his voice. "Have you forgotten? Our son still has his trump card unused." Suwon froze for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "You mean that?" "Exactly." Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a smile. "That skill is something many envy. No matter how strong the level 30 boss is, it won't be able to break through his molten battle armor defense." Hearing this, Su Wan's heart eased by half. As they were speaking, Su Wenchang also chimed in. "Sister-in-law, old Lin is right. Let's wait and see. I think your Lin Mo might become the first candidate to clear the trial tower." At this moment, Zhao Lei, who was holding a handful of black-gray screen powder in the corner, sneered repeatedly. "Clear it? Dream on." He stared at the screen and chuckled. "The last 5 levels are all random maps. You didn't notice, did you? The 30th level is the most annoying Shadow Gladiator Arena. The gatekeeping boss for this level is Shadow Wing Demon Lord, specifically designed to counter ranged professions. So what? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, unaware that Emoer had combo skills. Zhao Lei sneered, Lin Tianhao, don't be foolish. This boss has super dodge, combined with rapid flight. Its movements are fast, its dodging is agile, and ranged professions like mages and archers can't even land a hit. I admit your son has high damage output, but hitting the Shadow Wing Demon Lord? Dream on. In this level, he is bound to fail. After hearing this, Lin Tianhao laughed casually. Old Zhao, nothing is absolute in this world. If you say my son's skills are impressive, maybe he can land a hit. Zhao Lei let out a cold laugh. Microcontrol? Against absolute speed and dodge, microcontrol is nothing but a joke. Lin Tianhao retorted, if you're so confident, why not bet another screen? Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment. The data on the previous screen was hard to swallow, even a bit choking. But with Lin Tianhao's provocation, and knowing the boss's mechanics and the weaknesses of ranged professions, he was certain Lin Mo had almost no chance of winning. A fragile mage without displacement or survival skills facing an assassin-type boss had no options but to wait for death. Bet it is. Zhao Lei roared. If he clears it, I'll not only eat the screen but also gnaw on this table corner for you. Deal. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily. Old Su will be the witness. Su Wenchong sighed and rubbed his forehead. All right, I'll be the witness. You two are over 100 years old combined, yet so childish. Trial Tower, 30th level. In the massive circular coliseum, Lin Mo stood alone in the center, appearing particularly insignificant. The monster teleportation array on this level was 10 times larger than the previous one. Lin Mo didn't idle around and had little earth start building walls. Rumble! The ground trembled as thick earth flow walls rose from the ground, shooting up wildly along the edges of the massive magic array. Phew! That's a lot of work, but I made it in time, Lin Mo sighed. The final wall closed in, and the countdown ended. Countless beams of light shot into the sky, accompanied by piercing roars as a dense horde of monsters appeared. Hellhound LV.25 × 10. Abyssal Demon Wolf LV.25 × 10.
Bloodthirsty Demon bat LV.25 x 15.
Harpy LV.25 × 15. A total of 50 monsters. Half were ground beasts and the other half were airborne creatures. Fortunately, the earthen walls enclosed the land-based monsters, but the flying bloodthirsty demon bats and harpies quickly swooped toward Lin Mo, soaring over the 5-meter-high walls like a dark cloud blotting out the sky. Target the airborne ones, Lin Mo responded calmly. Fireball spell cackled maniacally. The moment has finally come. Let me at them. Boom! 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 A barrage of fiery explosions erupted, and the airborne monsters were obliterated in an instant. Though their levels weren't low, they stood no chance against Lin Mo's mastery of skills and the anthropomorphic damage bonus. Within 30 seconds, all 30 flying monsters were annihilated. Inside the earthen walls, the 20 ground beasts were furiously ramming against the barriers. Earth Shield spell wailed, Master, they're too fierce. I can't hold them off. Lin Mo coldly eyed the walls. Can't hold them? Then send them on their way. Little flame, flame pillar, full coverage. Buzz. The ground of the earth prison glowed red, with warning circles densely scattered, leaving almost no place to stand. The next second, boom! 22 towering flame pillars erupted, followed by a rain of fireballs. After 2 consecutive rounds of bombardment, the monsters within the earth walls were reduced to ashes. Congratulations, Candidate Lin Mo. Attention! The boss will arrive in 60 seconds. Boss name: Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Level LV.25. Extremely high flight speed, exceptional long-range evasion instincts. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Fast and evasive? TSK. He licked his lips. This was truly troublesome. Mages aren't afraid of monsters with thick health, but they dread monsters that move unpredictably. This kind of assassin-type boss is a direct counter to the mage's frailty and the need for skill prediction in long-range attacks. However, fortunately, he wasn't exactly fragile. Little Flame, be careful. The critical moment has arrived. This boss is extremely fast and counters mages. Remember to follow my commands. Don't use skills recklessly, and fight smart. Lin Mo silently reminded himself. He had already listened to the introduction and had a plan in mind to deal with it. Fireball spell sneered disdainfully. Fast? I've never missed a target. Just wait and see my one-hit kill. Looking at the arrogant fireball spell, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. This kid is too young, inexperienced, and doesn't understand the counterplay between professions. Suit yourself. Lin Mo no longer tried to persuade and simply said calmly, since you're so confident, you go first. But let me warn you, if you miss or get counterattacked by the boss, you'll shut up and follow my commands. Got it. Fireball spell was brimming with fighting spirit. Fine. Let me show off this time. Earth shield spell obediently said, Master, I will always obey and protect you. Good boy, Lin Mo responded softly. Fireball spell? Fireball spell made a disgusted face. Ugh. Bootlicker. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0. A massive teleportation magic circle erupted with a blinding blue light. Immediately after, a sharp screech tore through the air. A dark figure shot out from the magic circle, hovering in midair. Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Boss. Level 25. It was a humanoid demon-like creature, with a devilish face and black energy wings on its back. Each flap of its wings left behind an eerie afterimage. It scanned its surroundings, its gaze locking onto Lin Mo. Fireball arrogantly shouted, Think being able to fly makes you special? I can fly too, now die. Before the words had even faded, the fireball shot out. But just as it was about to hit, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord's figure flickered, and the fireball passed through an afterimage, missing its target. Fireball sneered. Trying to dodge? Don't make me laugh. Helplessly casting again, the fireball curved toward the boss's back. Fireball. Take the hit. But the boss's agility was incredibly high, and all the fireballs grazed past afterimages, failing to land a single hit. Fireball cursed in frustration. What kind of monster is this? Slippery like an eel. The fireball continued to struggle in midair. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord seemed to grow impatient as well. It narrowed its crimson eyes, its gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo, that fragile human mage relying on long-range elemental attacks. It was all too familiar. In its long history of slaughter, mages were its favorite prey. It had lost count of how many mages it had torn apart, relishing the fear and despair they showed when it got close. A furious roar tore through the air. The black wings on its back gave a powerful flap. Boom! The air exploded, and sonic booms erupted simultaneously. At a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord charged straight at Lin Mo. Inside the monitoring room, Moer, be careful, Su Wan cried out, gripping Lin Tianhao's arm tightly. Even though she knew there was soul protection, and Lin Mo wouldn't be harmed, a mother's intuition still made her heart race. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted sharply, and even the usually composed Su Wanchong leaned forward nervously. An agility-type boss crushing a mage leaves no room for survival. Without a life-saving skill, death is certain. In the corner, Zhao Lei sneered. Yes, that's it. Die already. Inside the trial tower, facing the oncoming Shadow Wing Demon Lord, Lin Mo remained calm. Boom! Red and yellow elements suddenly fused together. An astonishing heat wave erupted from Lin Mo's body, spreading outward. In an instant, a layer of solid obsidian armor covered his entire body. Between the gaps in the armor, scorching magma flowed like veins, distorting the surrounding air. The Shadow-Winged Demon Lord struck Lin Mo's lava battle armor with a claw. The obsidian armor, flowing with molten lava, only showed a few faint white marks. The Shadow-Winged Demon Lord looked puzzled. No damage? This was a mage. How could he be this tough? As it froze in shock, it noticed the faint smile at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. Instantly, a shiver ran through its entire body. Danger. Run now. Its wings flapped furiously, trying to create distance. But it was already too late. A hand wrapped in scorching lava firmly grabbed its wrist. Lin Mo said playfully, "Got you, little bat." The Shadow-Winged Demon Lord struggled desperately, its wings flapping wildly in an attempt to shake off this fiery monster. But with the full attribute boost of the lava battle armor, it couldn't break free. Worse still, Lin Mo had already raised his other hand and pressed it against its abdomen, where a dark red light point was spinning and compressing furiously. "Dodge! Come on, try dodging!" Lin Mo taunted. At the same time, Fireball Technique screamed in his mind, "Kill this damn bat! Blow it to pieces!" Boom! With a soft utterance from Lin Mo, the dark red spiral beam erupted violently. The powerful impact directly struck the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord's abdomen, blasting it away. In an instant, Lin Mo's gaze became razor-sharp, his thoughts and skills connected to perfection. All commands were decisively issued from his mind. Little Earth. Wall behind it. Earth Shield Technique immediately responded. "Understood, Master." Boom! A massive earth wall suddenly rose along the trajectory of the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord's flight, completely blocking its retreat. Bang! Crashed heavily into the earth wall. "Little fire," Lin Mo called coldly. Fireball Technique had been itching for action. Finally, the moment has come. Let's go! The ground beneath its feet lit up with dense red circles, and 23 blazing fire pillars erupted skyward, blasting the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord into the air. "Finish it!" Fireball Technique laughed maniacally. "Full salvo, die for me!" The previously frustrated fireballs, unable to hit their target, instantly split into 15 in midair, precisely chasing the boss trapped by the fire pillars, leaving it no escape. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted in succession. Although the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord was agile, its health was relatively low compared to other bosses of the same level. Under Lin Mo's relentless assault, its health bar plummeted rapidly.
Fireball Technique shouted passionately, "D!"
The final fireball struck its body, and before the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord could let out a single scream, it disintegrated into a sky full of ashes. It died without understanding how, after dominating the battlefield for years, it could be completely blocked by the defenses of an 18th level mage. It wasn't that it had grown old. It was that this human was too strong. Congratulations to examinee Lin Mo. You've cleared the 30th floor. Time taken, 24 seconds. The silent trial tower echoed with the broadcast. At the same time, a dazzling golden light rose from Lin Mo's body. Congratulations. Level up to LV.19. Lin Mo deactivated the lava battle armor, patted the dust off his body, and let out a long breath. Phew. Level 19. He glanced at his hands, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Just one more level. Lightning element, here I come. In the monitoring room, everyone stared at the boy clad in lava battle armor. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a textbook example of a one-on-one duel. This? Su Wenchang's voice trembled as he exclaimed in awe. Faced with the high agility, high evasion Shadow-Winged Demon Lord, he didn't rush to attack recklessly. Instead, he feigned weakness, using fireballs to lure it into close range. Once it was close, he relied on the high defense and melee amplification of the lava battle armor to firmly pin down the Shadow-Winged Demon Lord, cutting off its greatest speed advantage. Then, at point-blank range, he unleashed the explosive flame spiral dragon shot, suddenly erected an earth wall to block its retreat, and followed up with a direct flame pillar strike. Using the flame pillar to lift it into the air, he then chained multiple explosive fireballs for an aerial pursuit. This combo is as smooth as flowing water, without a single unnecessary move, Su Wenchang said, suddenly turning his head to stare at Lin Tianhao, his eyes blazing. Old Lin Mo not only has top-notch skill mastery, but also a calm and terrifying tactical mind. This is what true top-tier combat quality looks like. This kind of talent, appearing in a student who just changed professions 3 days ago, it's simply monstrous. Lin Tianhao was overjoyed, nodding as he suppressed his excitement. Old Su Miyamoto may be lazy, but he's got brains. So what do you think? With this performance, is he qualified to join your dragon sequence class? Su Wenchang didn't hesitate. Qualified. Absolutely qualified. Just based on this tactical approach and skill execution. Even if he's a novice mage, I'd still take him. Changing his tone, he added, but the exam isn't over yet. The second phase is real PvP combat. Human minds are far more complex than monsters. I want to see if he can maintain this composure when facing his own kind in battle. Lin Tianhao smiled confidently. Keep watching. I trust he won't disappoint you. At this moment, Zhao Lei, in the corner, had a face as dark as could be. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo on the screen. As the commander of Zhanghai City's defense forces and a high-level fire element professional, he knew all too well what that scene just now signified: perfect fusion of fire and earth elements, combining offense and defense. This was not a combination skill that could be casually comprehended. He couldn't figure it out in 30 years, but Lin Mo solved it in just 3 days?
Impossible.
Zhao Lei felt his entire worldview collapse. Lin Tianhao looked at the shocked Zhao Lei, feeling secretly delighted. He leisurely removed a monitor from the side, then broke off a corner of the table and walked over. Old Zhao, there's no joking in the military. Moer passed the test, so you can't escape the monitor. I even prepared the table corner for you. It's still warm, don't be shy. Zhao Lei's face was ashen. With a cold snort, he casually burned the monitor and table corner to ashes. The sound of crunching echoed in the room. A true powerhouse is a true powerhouse. Even eating a monitor seemed as ruthless as crushing an opponent's bones. Lin Tianhao cheerfully handed over a glass of water and said, "Take your time eating. Don't choke. No one's going to snatch it from you." The plaza outside the trial tower was in an uproar. Lin Mo cleared the 30th floor in just 24 seconds. It takes me 3 minutes just to clear 1 floor, and he cleared 30 floors in 24 seconds? Is he even human? Zhao Yu stared at the name at the top of the leaderboard, his face full of disbelief, frozen like a statue.
Impossible.
The highest record in history was only 27 floors. How could he speedrun 30 floors? Why him? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "I have an uncle who works as a technician in the monitoring center. He just sent a message. The boss on the 30th floor is the Mage Slayer, Shadow Wing Demon Lord." The crowd erupted. Shadow Wing Demon Lord? The textbooks say that if a mage encounters it, they should just surrender. How is it even possible to defeat it? Did young Master Lin cheat or something? The surrounding exclamations surged like a tide. Zhao Yu could barely breathe, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling. An unprecedented sense of frustration surged in his heart. 24 seconds.
Impossible.
He gritted his teeth. His proud S-level talent now seemed like a big joke. At this moment, a lackey cautiously approached and whispered to console him, "Young Master Zhao, don't lose heart. This is just the first stage. Lin Mo is only fierce at killing monsters. The second stage PvP will still depend on you." Zhao Yu whipped his head around, his eyes bloodshot. "Are you truly stupid or just pretending? Someone who can wipe out the Shadow Wing Demon Lord in 24 seconds. Do you really think I can beat him in PvP?" The lackey shrank his neck and dared not speak. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He knew he had already lost. Whether in strength, talent, or luck, he was no match for Lin Mo. But he was unwilling to accept it. Why could Lin Mo, a second-generation heir who spent his days lying around, step on someone like him who worked so hard? Why did he have to watch like a clown as Lin Mo gloriously took away the honor that should have belonged to him. If I can't have it, then you won't have it easy either. Hatred surged in Zhao Yu's heart. He signaled with his eyes for a few trusted aides to come closer. Go. Contact everyone who has taken money from my Zhao family, and those who want to curry favor with my father. Tell them that when the second stage begins, at my command, everyone will gather to hunt down Lin Mo together. A few lackeys hesitated and said, Young Master Zhao, isn't this a bit too ruthless? After all, he's Commander Lin's son. What are you afraid of? Zhao Yu sneered. The second stage is a PvP round anyway. It's perfectly normal to spontaneously gang up on the highest scorer. He knew Lin Mo was definitely going to get into the Dragon Sequence class, and there was no changing that. But he wanted to make Lin Mo embarrassed. Zhao Yu spoke each word with force. I will never let Lin Mo comfortably finish the final exam. I want him to leave in disgrace. Go now. Tell them, as long as they can take down Lin Mo, the reward will be tripled. Yes, young Master Zhao. The lackeys immediately dispersed, blending into the crowd. Outside the trial tower, the massive teleportation beam slowly faded away. Lin Mo appeared in the center of the square, still looking as if he hadn't fully woken up, lazily covering his mouth as he yawned. He's out. Young Master Lin is out. The ruthless guy who cleared 30 levels? Why does he look like he just woke up? What do you know? This is the relaxed demeanor of a true expert. Look at those other examinees coming out, each one looking utterly disheveled. I think you're talking about young Master Zhao. Shoo! The girl's eyes sparkled. He's so handsome. I'm weak in the knees. I wish I were that boss, so young Master Lin could ruthlessly defeat me. Young Master Lin is rich, handsome, and strong. I want to have his babies. No, a whole litter of babies. Come on, with your tiny frame, if young Master Lin goes all out, how long could you last? You'd definitely surrender after one shot. Humph, I'd still be willing to die under the peony flower, even as a ghost. I'd be charming. At this moment, Zhao Yu, hidden in the shadows, coldly stared at the favored Lin Mo, jealousy taking root in his heart. All his lackeys had disappeared. Silence! A thunderous roar drowned out the commotion. On the high platform, the chief examiner Zhang Taijun stood with his hands behind his back, sternly scanning the crowd. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across tens of thousands of examinees. Look at the state of you all. This cohort truly disappoints me. The first 5 floors of the trial tower are merely level 5 minor monsters. Yet over 60% of you have fallen, and some even wet their pants in fear of goblins on the first floor. Zhang Taijun reprimanded angrily. With such fragile mental fortitude, how will you face abyssal creatures in the future? How will you protect your homeland? Monsters won't spare you just because you're crying. Many examinees lowered their heads in shame. His tone shifted as he glanced at Lin Mo and others in the front row, his expression slightly softening. Of course, there are a very few who have demonstrated extraordinary talent and combat skills, especially the examinee who broke the long-standing record of the trial tower. Whether in tactics or skills, they are a textbook example worthy of study by everyone. Though no names were mentioned, everyone knew who he was referring to. Zhang Taijun took a deep breath, his voice rising. The first phase of the assessment is over. The rankings have been updated. Check them yourselves. To the top 200, congratulations on advancing to the second phase. As for the rest, this is the end of the road. Leave the examination grounds immediately and do not linger. Now, everyone take a break. In 2 hours, candidates for advancement gather at the teleportation array to begin the second phase of the assessment, Mist Wasteland. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the square immediately polarized. Some cheered excitedly, while others hung their heads in despair. But Lin Mo remained completely unaffected. He had only one thought in his mind, hungry. He walked straight through the crowd toward the commercial district. The area was well equipped, with 2 rows of shops lined up. On the left were equipment stores, skill bookshops, and even shops selling low-tier pet beasts, their colorful signs standing out. On the right were all restaurants, ranging from snack stalls to high-end dining establishments, with the air filled with enticing aromas. Lin Mo glanced around briefly, his gaze locking onto the most lavishly decorated restaurant. 2 dragon-carved pillars at the entrance gleamed, exuding an air of luxury and grandeur, clearly signaling that the poor should stay away. This is the place. Lin Mo strode into the restaurant. Soon, a waiter led him to a window-side private seat on the 2nd floor. Fireball technique roared in his mind. Starving. Hurry up and feast. Meat. Fire element meat. Vegetables. Get lost. Earth shield technique softly pleaded. Master, I'm hungry too. I want to eat something good. Lin Mo replied indifferently. Stop bothering me. I'm ordering. He scanned the menu and asked, how much for the flaming fire feather chicken? The waiter responded enthusiastically. It's our signature dish. Tender meat with rich fire elements. 1 plate with 3 slices of breast meat costs 8,888 Dragon Nation currency. Lin Mo decisively said, bring me 3 whole chickens and also the thick earth rock steak. Start with 3 servings. The waiter froze for a moment. 3 whole chickens? Most people just order 1 plate with 3 slices of meat. Does your family own a mine or something? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? At that moment, the manager hurried over with the waiter, pulling him aside and whispering, young Master Lin is here, the son of Commander Lin Tianhao. Ordering a few chickens is nothing. If he wants to buy the whole restaurant, it's just a word. Get everything ready quickly. The waiter turned pale with fright and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I was out of line. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Just hurry up. I'm starving. The manager quickly agreed and rushed to the kitchen to halt other orders, prioritizing Lin Mo's table. With Lin Mo backing them, the restaurant's efficiency was top-notch. In less than 20 minutes, the door swung open. 3 golden, oil-dripping roasted chickens and a table full of sumptuous dishes were laid out, filling the table. Young Master Lin, please enjoy your meal. The waiter politely stepped back. As the private room door closed, Lin Mo directly tore off a chicken leg and took a fierce bite.
Ah, satisfying.
He praised, his mouth greasy. This is what life is all about. Fireball spell greedily absorbed fire elements, letting out a satisfied moan. Delicious, truly delicious. Earth shield spell drooled. Master, hurry up and eat the steak. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. Lin Mo glanced over. It was Xia Qingyue. She looked at the feast on the table, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Young Master Lin, quite the appetite you have. Miss Xia, what brings you here? Lin Mo asked casually. Xia Qingyue's expression turned serious. Young Master Lin, I need to tell you something immediately. Zhao Yu has gathered a number of advanced candidates. They're planning to make a move and their target is you. Oh, Lin Mo smiled faintly, a playful look in his eyes. Fireball spell, burned with rage. Outrageous. Who gave them the guts? Even the usually timid Earth Shield spell was furious. Earth Shield spell fumed. The boss is being ambushed? Treating the master like a boss mob? Big bro, let's go. Fireball spell erupted in flames, roaring angrily. A bunch of small fry dare provoke me? They need a proper lesson. Lin Mo leisurely pointed to an empty chair across from him and said, Don't just stand there. Sit down and tell me slowly what happened. Xia Qingyue glanced at the messy remains on the table, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression still grave. Young Master Lin, the Zhao family just contacted me, she began. I listened to your advice, took their money, so now they consider me one of their own. The rules for the second phase of the Misty Wasteland are that, besides earning points by defeating wild monsters, you can also directly seize points by defeating other candidates. The storm zone will gradually shrink, forcing everyone to gather toward the center. The teleportation points are random, but communication hasn't been blocked. Zhao Yu said that after teleporting, he will send coordinates, and everyone should gather at his location first. Once they form a group, they'll conduct a carpet search and surround you for the kill. Lin Mo listened, nodded thoughtfully, and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. TSK, TSK. Dozens of people surrounding me. Do they really think I'm the boss? Fireball technique sneered. Do numbers make them invincible? These small fry. Burn them. Earth shield technique also shouted. With lava battle armor and earth flow wall. What is there to fear? Lin Mo calmed his restless skills, then turned to Xia Qingyue. That's it? This is their entire plan? Yes. Xia Qingyue nodded. Looking at Lin Mo's composed demeanor, she couldn't help but admire his calmness. Young Master Lin, you are indeed strong. But with these dozens of people, what are you planning to do? Hide from them. Lin Mo leaned back, his eyes full of mockery. Hide? Don't be ridiculous. Since they want to play, I'll play along with them. He looked at Xia Qingyue, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the teleport lands and Zhao Yu sends the coordinates, forward them to me immediately. Xia Qingyue was momentarily stunned but quickly understood his meaning. You plan to take the initiative? Yes. Lin Mo nodded. Dozens of people charging at him together? He wasn't afraid. The defense of the lava battle armor could hold up. Although it only lasted for 5 minutes, his skills were enough to wipe them out completely. But what a hassle, right? The dire situation required taking out the leader Zhao Yu first. Otherwise, the remaining rabble would just be a nuisance. If it could be resolved from the start, why wait for them to gather? Xia Qingyue looked at him and hesitantly asked, Young Master Lin, do you trust me that much? What if I lead you into a trap? Lin Mo shrugged and said indifferently, So what if it's a trap? At most, it'll just be a bit more troublesome. He smiled meaningfully. But you, Xia the campus belle, aren't you afraid of Zhao Yu's retaliation for tipping me off? After all, the Zhao family has considerable influence in Zhanghai City. Xia Qingyue clenched her hands on her knees, finally making up her mind. She looked directly at Lin Mo and said, Young Master Lin, I'm an A-rank talent, but across the Dragon Nation, there are plenty of A-ranks. My family has no background, no resources. If I don't fight for it, my future will only be as a grunt in a big guild or starting as a soldier, risking my life for scraps of resources. I refuse to accept that. Her words were resolute. You have strength, background, and magnanimity. Lin Mo waved his hand to interrupt her. All right, I get it. He knew in his heart that Xia Qingyue just wanted to find a backer, but he had no interest in forming cliques. He took a sip of juice and said calmly, Don't pledge your loyalty to me. I don't buy into that. You help me, and I won't let you suffer. After the big exam, I'll mention you to my dad. But Lin Mo's tone shifted, his expression casual as he continued, I'll only bring up your name. As for how my dad arranges things or what kind of treatment you get, that's up to him. I won't interfere and can't guarantee anything. Though his words were simple to Xia Qingyue, they were a ladder to the top. Who was Lin Tianhao? The war god of Zhanghai City. Getting into his personal guard was practically a meteoric rise. Xia Qingyue's face lit up with excitement. She immediately stood up and bowed. Young Master Lin, understood. I'm already deeply grateful to be of help. I definitely won't let you down. Lin Mo nodded and pointed to the 2 remaining roasted chickens on the table. Have you eaten? If not, eat some. These chickens taste pretty good. Xia Qingyue looked at the fragrant roasted chickens and swallowed hard. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin, but I'll pass for now. I need to leave first. I don't want anyone seeing us together and alerting Zhao Yu, which might ruin your plans. All right, stay safe. Lin Mo didn't insist and waved her off. Xia Qingyue quickly left the private room. As soon as the door closed, the phone on the table began vibrating, the screen flashing the words, Father Emperor. Hello, Dad.
Son.
Lin Tianhao's loud voice boomed, so loud that Lin Mo instinctively held the phone away. Ha ha ha. Well done. You made me so proud. 30 floors. Cleared in 24 seconds. Zhao Lei's face turned green with anger. It's hilarious. Absolutely satisfying. Lin Mo listened to his dad's laughter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Basic operation. No need to overreact. You really know how to act. Lin Tianhao laughed and scolded a few times before his tone turned serious. The admissions officer from the Dragon Sequence class was extremely impressed with your performance, calling it extraordinary. As long as you don't mess up in the second phase, getting into the Dragon Sequence class is a sure thing. This is a great opportunity to bring honor to the family. My son is amazing.
Lin Montag chuckled.
You little rascal. Lin Tianhao laughed and scolded. Lin Mo held his phone, pondering for a moment whether he should tell his dad about Zhao Yu's plan to gang up on him. After 0.5 seconds, he decisively dismissed the idea. Telling his dad would be useless and would only cause unnecessary worry. Zhao Yu's petty tricks were insignificant. This small matter was something he could easily handle on his own without alarming his family. At that moment, Su Wan's voice came through. Old Lin, move aside. Let me have a word with our son. Hello?
Montag here.
Her voice was gentle. Are you exhausted? The second phase is too grueling. Should we find a place to hide for a bit? After all, your first phase results were excellent. Mom, I'm eating right now at a restaurant near the square. The food's pretty good. All right, eat more and don't skimp on yourself. After chatting with his mom for a bit, Lin Mo finally hung up the phone. The food on the table was almost gone. He let out a satisfied burp, stood up, and slowly walked back to the square. The second phase was about to begin. At the square, Lin Mo leisurely picked his teeth as he strolled around. He happened to bump into Zhao Yu and his group. The four of them locked eyes. Yo, young Master Zhao. Lin Mo was the first to speak. I just saw the rankings earlier. You only made it to the 13th floor and then stopped? This trial tower isn't that hard. Is it? After speaking, he pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, young Master Zhao is controlling his score? After all, being an S-level genius, he can't leave us too far behind too early, otherwise it would be too abrupt. Truly magnanimous. I admire that. Zhao Yu's face turned red with bulging veins, his anger almost erupting. Controlling his score? What business is it of yours? He had given it his all, already reaching his limit. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, feeling utterly aggrieved. Lin Mo, don't be too arrogant. The monsters in the trial tower are nothing but brainless beasts.
No tactics, no adaptability.
Defeating brainless beasts. What's there to be proud of? Lin Mo blinked, looking puzzled. Huh. Then, young Master Zhao, if you can't even beat brainless beasts, does that mean you're worse than a beast? As soon as the words left his mouth, the passing examinees couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the logic checks out. Worse than a beast. Ha ha, that's brutal. You! The mocking laughter around him made Zhao Yu's chest feel tight, almost causing him to spit blood, trembling all over with rage. Utter humiliation. He opened his mouth, stammering for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single rebuttal. The fireball skill roared in its panel. Look at that guy still daring to glare at you? Wait till I blow him up. Let's see how he dies. The Earth Shield skill chimed in. Yeah, Master. Should I bury him first? Lin Mo waved dismissively with disdain. All right. Stop trembling like you have Parkinson's. See you later, young Master Zhao. Good luck. Don't end up with a reputation as a loser. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Zhao Yu, shoved his hands into his pockets, and swaggered away. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, the fury in Zhao Yu's eyes was almost explosive. At this moment, a red-haired lackey came over and spat heavily on the ground. Bah! What a piece of trash! Arrogant scum. Young Master Zhao, don't be angry. Don't stoop to the level of garbage. Another lackey quickly ran over, lowering his voice. Young Master Zhao, you're truly amazing. I saw with my own eyes that Xia Qingyue secretly ran to the restaurant by the square and entered Lin Mo's private room. She stayed there for a full 10 minutes before coming out. Hearing this, the faces of the lackeys darkened. Damn, Xia Qingyue is so shameless. Taking money and still colluding with the enemy? Is she tired of living? The red-haired lackey turned to Zhao Yu, fuming. Young Master Zhao, good thing you guessed it. She's completely unreliable. When we enter the exam hall, don't tell her anything. Let her fend for herself and see how she keeps playing both sides. Zhao Yu, however, didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled confidently.
No.
He shook his head. We still have to inform her, but only after everyone is in place and the encirclement is set. Then we'll let her in. The red-haired lackey's eyes lit up. Young Master Zhao, you're planning to catch her in a trap? Brilliant, you're truly a master. Zhao Yu adjusted his collar. Dozens of people, all kinds of professions. I refuse to believe we can't beat Lin Mo. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Young Master Zhao is truly wise. When it comes to brains, Lin Mo is just a rookie. Listening to the praises from his underlings, Zhao Yu's frustration completely vanished. So what if Lin Mo is strong? In this world, it's brains that matter. Time's up. All advancing candidates, gather immediately. The 2-hour break passed in the blink of an eye. The originally scattered group of 200 candidates quickly converged in the center of the square. On the high platform, Zhang Taijun still stood upright, and beside him, an elderly man in a blue mage robe had appeared at some point. That's, someone murmured softly, the vice president of the Horizon Guild, Wind King Gu Changfeng. Holy crap, it's really him. He's my idol. I heard he's the only top-tier mage in Zhanghai City who has mastered the wind element forbidden spell, Apocalyptic Storm. Awesome. They say he once used a single forbidden spell to wipe out hundreds of thousands of beasts in a tide, even flattening mountains. Lin Mo also glanced at the old man a few more times. The wind element forbidden spell sounded impressive, but he didn't envy it. No matter the forbidden spell, someone will master it eventually. Fireball technique, sneered from the side. That's just a higher level. When I reach that level, one forbidden spell will burn the entire beast tide to ashes. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, feeling that Fireball's mouth was ridiculously big. Silence! Zhang Taijun raised his hand to signal, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. He pointed to the elderly man beside him and said in a deep voice, "Let me introduce to everyone. This is Wind King Master Gu Changfeng." The storm circle on the outskirts of the misty wasteland, in the second phase of the exam, is personally maintained by Master Gu's spellcasting. Gu Changfeng nodded slightly. Zhang Taijun loudly clarified, "I'll emphasize the rules once more. The storm circle will continuously shrink toward the center over time. This is advanced wind magic. Touching it means immediate elimination. Soul Sanctuary can save you from death, but the pain of being on the brink of death is real." Zhang Tiejuan's sharp gaze swept across every young face. You 200 are the top candidates in Zhanghai City. But flowers in a greenhouse can't grow into towering trees. In the second phase, no mercy, no holding back. If you want to claim the sole top scorer spot, if you want to obtain the heart of the molten behemoth, then show your courage, fight for it, and seize it. As soon as he finished speaking, many candidates immediately became excited, their eyes filled with battle intent. Zhao Yu stared intently at Lin Mo's back. "No matter how strong you are, Lin Mo, you can't withstand the cooperation of our team. Just wait to die. Now!" Zhang Taijun waved his hand. "Everyone, enter the formation. Rumble." The massive teleportation array in the center of the square glowed with white light. Space energy surged wildly, and the wind whipped their clothes. "Good luck to you all." Accompanied by Zhang Tiejuan's voice, 200 examinees were instantly enveloped in white light and vanished from their original location. The misty wasteland was shrouded in gray haze. the air damp and musty, with extremely low visibility. Here already? Lin Mo frowned as he looked around, feeling uncomfortable with his soaked body. He took out the map and glanced at it. This wasteland was astonishingly vast, and the examinees were randomly distributed, making encounters a matter of luck. Let's just find some monsters to practice on for now, and wait for Xia Qingyue to send us Zhao Yu's location. Lin Mo stretched lazily and began walking aimlessly forward. After only a few steps, the bushes rustled. Two rotting hyenas covered in pus suddenly lunged out, their mouths dripping with foul-smelling saliva. How ugly! Lin Mo grimaced in disgust. With a wave of his hand, he summoned two fireballs, instantly killing them. Defeated rotting hyena. Points plus 20. Current points 3,020. Having previously cleared 30 levels of the trial tower, he had amassed thousands of points, easily outclassing most of his opponents. Even scraps are still meat, Lin Mo muttered as he continued to wander leisurely. 10 minutes later, Fireball Spell grumbled discontentedly. The humidity is too high. Forget casting spells, I don't even feel comfortable. Suddenly, Earth Shield Spell cried out urgently, Master, there's something red moving behind us. Lin Mo stopped and turned around, spotting a strikingly red figure amidst the gray mist. The red-haired figure noticed him as well and turned to stare directly at him. Lin Mo chuckled. It was the red-haired lackey who followed Zhao Yu around, cursing at people everywhere. Hey, Zhao Yu's favorite? Lost your way. Lin Mo greeted with a smile. The red-haired man turned pale at the sight of him. Lin Montag. Without a second thought, he screamed and turned to flee. Swift wind step. A rumble erupted, the ground exploded, and a dirt wall suddenly rose, slamming heavily into the red-haired man. The red-haired man screamed miserably, blood gushing from his nose as he collapsed to the ground. It hurts like hell. Why are you running? Am I really that scary? Lin Mo's cold voice came from behind him. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and shouted, Lin Mo, don't get cocky. Young Master Zhao has already prepared a way to deal with you. His words were tough, but his legs trembled uncontrollably, his body shrinking back, fear written all over his face. With the protection of the soul shield, he wouldn't die, but the pain was undeniably real. Lin Mo shook his head and chuckled lightly. You're so loyal. Does your young Master Zhao know? Fireball Spell was already impatient. Stop wasting energy talking to this trash. The fireball spell quickly condensed and shot out a fireball. Boom! The flames exploded, and the red-haired man was instantly engulfed by fire. Immediately after, a faint white mist-like shield lit up, enveloping the red-haired man. The soul shield activated. Although spared from death, the shield left the red-haired man completely paralyzed, unable to move, destined for elimination, and could only wait for the assessment to end. Fireball Spell sneered. Is that it? Pathetic, not even as good as a monster. Lin Mo looked at the red-haired man trapped by the shield and said indifferently, All right, just watch carefully how your master gets eliminated next. Points plus 210. Successfully defeated a candidate. Cheapskate. Lin Mo glanced at the points, scoffed, and continued forward. After walking a few steps, he was intercepted by a group of poisonous frogs jumping out. He casually threw out another fireball. Fireball Spell was a bit annoyed. Another one of these damp, slimy creatures? So disgusting. Can't we get something dry and clean for a change? Earth Shield Spell consoled. Just bear with it. The environment is like this. We have to overcome the difficulties. Lin Mo looked around and stopped. Strange, he thought. It's been 20 minutes already. Zhao, you should have started recruiting people by now, right? Why hasn't Xia Qingyue sent any updates? Could she have been eliminated already? He casually sent a message over. Monitoring Command Center. Old Lin, look at Zhao Yu's side. Su Wan tugged on Lin Tianhao's arm. Lin Tianhao turned to look at Zhao Yu's split screen. In the footage, Zhao Yu was standing in a low-lying swampy area. Around him, more than a dozen candidates had already gathered, and more light dots on the map were quickly moving toward him. Recruiting people? Su Wan frowned. Lin Tianhao squinted his eyes, having seen such scenes many times as a veteran proctor. Although the competition allowed PvP, everyone was usually cautious and guarded. For so many people to immediately form a group, there must be significant benefits behind it. Otherwise, it would be impossible. He glanced at Zhao Lei and said meaningfully, "It seems Commander Zhao has invested quite a bit this time." Su Wanchong stroked his chin, lost in thought. Targeted attacks on the leaderboard leader have happened in previous years, but such a large-scale one is rare. Lin Tianhao was full of confidence in his son. Not bad. Saves Emoer the trouble of looking for people everywhere. Others coming to him makes things much easier. At this moment, Zhao Lei spoke with a sinister smile. "Old Lin, you're celebrating too early. Didn't you notice where this is?" Lin Tianhao and Su Wanchong froze, staring at the screen. Black cement swamp? Lin Tianhao frowned deeply. Zhao Lei laughed loudly and said, "Black cement swamp is the harshest area in this district, with constant heavy humidity suppressing fire elements. Fire-based spells lose at least 30% of their power. Earth elements are also restrained by the mud, making earth-based skills completely ineffective." "Got it now, Commander Lin?" Zhao Lei was smug. Even if Lin Tianhao realized it now, it was useless. After the official assessment begins, examiners are prohibited from sending messages to participants to prevent cheating. Su Wanchong suddenly understood and exclaimed in surprise, "Old Zhao, your son specifically set this trap targeting Lin Mo's Fire-Earth dual system." Lin Tianhao's face darkened but quickly steadied as he retorted, "Zhao Lei, are you sure Emoer will definitely enter the black cement swamp? The misty wasteland is so vast. If he doesn't go there, this trap is just a joke." Zhao Lei burst into wild laughter. "Old Lin, you're too naive. Since it's a setup, there must be bait. How they lured it, don't worry about it." Su Wan nervously tugged at Lin Tianhao's sleeve. "Old Lin, what do we do? If Emoer really goes in, won't he become the prey?" Lin Tianhao snorted coldly and retorted, "Zhao Lei, stop talking nonsense. In the face of absolute strength, brains are useless." Zhao Yu sneered and shouted, "Terrain advantage? Stop dreaming. Even if the power is halved and the earth flow wall is gone, my Emoer can still wipe you all out in one go." Lin Tianhao shouted stubbornly, though his heart was pounding with anxiety. The weakening of fire-based skills was manageable. Lin Mo's damage output was already off the charts. The real issue was the nullification of earth-based skills. That earth flow wall with only a 5-second cooldown was an excellent battlefield control tool, and now it was unusable. Lin Tianhao stared at the screen, watching Lin Mo leisurely wandering around, his palms sweating. "You brat! Don't mess this up. If you lose this round, your dad's face will have nowhere to hide." In the southwestern corner of the misty wasteland, a sudden cannon blast rang out. A spiraling fireball swept across, directly piercing the head of a crocodile monster in the bushes. The massive creature twitched a few times before collapsing completely. Current score, 5,450 points. Lin Mo glanced disdainfully at the scaly crocodile and withdrew his smoking finger. Along the way, besides clearing monsters, he had also casually dealt with 3 examinees who tried to flee at the sight of him. Since they were already here, how could he let them escape? Level: LV.19, 65%. Almost at level 20, Lin Mo's mood eased slightly. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Lin Mo took out his phone, and a message popped up on the screen. It was from Xia Qingyue. "Xia Qingyue, young Master Lin, Zhao Yu has posted coordinates 325, 668. Xia Qingyue, but I feel something's off. Logically, Zhao Yu would have posted coordinates immediately after landing. Delaying this long, it must be a trap." "A trap?" Lin Mo frowned and replied, "Lin Mo, got it. Whether you go or not is up to you, but I'm definitely going." After sending the message, he put his phone back in his pocket. Earth Shield Technique said worriedly, Master, that woman already said it's a trap. How about not going? Fireball Technique flared up. Why not go? I've been itching to twist Zhao Yu's head off and kick it away. Lin Mo took out a piece of jerky and started chewing on it. Go or not go? Reason told him there was no need to go. His dad had just said that the Dragon Sequence class admissions officer was very satisfied with his performance. It was practically a done deal. The purpose of this big exam was just to make his parents happy and bring honor to the family. That goal had already been achieved. Whether he passed the second stage or not didn't make much of a difference. Simply put, his performance was enough to get into the Dragon Sequence class. But Lin Mo's gaze gradually deepened. What he feared most was trouble, endless trouble. Zhao Yu was like a tireless fly. After being crushed by him in the first stage of the trial tower, any normal person would have backed off. But Zhao Yu still dared to gather a group to ambush him. What does that say? It says that Zhao Yu still didn't take him seriously, harboring the delusion that he could turn the tables with numbers and terrain. People like that wouldn't stop unless they were taken down once and for all. Lin Mo swallowed the jerky, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, he might keep getting harassed by him in the future. Rather than endure his torment, it's better to take this chance and eliminate the threat once and for all. Thinking of this, he patted the debris off his hands. Let's go, little ones. Time to teach young Master Zhao a lesson. Fireball spell, maniacally laughs. Excellent. This is the kind of human I approve of. Strike when it's time to strike. Black cement swamp. This place was perpetually shrouded in black mist, the air damp and oppressive, with rotting, foul-smelling sludge everywhere underfoot. Around the swamp, 50 to 60 people had gathered. Although their levels were generally just above 10, their professions were well-balanced, and their overall quality was not low. After all, those who could reach the second stage were the top 200 elites from the first stage rankings. Such a team was more than capable of taking down a wild boss of the same level. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Yu held a phone in his hand, the screen playing a video. This was a video Zhao Lei had sent to Zhao Yu before entering the second stage, showing surveillance footage of Lin Mo defeating the Shadow Wing Demon Lord in 24 seconds. Zhao Yu had watched it countless times. The combo was unbelievably smooth, the explosiveness was astonishing, and that disdainful look in Lin Mo's eyes at the end. Even through the screen, Zhao Yu found it hard to believe. Lin Mo clearly had no elemental affinity, so how could he be this strong? Young Master Zhao, are we really the same kind as Lin Mo? The Shadow Wing Demon Lord, who prides itself as a mage killer, was taken down by him so effortlessly. A lackey beside him wiped his sweat and asked nervously. The silence on the other side only deepened the low morale. Suppressing the tension in his heart, Zhao Yu put away his phone and said coldly, Lin Mo is indeed strong, but don't forget that this Blackwater mud swamp naturally restrains fire and earth-based professions. You are the elite of this year's candidates. The timing, terrain, and unity are all on our side. This advantage is ours. Understand. If you can't beat Lin Mo, forget about college and just go home to farm. His decisive tone struck a blow to the lackey's fear, and the group's morale was instantly boosted. That's right. The advantage is ours, they shouted, their voices shaking the air. Zhao Yu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over 3 identical triplet melee fighters. Your father was one of my dad's old subordinates. You've undergone the most brutal training, and your coordination and melee skills surpass ordinary people. You are A-rank melee fighters, tough and durable. The moment Lin Mo appears, just lock him down tightly and create opportunities for the backline to deal damage. Understood. Don't worry. The 3 of us brothers working together won't lose in melee combat. The leader of the triplets confidently assured him. Zhao Yu nodded, knowing that with the front line holding steady and the backline focusing fire, this match was as good as won. At that moment, someone's coming, an archer shouted. Zhao Yu looked up and saw Xia Qingyue approaching. She stopped in her tracks when she saw the surrounding enemies. Dozens of eyes were fixed on her. Even though she had rushed over as soon as possible and wasn't far away, she was still the last to arrive. She immediately realized this was a trap. Without hesitation, she sent a quick message to Lin Mo and turned to run. Coming here and still want to run? Zhao Yu sneered. The triplets instantly charged forward. Xia Qingyue desperately fled back. The triplets were well-trained, their speed astonishing. It didn't take long before Xia Qingyue was caught. Still running. A mocking voice came from behind. She spun around abruptly, her staff glowing as blue water arrows shot out. The leading tank easily sidestepped the water arrows, while the brother on the left swung a giant axe in a sweeping motion, completely blocking her escape route. Such great coordination! Xia Qingyue's pupils contracted. Before she could react, the third person had silently closed in. Goodbye! A flash of a blade swept across Xia Qingyue's body. The other two followed up with their attacks. In less than 3 seconds, a soft white light burst from her body, forming a semi-transparent cocoon that tightly enveloped her. Soul Sanctuary was triggered, and Xia Qingyue was eliminated. She lost all ability to move, frozen in place like a statue, until the end of the exam. Zhao Yu strolled over leisurely. Run? Why aren't you running now? Oh, you can't move anymore. Xia Qingyue's voice remained icy. You're truly despicable. Zhao Yu chuckled coldly. You're too naive. All's fair in war. This is called strategy, this is called brains, understand? Zhao Yu let out a cold snort, his tone full of disdain. In this world, it's always the victor who reigns supreme. The process doesn't matter at all. Only the result is key. Xia Qingyue stared at him and sneered coldly. The result? Do you really think you can be a match for young Master Lin? With your ragtag group? Zhao Yu, you're overestimating yourself and underestimating young Master Lin. Zhao Yu's smile instantly disappeared. Xia Qingyue, don't forget you're in the black cement swamp. This environment suppresses both fire and earth elements. Plus, with our dozens of elite fighters, what does Lin Mo have to win with? Just stay put and watch how your master gets beaten up by us. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, deep within the misty wasteland, at the edge of the black cement swamp, the mist here was denser than outside, with a strange gray-black hue. Lin Mo stepped on the soft ground, frowning as he looked at the black mud on his shoe soles. This place is really uncomfortable. He squinted his eyes, feeling a discomfort throughout his body. Even his fireball spell seemed weakened. Little Earth, try setting up an earth flow wall. He gave the command in his mind. Although the earth shield spell felt somewhat uncomfortable, it responded immediately. The ground trembled slightly, and the wet, soft black mud barely formed a wall less than 2 meters high. Lin Mo tried applying some force, and the wall instantly collapsed, turning into a puddle of mud. The fireball spell mocked, "Ha ha ha! Second brother, your wall looks like poop." The earth shield spell responded, both aggrieved and anxious. "I tried my best. I just can't solidify it." Lin Mo stared at the pile of mud, lost in thought. As expected, just as Zhao Yu had said, the earth element was severely weakened, and the fire element was also restricted. This was the basis of their confidence. He quickly calculated, the enemy had numbers and intelligence. Humans could use tactical coordination, leveraging the terrain and their numerical advantage to outlast the 5-minute duration of his lava battle armor. After that, he would be in danger. Among his skills, Fireball and Multi-Explosive Fireball both had cooldowns, and their effectiveness was limited against clever opponents. Although the Flame Pillar was powerful, its obvious warning circle made it easy for enemies to dodge. Against these agile elite candidates without control skills for support, it was nearly impossible to achieve precise kills. Lin Mo felt troubled. The Earth Shield technique grew increasingly anxious. "Master, my wall won't stand up. If they focus their fire, I can't hold it. How about we just don't go?" A flash of inspiration crossed Lin Mo's mind. "Little Earth, stop thinking about how to harden the soil." The Earth Shield technique was stunned. "If it doesn't harden, how can it block damage? If there's no wall, how can I protect you? No, offense is the best defense. As long as they can't move, you can kill them however you want. The Earth Shield technique instantly became alert. Lin Mo continued, turn the soft mud into flowing glue instead. That way you can control the enemy. Understand? The Earth Shield technique froze, as if a new world had opened up before it. It muttered to itself, offense is the best defense. Stop thinking about hardness. Let it flow. Suddenly, it had an epiphany. As long as I control the enemy, Big Brother can quickly take them out. That's also a way to protect the Master. The Earth Shield technique was full of enthusiasm. Master, I want to try. Lin Mo pointed to an empty area ahead. The soft mud began to flow slowly. The black, muddy ground started to wriggle, gradually forming a rotating vortex. In the monitoring room, everyone held their breath, staring at the scene on the screen. Zhao Lei had been laughing gleefully at the sight of the collapsing earth wall. But when Lin Mo stared at the ground in a daze and the soft mud began to wriggle, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Su Wenchang's pupils contracted slightly. The soft mud is actually flowing? Someone whispered. Could it be that this kid? Could it be what? Zhao Lei saw Su Wenchang hesitate to speak, and an inexplicable irritation rose in his heart. He snorted coldly and mocked. Old Su, you don't really think Lin Mo is about to comprehend a new skill again, do you? He just learned an intermediate fire skill this morning. It's only been a few hours. How could he possibly comprehend another one? Lin Tianhao glanced at Zhao Lei disdainfully. You don't understand. My Amoer is extraordinarily gifted. Comprehending new skills is as easy as drinking water for him. What's there to make a fuss about? Extraordinarily gifted? Zhao Lei sneered, ready to retort. However, Su Wenchang suddenly became serious. The swampy ground forming small whirlpools. This matches only one mid-tier earth control skill. Quicksand domain.
Zhao Lei snorted coldly.
Comprehending 2 mid-tier skills in one day? This completely overturns everything we know. Lin Tianhao mocked. Then tell me, can a whiteboard mage clear the 30th floor of the trial tower in 24 seconds? Can someone without elemental affinity comprehend both fire and earth skills? Can a student who just changed professions 3 days ago easily cast over 20 fire pillars? If all of that is possible, why can't he comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in one day? Zhao Lei opened his mouth but was speechless. Lin Mo, this freak, had done nothing logical since the big exam. Reason told him it was impossible, but an inexplicable unease crept into his heart. Su Wenchang sighed, trying to mediate. Stop arguing. The world is vast. Anything is possible. Let's just wait and see the results. Lin Tianhao, however, wouldn't let Zhao Lei off. Old Zhao, since you're so sure, why not bet a few more screens? At the mention of screens, Zhao Lei's stomach churned. Earlier, he'd swallowed 2 screens and a wooden table corner, then spent a while vomiting in the restroom. Just thinking about it made him nauseous. He snorted coldly.
Bet screens?
Who's as childish as you? Let's bet on something else. How about betting that legendary Phantom Spirit set you spent half a year gathering for Zhao Yu? Lin Tianhao said slyly. Zhao Lei's heart raced. The Phantom Spirit set, though a level 20 beginner's gear, was extremely expensive because it could reduce skill cooldown time by 65%. To complete this set, he had spent tens of millions of Dragon Nation currency and even owed quite a few favors. Zhao Lei remained silent. Lin Tianhao tapped the table. What's wrong?
Afraid to bet?
You won't bet on the screen, you won't bet on the gear. What are you thinking of betting on streaking? Su Wenchang nearly spat out his water. Only Lin Tianhao would dare say something like that. Zhao Lei's face turned red, trembling with anger. If Commander Zhao were to streak, he might as well forget about staying in Jianghai City and just find a block of tofu to smash his head against. Compared to social death, losing a set of gear seemed more acceptable. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Comprehending 2 mid-level skills in one day? Maybe it wasn't entirely impossible. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Zhao Lei steeled himself and said, Fine, let's bet. Bet on that Phantom spirit set. Lin Tianhao, you asked for this. Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate, waving his hand in agreement. Deal. Old Su, you have to be the witness. Don't let him back out. Zhao Lei stared at Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang shook his head helplessly. All right, I'll be the witness. Zhao Lei sneered, his gaze returning to the screen. Old Lin, get ready to reimburse me for the gear. You think you can comprehend 2 mid-level skills in one day? Dream on. At the edge of the black cement swamp, Lin Mo had no idea there was a bet going on outside. He was idly snacking and scrolling through his phone. In the skill bar, Earth Shield Technique was undergoing a brainstorm. Earth Shield Technique is fully focused. Yes, that's it. The feeling is here. Your skill, Earth Shield Technique, has entered an epiphany state. Comprehension progress. 1%, 2%. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He had casually mentioned it, and it actually started to comprehend. The skill painted the vision, and he was responsible for making it a reality. Brilliant. The progress bar skyrocketed. Your skill has realized another form of defense. Trapping the enemy is also a form of protection. Congratulations. Earth Shield Technique has successfully evolved, comprehending the mid-tier skill, Quicksand Domain, LV.1. Quicksand Domain transforms the designated area of ground into a powerful adhesive quicksand trap. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill effect, initial range of 500 meters. Enemies stepping into the trap are bound, unable to move or use displacement skills for 5 seconds. Effect is influenced by environment and level difference. Each level upgrade increases the range by 50 meters. Awesome. Lin Mo looked at the skill description, his eyes gleaming. A 500-meter range with a hard control for 5 seconds. These 5 seconds were enough for him to unleash a burst of damage. Environmental factors and level difference? It would definitely be stronger in a swamp, and with his high level, the control power would be absolutely overwhelming. Earth Shield Technique, exclaimed excitedly. Master is amazing. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of playing it this way. Earth Shield Technique, declared boldly. Anyone who dares to harm Master will be trapped in the quicksand, unable to move. Without hesitation, Lin Mo began pouring resources into the skill book. Pay to win activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few seconds, all skills were leveled up to 19. Quicksand Domain. LV.19. Current limit. Range 1400 meters. Lin Mo looked at the skill panel, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A range of 1,400 meters. Young Master Zhao, you miscalculated. This swamp doesn't restrain me. Instead, it has become my home turf. Why bother with tactics? It's all about strength. What's the point of tactics? He adjusted his collar and cast his gaze toward the mist-shrouded depths of the swamp. Minions, march. Fireball spell, laughed maniacally. Tremble, mortals, for I have arrived. Earth Shield spell spoke confidently. For my master, anyone who dares touch him will find themselves unable to move. The black, muddy swamp was shrouded in mist. Young Master Zhao, are you sure Lin Mo will come? Summer Qingyue tipped him off in advance. What if he chickens out? A lackey, growing impatient, voiced his concern. Zhao Yu sneered, his tone resolute. You don't understand Lin Mo. He and I have been rivals since we were kids, competing even when we were in diapers. For the past 18 years, he may seem lazy, but deep down, he's prouder than anyone. Besides, he just took first place in the trial tower and broke the record. At a time when he's riding high, knowing I have an ambush waiting and still daring to come, he will definitely show up. The lackeys exchanged glances, their earlier tension dissipating. As expected of young Master Zhao, you've got that guy all figured out. One lackey clenched his fist and grinned viciously. If he dares to come, we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Show him why the flowers bloom so red. Zhao Yu squinted his eyes, then turned to face the 50 or 60 elite candidates behind him. His voice was loud and firm. Listen up. As long as we take down Lin Mo today, I'll triple the reward I promised. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement. Young Master Zhao is truly domineering. Defeat Lin Mo. Defeat Lin Mo. The shouts of dozens of people converged, deafening. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The crowd immediately gripped their weapons tightly, held their breath, and fixed their eyes on him. It felt like a long-awaited boss had finally spawned, and a tense, thrilling, yet fear-laden atmosphere began to spread. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks, frowned slightly, and used his pinky finger to clean his ear. "So noisy," he sneered. "Hearing you lot wailing like ghosts from afar. Anyone who didn't know better would think there was a funeral going on." The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Zhao Yu strode forward, his face wearing its usual arrogance and mockery. "You actually dared to come," he taunted. "Knowing full well this is a trap, knowing this is the black swamp of mud, with both fire and earth suppressing you, yet you still dared to come alone. Is it confidence or stupidity?" Zhao Yu shook his head and sighed. "First place in the first phase, breaking a record, and you think you're invincible now?" Not far away, Xia Qingyue was enveloped in white light, her soul protection activated. Though immobilized, her eyes were filled with tension as she stared at the lone Lin Mo. With the dual suppression of fire and earth here, and Zhao Yu's dozens of elite subordinates, this was by no means an easy battle. Lin Mo completely ignored Zhao Yu's mockery. Stepping on the muddy ground, he sneered coldly, "Young Master Zhao, you really picked a good spot. Mud that can't hold up a wall. Perfect for burying people." Hearing the words "burying people," Zhao Yu's smile froze. Clearly, the terrain and numbers were in his favor, so why was this guy still so calm? Rage surged straight to his head, and he bared his teeth, roaring. "What's the use of a sharp tongue? You're on the brink of death and still acting arrogant? Men, attack!" At his command, dozens of people attacked simultaneously, their colorful skill lights flashing brilliantly. But Lin Mo moved even faster, immediately unleashing Quicksand Domain. A powerful wave rapidly spread out from him as the center. Within a kilometer radius, the soft mud transformed into countless quicksand whirlpools, their strong suction almost completely locking the enemy's movements. "What's going on?" someone shouted in alarm. "I can't move." Even displacement skills couldn't be activated. Zhao Yu looked up and met Lin Mo's cold, mocking gaze. Lin Mo remained standing in place, his right hand slowly raised, pointing his index finger at Zhao Yu. A dark red light rapidly condensed, spinning fiercely, distorting the air. Bright red circles of light appeared underfoot, densely packed, resembling the blooming of hellish spider lilies, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. "What is this?" Zhao Yu exclaimed, his pupils contracting sharply. "Lin Mo, what exactly did you do?" Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Nothing much, just sending you all to ascend right where you stand." In the next moment, boom! A dark red spiral of fire tore through the air, striking Zhao Yu square in the chest. Immediately after, over 20 massive pillars of fire erupted from the red circles, accompanied by 15 explosive fireballs falling from the sky. The black cement swamp was instantly consumed by flames. Fire surged skyward. The heavens seemed to crack open, and screams were drowned in the sea of fire. Blinding white lights rose one after another, the glow of soul protection. Yet, out of the 50 to 60 people, 2/3 were instantly annihilated. As the flames dissipated and black smoke filled the air, only a few dozen people remained in the scene. They were either lucky enough to avoid being hit by the fire pillars or resilient enough to withstand the impact, their positions coincidentally sparing them from severe harm, leaving only minor injuries. But at this moment, fear filled everyone's eyes, their legs trembling uncontrollably. I wasn't hit," a candidate murmured softly, looking up at the young man. Under the glow of the firelight, Lin Mo's shadow stretched long. This was the power of clearing 30 levels in just 24 seconds. An invisible sense of oppression swept over them. He's used all his skills. Now's our chance. A furious roar shattered the silence. It was the triplet brothers. They were lucky not to be directly hit by the pillar of fire, only grazed. But they were already half crippled. Go for it. He's out of the game, and the millions are ours. Faced with profit, human nature erupted. The three brothers unleashed their final potential in an instant. As the quicksand binding ended, they charged fiercely at Lin Mo. D. The eldest roared, raising his tower shield. The second and third brothers flanked him on either side. Boom!
Crimson magma suddenly surged forth, instantly engulfing Lin Montag.
Lin Mo clenched his right fist tightly as the scorching magma flowed. Facing the tower shield, he threw a punch. Bang! The shield shattered with a deafening crash, and his fist, without pause, struck the eldest brother squarely in the chest. Ugh! The eldest spat out blood and was sent flying backward. In midair, a white light flashed, and he immediately entered a sanctuary state. The second and third brothers froze. How was this possible? A tank's shield shattered with one punch, and he was directly sent into sanctuary? This was nothing like a mage's actions. Watching their eldest brother get blasted away with a single punch, the second and third brothers were dumbfounded. Run! The assassin's second brother was the first to react, letting out a startled cry before turning to flee. The third brother also retreated immediately. Their eldest brother was taken out with one punch. Staying would only mean death for the two of them. Fireball was furious. Trying to run? D. Buzz! A fireball formed in front of Lin Mo and shot swiftly toward the fleeing second brother. The second brother, being an assassin, was well-trained and swiftly dodged to the side. The fireball grazed the edge of his clothes as it flew past. He dodged it. His heart pounded like a drum. His eyes filled with surprise and relief. He understood he wouldn't die, but no one wanted to experience the pain of being close to death. Even worse, entering the sanctuary state would severely impact his exam results. But the fireball suddenly made a sharp turn right in front of him. What the hell? This maneuver was too bizarre. Could someone at this level of profession actually perform microcontrol? The second brother froze, wanting to dodge again, but he was in cooldown and couldn't move. Boom! Flames erupted. The severely injured second brother was instantly killed. Monster! Run! The remaining examinees panicked and scattered in all directions to escape. 2/3 of the assault team was wiped out in an instant. Zhao Xiao and the strongest of the triplets were defeated. This monster was even more terrifying than a wild field boss. Lin Mo watched the fleeing crowd but didn't pursue. His goal was simply to intimidate, to kill the chicken, to warn the monkeys. If the monkeys scattered, so be it. There was no need to go to the trouble of chasing them down. Lin Mo walked in Zhao Yu's direction. As he passed a crooked tree, his steps paused slightly. Xia Qingyue was half leaning against the tree, unable to move, her body surrounded by a white glow, resembling a delicate statue. Seeing Lin Mo, her eyes were filled with guilt. Although Lin Mo had an invincible presence and dominated the scene, with a good outcome, the information she provided had led Lin Mo into Zhao Yu's trap. If Lin Mo had been slightly weaker, the outcome might have been entirely different. Lin Xiao. Xia Qingyue's voice trembled. I'm sorry. I was careless and almost caused harm to you. It's fine, Lin Mo responded indifferently. This is nothing. Lin Mo waved his hand, smiling nonchalantly. If it weren't for you gathering them all together, I would have had to hunt them down one by one, which would have taken forever. After all, without Xia Qingyue, Zhao Yu wouldn't have obediently waited for him. It was precisely because of this that Lin Mo managed to comprehend the powerful control skill quicksand domain in this harsh black mire. This was his first large-scale control skill, and its power was immense. Xia Qingyue watched Lin Mo's carefree departing figure and finally let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, her heart was overwhelmed with shock. She looked around at the battlefield strewn with chaos and marveled inwardly. So strong. This level of strength completely exceeded her understanding of peers. It was far more powerful than what she had seen in the Abyss dungeon, by an unimaginable margin. The speed of his growth was downright terrifying. As a top student, Xia Qingyue was well-versed in various professional skills, especially those of mages. She instantly recognized that Lin Mo had just used a fire-earth combination technique, along with 2 mid-tier skills. She knew very well that, with her own aptitude, even if given half a year to fully focus on studying, she might not be able to comprehend a single mid-tier skill, let alone such a complex combination technique, which she might never encounter in her lifetime. Is this the true definition of a prodigy? Her gaze was complex, filled with both awe and relief. Relief that she had chosen to stand on Lin Mo's side at that moment. At this moment, Zhao Yu lay in the muddy swamp. A white cocoon of light tightly enveloped him, rendering him completely immobile. He watched that familiar figure step by step approaching him. Fear and despair engulfed him like a tidal wave. Earlier, when he watched Lin Mo's video of clearing 30 levels at lightning speed, he still thought he had a glimmer of hope. But facing Lin Mo in person, he finally understood the meaning of helplessness and despair. The traps he had meticulously designed, the terrain's restrictions, the siege of dozens of people, all were utterly fragile before Lin Mo. Even more astonishing was that Lin Mo hadn't even taken out his staff, casting spells entirely without it. Zhao Yu trembled all over, wanting to close his eyes and escape, but he was powerless. Lin Mo stopped walking, lowered his head, and looked at him. "Young Master Zhao, is this your way of admitting defeat?" Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with shame and anger. His lips quivered uncontrollably, and the countless words in his mind were swallowed back down. He wanted to shout, "Just you wait," wanted to say, "Life has its ups and downs," but the overwhelming momentum Lin Mo had just displayed made him unable to utter a single word. It was a trembling from the depths of his soul, an instinctive fear of the weak in the presence of the strong. He was truly terrified. In his eyes, the grinning Lin Mo in front of him had already transformed into an invincible demon, a bug-level existence. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Yu's appearance and lost interest. "TSK, how boring." He shook his head casually. Zhao Yu wasn't even on the same level as him, not even worth the desire to humiliate. It was like a dragon soaring through the sky, indifferent to the ants boasting on the ground. "Young Master Zhao, take your time reflecting here. I'm leaving now." Lin Mo stepped over Zhao Yu and disappeared into the depths of the mist. There was still time to hunt some more monsters and try to reach level 20 as soon as possible. He could only hope the lightning skills would stabilize a bit. In the swamp, Zhao Yu curled up in the cold, muddy ground, staring at the gray sky. In this lifetime, he could never catch up to Lin Mo. "Catch up?" he sneered. With his S-level talent, compared to Lin Mo, he was nothing but a joke. Perhaps only an SSS-level genius, born once in millions of miles, could be worthy of even glancing at Lin Mo. As for him, he wasn't even qualified to lift his head and look. In the monitoring room, the silence was so profound that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the massive main screen. The battle in the Black Swamp had completely ended. In that muddy field, dozens of beams of white light shot into the sky, symbolizing the protection of souls and narrating the brutality of battle. Su Wenchang coughed twice. "I didn't expect this kid to actually comprehend the mid-level earth skill. Quicksand domain." He turned to look at Lin Tianhao and teased, "Old Lin, could your son be carrying some kind of system? You know, like those cheats the protagonists have in web novels? Endless skills, just a click and they appear?" Lin Tianhao smiled at Su Wenchang. "Old Su, at your age, you're still reading those kinds of novels?" Su Wenchang's face turned red, and he laughed awkwardly. "Sigh, my little nephew has been obsessed with them lately, so I flipped through a few pages. Honestly, some parts are quite thrilling." Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes at him. "You've been reading too much of that nonsense. Stop wasting time on it." Su Wenchang shook his head, full of disbelief. Who has ever seen someone at this level, at this point in time, comprehend 2 mid-level skills in a single day? Lin Tianhao burst into a proud laugh. Old Su, when it comes to skills, it's all about perception. Some people have epiphanies like constipation, holding it in for half a month without a single result. My Momo, on the other hand, once it starts, it's unstoppable. Isn't that obvious? Pfft. Stop talking nonsense. It's gross. Su Wan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes at him. Although your analogy is disgusting, it's actually true. Su Wanchong smiled wryly, his gaze returning to the screen where Lin Mo was busy hunting and grinding monsters. As a long-time admissions officer for the Longshu class, he had seen countless geniuses. But someone like Lin Mo, with skills appearing one after another, was unprecedented. However, unprecedented doesn't mean impossible. Isn't history meant to be rewritten? Perhaps this kid could truly carve out a path no one has ever walked before. Su Wenchang's eyes showed a hint of admiration. At this moment, Lin Tianhao spoke again with pride. Old Su, tell me, with my son joining the Longshu class, wouldn't he be the top dog this year? Ha ha ha. Su Wenchang laughed, his gaze meaningful as he stared at Lin Tianhao. Old Lin, your son is indeed the undisputed #1 in Zhanghai City, but... He paused. This year's prodigies are no joke. Internally, we've even dubbed this cohort the Descent of the Gods. Huh? This year is that strong? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Su Wenchang nodded, his expression serious. This year, we have a spatial mage, a light knight, and 12 SSS-level geniuses. They almost all comprehended intermediate-level skills before the major exam. Lin Tianhao took a sharp breath. This level of intensity is really terrifying. Light and space elements, even SSS level, are rare, and now 2 appear at once. Exactly. Su Wenchang sighed. That's why, even though Lin Mo is a prodigy, facing this battle of the gods, it's as hard as climbing to heaven to firmly hold the top position. Lin Tianhao was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. That makes it more interesting. If there's no challenge, how can it be called truly holding the top spot? Gods descending? Then let's slay the gods. Ha ha ha. Su Wenchang was also infected by the momentum and laughed as he said, All right, I'm looking forward to seeing if Lin Mo, who has no affinity, can really slay the gods. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao's gaze shifted to the corner where Zhao Lei was preparing to sneak away. Hey, old Zhao, where are you rushing off to? Zhao Lei paused, his back to the group, his steps came to a halt. He turned around, his face looking so grim it seemed he was about to cry. Ahem, can't I go to the bathroom? Lin Tianhao slowly stood up, adjusting his collar. Bathroom? Sure. Who can stop Commander Zhao from relieving himself? But hand over the equipment first. I don't want you to escape and shirk your debt. Shirk my debt? Zhao Lei was furious. Lin Tianhao, don't talk nonsense. I, Zhao Lei, stand by my word and accept my loss. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light flashed. A mage set emitting an orange-yellow glow appeared in his hands. Phantom Spirit Set, legendary. Seeing this equipment, Zhao Lei's heart bled. This was something he had spent tens of millions of Dragon Nation currency on, pulled countless strings, and took half a year to assemble. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Fortunately, Zhao Lei hadn't told his son about this beforehand. Otherwise, if Xiaoyu found out that the divine gear originally meant for him had been lost to Lin Tianhao and was now worn by Lin Mo, he would definitely lose it. He couldn't even imagine that scene, fearing Xiaoyu might explode with rage. Old Lin, can we convert this into cash? Zhao Lei lowered his voice, trying his best to negotiate. 50 million Dragon Nation currency. I'll pay 50 million to keep this equipment. How about it? Lin Tianhao flatly refused. No way. I have plenty of money. This equipment is a rare treasure, just right for my son to use as a transitional set. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and resignedly threw the equipment to Lin Tianhao. Take it, humph. Lin Tianhao caught the equipment, weighed it in his hands, and smiled smugly. Thanks, old Zhao. If my Emoer finds out you gave this to him, he'll definitely be moved to tears. How about I have him write you a thank you letter and send you a banner of appreciation? Get lost. Zhao Lei couldn't hold back his anger and stormed out of the monitoring room with his adjutant. Su Wenchang chuckled lightly and shook his head, then turned to Lin Tianhao, his expression becoming serious. I need to head back and report to the old folks. A whiteboard mage with no elemental affinity showing this kind of talent. It's too bizarre. Lin Tianhao nodded and didn't try to stop him. Go ahead. Take care of your business. When Emoer goes to the capital, look after him. Don't worry, you have my word. Su Wenchang waved his hand and turned to leave. After the door closed, Lin Tianhao put his arm around Su Wan's shoulder. Honey, the big exam is almost over. Let's head to the exam site to pick up our top-scoring son and bring him home. Okay? Su Wan nodded with a smile. As the big exam concluded, the massive teleportation magic array in the center of the square lit up. A blinding white light flashed, and as the glow dispersed, over 100 figures appeared on the scene. My back! It hurts so much. Where's the healer? Help me! My leg is broken. Call the healer quickly. Cries of pain echoed one after another. Most of the examinees were bound by protective restraints on their souls, unable to move. The rest were all battered and bruised, looking utterly miserable. Only Lin Mo stood out conspicuously among the crowd, like a wealthy young master strolling through a group of refugees. At this moment, the healer team waiting on the outskirts rushed into the scene like angels. Gentle holy light spread out, healing the injured, and the wailing gradually subsided. The second phase is over. Final results will now be announced. Zhang Tiejuan's authoritative voice rang out. First place, Lin Mo. Total score, 12,880 points. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Not because the score was astonishing, but because the examinees had witnessed Lin Mo's terrifying strength firsthand. Towering pillars of fire, incredible microcontrol, and the unstoppable magma fists. The scene still sent chills down their spines, leaving their legs weak and hearts trembling. Young Master Lin is amazing. Someone broke the silence with a shout, and the crowd erupted into cheers. I saw him in the Black Swamp, taking down a tank with a single punch. A mage dominating the field with one punch? Young Master Lin's ranged attacks are even scarier. When that fire pillar came down, half your health was gone. This is what we call a gap. Young Master Lin is the pride of Jianghai. Aren't you guys from Young Master Zhao's team? You changed sides so quickly. We were blinded by Young Master Zhao's money. Young Master Lin is our real man. Lin Mo calmly observed the discussions in the village. His gaze swept over the crowd and quickly locked onto a few familiar figures. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan stood in the front row, with Yi Hongyu and Stone behind them. The two elders were smiling like blooming flowers. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he stepped forward. Young Master! As soon as he approached, Stone was the first to speak. As expected of our young master, you really brought us honor. Yi Hongyu's eyes were also filled with admiration. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the city's top scorer. That was a beautiful victory. Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, just basic operations. I still have to thank Brother Stone and Sister Yi for helping me level up. At this moment, Su Wan stepped forward and adjusted Lin Mo's collar. Emoer, Mom is so proud of you. Her voice choked slightly, and her eyes turned red. You must be exhausted these past few days. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart and deliberately put on a confident look. Mom, this is called being lean and strong. My abs are almost showing. Don't worry, I'm not tired at all. What he said afterward was true. These past few days, he had either been sleeping in different places or wandering around, so he hadn't felt tired at all. Ha ha ha, good boy. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily as he walked over and slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Well done. Now who dares to call my son a useless whiteboard mage? Emoer, I've already arranged the paperwork for the reward for being the top scorer in the city. It'll be delivered to our home soon. It'll greatly help you in comprehending fire-type skills. With your talent, you'll quickly learn new skills after consuming it. Fireball spell drooled with excitement. Hurry, hurry, I want to eat. Eating it will bring me closer to forbidden spells. Thanks, Dad, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Lin Tianhao gave a mysterious smile, flipped his hand, and a set of equipment glowing with orange light appeared in his palm. Phantom Spirit Set, Legendary Grade, wearable at level 20. Not only does it have high attributes, but the key feature is a 65% cooldown reduction. It's yours now. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it. His previous Purple Cloud Set's attributes were no longer sufficient, and he had been worrying about not having good equipment. Now his dad had delivered a treasure. How is it? Do you like it? Lin Tianhao asked with a deliberately mysterious tone. Guess where it came from? Lin Mo frowned and tentatively asked, Did Zhao Lei lose it to you? Lin Tianhao burst into laughter. You know your father well. That's right, I won it from Zhao Lei. This equipment was something he spent half a year preparing for his son Zhao Yu's level 20 divine set. Now it's in your hands. You should properly thank Uncle Zhao. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. If Zhao Yu found out how this set of equipment ended up here, he'd probably faint from anger on the spot. All right, stop showing off here. Suwan interrupted with a smile. Emoer must be hungry. Come on, let's go home. The celebration feast is ready, and it's all hearty dishes. Eat to your heart's content. As soon as they heard eat, the skills immediately became lively. Fireball spell drooling, eyes glowing. Quick, I can devour 10 cows. Earth shield spell trembling with excitement. Finally home. Home is the safest. I want to eat too. Lin family villa, second floor bedroom around 2 p.m. Lin Mo, full and satisfied, lay down on the soft bed and closed his eyes, muttering, Ah, this is too comfortable. Fireball spell burped, flames flickering. Being full is the perfect time to level up. Fireball spell jumped excitedly. The weather's great. Let's head to the nearby wild zone and clear it out. Let's aim to hit level 20 today. Earth shield spell protested softly. Big bro, aren't you tired? I just want to sleep. Fireball spell almost kicked the neighboring skill slot. Tired my foot. The strong don't need rest. Only weaklings want to sleep. Lin Mo glanced at the experience bar. Level, LV.19, 80%. It was indeed close to leveling up, but at the moment, he didn't feel like going anywhere. Lin Mo had wandered around the exam hall all morning, and his legs were about to give out. Even so, he was still eager to reach level 20, as that would allow him to learn new lightning-based skills. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned over and said, Little fire, if you want to go ahead, but don't cause trouble. Stay hidden. If you don't hit level 20 by tonight, I'll look down on you. Fireball spell snorted disdainfully. Ridiculous. You're underestimating me. Tonight, I'll definitely get you leveled up. With that, it shot out the window and disappeared into the night sky. Earth shield spell glanced outside and curled up into a ball. Big bro's energy is insane. Sleeping is still the safest option for me. Night fell, and Zhanghai City was shrouded in thick clouds. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the Lin family villa. In the second-floor hallway, lined with wool carpets, Lin Mo finished dinner and walked toward his bedroom, a toothpick in his mouth. Two maids ran over, shouting, Quick, bring in the clothes. It's about to rain heavily. Seeing Lin Mo, they quickly greeted him. Good evening, young master. Lin Mo nodded. Be careful not to slip. He glanced at the gloomy weather outside and muttered, This lousy weather changes so fast. Looks like I'll have to stay in bed and play games tonight. He pushed open the bedroom door, lay down on the sofa, and comfortably opened the profession panel to check his experience points. Level, LV.19, 99%. Lin Mo muttered to himself. Stuck for so long, just a little bit more. Why is leveling up so hard? The higher the level, the harder it is to grind in the wild. Fortunately, the autogrind feature was running so he could bear with it. He jokingly asked Fireball, "Hey, little fire, why haven't you reached level 20 yet? Did some lady Fireball charm you away?" Fireball snapped back irritably, "Shut up! Stop nagging me! What lady Fireball?" Then it righteously declared, "When I cast spells, I focus solely on power. Women only weaken the force of explosions." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you dawdling?" Fireball grinned wickedly. "I'm luring mobs. Almost there. Just wait and witness the art of explosions." As soon as it finished speaking, the screen was flooded with kill notifications. Killed Goblin Thrower X12, EXP 3680. Killed Goblin Warrior X13, EXP 3710. Killed Goblin Knight X10, EXP 3550. Immediately after, a golden light enveloped Lin Mo. "Congratulations. Level increased to LV.20. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and quickly pulled out a skill book he had prepared in advance. Skill book, Thunderstrike, Basic. He took a deep breath, full of anticipation. Learn. The skill book transformed into a purple light and merged into his forehead. In his sea of consciousness, it was like thunder roaring. "Congratulations, you have successfully learned the basic lightning skill, Thunderstrike, LV.1. Lightning Strike unleashes a bolt of thunder, dealing lightning attribute damage, with a chance to paralyze. Cooldown, 3 seconds. A new lightning icon appeared in the skill bar, exuding a sharp and aloof aura. Earth Shield was the first to react, curiously poking its head out. "Huh? A newcomer?" Fireball, several kilometers away, also noticed. It instantly became alert. A newcomer?" With a cold snort. "Humph. The so-called highest burst damage from the lightning element? Just wait until I get back and teach him a lesson." Fireball status update. Returning at full speed. Lin Mo frowned and began reprimanding Fireball. "Little Fire, we're all family here. Is this how you welcome a newcomer? What do you mean by, teach him a lesson?" Earth Shield immediately chimed in. Yes, the master is right." It looked at the newly arrived Lightning Strike icon with a sweet and obedient expression. "Third Brother Lightning? Hello, I'm Little Earth. From now on, we're family, and we should love and support each other." Fireball snorted coldly. "Family? If you want to join my family, you'll have to get through me first." Earth Shield whispered in protest. "Big brother, you're wrong. Lin Mo is the master. Since the master says we're family, we should listen to him." Fireball roared angrily, interrupting. "Shut up. I am destined to be a forbidden spell. I will never mingle with weaklings."
Lin Montag sighed helplessly.
These guys, none of them were easy to deal with. Suddenly, a new lightning icon flashed on the screen, faintly flickering. Lightning Strike spoke coldly. So noisy. The voice was icy, carrying a clear sense of disdain and arrogance. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, this newcomer has quite the personality. Fireball instantly exploded. "What did you say? How dare you? You actually think I'm noisy?" Fireball ignited in flames. "I am destined to become a noble forbidden spell. What are you? A mere spark of electricity, to disrespect me." Lightning Strike coldly responded, "Idiot." Fireball was dumbfounded. "Did you just call me an idiot?" Fireball trembled with anger. "All right, today I'll show you who the real damage ceiling is." Lightning Strike remained indifferent. Fireball became even more furious. "Why are you silent now? Weren't you acting all tough? Chickened out?" Earth Shield pleaded tearfully, "Stop fighting." At this moment, Lightning Strike finally spoke. Lightning Strike, only the incompetent bark like mad dogs. Fireball completely exploded. Fireball, "I'm so angry. Today, I must prove that fire magic is the true god." Lin Mo rubbed his temples, feeling extremely troubled. These skills were really giving him a headache. "All right, little fire, calm down. You've already mastered intermediate skills, but Little Thunder just arrived. Don't bully him. Fireball seemed to find this reasoning fair. Fireball generously waved its flame. Then I'll only use basic Fireball. How about that? Before Lin Mo could respond, Thunderstrike let out a light scoff. No need. Thunderstrike said coldly, use your strongest move. The result will be the same anyway.
Lin Montag.
This act? Full marks. Fireball laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, fine. So arrogant. I must show you what true skill looks like. All right, head to the backyard. There are wooden stakes for testing skills there. Lin Mo stood up, curious about whether this arrogant new skill was reliable or not. He walked to the window. Outside, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and the sky looked so ominous it seemed ready to collapse at any moment. This dreadful weather feels like it's about to rain. Better finish quickly. I don't want to get soaked in an open area. Just as he was about to head out, he bumped into his mother, Su-won. She was accompanied by 2 personal maids, holding a bowl of hot soup in her hands. Emoer, where are you going so late? She held up the bowl of soup, her tone full of concern. I just made some soup and brought it to you. You've been so busy with your exams lately. You must be exhausted. You need to nourish yourself. Lin Mo stopped and scratched his head awkwardly. Mom, I'm not hungry. I just had dinner. I just learned Thunderstrike and wanted to test it out in the backyard. Su-won was momentarily stunned and glanced at Lin Mo. You're already level 20? She remembered he was just level 19 that afternoon. More or less.
Lin Mo replied perfunctorily.
Fortunately, she didn't press further and simply told him to drink the soup first. After he finished the soup, Su-won reminded him, don't stay out too late. It might rain outside. Just practice a bit and come back quickly to avoid getting wet. Got it, Mom. I'll just throw a few times casually, Lin Mo said as he walked past her and headed toward the stairs. Su-won watched her son's retreating figure, her smile growing warmer, tinged with a bit of emotion. This child, he's clearly working so hard, yet he insists on keeping it under wraps. Does working hard make one lose face? Her heart was filled with both relief and amusement. He must be afraid of others having too high expectations of him, so he deliberately acts nonchalant. But in reality, no one works harder than he does. Level 20. Lightning Skills. Su-won murmured to herself, her eyes gradually lighting up. Previously, Emoer's fire and earth skills had already amazed everyone. And now it's the lightning element known as the strongest single-target burst. Even though it's just a basic skill, who knows what kind of earth-shattering performance it might bring. I should let old Lin know. A thought struck her, and she quickly turned and walked briskly toward the study at the end of the hallway. In the study on the 2nd floor, the atmosphere was heavy. The thick soundproof door almost completely blocked out the thunder outside, leaving only faint muffled rumbles. Lin Tianhao, dressed in casual homeware, still exuded the commanding presence of a city defense commander. He sat with a serious expression. Opposite him, Yi Hongyu and Shirtu stood upright, their expressions equally grave. Remember the situation I just described? Lin Tianhao began. The current situation is unstable. News from the front lines indicates frequent outbreaks of wild magical creatures. In previous years, there would only be 1 small beast tied a month. But this month, there have already been 3, with increasing scale and doubled frequency. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to the window, and pulled the curtain open slightly. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Thundercloud beasts. Haven't seen them in years, Lin Tianhao remarked with a sigh. Yi Hongyu asked nervously, Commander, should we go to support Yunhai City? Lin Tianhao shook his head. No need. There are at least 5 archmages guarding that place. A single thundercloud beast can't stir up much trouble. But the movements of high-level magical creatures can trigger a chain reaction. We'll need to increase the frequency of our patrols and defenses. Go make the arrangements. Understood, Commander. The 2 responded in unison. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. The only person who dared to barge into the commander's study without knocking was Su-wan. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Wife? What brings you here? Su-wan noticed the serious atmosphere and asked, Am I interrupting something important? Should I come back later? No, no, no. Lin Tianhao quickly waved his hand. What could be more important than my wife? Besides, the meeting just ended, and I was about to dismiss them. Wife, what do you need? Yi Hongyu and Shirtu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and amusement. The usually decisive and commanding leader was utterly defeated in front of his wife, truly living up to his reputation as a doting husband. Su-wan smiled and said, Emoer has reached level 20 and just learned Thunderstrike. He said he wants to test the skill on the wooden stakes in the backyard. This is his first lightning-based skill. Do you want to go take a look? Lin Tianhao waved his hand, looking relaxed. Oh, it's just Thunderstrike. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered this was Emoer's Thunderstrike. It was bound to be something extraordinary. No, I have to go. Let's go, quickly. He grabbed Su-wan and headed out, his face full of anticipation. Yi Hongyu and Shirtu followed as well, their hearts brimming with curiosity. The lightning element, known for its strongest single-target burst, what kind of performance would the young master deliver? Inside the Lin family villa, the news spread quickly. Hey, did you hear? The young master went to the backyard training ground. A maid ran over and whispered to her companion, who was polishing a vase. What? The young master went to the training ground. I've been here for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen him go. Come on, let's join the fun. I'm not done yet. When can't the work wait? The young master rarely goes. There must be something exciting to see. You're right. In just a few minutes, the servants put down their work one after another and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, heading toward the backyard. Lin Tianhao and his wife were kind and approachable, never putting on airs or blaming the staff over trivial matters. The servants knew that the commander and his wife doted on the young master, and anything concerning the young master was of utmost importance. They figured that watching the young master practice his skills might even please Commander Lin, as it would show that everyone cared about the young master's growth. Lin family's backyard. This was a spacious lawn, surrounded by various solid wood weapons and racks. At the center of the lawn stood a massive wooden stake, connected to a device that could display damage values. The wooden stake was highly unique, with extreme hardness and self-repairing capabilities, worth tens of millions of Dragon Nation currency. In the entire Jianghai city, families capable of installing such a testing stake at home were few and far between. At this moment, Lin Mo stood about 20 meters away from the stake, suddenly sensing something amiss. He turned around to look. The entrance was already crowded with people. At the front were his parents, Lin Tianhao and Su-wan, their faces full of anticipation. Beside them were Yi Hongyu and Shirtu, both curiously staring in his direction. Further back, the head chef in a white chef's uniform, the gardener holding large scissors, and even the security guard uncle had come, leading a dog. Lin Mo was speechless. What are you all doing here? Suddenly, thunder roared, and lightning tore through the clouds.
Lin Tianhao shouted loudly. Son.
Show them what unstoppable thunder really means. His voice was louder than the thunder, and Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Dad, I'm just testing a basic skill. Is all this really necessary? He sighed, feeling immense pressure, and turned back to face the wooden stake. All right, since none of you are convinced, let's have a competition. Fireball, Little Thunder, get ready. Who's going first? Earthshield cautiously advised. We're all one family. Stop arguing and shake hands to make peace. Fireball roared angrily. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Fireball turned to the newcomer Lightning Strike. Newcomer, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'll ask you again. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Lightning Strike replied coldly. So annoying. Fireball became even angrier. Arrogant, huh? Come. Let me show you some unstoppable damage. Enough, little fire, you go first. Lin Mo commanded, and Fireball quickly got into position. The ground instantly lit up with a blinding red glow. In the next second, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Immediately, more than 20 fire pillars erupted simultaneously, the deafening sound of explosions reverberating. The damage numbers on the screen skyrocketed. The wooden stake shook violently, and in less than 10 seconds, the fire pillars dissipated. The wooden stake was completely charred, with smoke billowing. Total damage, 138, 521. A young chef nearby gasped in shock. For a level 20 ordinary professional, dealing 10,000 damage with a single skill was already impressive. Even an S-class genius could only manage 30 to 40,000. But now, 1,300,000. The maids around were filled with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Young master is so powerful, so manly. I want to marry him. Being with him feels so safe. I need to improve my cooking skills tonight. Suwon helplessly rubbed her forehead and turned to ask Lin Tianhao. Wasn't Amoer planning to test a new lightning-based move? Why did he start with blazing fire pillar? Lin Tianhao pondered. He's probably trying to make a damage comparison. But this fire pillar damage is indeed outrageous. Suwon furrowed her brows even tighter, clearly more puzzled. But old Lin, blazing fire pillar is a mid-tier skill, while Thunderstrike is just a basic lightning skill. No matter how strong the lightning system is, it can't possibly compare to a mid-tier fire skill, right? Lin Tianhao frowned, feeling uncertain himself. Who cares, honey? Let's just wait and see. Amoer must have his own plan. Lin Tianhao didn't want to overthink and directly ended the discussion. Fireball technique, struck a proud pose, nose in the air. How about that? Scared now? What makes you think you can compete with me? Fireball technique, sneered at Thunderstrike. I suggest you call me Big Brother and follow me from now on. I guarantee you'll benefit. Thunderstrike remained motionless, simply staring at the wooden stake, seemingly deep in thought. Lin Mo couldn't help but say, Xiao Lei, you've just learned basic skills. Comparing damage with Xiao Hua's intermediate skill is indeed unfair. Besides, although Xiao Hua's move has high damage, it's very difficult to hit a single target with all the fire rings in actual combat. How about this? As long as you can deal 1/10 of Xiao Hua's damage, you win. How does that sound? Lin Mo suggested. No problem.
Fireball technique waved generously.
I am not an unreasonable flame. But Thunderstrike still ignored them, gazing up at the night sky filled with dense clouds. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned and also looked up at the sky. The night sky was gloomy, with thunder rumbling. What's Amoer doing? Suwon asked in confusion, watching the child suddenly look up at the sky. Weren't we supposed to hit the wooden stake? Why is he staring at the sky? Is it going to rain? Beside her, Lin Tianhao's eyes suddenly tightened as he stared sharply at a certain spot in the sky, then quickly turned to Lin Mo. As the top lightning elemental war god in the entire Dragon Nation, Lin Tianhao's sensitivity to lightning elements was extremely sharp. At this moment, what he saw was not just the dark clouds and fierce winds, but countless frenzied lightning elements surging within the clouds. More crucially, from the sky hung countless nearly invisible blue threads. These were the so-called lightning conduction lines, the elemental bonds of lightning. Lin Tianhao was deeply familiar with lightning elemental skills, among which there was an intermediate ultimate move that involved summoning heavenly lightning to deal devastating single-target damage. Mastering this move was extremely difficult, requiring an exceptionally keen sense of lightning elements to perceive these lightning conduction lines. He remembered that when he was at level 40, it took countless life and death trials during thunderstorms to barely master this move. And now, Lin Tianhao stared at Lin Mo, certain Lin Mo had seen the lightning conduction lines. What are you looking at? Lin Mo's neck was sore as he tilted his head even higher. Xiao Lei, could it be that you can summon this heavenly lightning? Before the words were finished, system information appeared. Thunderstrike has sensed countless blue threads descending from the sky, containing world-destroying power. Thunderstrike begins attempting to take control. Violent lightning surges along the threads, and Thunderstrike does not retreat but instead grips them even tighter. Thunderstrike seized the legendary Thunder Sovereign, a divine beast cloaked in purple lightning and stepping on auspicious clouds. Congratulations! Thunderstrike has comprehended the power of heaven and earth, upgrading to a mid-tier lightning skill. Thunderchilin descends, LV.1. Thunderchilin descends. Summons divine thunder, transforming into a thunderous Chilin to deal massive lightning damage to a single target with paralysis, while causing splash damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown: 1 minute. Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. A casual joke of mine? And he actually made it happen? You're a genius. This kid. Lin Tianhao stood at the forefront of the crowd, his whole body trembling. As a top-tier lightning war god, he keenly sensed the change in the lightning elements within Lin Mo. Old Lin, what's wrong? Su Wan noticed his unusual expression and asked. Lin Tianhao was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Wife, just wait and see." He fixed his gaze on Lin Mo's back. That surge of lightning element fluctuation just now. If I'm not mistaken, it was that mid-tier ultimate skill, Thunderchilin descends. Among the many professions, the difficulty of comprehending Thunderchilin descends as a mid-tier skill ranks in the top 5. Many high-level veteran lightning mages may not master it in their lifetime. How long has Lin Mo been learning basic lightning skills? Is this for real? Lin Tianhao only felt his head buzzing. Meanwhile, in front of the wooden stake, Lin Mo stared at the newly appeared skill icon on his profession panel, too shocked to speak. Thunderchilin descends. Just the name alone was cool enough. Skipping over beginner skills and directly comprehending a mid-tier skill, this little thunder guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. In the skill bar, Earth Shield and Fireball were squeezed below Thunderstrike, with a new lightning skill added. Earth Shield trembled. Oh my, big brother. This looks like a mid-tier skill? Third brother's strength is something else. Fireball snorted coldly. Humph. Flashy nonsense. A Chilin? What is this? A zoo? Fireball crossed its arms and sneered. Come on. I'd like to see how much damage you can actually deal to. Lin Mo stared at the icon of the lightning skill and said softly, Little Thunder, how about trying this? Lightning strike flickered. So annoying. The next second. Boom! The originally cloud-covered night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Within a radius of several kilometers, the lightning elements seemed to hear the command of a king and went into a frenzied riot. The Lin family's backyard was swept by a storm, with flying sand and rolling stones. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, their hair standing on end. It was an instinctive sense of awe and fear. Everyone looked up in terror. Within the deep, churning clouds, countless electric serpents began to intertwine madly, their dazzling blue light illuminating the night. That is. A maid covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. The clouds churned, and thunder gathered. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. Immediately after, the clouds split apart. A colossal beast composed entirely of lightning slowly took shape. Lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, ox tail, Thunderchilin. It stood proudly in the sky, every scale shimmering with electric arcs, instilling fear in all who beheld it. A moment later, the Thunderchilin stomped fiercely on the clouds, transforming into a thick blue streak of light, plummeting at lightning speed. Almost at the limit, many people hadn't even reacted before its figure was swallowed by a dazzling blue light. Boom! Thunder pierced the heavens and earth, and the shockwave, carrying countless arcs of electricity, spread in all directions. The wooden stake trembled violently. Though it didn't break, it turned red and began to smoke from the impact. The damage display screen next to it showed numbers jumping wildly. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. Finally, it froze. Total damage: 1,047,561. 1 million? Stone was stunned, his voice trembling. Captain Yi, take a look. Isn't this 7 digits? Yi Hongyu didn't say a word. She was also stunned. 1,000,000 damage, this is something only a level 40 expert could achieve. Yet the young master is only level 20. Holy! The servants in the back exploded in shock. Was this really done by the young master? Even the top-tier tanks of the same level couldn't withstand this move, right? Remove the word, probably. My heart almost stopped. The young master isn't human. Suwon also snapped out of it and asked blankly, Old Lin, is this machine broken? 1,000,000 damage, how could it be done without being level 40? Is that wooden stake damaged by the lightning? It hasn't been used in years. Lin Tianhao remained calm. The machine isn't broken. This damage is indeed normal. He glanced at the thunderclouds overhead, then looked toward Yunhai City in the distance. Emoer has comprehended the mid-tier lightning skill, Thunder Chilant's Descent. This skill ranks among the most difficult in the mid-tier category, so its power is naturally astonishing. What's more important is, Lin Tianhao squinted and explained, Emoer just now didn't only summon the lightning above us. With his terrifying perception, he remotely drew the lightning from the world-class boss, Thundercloud Beast, that's rampaging in Yunhai City. Thundercloud Beast? Suwon was stunned. Isn't that an 80-level world boss? Lin Tianhao nodded and said calmly, Yes, level 80. Even if only a fraction of its power was drawn, dealing 1,000,000 damage isn't surprising. After hearing this, Suwon finally understood. She patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She was almost scared out of her wits, thinking her son had really turned into a monster. Since he borrowed the power of the world boss, that makes sense. Who would believe that? Even if it's borrowed power, you first have to learn Thunder Chilant's Descent. This kid defying all odds, he just learned Thunder Strike and immediately grasped Thunder Chilant's Descent, even managing to exploit the world boss from hundreds of kilometers away. Old Lin, Fire Element, Earth Element, and now Lightning Element. He's already mastered 3 elements. Suwon looked at Lin Mo's back and sighed. 3 elements. And he managed to reach their limits in such a short time, even surpassing them. At this rate, water, wind, light and dark, and even time-space elements, becoming an all-element mage might not just be a dream. Lin Tianhao listened and pulled a cigar out of his pocket. Light and dark are still manageable. With Emoer's talent, once his level is high enough, he'll definitely learn them. But time-space? There's no skill book for that. He smiled wryly. Forget it. That's too far off. Wife? Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. Our son is working so hard. I can't just sit around waiting for retirement. Tomorrow, I'll head out to hunt and try to get some good stuff for Emoer. Suwon nodded. All right, I'll take care of things at home. Be careful out there. Damn. Lin Mo stared at the long string of damage numbers, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard. This damage is 10 times higher than a fully activated flame pillar in a fire circle. Little Thunder, are you even human? Lin Mo froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, right, it's not human. My bad. The skill panel fell into a dead silence. A few seconds later, Earth Shield poked Fireball. Next to it, Bro 7 digits. Third brother seems a bit stronger than you. The skill bar fell silent again. If skills had life, Fireball would want to jump up and punch Earth Shield right now. Why are you poking me? A bit stronger? 10 times is a bit stronger? Who are you insulting here? Fireball glared at Thunderstrike. But Thunderstrike just stood there quietly, not saying a word, not even bothering to glance over. Fireball's spell is kind of explosive. Sometimes, staying silent is more unbearable than cursing. Silence signifies disregard. You don't even see me as an opponent. This silent disdain was simply worse than death for Fireball. Fireball stared at Lightning Strike, its flames gradually calming down. Fireball said coldly, Newcomer, I admit you're strong. This time, I lost. Fireball changed its tone. But remember, this is only temporary. Fireball declared firmly. The potential of flames is limitless. I am destined to become an apocalyptic forbidden spell. One day, I'll show you the true pinnacle of fire. Lightning strike. Oh, fireball. Lin Mo watched and let out a sigh of relief. Now that's more like it. Admitting the gap, facing the gap, surpassing the gap. This is what a mature skill should be like. This is the atmosphere we need in our family healthy competition. Fireball, I believe in you. Lin Mo offered timely encouragement. Fireball suddenly asked, what about the reward? Where's that heart? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, it's not here yet. They said it would be delivered tonight. Fireball said seriously, eat it as soon as it arrives. Huh?
Lin Montag was stunned.
Why is little fire suddenly so serious? Looks like little lightning's move really provoked it. Fireball is determined to work hard now. All right, you'll eat it as soon as it arrives.
Lin Montag responded.
Fireball spell supplement. Best eaten raw. ? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched, and he flatly refused. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The fireball spell fell silent and ultimately did not argue further, quieting down. It had compromised. Lin Mo looked up at the sky. Let's go, time to sleep. What awful weather. Lin Tianhao glanced around and shouted to the dense crowd. All right, everyone disperse. Go back and don't get caught in the rain. Yes. The servants, each with a satisfied expression, dispersed in small groups. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan did not leave, quietly waiting for Lin Mo to walk over. Dad, Mom. Lin Mo walked toward them with a smile. Good boy. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. The commotion you caused completely surpasses what I did back in the day. Su Wan rolled her eyes at Lin Tianhao. Old Lin, stop bragging so much. Lin Tianhao chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Lin Mo and said, by the way, the Dragon Sequence class list will be announced shortly, but you're definitely on it. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow you'll head to the capital. Tomorrow? So soon.
Lin Montag was stunned.
He thought the summer vacation was still long, but he hadn't expected to leave for the capital so quickly. Lin Tianhao nodded, his expression turning serious. The Dragon Sequence class is different. There are only 20 people, and it holds great significance for the country. You'll understand once you're there. Lin Mo reluctantly agreed. All right, staying at home is boring anyway. It's a good chance to visit the capital. He suddenly remembered, Dad, has my first place reward arrived? As soon as he finished speaking, a butler in a black uniform quickly walked over, carrying a metal box. Sir, young master, the item has just been delivered. Lin Tianhao took the box and handed it to Lin Mo. It arrived just as you mentioned it. You can decide how to handle it. Lin Mo felt the box was heavy and handed it to Su Wan, saying seriously, Mom, please give it to the kitchen to handle. Su Wan smiled and asked, how do you want it done? Braised? Steamed? Or sliced for hot pot? Lin Mo thought for a moment. Make it like a steak, medium rare. Sear the outside to lock in the juices. Keep the inside original, and add plenty of sauce. Su Wan nodded. All right, I'll arrange it. Thanks, Mom. Thousands of kilometers away in the capital. In the top-floor office of the Dragon Country Professional Association headquarters, the lights were brightly lit. A middle-aged supervisor said to a young employee, Shaolin, the Dragon Sequence class list has been finalized. Get ready to publish it. Shaolin nodded. Understood. He glanced at the list, his eyes falling on the top names. 1. Lin Mo, Zhanghai City, Mage Nun. 2. Yikong, Capital, Spacewalker SSS. 3. Chu Lingxian, Magic City, Dawn Arbiter SSS. 4. Han Mengyao, Magic City, Winter Sovereign SSS. These names and professions exuded an aura of strength. Tisk, so this is the Dragon Sequence class? All monsters. He sighed. Suddenly, Kobayashi stopped and stared at the top of the list, puzzled. Boss, what's the first profession here? The supervisor took a sip of coffee and rolled his eyes impatiently. Didn't you read it clearly? Isn't it written there? Kobayashi scratched his head. I know it's a mage, but what does the nun in parentheses mean? Was there a mistake? Blank slate mage, idiot. Blank slate mage. Kobayashi froze. The supervisor replied calmly. I double-checked. It's indeed a blank slate mage. Kobayashi found it hard to believe. The list was ranked by strength, and the top spot was actually a blank slate? The supervisor glanced at the time and urged, stop overthinking it. Just send it out and get off work quickly. Xiao Lin sighed helplessly and had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll send it. This is unbelievable. A plain mage suppressing those SSS-level powerhouses. It's surreal. Let me finish sending this and go home to play games. Lin Mo returned to the room, and shortly after, the door was lightly knocked. Two maids pushed a dining cart inside, and a rich aroma of meat filled the air. As per his request, the steak was cooked medium rare. Fireball shouted excitedly, It's here! It's here! I can feel it! Time to show off! Young master, your meal is ready. Would you like us to feed you? A maid asked sweetly. Lin Mo waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the piece of meat. Got it, no need. You can leave now. Yes, young master. The maids respectfully bowed and exited the room. The room was left with only Lin Mo. He sat down and cut a small piece of meat, placing it in his mouth. He had expected the medium-rare steak to have a strange taste, but to his surprise, the texture was tender and smooth, melting in his mouth. Paired with the special sauce, any gaminess was completely gone, leaving a rich, savory flavor. Not bad.
Lin Montag nodded in satisfaction.
The skills of our family chef are indeed impressive. After the food settled in his stomach, a surge of pure fire elemental energy spread throughout his body. Fireball let out a satisfied moan. Ah! The power is burning. My whole body feels hot. After eating, Fireball couldn't sit still. Its mind was filled with thoughts of that Thunder Qilin with damage exceeding 1,000,000. If it didn't make a comeback, how could it hold its place in the skill list in the future? Fireball rubbed its hands eagerly. I need to go level up and master a single target skill stronger than Thunder Qilin. With that, it turned its gaze toward Thunderstrike. Fireball declared, Third brother, just wait. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you the true power of a nuclear explosion. Lightning Strike flickered lightly and responded coldly. Lightning Strike. Boring. Fireball trembled with anger. Fine. You're so noble, you're so amazing. Burning with rage, it stormed off into the wild. Lin Mo watched and shook his head with a sigh. This damn competitive streak. Earthshield looked out the window and complained. Big brother, there's really no need to work so hard. Third brother is so strong. Can't we just ride his coattails? Earthshield said expectantly. Third brother, we'll rely on you from now on. Lightning Strike coldly retorted. Lightning Strike. Useless. Earthshield was speechless and muttered in grievance. Ugh, this family is so hard to get along with. Master is still the best. Lin Mo yawned, quickly freshened up, and crawled into bed. Time to sleep. Got to head to Kyoto tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes and stretched. Another beautiful day. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the profession panel. A habit he had just developed, checking Fireball's activity first thing after waking up. Level LV.20, 78%. Almost level 21, the efficiency of farming monsters in the wild is pretty good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping toward the skill panel. Ha!
Lin Mo was suddenly startled.
2 new intermediate fire skills had appeared in the fire skill panel. Flame Wind Wings, LV.1 condense flames into a pair of wings, granting 3 minutes of flight ability. While flying, fire feathers can be shot to attack with splash damage in the area. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Flamestorm LV.1 unleash a spinning blaze centered on oneself, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Wow! Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Little Fire is really impressive. One skill allows flying with area attacks, and the other is pure area damage for combat. His gaze shifted to the Fireball icon, only to see the status displayed as Fireball status, in a self-isolated emo state. Lin Mo's face was full of confusion. Not happy about learning new skills? Lost a fight. He opened last night's records, where numerous messages flooded the screen. Fireball vows to develop a single target skill that surpasses Thunder Beast's Descent in explosive power. It charged into the wild, challenging the strongest single-target monsters. It ended up encountering a group of flame demon hawks that were both high-flying and agile. Fireball couldn't even touch a single feather of theirs. In its fury, Fireball used its brain to deduce and successfully comprehended the intermediate fire skill, Flame Wind Wings. Lin Mo stroked his chin, thinking to himself that this maneuver was truly impressive. So that's how this skill was trained. But why has it become so dispirited? Lin Mo continued to stare at the battle report. Fireball gained a new skill, became more agile, and successfully defeated that group of demon hawks. However, it didn't forget its goal, single-point nuclear explosion. It continued searching and finally locked onto an isolated rotten troll. Fireball was unusually excited, beginning to compress and spin the fire elements to the extreme, aiming to surpass the blazing spiral dragon shot. Compress, spin, repeatedly. The result was repeated failure. The blazing spiral dragon shot was already the limit. The rotten troll roared, summoning an army of undead, instantly surrounding Fireball completely. Fireball grew increasingly irritable, its spinning rhythm disrupted. The originally inward rotation instead turned into an outward expanding large spin. Fireball erupts in rage. To hell with single targets, get out of my way. It takes advantage of the rotational force to autonomously deduce a mid-level fire skill, Flamestorm. Click for details. This. Lin Mo looked at the battle report and remarked. So this is how the second skill was created. Instead of pulling inward, it expands outward and rotates. What a genius little fireball. But aren't these two moves quite powerful? Lin Mo frowned and said, Fireball technique killed countless monsters throughout the night. It looked up at the sky, thinking of the thunderous Qilin, and understood in its heart. Even with new skills, it couldn't defeat Thunderstrike. Fireball technique was devastated. Why did it still lose despite trying so hard? Lin Mo sighed. Little Fire, you're too competitive. You're already amazing. You can fly and clear large areas. Isn't that versatile enough? Every skill has its purpose. What else can Little Thunder do besides striking once? Fly? Spin? It can't. Despite Lin Mo's comfort, Fireball technique remained silent. Lin Mo was helpless. Fine. I'll let you calm down for now. He pulled out a pile of skill books. Use them all. A buzzing sound echoed as skill points rapidly infused into his body. In no time, all skill levels were maxed out. Lin Mo scanned the skill list before him. Fire skills. Fireball technique. Basic. Multi-explosive fireball. Beginner. Explosive spiral dragon flame. Beginner. Blazing flame pillar. Intermediate. Flaming wind wings. Intermediate. Firestorm. Intermediate. Earth skills. Earth shield technique. Basic. Earth flow wall. Beginner. Earth submersion. Intermediate. Quicksand domain. Intermediate. Lightning skills. Thunderstrike. Basic. Thunder Qilin's descent. Intermediate. Combination skill. Lava battle armor. He felt confident. Only level 20. And with this lineup, I can fly, defend, attack, and control. Heading to Kyoto, I shouldn't be bullied there. Lin Mo excitedly got up from the bed. Let's go. Kyoto, the Magitech train station in the center of Shanghai City, was bustling with people. In this world, long-distance travel primarily relies on Magitech trains, not because there are few airplanes, but because the skies are filled with dangerous flying magical beasts. In comparison, ground-based Magitech trains, protected by defensive arrays, are safer and faster. The station entrance was crowded and lively. Lin Mo carried nothing, not even a backpack. Suwon held Lin Mo's hand tightly, her eyes full of reluctance, and reminded him, "Moer, don't skimp when you're there. Buy whatever you need." She took out a black card from her bag and handed it to Lin Mo. "Take this card. The password is your birth date. There's 30 million Dragon Nation currency in it. Don't let yourself suffer. If you spend it all, call Mom immediately." Lin Mo felt a warm sensation in his heart. 30 million is pocket money. Something he couldn't even dream of in his previous life was now his mom's thoughtful gesture to ensure he wouldn't go hungry. "Thanks, Mom. Don't worry. I'm an adult now. I'll take good care of myself." He smiled and put the card away. At that moment, Lin Tianhao walked over, helping Lin Mo adjust his collar, his gaze falling on the shiny badge on Lin Mo's chest. It was made of pure gold, engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around a sword blade. This was the exclusive badge of the Dragon Sequence class, delivered to the Lin family overnight. Lin Tianhao touched the badge on his own chest, his eyes filled with pride. "Dragon Sequence class. Well done. You've really made me proud." He spoke to his son with great anticipation. "Since you're working so hard, I can't fall behind either. I'm planning to head to the front lines for a bit." Lin Mo looked at his dad helplessly, silently thinking, did the skill drag Dad into this too? Noticing the streak of white hair at Lin Tianhao's temples, Lin Mo couldn't help but advise, "Dad, you're getting older. Don't mess around. The front lines are so chaotic. With your old bones, just stay in the rear and command safely. Safety first." Lin Tianhao widened his eyes, patted his chest, and roared, "Nonsense! I'm in my prime, at the peak of my strength. You brat, you're underestimating me. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are hardly a few who can compete with me." Lin Mo sighed and could only respond perfunctorily, all right, you're the best, Thunder God of War. Just stay safe and don't be too impulsive." He knew his dad had made up his mind and couldn't be persuaded. However, his dad was indeed one of the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily and turned to Yi Hongyu, saying, "Hongyu, don't follow me during this period. Take a good rest and improve yourself." Yi Hongyu nodded, her gaze shifting to Lin Mo, filled with reluctance and respect. "Young master, safe travels." "Don't worry, Sister Yi," Lin Mo replied with a smile. He waved to his parents and Yi Hongyu. "All right, everyone head back. The train is about to leave." After speaking, he turned gracefully and walked toward the station entrance. Su Wan's eyes reddened. "Old Lin, our son has really grown up." Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. "Yes, the fledgling eagle must spread its wings." "Let's go home," he said. The station hall was crowded, and the line heading to the capital stretched into a long queue. Lin Mo obediently queued up, moving forward slowly with the crowd. At that moment, a uniformed staff member patrolling suddenly noticed the badge on Lin Mo's chest and froze. Is this the Dragon Sequence class badge?" He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The golden, dazzling 5-clawed dragon badge was strikingly conspicuous. The staff member immediately straightened his collar and quickly approached, asking, "Hello, are you a new student of the Dragon Sequence class?" Lin Mo paused for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Is there something wrong?" The Dragon Sequence class has a dedicated passage. Follow me." The staff member smiled and gestured politely for him to proceed. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and followed him to the side. The people in line around them cast looks of shock and envy. "Dragon Sequence class? It's really him. I've only seen that badge on TV. Golden and dazzling, so impressive. If my son could get into the Dragon Sequence class, I'd be so proud." Stop dreaming and get back in line. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo swaggered into the exclusive, empty passageway. The passage was spacious and bright. Lin Mo remarked, "Privileges are great. It may be cliché, but only those who have them understand." On the platform, the silver-white Aurora magic train was quietly parked. Following the directions on his ticket, Lin Mo entered a luxurious compartment. The ticket had been delivered to him along with the badge by the Dragon Sequence class official the previous night. The compartment was spacious, with 4 seats arranged around a table, facing each other in pairs. The leather seats came with massage and adjustment functions, making them extremely comfortable. At the moment, the compartment was completely empty. Lin Mo walked to his assigned 4-seat area and sat down. On the table were a delicate fruit platter, snacks, the day's newspaper, and several of the latest professional magazines. He looked around the environment with satisfaction and sat by the window. Not bad at all. He glanced at the seats across from and beside him. 4 seats. Could it be that on this train, besides him, there were 3 other classmates from the Dragon Sequence class? At the same time, Earth Shield Technique began to stir. Earth Shield Technique peeked out excitedly. "Wow! Is this the train to Kyoto? It's huge. Master, Kyoto must be so much fun, right?" Lin Mo chuckled, looking at this naive display. Of course, Kyoto is the heart of the Dragon Nation. It's definitely much more interesting than Shanghai City. Fireball Technique snorted coldly. "Country bumpkin, all you think about is playing. Going to Kyoto is for better resources and stronger monsters. I want to level up and make a name for myself in Kyoto." Lin Mo rubbed his temples and reassured, all right, little fire. Don't rush. Let's settle down first when we get to Kyoto." Fireball Technique agreed. "Fine. If the monsters survive 2 more days, I'll consider it my loss." Fireball Technique glared at the skill bar next to it. Fireball Technique roared, "Third brother, listen up. When we get to Kyoto, I'll definitely develop a single target skill stronger than yours. Just wait and see."
Lin Montag nodded in satisfaction.
"That's the spirit, little fire. Knowing shame and striving forward. That's the big brother aiming to become a forbidden spell that I know. Keep up this momentum. I have high hopes for you." Lightning Strike spoke in a lazy and indifferent tone. "Oh, boring." Clearly not considering Fireball as an opponent, completely dismissing its current damage. Lin Mo looked at the blushing Fireball spell and couldn't help but advise, "Xiao Lei, don't be so aloof. They're already so passionate. Even if you don't encourage them, at least don't be so perfunctory and dampen the team's morale." Lightning Strike remained silent for a moment. "I'm going to sleep."
Lin Mo's mouth twitched.
This skill team is really hard to manage. The luxurious train carriage gradually became more crowded. The magic train vibrated gently as the scenery outside the window slowly receded. Lin Mo leisurely gazed out the window. It's finally departing. He felt a bit emotional. 18 years had passed, and he had never been to Kyoto. It wasn't that he couldn't go. He just couldn't be bothered to move. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked down the aisle and stopped beside Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked up. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding the sharp and disciplined aura of a soldier. Behind him stood a young team member in his early 20s, looking somewhat nervous. "Excuse me, are you Lin Mo?" The man glanced at the badge on Lin Mo's chest and smiled as he spoke. Lin Mo nodded politely. "That's me. And you are?" "My name is Shen Yifeng. I'm the captain of the escort team for this train, responsible for its safety throughout the journey." Shen Yifeng gestured to the young man behind him. "This is my deputy, Xiao Lu."
Lin Mo understood.
So they were the security personnel in charge. Although the train was equipped with protective magic arrays to fend off beast tides, the wilderness was unpredictable. If they encountered a large-scale beast tide or a world boss, the arrays wouldn't hold, and the escort team would have to step in. "Hello, Captain Shin." Lin Mo responded politely. "Is there something you need?" Shen Yifeng waved his hand and said with a hearty laugh, "No, just a routine patrol. I heard there's a genius from the Longshu class on board, so I came over to say hello." He looked at Lin Mo with admiration in his eyes. This year's Jianghai City has produced an extraordinary individual. Meeting you today, you truly have an impressive presence. Those who make it into the Longshu class are the backbone and pillars of Longgua's future. Though it was a standard compliment, Shen Yifeng spoke sincerely. Having spent years on dangerous front lines, he understood better than anyone the weight of the Longshu class emblem. It was not just an honor but also a testament to strength and potential. Lin Mo smiled modestly and said, "You're too kind, Captain Shen. I just got lucky." "Ah, no need to be modest," Shen Yifeng said seriously. "This journey is long and will pass through several dangerous wilderness areas. But don't worry, our escort team is made up of elites, so safety won't be an issue. If you need anything in terms of daily life or encounter any trouble, feel free to let me know or ask a train attendant to contact me," Shen Yifeng said. Lin Mo nodded. "All right, thank you, Captain Shen. I'll speak up if anything comes up." Seeing that the greeting was done, Shen Yifeng didn't linger further. He turned with Xiao Lu and left, continuing to patrol the other carriages. The two walked through 2 train cars and arrived at a designated smoking area. Shen Yifeng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The young team member, Xiao Lu, who was following behind him, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Captain, that Lin Mo, it's him, right? He looks pretty ordinary. Aside from being a bit handsome, I don't see any aura of a strong person about him." Xiao Lu lowered his voice, full of disbelief. "Isn't he just a blank slate mage? The internet says he cleared the trial tower's 30th floor in record time? He must have cheated, right?" He curled his lips, speaking as if he had seen through everything. "I heard his dad is the war god Lin Tianhao, and his mom is a big capitalist. He probably got into the dragon sequence class because his family pulled some strings." Before he could finish his sentence, smack! Shen Yifeng slapped the back of Xiao Lu's head. He didn't use much force, but it made Xiao Lu shrink his neck immediately. "Hey, Captain, why did you hit me?" Shen Yifeng glared at him and said coldly, "Keep your petty thoughts to yourself. Cheating on the big exam? Pulling strings? Do you think the dragon sequence class is some kind of joke?" He exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze turning icy. "In that place, it doesn't matter if you're the son of the war god or the son of the king of heaven. If you don't have the strength, you're out." Xiao Lu rubbed the back of his head, still a bit unconvinced. "But a blank slate mage is really too far-fetched." Shen Yifeng sneered. "This world is full of things that seem far-fetched. Don't use your shallow understanding to measure a true genius. If he can sit at the top of the dragon sequence class as a blank slate mage, it means he possesses an extraordinary and terrifying level of strength." He stubbed out his cigarette and said seriously, "Enough talk. I just received a notice. The wilderness has been chaotic lately, with frequent beast tides. Everyone needs to stay vigilant." Xiao Lu muttered, "Captain, this time we're escorting students to the capital, and we've got triple the usual guards. What could possibly happen?" Shen Yifeng's eyes sharpened. "Triple? Even if it were 10 times, you'd better stay on high alert. Remember, there are 4 Dragon Sequence class students on this train. They are strategic-level talents. If even a single hair on their heads gets harmed, forget about just getting skinned alive. Being chopped up and fed to demon wolves would be considered lenient." Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Lu's forehead as he stammered, "Why yes, Captain." Inside the luxurious carriage, Lin Mo finished ordering his meal and rested by the window. The only discomfort was someone in the back left corner playing short videos at maximum volume. Before long, a young female attendant pushed a food cart over. The girl was about 18 or 19, with a ponytail and a professional, sweet smile on her face. "Hello, may I take your order?" Lin Mo smiled and pointed to a few items on the menu. This, and everything on this page. One of each." The girl quickly jotted it down without showing any surprise. After all, anyone sitting in the luxury carriage was either rich or influential. All right, please wait a moment. She mustered up her courage. Excuse me. I really admire students from the Dragon Sequence class. Could I take a photo with you? Just one. Seeing the girl's expectant yet nervous expression, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. These days, even going to school could earn you fans? He adjusted his collar, brushed his bangs aside, and said with a smile, All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll allow it. Thank you. Thank you so much. The girl quickly took out her phone and moved closer to Lin Mo. Click. Looking at the phone screen, the girl's eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, you're so photogenic. I forgot to turn on the beauty filter, but it turns out you don't even need it. You look so naturally stunning. As she spoke, her face turned red. Ah, good looks are just something my parents gave me. Can't help it. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I feel like I should bow to them, Lin Mo said casually, making the girl burst into laughter. You're so funny, she said with a smile. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Your meal will be served shortly. The girl was about to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Lin Mo stopped her and pointed to the back left. Could you remind that guy over there to turn the volume down a bit? The girl looked in the direction he pointed, and the grating sound of the video came through. The apocalypse has arrived, a global zombie outbreak. In my previous life, I was betrayed by my girlfriend and torn apart. Reborn 3 days before it all began, I frantically stockpiled goddesses. The train's broadcast announced, Dear passengers, please note that the train is about to arrive at Modu Station. Please mind your step when boarding or alighting. But none of it could drown out the piercing sound of the video. The girl took a deep breath, a professional smile appearing on her face, and walked in that direction. It was a burly bald man wearing a black tank top, his arms covered in tattoos. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, one foot resting on the seat in front of him, and his phone's volume turned up to the maximum. Excuse me, sir, the girl said as gently as possible. Could you please lower the volume or use headphones? The bald man glanced at her but didn't respond. Instead, he turned the volume up 2 notches. 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, welcoming the Dragon King. The video's sound grew even louder. The surrounding passengers cast disgusted glances, but seeing the bald man's fierce demeanor, no one dared to speak up. The girl mustered her courage and said again, Sir, I'm really sorry, but you're disturbing everyone. Could you please cooperate? The bald man slammed the table. Annoying. I spent thousands on this ticket. How is watching videos against the law? The girl was startled but still persisted. Watching videos is fine, but in a public carriage, please wear headphones so others won't be disturbed. Would that be okay? The bald man stood up, his imposing height of 1.9 meters immediately creating a sense of pressure. I don't like wearing headphones. If anyone's bothered, they can leave. Don't tell me what to do. The girl's face turned pale, her eyes reddened, and she clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. Sir, there are other people here. Please be considerate. Considerate? Screw you. The bald man completely lost it. Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Lin Mo frowned by the window. Scumbags like this could be found anywhere. He glanced at the bald man's level 24, for levels higher than his own, but still just barely out of the beginner's zone. With that level of skill, instead of training in the wild, he was here bullying a young woman. What a disgrace to professionals. Seeing no one intervening, Lin Mo prepared to step in and help. Just as the bald man lost control and suddenly raised his hand to slap the girl's face hard. If that slap landed, the girl would likely be disfigured on the spot. She screamed and shut her eyes tightly. The air suddenly turned icy cold, and a layer of frost quickly spread across the windows. In the next moment, a silver spear sliced through the air. Ah! The bald man let out a miserable scream as the silver spear blocked the space between him and the girl. His entire arm went numb and powerless. Who? He glared angrily. Not far away stood a tall, white-haired girl holding a silver spear. She said coldly, No shouting in public places, and no fighting either. Behind her, a girl with pink twin ponytails peeked out, her face full of amusement. The bald man was suppressed by the aura, his eyes flashing blue light. These two were only level 20. I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just two little brats. The bald man sneered, his gaze fierce. Level 20 trash dare to mess with me? Tired of living, huh? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who you're dealing with. He swung his fist, which glowed with an earthy yellow light, aiming straight for the white-haired girl's face. The white-haired girl merely flicked her wrist lightly, her spear vibrating as an intense chill burst forth instantly. The bald man, still mid-punch, was immediately turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move. The carriage fell silent in an instant, everyone staring in shock at the motionless ice sculpture. This was a level 24 expert, yet he was instantly defeated by a level 20 white-haired girl without even a chance to fight back. The white-haired girl flicked her spear and gracefully put it away, her movements clean and efficient. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, relax. The twin ponytail girl behind her jumped out, grinning as she addressed the crowd. My sister was just helping Baldy cool off a bit. Don't take it out on us. She even poked the bald man's face with her finger. See? Much quieter now, so obedient. Lin Mo watched the scene unfold, silently pondering. Level 20 and able to instantly defeat level 24. This kind of strength was no joke. Then he noticed the five-clawed golden dragon emblem on their chests. No wonder they were so formidable, they were from the dragon sequence class. At this moment, the young waitress finally snapped out of it, hurriedly wiping her tears and choking back sobs as she bowed deeply to the white-haired girl. Thank you. If it weren't for you. The white-haired girl simply nodded lightly, saying nothing more. The twin-tailed girl, on the other hand, waved her hand with a smile, exuding a big sister vibe. When you see injustice, of course, you have to step in. All right, from here on, it's up to you guys. By the way, could you prepare some food for us? We're starving. The young girl quickly nodded. Okay, I'll notify the guard team right away, and the food will be delivered soon. This meal is on me today. Thank you so much. After saying that, she began calling the guard team. The two girls scanned the seats in the carriage and walked straight toward Lin Mo, sitting down across from him. The twin-tailed girl first stared at Lin Mo, sizing him up, then smiled and said, Hi, my name is Han Mengqing, and this is my sister, Han Mengyao. She extended her hand, and Lin Mo politely shook it. Hello, my name is Lin Mo. As soon as he finished speaking, the sisters both fixed their gaze on him. You are that whiteboard mage Lin Mo who pooped on our heads? Lin Mo looked utterly confused. Pooped on your heads? How could such a cute girl say something like that? Han Mengqing, shut up. Han Mengyao glared at her sister, scolding her before turning to explain. Sorry, what my sister meant was that you were ranked first in the Dragon Sequence class. The Dragon Sequence class list is ranked by overall strength. Han Mengqing quickly nodded. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Wow, you're just a whiteboard mage, and yet you managed to surpass so many SSS-level experts. Even Yikong from Kyoto, my sister, and Sister Ling Xian are ranked below you.
Lin Mo's mouth twitched.
The phrase ranked below you sounded a bit off. Han Mengqing continued introducing herself. All right, top-ranked big brother, I'm a healer. We'll be classmates from now on, so please take care of me. Lin Mo glanced at her in surprise. A healer who could make it into the Dragon Sequence class must have incredibly strong support abilities. Earth Shield jumped out excitedly. A healer, a real, live, strong healer. Master, quickly build a good relationship with her. With her protection, you'll be much safer. Fireball sneered disdainfully. Tage, only weaklings rely on healers to recover their health. It also glanced at the skill bar's Thunderstrike. You agree, right? For us violent types, we don't need healers at all. Thunderstrike responded indifferently. So annoying. Fireball was so angry it couldn't even speak. Lin Mo listened to the skills arguing and felt a bit helpless. He decided to just call Thunderstrike Board Bro from now on. Pleasure to meet you. Who doesn't like a strong healer? I'll be counting on you to heal me a few times, Han. I do value my life, Lin Mo said with a smile. Whether there's a healer or not, they're classmates, so saying something polite is normal. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Mengyao, who was about to start reading, paused, looked up, and glanced at Lin Mo. If you don't want trouble, you'd better not let her heal you.
Lin Montag Froze. Who?
What do you mean? At that moment, Han Mengqing shouted angrily, Sis, don't undermine me in front of outsiders. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just jealous of my popularity. My healing and buffs are second to none among my peers in the Dragon Nation. After saying this, Han Mengqing sneaked a glance at her sister. Han Mengyao didn't explain further, snorted, and lowered her head to continue reading. Lin Mo observed the sister's reactions, feeling puzzled but not dwelling on it. Han Mengqing's energetic personality didn't seem like that of a bad person. Any support who could make it into the Dragon Sequence class was definitely top tier. It was probably just sibling squabbles. At that moment, a long-haired girl walked over. Han Mengqing's eyes lit up, and she waved, shouting, Lingxian sis, why are you so late? Chu Lingxian quickly stepped forward, her face apologetic. Sorry, Mengqing, Mengyao. Just now at the station, a little kitten almost fell onto the tracks. I went to save it and even got it some food, which delayed me. Han Mengqing pulled her to sit down, smiling. Lingxian sis is so kind, practically a living bodhisattva. Then she introduced, Lingxian sis, this is our year's top scorer, the whiteboard mage Lin Mo. She then turned to Lin Mo, top scorer bro. This is the SSS grade light type Dawn Arbiter, Chu Lingxian, an ultra-strong tank. Chu Lingxuan's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Top scorer bro, hello? Lin Mo almost couldn't help but laugh. Don't listen to her nonsense. Just call me Lin Mo. Al? Alright, Lin Mo.
Chu Linh Su Nốt Đét Obedini.
Lin Mo sized her up. Her long hair was smooth, her features delicate, and her tone gentle. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like the strongest tank. Fireball spell was full of doubt. This? An SSS level tank? You must be joking. Earth Shield spell seemed to like her. She looks gentle, definitely a good person. Lin Mo didn't think much of it. After all, SSS level and light element were rare, so she couldn't be weak. Chu Lingxian suddenly turned her head and said seriously, Lin Mo, you're ranked first, so your strength is unquestionable, but mages are fragile. Since we'll be classmates from now on, if you encounter danger in battle, just rely on me. I'll protect you.
Lin Mo was momentarily stunned.
Seeing her serious expression, he felt both amused and touched. This girl was genuinely sincere. Then I'll thank you in advance, Chu. Lin Mo readily accepted her goodwill. Having a powerful light element tank on his side was definitely beneficial. Besides, she seemed like a good person, and making friends wouldn't hurt. At that moment, Chu Lingxian seemed to recall something and looked toward the back of the train car in confusion. What's going on over there? Everyone turned to look. The previously arrogant bald brute was now huddled in the corner of his seat, wrapped in a thick blanket and trembling all over. Nearby, train medical staff were busy attending to him, while a few security team members stood by. So cold. Save me. The bald brute's lips were purple, and his teeth chattered. Han Mengqing sneered, gloating. Serves him right. Don't bother with him. Lingxian, let's play cards. Sure. It's pretty boring on the train, Chu Lingxian replied softly. Han Mengyao didn't think much of it and directly declined. Not interested. You guys play, I'll read. With that, she adjusted her posture and continued focusing on her book. Han Mengqing was delighted. Perfect. The three of us can play Do Di Zhu. She pulled a deck of cards from her bag. What about you, top-ranked big brother? Want to join us for a couple of rounds? Lin Mo readily agreed. Sure. Let's play a couple of rounds. After all, there was still some distance to Kyoto, and it was a good way to pass the time. Lin Mo reminded her, "Don't call me top-ranked big brother. Just call me Lin Mo." Han Mengqing chuckled as she shuffled the cards. "Got it, Lin Mo." In the cockpit of the magic train, the wilderness scenery rapidly receded. Shinifeng entered and asked old Zhang, who was stationed there, "How's it going? No issues, right?" Old Zhang kept his eyes on the front. "Don't worry, just had maintenance done. I've run this route 800 times. I could drive it with my eyes closed." Shinifeng nodded. The automatic door slid open, and Xiao Lu walked in. Shinifeng asked, "Xiao Lu, what happened in the luxury carriage just now?" Xiao Lu pulled out his phone. "Captain Shen, take a look at the surveillance footage yourself." After watching the playback, Shen Yifeng frowned deeply. Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What about that bald guy? What should we do with him?" Shen Yifeng snorted coldly. "Committing violence openly on the train? He picked the wrong fight. If the Longshu class students hadn't stepped in, there would have been casualties. Detain him and hand him over to the security bureau directly when we reach Kyoto." Xiao Lu chuckled. "Got it." He put away his phone and then sighed. "But those Longshu class students are really something. A level 24 professional couldn't even last a single move against a level 20 Longshu class student." Shen Yifeng rolled his eyes at him. "Do you really think the Longshu class is just any random group? These are the top freshmen in Longua, with the best talent and combat instincts. Getting taken down in one move is perfectly normal." Xiao Lu nodded. "Then Han Mengyao ranks third. I've looked into it. Her skills are already so impressive. I really want to see the strength of Lin Mo, who's ranked first." "Must be unbelievably strong," Shen Yifeng sneered. "Weren't you saying earlier that Lin Mo relied on family connections to get in?" Xiao Lu scratched his head awkwardly. "Sigh. I've reflected on it. There's no way to pull strings to get into the Dragon Sequence class." Shen Yifeng laughed. "Good that you understand. The Dragon Sequence class represents the nation's top combat power. Lin Mo, who's ranked first, is terrifyingly strong. With him guarding it, no one dares to act recklessly." He looked out at the wilderness rushing past the window. "These people will definitely become the focus of the Dragon Nation in the future. Their strength can't be hidden. If you want to see Lin Mo in action, there will be a chance sooner or later." Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. "Captain, should I go ask for an autograph and a photo?" Shen Yifeng kicked him. "Have some ambition. Stop just chasing the hype. Spend more time improving your own skills. That's what really matters. When you have the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with these big shots, that'll be 1,000,000 times better than an autograph." Xiao Lu touched his butt and laughed. "The captain is right. The captain really has high awareness." Suddenly, the conductor shouted, "Captain Shun, there's something on the radar." The two leaned closer to the screen and saw the edges filled with dense red dots, all surging toward the train. Xiao Lu dismissed it casually. "It's just a beast tide. On average, 1 out of every 2 trains encounters one. Our defensive array is solid." Shen Yifeng remained calm. "Forget breaking the array. They won't even get close before our guard team wipes them out." In this world, encountering beast tides in the wild was common. Most beast tides were small in scale and posed little threat to them. However, because there were several National Treasure level students on board, Shen Yifeng still cautiously said, "Xiao Lu, bring me the binoculars. I need to see for myself." Without saying much, Xiao Lu turned around and brought 2 pairs of high-powered binoculars, handing one to Shen Yifeng. The two walked to the wide observation window in the cockpit and raised their binoculars to observe. Zooming in, 5 kilometers away in the wilderness, the ground was teeming with running creatures, and the sky was filled with flying monsters. The types seemed similar to the beast tides they had encountered before. Suddenly, Shen Yifeng's body stiffened, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Is that a ghost-faced owl?" "Ghost-faced owl?" The conductor, hearing the term, hurriedly grabbed the binoculars to look. "Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you guys?" Xiao Lu looked puzzled. The conductor ignored him, focusing solely on the gray-white monstrous birds in the lens. Their forms were eerie, with faces resembling humans, gray-white feathers, and cold, sinister eyes. That's right, ghost-faced owls. The conductor's face turned pale as he muttered, "This is bad. We're in big trouble this time." Xiao Lu grew even more confused, stomping anxiously. "What's going on? What are ghost-faced owls?" Shun Feng took a deep breath, his voice serious. "Ghost-faced owls are a type of special monster. They're not very strong, but they're extremely intelligent and have high mental resistance. They don't usually appear in small or medium-sized beast tides. Their appearance means one of two things. Either this beast tide is extraordinarily massive, and they're here to take a share, or there's a king-level monster behind this beast tide that even the ghost-faced owls have to obey." Xiao Lu struggled to process this. "So you're saying this beast tide is either super large or has a super boss behind it?" Shun Feng's face darkened. "Most of the time, both happen simultaneously." "Hiss?" Xiao Lu gasped in fear. "Our guard team is 3 times larger than usual. This should be fine, right?" Shun Feng didn't answer, instead turning to issue orders. "Stop wasting time. Notify everyone immediately. Get to the combat positions on the roof and prepare to engage at any moment. Xiao Lu, I'll contact the higher-ups immediately to request the fastest reinforcements." "Yes." Xiao Lu responded promptly and dashed out of the cockpit. The atmosphere inside the carriage was tense. "Bomb!" Han Mengqing slammed 4 cards onto the table with force. Her face was covered with sticky notes, having lost miserably before, but she was full of confidence this round. "Humph! Lin Mo, you're doomed this time." Han Mengqing's lips curled into a smug smile. Still holding 4 twos and a single card in her hand, she was confident she would win. Lin Mo clearly had the trump cards, but Han Mengqing was unafraid. Han Mengyao glanced at her coldly, as if looking at a fool, then lowered her head and continued reading. Chu Lingxian shrank her neck and softly reminded, "Mengqing, can you keep a low profile?" Han Mengqing replied impatiently, "Low profile my foot, Sister Lingxian. Today I must win back the stripes on my face." She stared at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, I know you have a trump card, but you still have 17 cards in your hand. I don't believe you can defeat me with all 17. If you manage to defeat me, I'll bite this table right here." 17 cards? Lin Mo swallowed a sip of juice and casually started playing his cards. "Bomb, airplane, that's it. Question mark." Han Mengqing's smile froze on her face. "Thanks for the game." Lin Mo smiled and cupped his hands in a polite gesture. Chu Lingxuan's eyes were filled with sympathy as she advised, "Mengqing, don't bite the table. This table is quite expensive, and it's not very hygienic." "I'm not playing anymore. This is no fun at all." Han Mengqing angrily threw her cards onto the table and slumped back onto the sofa. At that moment, Han Mengyao spoke indifferently. "With this hand, even a dog could win. TSK, I suggest donating your brain to someone who needs it." "Big sis." Han Mengqing's face puffed up in anger, round and full. She furiously tore off the sticky note on her forehead and muttered under her breath, "You're all bullying me. There's no love in this world anymore." Just then, the train's broadcast sounded, "Ding dong, attention passengers. Magical creature activity has been detected ahead, which may trigger a beast tide. The train is about to enter defense mode. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. Avoid moving around. Repeating, please fasten your seat belts." Lin Mo frowned and turned to look out the window. On the horizon, a black line was rapidly approaching. It was a dense swarm of magical creatures. There were quite a lot of them. Han Mengyao closed her book, stood up expressionlessly, and the silver spear in her hand suddenly emitted a chilling aura. "Big sis, what are you doing?"
Han Mengqing froze.
"The Beast Tide defense team can handle it. We can just watch." Han Mengyao replied calmly, "With great power comes great responsibility. In situations like this, we can't just stand by. I'm going to see if they need help." With that, she grabbed her spear and left. Sigh.
Han Mengqing sighed helt plötsligt.
Chu Lingxian also stood up, her voice gentle yet resolute. I'll go too. I'm a knight. Protecting the weak is my duty. Besides, I can help Meng Yao block some attacks. She nodded to Lin Mo and Han Mengqing, then quickly caught up with Han Mengyao. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Didn't expect these two to be quite aware. The fireball technique in the skill bar began to stir. So many monsters. Let me level up quickly. Earth shield technique, softly advised. It's dangerous outside. Staying in the carriage is safe. The broadcast already said not to wander around. Lin Mo mentally calmed the fireball technique. Don't rush. There will be plenty of monsters in Kyoto. Captain Shin brought triple the escort force. Rushing out now would be stealing their job, not appropriate. We're just here to enjoy this luxurious journey.
Han Mengqing pota. Och, justa vestida.
The escort team can handle it. Running out to cause trouble is so tiring. She muttered again. Even Ling Xuanjie insists on charging out. I really don't understand them. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. You can't say that. It's precisely because of them that we can be so at ease. They're pretty cool. Han Mengqing paused, then chuckled lightly. I guess you're right. Didn't expect you to be so philosophical. You're too kind. Lin Mo smiled and asked, Aren't you a support? Why not give your sister a few buffs? Supporting from the back isn't very dangerous, right? My sister doesn't like my buffs. Han Mengqing waved her hand dismissively. Why not? Lin Mo asked curiously. Maybe she thinks she's strong enough, or that my buffs are unnecessary. Han Mengqing's eyes flickered. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. She's so fierce. She doesn't need my little buffs anyway. Come on, Lin Mo. Let's play Draw the Turtle. I refuse to believe I'll lose this time. On top of the magic train, the wind howled, making it hard for people to stand steady. Scattered across the armored plates were magic-powered machine guns, while the escort team stood guard nervously. Ranged professions stayed inside, while melee fighters were ready to protect at any moment. Hey, you two students, what are you doing up here? Someone asked. A squad leader from the escort team saw Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian, then noticed the shining badges on their chests and froze for a moment. This place is too dangerous. Hurry back to the carriage. Han Mengyao ignored him, her gaze fixed on the distant beast tide as she coldly said, We're here to help. Chu Lingxian also nodded firmly. Me too. The squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at the two's resolute expressions, he stammered, This? But, don't say but anymore. Han Mengyao interrupted him, her eyes igniting with a fighting spirit. As a professional of the Dragon Nation, enjoying the protection and resources of the country means we should take responsibility. One more person, one more share of strength. Chu Lingxian also mustered her courage. I am a light knight. I can cast shields for the big brothers. I want to help too. Two young girls, full of passion, warmed the heart of the squad leader. All right, he nodded firmly. In that case, I'll trouble you too. Strong man. Light. Protect them well. If they get hurt, not even a single hair should be missing, he shouted. Two shield warriors rushed over and surrounded them in the middle. The squad leader then turned and left. Han Mingyao's gaze swept across the front and rear of the train, her brows furrowing slightly. Magic energy cannon. Mengyao sis, what's wrong? Chu Lingxian noticed something unusual and asked. Han Mengyao stared at the charging magic energy cannon, her expression heavy. The magic energy cannon consumes massive resources every time it's activated. For an ordinary beast tide, magic energy machine guns are usually sufficient. Chu Lingxian grew tense. Han Mengyao gripped the gun handle tightly and whispered, Lingxian, stay alert. This beast tide isn't that simple. In the cockpit, Shen Yifeng, the train conductor, and Xiao Lu were intently scanning the distance, desperately searching for the source of the beast tide. Where is it? Where on earth is it? Shen Yifeng kept searching through his binoculars. Suddenly, Xiao Lu exclaimed, Captain Shun, 11 o'clock direction. I think I found it. Shun Yifeng looked in the indicated direction, and a massive figure came into view. Over 20 meters tall, a giant made of gray-white rock, wrapped in thick chains, with a tattered yet blood-red battle flag planted on its back. Its movements were slow, but it was heading straight for the train's inevitable path. Damn it! Shun Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat. The war giant. War giant? Is it strong? Xiao Lu asked anxiously. Shun Yifeng replied gravely. It's not strong, just has thick health and is immune to all control skills. Xiao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Then isn't it kind of dumb? The key is its skill. War aura. Shun Yifeng frowned deeply. It boosts the attributes of the monsters it controls by 200%. 200%? Xiao Lu was stunned. Normally, a beast tide of levels 25 to 30 could be repelled by the train's defenses, but the problem was this 200% enhancement. Those cannon fodder that could be wiped out with a burst of machine gun fire were now charging straight at the train under heavy fire. If they broke through, the passengers would hardly have anywhere to hide. Xiao Lu's heart tightened, unable to bear thinking further. Now, with the beast tide's massive numbers and enhancements, the defensive line was bound to be breached sooner or later. Damn it! How did we end up encountering something like this? Shun Yifeng slammed his fist onto the control panel, his eyes bloodshot. The situation instantly fell into a deadlock. If the elite guard team concentrated on attacking the giant, the regular team members wouldn't be able to hold off the enhanced monster horde. If the elites were sent to defend against the smaller monsters, the giant would charge straight at the train unimpeded. Faced with that thick-skinned, control-immune giant, the passengers inside the train carriages had almost no chance of survival. Moving forward or retreating both equated to death. Shun Yifeng's eyes turned fierce. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the train conductor, "Stop the train!" The conductor's hand trembled in shock. What? Stop the train immediately. Hold our ground and wait for reinforcements. Shun Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot. There's no other choice. Relay the order. Elite guards, fight with everything you've got. Take down that damn giant as fast as possible. Then return to defend the carriages. Everyone else, get on the roof and hold the line. We absolutely cannot let that monster into the carriage. Even if we all die, we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. This command was filled with despair, yet it was the only gamble they could take, to bet on taking down this giant before the beast tide wiped out everything. Understood. Xiao Lu responded without hesitation, pulling out his communicator to quickly relay the order. Shoo! The magic train came to an abrupt halt at high speed. Inside the carriage, Lin Mo frowned as he looked out the window. At this moment, the beast tide was fiercely clashing with the escort team, flames lighting up the sky.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Magical machine guns and artillery roared wildly, while skills from various professionals erupted to confront the endlessly surging beast tide. Lin Mo was puzzled. I know magic trains often encounter beast tides. They usually fight while moving. Why did they stop to fight this time? Han Mengqing was also confused. I've taken this train many times and never seen them stop to fight. He stared at the dense beast horde and the bombarded battlefield, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Trouble as soon as I step out? My luck can't be this bad, right? However, seeing the escort team's strong firepower, which was already mowing down the monsters in swathes, he felt slightly reassured. The escort team is pretty fierce. Lin Mo muttered to himself. Captain Shun is a professional. If he dares to stop the train, he must have confidence. I'm just a passenger. I'll leave this bloody work to the professionals. Having figured it out, he relaxed, returned to his seat, and continued playing cards. Stop looking, it's terrifying. Let's keep playing. We're going for 300 rounds. Han Mengqing shouted. Lin Mo nodded. Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Pair of threes. Pass. Pair of fives. Skip. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the entire vehicle. What the hell? What is that? The carriage shook violently, and the sturdy roof was instantly torn open by a sharp claw, leaving a several-meter-long gash. Above the opening, a massive monster's head poked in, greedily scanning the passengers inside the carriage. "Ah! Help!" the passengers screamed, chaos erupting. Earth Shield Technique reacted first. Protect the passengers. Fireball Technique rose excitedly. Perfect timing. Bold move. Lin Mo stood up instantly, his gaze cold and resolute. He raised his finger, and a dark red light quickly condensed. Boom! A spiral dragon projectile shot out, hitting the monster's head directly and blasting it away. Phew! Han Mengqing patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were here. I was scared to death. But her expression changed instantly. Lin Mo, the defensive array has been breached. This time, it's serious. Lin Mo looked at the opening. That was the territory of the guard squad. He hadn't intended to intervene, but now, with everyone's lives at stake, he couldn't just stand by. Han Mengqing, he said coldly, give me all your strongest buffs. Han Mengqing's eyes lit up, filled with battle spirit.
Allricht, Lin Montag.
She immediately waved her staff, preparing to give her full support. 3 beams of light shot toward Lin Mo. He instantly felt his body lighten, as an unprecedented surge of power filled him completely. Thanks. With that, he walked toward the corridor. Boom! The massive flaming wings on his back suddenly unfurled, the dazzling firelight instantly illuminating the dim train car, reflecting Han Mengqing's face full of admiration. Wow! So cool? As expected of the top-ranked boss. Lin Mo ignored their astonishment. With a flap of his wings, he shot out through the torn opening. The wind howled as Lin Mo hovered in midair, glancing down at the buffs displayed on his panel. He wanted to know what Han Mengqing had given him. Miracles of strength. Damage increased by 50%. Defense reduced by 50%. Lasts 5 minutes. Cannot be dispelled. The pain and the pleasure. Restores 2% of max HP per second. Pain sensitivity increased by 200%. Lasts 5 minutes. Cannot be dispelled.
Lin Mo's mouth twitched.
These names are so weird. And they have side effects? But he quickly nodded. The effects are indeed strong, and the side effects are manageable. My lava battle armor has high defense, so having it is fine. Pain sensitivity? As long as I don't get hurt and heal fast enough, I'll be an unkillable cockroach. He then looked at the third buff. Come at me! Damage reduced by 50%. Forcibly attracts the aggro of all monsters within 1,000 meters. Cannot be dispelled or resisted. Collect all buffs. Trigger the set buff effect. The hope of the village. All the above values are increased by an additional 30%. Lin Mo suddenly looked up, thousands of scarlet eyes staring intently at him. He laughed. All right, so this is how you want to play. Fireball was frantically bouncing on the panel. Is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? Ha ha ha. Let you ants witness true destruction. Tremble. Turn to ashes. At this moment, chaos erupted in another carriage. Boom! The roof of the carriage was torn open by sharp claws, creating a large hole. A ferocious demon poked its head through, its sharp fangs dripping saliva, which fell near a mother clutching her daughter tightly. Help! Help us! The mother closed her eyes, desperately shielding the little girl in her arms. The aura of death approached. Suddenly, the demon trembled violently, as if subdued by some irresistible force, stopped its actions, and withdrew its head. The anticipated death did not occur. The young mother opened her eyes, trembling, her face full of confusion. What happened? The other passengers in the carriage were also stunned. Someone pointed out the window and shouted, "Quick! Look over there!" Everyone turned to look, only to see Lin Mo floating in midair, fierce winds blowing, his clothes fluttering wildly. Behind him, a pair of blazing giant wings seemed ready to emerge, resembling a fire god descending upon the world. Mommy, is that a hero? A hero with wings? The little girl, who had just been crying, clutched a comic book tightly in her hand. The cover depicted a winged human, standing alone against countless demonic tides. The passengers widened their eyes, and in their despair, this figure became their only hope. "Is that the Dragon Sequence Class badge?" a passenger exclaimed. "Dragon Sequence Class. The 5-clawed golden dragon badge. That's right. My God. There's a prodigy from the Dragon Sequence Class on the bus. We're saved." But soon, someone voiced their concern. "Isn't the Dragon Sequence Class just freshmen? Only around level 20? There are thousands of monsters outside. Can he hold them off?" "So, Marla, honey, I love you." Their hope was instantly extinguished. That handsome figure appeared fragile and insignificant in the face of the overwhelming tide of monsters. On the roof of the bus, Han Mengyao gripped her spear like a dragon, instantly piercing through 2 magic wolves attempting to ambush her. Chu Lingxian held her shield, emitting a soft golden glow, repeatedly blocking deadly attacks flying toward them, buying time for Han Mengyao. "Mengyao, watch out on the left!" Chu Lingxian shouted loudly, simultaneously using her shield to knock away a monster lunging at her. Their coordination was tight, but the monsters, with their enhanced attributes, were powerful and numerous. "Damn it, at this rate we'll be dragged down." Han Mengyao panted, hurriedly pulling out a bottle of mana potion and gulping it down. Suddenly, all the surrounding monsters froze in their tracks. "Roar!" The monsters let out a deafening roar, flapping their wings and turning their gazes uniformly in one direction. "What's going on?" Chu Lingxian asked in confusion. Han Mengyao's heart tightened, and she immediately realized. Only her sister, Han Mengqing, could make so many monsters shift their focus simultaneously. She turned her head to look at the sky. A figure stood proudly in the air, wings ablaze, the flames dazzlingly bright. Blazing flame wings? Han Mengyao instantly recognized this as a mid-level fire skill, allowing mages to fly and fight in the air. As expected of the top ranker, you really know mid-level skills. Han Mengyao's gaze turned sharp. "Lin Mo, you're a fire mage? Then let me see how strong the top ranker really is." She gripped her spear tightly. "Lingxian, go help him." "Got it."
Chu Lingsun nốt đét.
The two of them jumped off the rooftop and sprinted toward Lin Mo. On the other side of the rooftop, near the torn-open hole, Han Mengqing clung to the edge of the roof, her pink-haired head peeking out. The fierce wind tousled her twin ponytails as she fixed her gaze on Lin Mo in midair. "So cool. Big brother top ranker is so cool. I'm coming to help you right now." She leapt onto the rooftop and charged toward the sky. In midair, Lin Mo looked around. The densely packed army of monsters covered the sky, countless scarlet eyes fixed on him, their roars deep and deafening. Their roars seemed to accuse Lin Mo of the massacre he had just unleashed on them. Lin Mo sneered. "No wonder your sister refused to let me help. No wonder your levels are almost on par with mine. Turns out it's all thanks to this buff propping you up. A 1-kilometer radius of force taunt. If used for regular leveling, it would be a divine skill, incredibly efficient. But now, facing a massive beast tide, without sufficient strength, it's simply courting death." Earth Shield trembled as it spoke. "Master, shouldn't we retreat?" Fireball laughed wildly. "Retreat? With so much experience here, why run?" Fireball arrogantly taunted Lightning Strike. "Third brother, single target damage is nothing. Area damage is the real deal. Let me show you true destruction." "Lightning Strike," sneered coldly. "Childish." Lin Mo took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the carriages below, packed with civilians. If he fled, using Earth Shield to burrow underground, his chances of survival would be the highest. But if he threw the aggro away, countless frenzied monsters would instantly swarm and overwhelm the train. The innocent elderly, women, and children on this train would be torn to shreds in an instant. "I'm not a savior, but I can't just stand by and watch my kind be slaughtered," Lin Mo said softly, his eyes resolute. "Little fire, little lightning, little earth, fight to the death." Fireball, instantly ignited into roaring flames. Boom! I'm going to burn them all. Lightning Strike showed rare interest. This could be fun. Earth Shield screamed in despair. Potions Master. No, it's too dangerous. Roar. The horde of monsters roared as they charged. The long-range monsters in the air and on the ground launched their attacks first, with bone spikes, wind blades, and fireballs raining down like a storm. Lin Mo didn't dodge at all, letting out a low shout. Lava Battle Armor, activate. With a boom, crimson lava rapidly enveloped his entire body. The armor instantly took shape, with scorching lava flowing through the gaps, evaporating the surrounding rainwater and creating billowing white mist. Ranged attacks struck the molten battle armor, producing muffled thuds one after another. Relying on the 50% damage reduction from Come At Me and the ultra-high defense of the molten battle armor, the damage was negligible. But, hiss! Lin Mo sharply inhaled, his face contorting in pain.
Han Meng King, damn you.
So this is what a 200% increase in pain sensitivity feels like? Absolutely freaking intense. The pain made his gaze instantly turn fierce. He wants revenge. He wants to double the pain and return it to these beasts. At this moment, the flying monsters were already less than 50 meters away, and the ground monsters were almost at his feet. Lin Mo raised his hand, palm facing down, like a god of judgment. If you've come, don't think about leaving. Quicksand domain activated. Buzz. Yellow ripples spread out from beneath Lin Mo's feet, instantly turning the ground into a terrifying whirlpool of quicksand. The ground monsters immediately went weak in the legs, locked in place by the powerful suction, unable to move. It's not over yet. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold, and he clenched his fist tightly. Flame storm. Boom! A circle of crimson flame whirlwind suddenly erupted around him, sweeping away all the flying monsters. Explosive fireballs rained down one after another, and pillars of fire continuously shot into the sky. Lin Mo unleashed his full power without holding back. Dozens of bombs descended from the sky, and red circles on the ground lit up one after another. Die for me! A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as the fiery wings on his back suddenly trembled, scattering fiery feathers like rain. The next second, the fiery feathers, sharp as needles, shot out madly in all directions. Each fiery feather exploded upon hitting its target, sending flames soaring into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The sky and earth were engulfed in a sea of fire. Lin Mo resembled the king of purgatory, every gesture and movement bringing destruction. The once arrogant beast tide was cleared out into large dead zones under this violent combo. Han Mengyao and Xu Lingxian, who were charging toward Lin Mo, were stunned by the scene before them. The two stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at Lin Mo's performance. Rain of fire filled the sky, pillars of fire covered the ground, and massive flaming tornadoes swirled. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it was all destruction effects created by Lin Mo. Is this something a level 20 professional could even pull off? Even a level 40 grand mage might not achieve this. This? Lin Mo. Chu Lingshuan's mouth hung open. Han Mengyao murmured. Not just fire, he's a dual-element earth-fire mage. Is this the true strength of the top ranker? Soon, Han Mengyao's gaze turned cold. Don't just stand there. No matter how strong Lin Mo is, he can't sustain this for long. Lingxian, quick, let's help him share the burden. On the other side, Han Mengqing, who had just jumped down from the car roof, froze as she looked at the blazing scene. Damn! That's insanely cool, top-rank bro. I knew it. With my buffs combined with Lin Mo, we're absolutely invincible. Blow these ugly monsters to pieces for me. On the other side of the battlefield, Shen Yifeng led a team of over 20 elite members in a desperate fight against the war giant boss. Wrath of the Gale. The staff in his hand glowed, and a green whirlwind surged up, tightly entangling the giant. Wind blades sliced through its skin, scattering debris. The damage was immense, and it greatly restricted the giant's movements. making each step incredibly difficult. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted behind them. What's going on? Xiao Lu turned around in fright. Flames soared into the sky, even more intense than the boss battle. What the heck? Reinforcements already? The team members exclaimed in surprise. An archer activated Eagle Eye, focusing on the center of the flames. No, it's not reinforcements. That's that kid from the Dragon Sequence Squad, Lin Mo. What? Shun Feng whipped his head around, his face full of shock. A freshman can cause such a big commotion? Is this the caliber of the top freshman in the Dragon Sequence class? So powerful. Shun Feng murmured softly, but a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. With this strength, maybe we really can hold the line. At this moment, the crimson eyes of the war giant locked onto the distant flames. Hundreds of elite monsters trailing behind the boss also turned their gaze toward Lin Mo's direction. Not good. Shun Yifeng's face changed drastically. The boss's aggro, along with the aggro of these elite monsters, was all drawn to Lin Mo. He couldn't understand how Lin Mo managed it, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that these elite monsters were far from ordinary creatures. Each one was as strong as 10 regular monsters. No matter how powerful Lin Mo was, there was no way he could hold them off. Even worse, the sheer number of elite monsters was overwhelming. The 20 of them simply couldn't hold out. Damn it! Shun Yifeng decisively shouted, Xiao Lu, take Lao San and De Zhuang, and immediately go support Lin Mo. The rest of you, fight with everything you've got. One person for 2 monsters. Today, even if we lose our lives, we must kill this damn boss. On Lin Mo's side, a large area of the beast tide had already been cleared out. The ground was littered with charred remains, and some corpses were still burning. The carnage of this outburst was shocking. You have slain a demonized wild wolf. You have slain a claw demon bat. A series of kill notifications flooded the screen, giving the exhilarating feeling of tenfold experience gains. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Lin Mo. Congratulations! Level up to LV.21. Refreshing. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the vacuum zone's edge, where tens of thousands of monsters roared like ocean waves, endless and unrelenting. Earth Shield trembles with excitement. Master is awesome. Big Bro is awesome. Fireball smugly stared at Lightning Strike, taunting. How about that, third bro? See this? This is true dominance. This is what a real mage looks like. However, Lightning Strike remained silent, merely flickering faintly, as if lost in thought. Lightning Strike is contemplating. The power of thunder is the most violent and uncontrollable force. It can transform into a sword that tears through the sky or trigger a chain lightning storm. Lightning Strike is working hard on simulations. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Is Genius Little Thunder about to come online? Inside the magic train carriage, passengers pressed against the windows, their eyes wide with shock as they stared outside. In the sky, the figure with flaming wings looked like a descending god. The dark, dense beast tide was cleared into a massive open space amidst the rain of fire. Damn! A young man muttered under his breath. Is this what a Dragon Sequence class student is like? We're all 18, but the gap is this huge. The bespectacled person beside him sneered in response. Buddy, you're overthinking it. The Dragon Sequence class is full of monsters, but I'd bet this guy is the king of monsters. Level 20? Who at level 20 can pull off such an explosive combo? Most level 20 professions only have 3 basic skills at best. How many skills did this monster use? At least 2 of them are intermediate level. My uncle's a level 40 fire mage, and in front of him, he'd look like a minion. The carriage buzzed with chatter. Some people hurriedly pulled out their phones to record videos, with a few even starting live streams on the spot. Guys, I admit it. I'm under attack on the Magitech train, but I've also met a god. Send rockets quickly. Let's cheer for the Dragon Sequence class student. In the air, Lin Mo hovered. He had just unleashed a burst of power to clear out a wave of monsters, but more of the beast tide surged forward like a black flood. Come on, bring it on. Let's see how many levels I can gain. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk. Wearing the Phantom Spirit set with 65% cooldown reduction, his skills instantly refreshed. As the monsters approached, his cooldowns were already reset. Little Earth, Little Fire, get ready? Lin Mo said with a grin, flicking his wrist. This battle is yours to dominate. Faced with these unusually agile skills, even Lin Mo's microcontrol seemed unnecessary. It was as if the skills themselves knew how to play. All he had to do was make a stylish entrance and leave the rest to the skills. Earth Shield responded immediately. Don't worry, Master. I won't let any enemy get close to you. Fireball roared excitedly. These ants dare to charge at us? I'll turn them into ashes in a sea of flames. Come meet your doom. The quicksand field expanded rapidly, trapping the monsters on the ground in an instant. Fire-based skills rained down endlessly on the monsters like a tidal wave. Rumble. Fireball laughed maniacally. Line up and die one by one. Just as Lin Mo finished clearing one wave of monsters, several figures rushed toward him. Lin Mo, I'm here to help you. Han Mengyao, wielding a silver spear surrounded by frost, appeared like a valiant valkyrie. Close behind her, Chu Lingxian held a massive sword and shield, both larger than herself, tightly guarding her. Classmate Lin Mo, I'll protect you. Han Mengqing waved her staff and shouted loudly, Brother Lin Mo, here I come. The three of them took the initiative to assist, and Lin Mo did not refuse. After all, he had principles: never fight head-on if you can win lying down, never duel if you can gang up, and making reasonable use of resources is the ultimate strategy. The four quickly regrouped. Chu Lingxian held a giant shield and stood at the front. Though she was small, her shield was like Mount Tai, steady as a rock. Han Mengyao and Han Mengqing stood on the left and right flanks, respectively. Lin Mo hovered at the rear, serving as the main damage dealer of the team. This hastily assembled team, which could be called the strongest level 20 squad in the Dragon Nation, took shape in an instant. The roars of the monsters shook the heavens, and this wave was clearly much fiercer. The previous two waves of monsters were level 25, but this time they were all level 30, a full 10 levels higher than the team. To make matters worse, the monsters were shrouded in the red glow of the war giant, with their attributes significantly boosted. Everyone, be careful. This wave is tough to deal with. Han Mengyao gripped her silver spear tightly, her expression focused. Don't worry, I can hold them off. Chu Lingxian shouted, slamming her giant shield into the ground with force. Holy light protection. A thick golden light enveloped the four of them, with special emphasis on shielding Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt much more at ease seeing the protective barrier. Although the previous monsters couldn't hit him, the damage under Han Mengqing's buffs was noticeably painful. This shield could block a lot of it, providing the proper environment for a mage to deal damage. Han Mengqing refused to be outdone. Watch my buffs. Go all out with your damage. A blood-red light shot toward Lin Mo. He froze. What's the name of this skill? He glanced at the status bar. Reckless C. Damage increased by 30%, cooldown reduced by 10%, lose 2% of max HP per second. Lin Mo's scalp tingled. This was literally reckless damage dealing. Dead in 50 seconds? Fortunately, Han Mengqing had previously cast a strong healing buff on him, barely offsetting the health drain. Looks like these two skills are meant to be used together. As the tide of monsters approached, Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. Battle start. Earth Shield technique activated. The quicksand domain spread out, causing the ironclad demon rhinoceros at the forefront to sink into a quagmire. Little Flame, clear the field.
Lin Montag commanded.
A fiery tornado rose from the beast horde, engulfing countless monsters. The ground was covered with red circles, and pillars of fire shot skyward, blasting the sand-trapped monsters into ashes. As the flames dissipated, the ironclad demon rhinos still stood firm. They were level 30 monsters, 9 levels higher than Lin Mo. With the war giant's blessing, their health and defense were terrifyingly formidable. The ironclad demon rhinos roared and struggled. The level gap caused the control effects to wear off quickly, and they were about to break free from their cages. Lin Mo shouted coldly, "Extreme Frost Domain!" Han Mengyao gripped her spear tightly with both hands and slammed its butt into the ground. Crack! Ice blue frost burst instantly from the spear's butt, spreading rapidly. The ironclad demon rhinos, which had just broken free from the quicksand's restraints, had only managed to pull their legs halfway out before being frozen solid by the chilling frost, unable to move. Hard ice crystals spread wildly along their limbs, and in the blink of an eye, they were turned into ice sculptures. The control chain was seamlessly maintained. Nicely done. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. If not for Han Mengyao's timely control, his skills were still on cooldown, and the situation might have spiraled out of control. Is this the legendary ice skill with the strongest control? Only those who truly understand the water element can grasp it. Lin Mo thought to himself, maybe when he reaches level 30, he could learn a water-based control skill to make up for his shortcomings. With the equipment and buff blessings, Lin Mo's skill cooldowns recovered rapidly. Little fire, keep going. Fireball roared impatiently. Die for me! Rumble! A new round of firepower rained down like a storm. The ice sculpture was blasted into fragments by the flames. Even though the ordinary level 30 monsters had considerable health, they couldn't withstand Lin Mo's 2 consecutive rounds of frenzied bombardment. In an instant, the battlefield returned to silence. Inside the magic train, the passengers who witnessed this scene erupted in excitement. Whoa! Is this the kind of synergy dragon sequence students have? I heard they're freshmen, cooperating for the first time? Why does it feel like they've been teammates for over a decade? So strong, absolutely incredible. Level 20 dragon sequence freshman, mowing down a level 30 beast tied like it's nothing. A young girl covered her mouth, her eyes full of admiration. That girl with the shield gives such a sense of security. The ice spear warrior is so cool. And that pink twin-tailed one, is she a priest? Her buffs are insane. Someone pointed at the mage at the back of the team. The most impressive one is the winged mage. Their damage output is explosive. Exactly. This clearing ability completely dominates the battlefield. Feels like the combined output of those 3 girls isn't even half of Lin Mo's. Be confident. Stop overthinking. In the corner, a little girl leaned against the window, her eyes reflecting the blazing firelight. Mommy, that big brother is so handsome, even cooler than in the comics. The young mother held her daughter tightly, her eyes filled with relief and gratitude. Yes, that's a true great hero. The fear in the carriage instantly dissipated. In this world, nothing is more reassuring than witnessing humanity crush a beast tide with your own eyes. As long as that figure remains, the train is the sturdiest fortress. Fireball spell looked at the ground littered with corpses, swelling with pride. Fireball spell boasted, "Third brother, I'll admit you win in single target damage, but when it comes to area damage, you can't even compare to a single hair of mine." Fireball spell mocked, "What's the use of just hitting wooden stakes? Real combat is the only true test of strength. You lost a..."
Lin Mo's mouth twitched.
Lost to you in what? Little Fire's competitive spirit was too strong. Lin Mo had never even mentioned a bet to him. Earth Shield spell stepped in to mediate. "Big brother, let it go. We're all family." Earth Shield turned to Thunderstrike. "Third brother, don't take it to heart. Big brother just has a sharp tongue. Our real priority is to work together to assist our master." However, no matter how much the two tried to persuade, Thunderstrike remained unresponsive. Fireball pouted. "Playing dead? Must have been stunned by my attack." "Huh?" Fireball scoffed. "Invincibility is so lonely." Lin Mo couldn't help but interrupt. "Stop arguing. Little Fire, Little Thunder is deep in thought. Don't disturb him." Fireball froze for a moment. Huh! Fireball grew uneasy but quickly regained composure, thinking to itself that it was still the king of area damage. At this moment,
Lin Montag.
they're coming again. Han Mingyao's voice rang out. Lin Mo looked up, only to see the battlefield they had just cleared instantly swarming with countless monsters. His gaze turned cold, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then let's go again. We'll kill as many as they send. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them resumed their precise coordination, and the battle erupted once more. Chu Lingxian raised her shield to block the monsters. Han Mengyao controlled the monsters' attacks, and Han Mengqing maintained buffs while swinging her staff to unleash a barrage of spells, leaving the monsters dazed and disoriented. Everyone focused their firepower with one goal in mind: to create the best possible environment for Lin Mo to deal damage. At this moment, Xiao Lu was rushing over with two other elite guards. Xiao Lu exclaimed as he ran, "Wow, this kid is insane! I can't even keep track of how many skills he's using." His face was full of excitement as he shouted, "Now this is real damage output. This is what a mage should be." He glanced back at the beast horde behind him, then at the two people beside him, and shouted excitedly, "This opportunity is too rare. To fight alongside such a high-level young boss, it's truly an honor blessed by our ancestors. When I get old, I can brag about this. Back in the day, I fought life and death alongside that guy." "Brothers, charge!" Yes, two team members, infected by the enthusiasm, shouted as they charged toward Lin Mo's direction. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Mo cleared out another wave. Han Mengqing raised her head proudly. "Ha! I told you earlier, with the few of us combined, no matter how many of these small fry come, they're just fodder." Chu Lingxian looked at the beast's hide, now reduced to a few scattered monsters, and smiled. "Lin Mo is still too strong." Suddenly, Han Mengyao turned her head. "It's not over yet." Lin Mo followed her gaze and saw another wave of beasts pressing in, even larger in size and seemingly more difficult to deal with. At this moment, three figures came running over. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. "Isn't that the guy who was behind Shin Yifeng earlier?" The three arrived, panting heavily. Xiao Lu gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. "You guys are incredible, treating level 30 monsters like grandkids." "Awesome." Han Mengqing, proud and smug, replied, "Of course, we are the Dragon Sequence Class F4. Chu Lingxian blushed slightly and stole a glance at Lin Mo. Xiao Lu put away his excitement, his expression turning serious. "Don't celebrate too soon. The real trouble is here." As he spoke, he looked behind him. The sky was filled with densely packed two-headed monsters flying in, while the ground was swarming with heavily armored orcs wielding giant axes. At the rear, there were also massive giant demons. Lin Mo's eyes darkened. Xiao Lu's voice turned hoarse. "That's the war giant's personal guard. All of them are level 30 elite monsters." He pointed to himself and the two team members. "The three of us are agility-based classes, so we managed to get here a bit faster. These beasts all have the damned war aura, and being elite monsters, their combat power far surpasses that of the regular monsters we faced earlier." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Lin Mo's expression changed. Level 30 elite monsters are already tougher than regular monsters, and with war aura, their attributes skyrocket across the board. What's more critical is that elite monsters have extremely high resistance to control effects. Previously, the Quicksand Domain and Extreme Cold Domain were able to effectively control and overwhelm the regular monsters, but now the control effects are significantly weakened. If the first wave of attacks can't clear them all, when the skills are on cooldown and hundreds or even thousands of Berserk elite monsters charge in, even Lin Mo's lava battle armor won't be able to withstand the damage. The core issue is the lack of damage. If the first wave could wipe them out, there would be no need to worry about what comes next. Han Mengqing panicked a little. "What should we do then?" Xiao Lu took a deep breath, scanned the four of them, and commanded in a deep voice, "Don't panic, follow my lead. The three of us are all single-target damage dealers. We can take down elite monsters one by one, but we can't perform large-scale instant kills. Clearing the field in one go, only Lin Mo can do it. So, the objective is clear. Protect Lin Mo and create an environment for him to deal damage. If the damage isn't enough, we'll just do it in multiple rounds. In short, protect the mage. The two team members roared, their eyes red with determination. Chu Lingxian didn't say much. She raised her giant shield and stood firmly in front of Lin Mo, her gaze resolute. Han Mengyao pointed her spear at the ground, exuding a chilling aura. Tisage, this lady isn't scared at all. Even Han Mengqing gritted her teeth, ready to heal at any moment. Lin Mo looked at them, these classmates he had just met not long ago, and the guards he had never encountered before. At this moment, they were using their flesh and blood to build a solid defense line. The feeling of being trusted and desperately protected stirred his heart. Not enough damage. If only I could clear the field in one go. At this moment, Lin Mo's lightning strike targeted the approaching elite monsters. They were packed tightly together, and the lightning could easily leap and cover them. Lightning strike began to comprehend the essence of thunder. Lightning is not only a sharp blade but can also connect all things like chains. Fire can spread across the land, so why can't lightning weave a net? It envisioned a web of lightning, an inescapable death trap. Ding! Lightning strike has comprehended the essence of thunder and gained a mid-tier skill, Thunder Chain Prison, LV.1. Thunder Chain Prison releases high-voltage lightning, which bounces within a 5-meter radius after hitting the target, continuously damaging all targets and applying the electrified status. Electrified effect paralyzes the target and doubles the damage they take for 10 seconds. Lin Mo's heart raced. Infinite bouncing and it can double the damage? Looks like it's strong enough. Earth Shield exclaimed. Big bro, look at third bro. He silently got himself a big move. Fireball quickly turned his head and saw a new skill added to the skill bar. Mid-tier? Last time that Thunder Qilin was also randomly comprehended, and now it's happening again. Earth Shield was filled with envy. Big bro, you worked yourself to death to comprehend 2 skills, and he just gets them casually. From now on, let's stick with third bro. Fireball gritted his teeth in anger. Whose side are you on? If you can't talk properly, shut up. Lightning Strike coldly retorted. If you're weak, train more and talk less. Fireball was fuming. Who's afraid of who? Let's compare area damage. Earth Shield hurriedly tried to mediate. Stop arguing. Peace is precious. Lin Mo ignored them. He raised his eyes to the approaching horde of monsters in the distance. Time was tight, and with a new skill in hand, he decided to unleash it with full force. He pulled out a stack of skill books from his backpack, buzzing as they transformed into light and poured madly into his body. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Xiao Lu watched Lin Mo devour the skill books, feeling a pang in his heart. Skill books were precious. Ordinary people couldn't save up a few even in a year, yet Lin Mo casually used them as if eating a meal. What a waste. What's more, the current situation was dire. What use was there in consuming skill books now? Skill books only accelerated comprehension. They didn't allow instant mastery. This was a classic case of last-minute cramming. Xiao Lin, isn't it a bit early to be using those books now? Xiao Lu couldn't help but ask. Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also frowned. Although surprised, they understood that top-tier prodigies often possessed unconventional special abilities. Lin Mo was undoubtedly one of the best among the top-tier geniuses. Every move he made carried its own profound meaning. The crowd could only watch quietly, waiting to see what he would do. At this moment, Lin Mo ignored Xiao Lu. He was fully immersed in the euphoria of leveling up. As the skill books were rapidly consumed, the levels of his skills skyrocketed. Thunderstrike upgraded to LV.21. Thunder Qilin's Descent upgraded to LV.21. Thunder Chain Prison upgraded to LV.21. Flamestorm upgraded to LV.21. All skills maxed out. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp. It was time to test the results. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
The ground trembled under the weight of heavy footsteps. Hundreds of massive elite monsters were less than 100 meters away from the crowd. That ferocious face, the foul-smelling giant maw, and the blood-red war aura were all vividly visible. A sense of oppression rushed forward. It's here. Xiao Lu's expression changed, immediately entering combat mode. The distance is enough. Lin Mo, get ready to release the first wave of skills. Everyone else, protect Lin Mo at all costs and fight to buy cooldown time for the skills. Understood. The teammates and Chu Lingxian shouted in unison, vowing to protect their leader with their lives. Fireball spell surged with flames. Move aside. Step back. Old 3. Let's see whose area damage is stronger. Lin Mo reassured in his mind. Xiaohua, don't rush. This time, let Xiao Lei take the lead. Fireball spell complained. TCH, whatever, first or second doesn't matter. In the end, the spotlight will still be mine. Fireball spell mocked itself. I'm the finale, the grand finale. Got it? Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the lightning strike skill icon. Xiao Lei, are you ready? Lightning strike, responded calmly. Stop wasting time. Just start the fight. Lin Mo's lips curved slightly. Bold, I like it. Begin. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Mo's right hand erupted with dazzling lightning. Countless arcs of electricity danced in the palm, emitting a harsh zzz sound, like the chirping of 1,000 birds. What is this? Xiao Lu's eyes widened. Lightning element? Wasn't it supposed to be fire and earth dual elements? He can use lightning too? Han Mengyao stared at Lin Mo in disbelief. She had always thought Lin Mo only mastered fire and earth dual elements, never expecting he was hiding the lightning element as well. Lin Mo ignored the others. He suddenly stepped forward and slammed the lightning heavily onto the ground. Thunder chain prison. Boom! The ball of lightning instantly transformed into electric light, sweeping toward the horde of monsters at an incredible speed. Zla! The lightning struck into the elite monster group and began to bounce madly. In a flash, it hit another target within a 5-meter radius. It was like an invisible mirror refracting light. Amidst the dense horde of monsters, a massive electric net woven from lightning lit up. Roar! The monster horde let out ferocious roars. Tage Thunder Chain Prison? Xiao Lu was stunned, his mouth slightly open. This was one of the core skills of lightning mages, known for its terrifying area damage buff, Electrified State. The damage to electrified targets is doubled. Lin Mo had just comprehended this ultimate skill? Xiao Lu stared at Lin Mo in shock. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't stop. Xiaohua, it's your turn. Don't let third brother look down on you. Earth Shield shouted. Big brother, go for it. Big brother is the strongest. Fireball spell impatiently roared. All of you, die. Flames are the ultimate truth. Multiple explosive fireballs. Flaming pillars. Boom! In the sky, fireballs rained down on the monster horde like a meteor shower. On the ground, countless crimson fire pillars shot into the sky. Without holding back, Lin Mo unfolded his blazing wind wings and charged straight into the monster horde. Quick! Protect Lin Mo. Xiao Lu hurried to follow, and the others quickly closed in as well. Lin Mo flew above the elite monster horde and raised his fist. Flame! Storm! A crimson flame tornado swirled around him, devouring everything in its path. Xiao Lu and the others instinctively prepared to defend themselves, only to be shocked to find the flames precisely avoiding them. This control is incredible. Xiao Lu's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to control the flames so precisely in the chaos of battle, avoiding all his teammates. Boom! 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 The electrified state doubled the damage, as lightning and fire intertwined, causing continuous explosions. Lin Mo seemed like a fire god descending, leaving nothing but scorched earth in his wake. After unleashing a wave of skills, the flames and lightning gradually dissipated. The densely packed elite monster horde was completely gone, leaving only charred corpses on the battlefield. The fiery wind wings behind Lin Mo flapped gently as he hovered in midair. He looked down at Xiao Lu and the others, who were still frozen in shock. Xiao Lu's mouth hung wide open as he stared at the now empty scene. His mind blank. The monsters, all gone. A level 21 mage wiped out a horde of level 30 elite monsters with berserk buffs in one move. On the other side of the battlefield, a fierce wind howled. Wrath of the Wind God. Shunifeng unleashed a storm, wind blades slicing through the air and slashing fiercely at the war giant. Debris scattered, and the giant roared.
Shield de formation.
Hold the line. The guards gritted their teeth and stood at the front. Healers, keep up. Keep the damage going. Shunifeng shouted commands while using wind-based skills to restrain the giant. The giant, though clumsy, had high health and defense, making it despairingly tough. Suddenly, a team member abruptly turned around, freezing in place. Holy crap!
Cap.
Captain, look behind us. Focus on the target. Shunifeng sternly ordered him not to get distracted, but he couldn't help turning his head as well. Everyone looked and was instantly stunned. How did the elite mob group get wiped out so quickly? It must be reinforcements. Who could clear the field so fast? The archer shook his head. No, it was Xiao Lu and those from the Dragon Sequence Squad using large-scale lightning and fire skills. Lightning skills. Shunifeng was taken aback. Xiao Lu and the others clearly aren't of the lightning element, nor are the people from the Dragon Sequence class. Han Mengyao is of the ice element, Chu Lingxian is of the light element, and Han Mengqing is a support type. Lin Mo is remembered as having dual fire and earth elements, and previously he was only seen using fire. Everyone exchanged glances, their minds full of questions. Roar! The war giant roared again, becoming even more ferocious. Stop overthinking. Wait for the right moment. Shunifeng's eyes sharpened as he shouted. Whoever clears the field, this will be the final battleground. The giant's health is low. Brothers, charge. Yes. The morale of the guard squad was instantly ignited. Meanwhile, inside the Magitech train, the atmosphere in the carriage was extremely lively. The scene of the battle, where lightning and fire intertwined, was deeply etched into everyone's minds. A young passenger waved his hands excitedly. That was amazing, controlling the field with lightning, annihilating enemies with a sea of fire. Now that's art. I thought that guy from the Dragon Sequence class was the god of fire, but turns out he's also the god of thunder. As expected, the students from the Dragon Sequence class are all monsters. In the corner, a little girl holding a comic book had bright, sparkling eyes. She pointed out the window and said to her mother in a soft, childish voice, "Mom, I know who that big brother is." "Oh? Who is he?" The young mother gently patted her head. "He's the great hero Thunderfire." The little girl waved her tiny fists, imitating Lin Mo's skill release from earlier. Boom! The bad guys all turned to ashes. A burst of good-natured laughter echoed through the carriage. The previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed a lot. Thanks to him, we almost wouldn't have made it out of here today. Yeah, we should definitely set up a longevity plaque for him later. Forget the plaque, he's still so young. But with this kind of strength, he'll definitely be a pillar of Long Nation in the future. At the center of the battlefield, Lin Mo hovered in midair. Earth Shield jumped excitedly. Big Bro is amazing. Following Big Bro really means getting to eat meat. Fireball was momentarily stunned. It started doubting itself. Did I really cause this? Then Fireball became excited. Looks like I've gotten stronger again. Indeed. Growth comes in battle, transformation comes in slaughter. Just as it was indulging in self-admiration, Lin Mo poured a bucket of cold water over it. Stop getting carried away, don't overthink it. This was Little Thunder's new skill applying a shock status to the monsters, doubling your damage under that status. And its chain damage helped lower their health. This is coordination, this is what a team is about, and this is why I let Little Thunder go first. Fireball was stunned and couldn't help but glance at Lightning Strike. Hey, third brother. Is it really your electrify skill that doubled my damage? On the other side of the skill bar, Lightning Strike still spoke coldly. Only an idiot would think your little flame could instantly wipe out the entire field. Earth Shield was dumbfounded. Huh. Fireball immediately bristled. Who are you calling an idiot? You! The tension between the two sides grew thicker, and Lin Mo hurriedly interjected. All right, we're all on the same side. Xiao Lei, although you're a bit straightforward, your output is indeed strong. Without your burst, we wouldn't have been able to take down the monster instantly. Xiao Hua, don't be so stubborn. Is it that hard to admit defeat? Under Lin Mo's mediation, Fireball spell calmed down a bit. Although it was prideful, it knew when to yield. The thrill of annihilating everything just now was truly unprecedented. If it really was the help of Lightning Strike, Fireball spell snorted coldly. Fine, but remember this. With or without your support, my area damage will always be the strongest. Fireball spell proudly declared. My single target damage may not match yours for now, but when I master forbidden spells, you'll witness the true power of fire. Faced with this provocation, Lightning Strike flickered with a faint blue light. Lightning Strike responded calmly. We'll see. Those three simple words left Fireball spell stunned. It had expected to be called boring or stupid again and had even prepared a retort. Fireball spell awkwardly wavered. Ahem. Fine. It's a deal then. Just don't get scared stiff when the time comes. Seeing the two skills like this, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiao Hua and Xiao Lei had somewhat reconciled. Lin Mo slowly descended to the ground. Lin Mo, you're amazing. Han Mengqing was the first to rush over, circling around Lin Mo a few times. That lightning fire combo move just now was absolutely epic. Lin Mo smiled and casually smoothed his wind-tousled hair. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. At this moment, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also walked over. Lin Mo, aren't you dual-element fire and earth? How is your lightning skill so powerful too? Han Mengyao stared at Lin Mo and asked. At his current level, mastering two elements was already rare, securing his position as the top of the Dragon Sequence class. But now, he could even use an intermediate-level lightning skill. Lin Mo looked innocent and asked in return. When did I ever say I was dual-element fire and earth? Han Mengyao was stunned for a moment. Thinking carefully, it was true. It was all her own assumption. Seems you're right. Han Mengyao smiled bitterly and shook her head, her gaze growing more complex. So, does this mean you're actually a tri-element mage? Fire, earth, and lightning, proficient in all three? Lin Mo touched his chin, thought for a moment and replied, For now, I guess. For now.
Han Mengyao looked puzzled.
What does that mean? You have to know, the strongest archmage in history was only proficient in 3 elements, which was already the limit. But Lin Mo said, for the time being? This left everyone puzzled. Could he really have more strength left? Was he actually daring to dream of mastering the 4th element or even the 5th? Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, For the time being is for the time being. Who knows what the future holds? At this moment, Xiao Lu ran over with 2 team members. The elite monsters here have all been dealt with. The remaining creatures can be easily handled by the escort team on the vehicle. He pointed into the distance. Captain Shun is still locked in a tough battle. We're heading over to help. Do you want to join us? It's a rare chance for some real combat experience. Though he spoke of combat experience, Xiao Lu knew very well. Under Lin Mo's electrification buff, the war giant wouldn't last 3 minutes. Go! Of course, we're going. Han Mengyao gripped her spear tightly, her fighting spirit surging. How could we miss a boss fight? I'm going too. Chu Lingxian raised her shield, her gaze resolute. Count me in. Han Mengqing excitedly raised her staff. I want to buff Captain Shun. Lin Mo smiled slightly and said to everyone, Since we're already here, Let's send it off on its final journey. Huff, huff. Shen Yifeng's chest heaved violently. The escort team around him was barely holding on, relying solely on sheer willpower. The war giant was covered in wounds, its stone-like skin cracked, blood gushing out. "Captain, it's almost done," a team member said, wiping sweat from his brow. Shen Yifeng squinted at the giant's health bar, less than 10%. Just one more push, and the culprit would be slain. Behind him, his comrades were nearly drained of both stamina and energy. Though the giant was low on health, it went into a frenzied state, entering a berserk phase in its dying moments. "Roar!" The giant bellowed, its eyes blazing with blood-red flames. It raised its massive stone fist high, delivering a desperate, final strike. "Hold the line. This is the last wave." Shen Yifeng gritted his teeth and roared. Suddenly, a piercing thunderclap descended from the sky. Shen Yifeng looked up, only to see Lin Mo with blazing wings of fire on his back, diving at high speed like a meteor. The red flames illuminated the dark battlefield, revealing a young, stern face. Before anyone could react, "Move aside." The next second, zap! Lin Mo clenched his hand in the void, and a massive lightning net woven from blue thunder descended directly onto the war giant. Violent currents surged into its wounds, instantly detonating. The giant stiffened, convulsing violently, letting out a muffled cry of pain. Arcs of electricity flashed wildly. Electrified, all damage received in the next 10 seconds is doubled. This is... Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the figure standing before him. Wings of fire, a prison of thunder. The intense visual impact left even the seasoned soldier momentarily dazed. Lin Mo? Shen Yifeng recognized him. It was the top-ranked freshman of the Dragon Sequence class who was supposed to be protected. Wait, that's a lightning-based skill? All those elite monsters. Lin Mo took them down by himself? At just level 20-something? Shen Yifeng's mind went into chaos. A freshman at level 20-something, how could he possibly be a master of 3 elements? Don't just stand there, attack! Lin Mo's cold shout snapped the crowd out of their daze. Immediately after, boom! With a wave of his hand, a pillar of blazing flames erupted. Multiple explosive fireballs and spiraling dragon flame missiles bombarded in succession. Fire-based skills poured madly onto the war giant. This is just too insane. A team member was stunned. Previously, watching from afar, they hadn't felt it, but now up close, Lin Mo's oppressive presence was suffocating. Take advantage of the electrified buff. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Shen Yifeng roared. Yes, the team members shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Arrows, wind blades, heavy slashes, and various other skills were unleashed in a barrage. Shen Yifeng's expression was grim as he prepared to drain the last of his mana. At that moment, suddenly, a pink figure dashed out from the side. Uncle, uncle, watch as this young lady delivers you the ultimate deluxe family combo. Han Mengqing excitedly waved her staff. Shen Yifeng froze, not yet reacting, when several halos already enveloped him. His body jolted violently, and he exclaimed, so strong. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Roar! The pain from his old wounds doubled, as if they were being mercilessly scrubbed with salt and steel wool. At the same time, he could clearly feel his health rapidly draining, only to be pulled back again. His health bar fluctuated wildly. His heart pounded furiously. His entire body felt as fragile as paper, and the pain was excruciating. Hee, uncle, the combo is complete. Han Mengqing giggled, waving her tiny fists. Now you're the village's only hope. Go for it. I really thank you. Shen Yifeng shouted with tears in his eyes. Extreme pain and the stimulation of life and death drove him to channel all his resentment and power into the staff. Storm Strangle. Boom! Dozens of green wind blades converged into a destructive tornado, fiercely striking the war giant. On the other side, Han Mengyao's spear thrust out a cold gleam, followed by Chu Lingxuan's holy light judgment. The brilliance of countless skills completely engulfed the war giant. However, amidst the light and shadow of the skills, an even more terrifying aura was rising from Lin Mo. The sky darkened. Lin Mo hovered high in the air, his gaze indifferent, his robes torn by the raging wind. He slowly raised his right hand, lightning coiling around it. Xiao Lei, finish it off. Thunderstrike scoffed. About time. Crack! Dark clouds churned. Lightning serpents danced wildly. A sense of oppression descended from the heavens. Shun Feng and the others, who were desperately attacking, froze in their tracks and looked up at the sky. The thunder quickly took shape. Finally, a divine beast Qilin formed entirely of lightning appeared. It stepped on thunderclouds, raised its head to the sky, and let out a long roar that echoed for miles. This is. Shun Feng was stunned in pain. As an experienced player, he recognized this move, the most difficult high-burst single-target skill to master among mid-tier abilities. Thunder Qilin descends. Everyone was shocked as Lin Mo's arm suddenly pressed downward. Fall. Roar. The Thunder Qilin let out an earth-shattering roar, carrying tens of thousands of volts of lightning as it struck downward. The world instantly dimmed. All anyone could see was the dazzling lightning. Boom! The lightning exploded, arcs of electricity sweeping in all directions. Even Shun Feng and the others, dozens of meters away, were forced back by the terrifying shockwave. At the center of the explosion, the body of the war giant began to disintegrate. Immediately after, a brilliant golden light rose from Lin Mo's body. Having just cleared that wave of elite monsters, his experience bar was nearly full. Defeating the Lord-level boss this time caused his experience to skyrocket. Congratulations! Level up to LV.22. Current level, LV.22, 75%. As the lightning dissipated, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the boy floating mid-air. The dark clouds parted, and a beam of sunlight happened to shine on Lin Mo. He looked as if a god had descended. Earth Shield trembled with excitement. Damn, so cool. Earth Shield transformed into a top-tier fanboy. Third brother is truly different. That destructive aura, the oppressive dominance, watching it a billion times wouldn't be enough. Fireball snorted jealously. Humph, if he hadn't lowered the boss's health, I could have landed the kill. Such a kill stealer. If I had delivered the final blow, the scene would have been even more spectacular. Lightning Strike replied with just 2 words. Head up. Fireball bristled. What do you mean by heh? Explain yourself. Don't think you're all that just because you shined this time. Lin Mo slowly descended, retracting his wings. Phew! The members of the guard team let out a sigh of relief. The boss was finally defeated. Shun Feng stepped forward, taking a deep breath. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be a tri-element mage. And one of them is lightning. Lin Mo nodded, responding calmly. I heard that lightning has extremely strong single-target burst power. I happen to be weak in that area, so I just learned a bit, Lin Mo said nonchalantly. Shun Feng's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Learned a bit? Lightning is the most difficult element for mages. This kid is only level 20, yet he casually mastered Thunder Chain Prison and the highly challenging Thunder Qilin's Descent. And judging by the aura he summoned with the heavenly lightning earlier, his proficiency and control are so advanced that even high-level lightning-specialized mages would pale in comparison. Not far away, 3 girls were huddled together, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo. Wow, so cool. That Thunder Qilin. The aura was incredible. Han Mingqing's eyes sparkled as she spoke excitedly. The top-ranked big brother is truly different, so stylish. Sis, could you block that Thunder Qilin? Han Mengqing turned to ask Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao's face darkened as she pointed to herself. Me? Are you trying to turn me into ashes so you can take over my credit card debt?
Han Mengqing shrank her neck.
At this moment, Chu Lingxian cautiously chimed in, Absolutely unblockable. Even if I activated Holy Light Barrier, it would crumble like paper against that attack. Han Mengqing shook her head and sighed. Chu Lingxian was a legendary SSS-grade light element defensive class, and even she said this. The power of the Thunder Qilin was self-evident. Too monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Han Mengqing couldn't help but count the skills she had learned. From Fireball, Spiral Dragon Shot, to Fire Pillar, Fire Tornado, Flaming Wings, and then Quicksand, Electric Net, and Great Qilin. How many skills is that? She looked at her own skill set, her face darkening. I only have 6 skills, and they're all support-based. Not a single mid-tier skill among them. When asked, Han Mengyao said, I have 5 skills. My mid-tier skills are Extreme Cold Domain and Ice Thorn Spear. Chu Lingxian only had 4 skills, with Holy Light Barrier being the only mid-tier one. We're doomed. The total number of our skills isn't even as many as their mid-tier ones. We're as good as dead.
Han Mengqing despited.
Chu Lingxian timidly added, Lin Mo seems to have a combo skill too, called Magma Armor. Right? That fire and earth combo skill, which is even harder to master. Han Mengqing suddenly understood. The three fell silent for a long time. Han Mengyao sighed. No wonder they're ranked number 1. At that moment, Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap! Captain, we got a drop. A big one. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Lu, who was holding a scroll emitting an eerie glow. He excitedly ran toward Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng took the scroll, his pupils contracting sharply. This is insanely lucky. I can't believe this thing dropped. Lin Mo was curious. Isn't this just a dungeon scroll? What's the big deal? Shen Yifeng suppressed his excitement and stared at Lin Mo. This isn't an ordinary dungeon scroll. It's the Thunderfire Temple Scroll. Temple Dungeon?
Lin Montag was stunned.
Shen Yifeng nodded and explained. The Temple series scrolls produce special materials, which are key to mastering combo skills. Combo skills? The term sent a jolt through Lin Mo's heart. He recalled that he had only learned Magma Armor thanks to combo skill materials dropped in the wild. Obtaining this temple scroll might mean more opportunities for combo skills. But everyone knew that the chances of a wild boss directly dropping combo skill materials were almost 0. Exactly. Shen Yifeng nodded. Judging by the name of this scroll, it should be materials for a thunder and fire combo skill. Thunder and fire intertwined. Ultimate destruction. If we could master a thunder-fire dual-element combo skill, Shen Yifeng swallowed hard. The power would be insane, beyond imagination. Everyone's eyes turned in unison to Lin Mo. Thunder element and fire element, these happened to be his specialties. Lin Mo looked at the scroll, feeling very intrigued. The thunder element excels in single-target bursts, while the fire element has wide-range damage. The combination of the two was exciting just to think about. In this world, no one would refuse to become stronger. Many people don't lack the desire but rather the talent, resources, and opportunities. Even if they give it their all, they can only remain at the C-level profession or even get stuck at basic skills. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his family was wealthy and influential, making skill upgrades faster. He turned to Shen Yifeng. Captain Shen, how does your guard team usually handle this kind of thing? Shen Yifeng smiled. According to the rules, extra drops obtained during wilderness escort missions are handled by the guard team itself. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This meant negotiations were possible. Captain Shen, how much? I'll buy it. Shen Yifeng shook his head and directly handed the scroll to Lin Mo, his tone serious. Buy what? Take it. Without your Longshu class's help, everyone on this bus would be doomed, let alone the scroll. You are the one with the greatest merit. This loot belongs to you as it should. Shen Yifeng knew in his heart that this was not just gratitude, but also an acknowledgement of Lin Mo's potential. A tri-element mage, capable of soloing a beast tide at level 20 and turning the tide of a situation. His future strength was boundless. Instead of selling this hot potato for money, why not give it to the future god of magic? But Lin Mo didn't take it and instead refused. Let's split it in half. Without you guys holding the front line, how would I have the space to deal damage? Everyone fought hard. I can't take it for free. He had plenty of money. As the young master of Tianlan Potion Group, anything solvable with money wasn't a problem. Debts of gratitude are hard to repay. And if you can buy something, why owe favors? Shinifeng frowned and insisted. Lin Mo, you're being too polite. We soldiers protect the country as our duty, and our lives are borrowed anyway. This little thing is nothing. Take it. Lin Mo smiled and stepped back. Captain Shun, if you don't take the money, this thing will become a hot potato in my hands. The brothers have families, and many were injured this time. Money is needed for treatment and settling down. If I take this thing, are you going to let the brothers go hungry? All right, stop pushing. Captain Shun, if you don't agree, I won't take it. Shunifeng looked at his determined gaze, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. The young man was strong, principled, and made people feel comfortable. He sighed and smiled bitterly. All right, since you insist, we'll follow the old rules. Everyone bids, and the proceeds will be split equally. Lin Mo nodded. All right, I'll bid 30 million Dragon Nation currency. Nearby, Xiao Lu was drinking water and directly spat it out. The guards widened their eyes, doubting their ears. Why, young master, 30 million? This kind of temple scroll was extremely rare in the market, only circulated privately among top guilds and wealthy families. For the guards earning fixed salaries, it was practically legendary. 30 million was an astronomical figure to them, requiring 10 years of saving without spending a dime. Lin Mo, this is too much. Shun Yifeng hurriedly tried to decline. It's not too much. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, this scroll isn't something anyone would fight over. 30 million might not even be enough to get it. Besides, consider it a way to calm the brothers' nerves. Everyone risked their lives. We can't let them leave empty-handed, can we? He finished speaking, then turned to Han Mengyao and the others, smiling as he asked, according to procedure, does anyone want to raise the bid? Han Mengyao rolled her eyes and put away her spear. I'm an ice element user. This Thunderfire scroll is useless to me. Even burning paper with it would be a waste.
Han Mengqing shrugged.
I'm just a support. Chu Lingxian shook her head. I'm a light element knight. I don't need it. Lin Mo glanced at the other members of the escort team. What about the rest of you? Feel free to bid, don't hold back. Everyone exchanged glances at Lin Mo's imposing demeanor. Raise the bid? What kind of joke is that? With 30 million already thrown down, how could anyone possibly raise it? Who has that much liquid cash? No one responded, so Shun Yifeng simply said, all right, no one is raising the bid. The scroll goes to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly placed the scroll into his panel backpack, then turned to ask Shin Yifeng for his bank account number and transferred the money on the spot. Ding! In less than half a minute, Shin Yifeng's phone vibrated. Looking at the long string of digits in the transaction notification, Shin Yifeng's hand trembled slightly. Well then, thank you, young Master Lin. He solemnly saluted, and the team members behind him also saluted in unison. Their eyes filled with gratitude and awe. This was a true big shot, strong, virtuous, and wealthy. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. It was his mother, Su Wan, calling. Hello, Mom. Su Wan's anxious voice came through the phone.
Montag here.
Are you all right? I heard your train encountered a large-scale beast tide. Are you hurt? Tell me quickly. I'm worried sick. Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Mom, I'm fine. Being able to make this call means I'm safe. Su Wan immediately urged him to start a video call. Lin Mo, helpless, opened the video call, showed his face, and glanced around at the people nearby. See? Everyone's fine. The crisis is over. On the screen, Su Wan was dressed in professional attire, with a background resembling a high-end conference room. Han Mengqing greeted sweetly. Hello, Auntie. Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also waved politely. Su Wan let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. If something really happened to you, your dad and I wouldn't be able to go on. Linemo smiled and reassured her. Don't worry. I'm fine. At this moment, Han Mengqing whispered. Huh? Isn't that President Su?
An Mengyao froze. President Su?
Who? Han Mengqing explained excitedly. Sis, don't you follow financial news? It's her. The chairwoman of Jiangnan Province's largest magic potion company. Tianlan Magic Potions. What? Tianlan Magic Potions. The company that monopolizes 70% of the high-level magic potion market. Chu Lingxian looked at Lin Mo in surprise. So, he was a super-rich second generation. Lin Mo spoke into the phone. Mom, I have something to tell you. Just now, the boss dropped a Thunderfire Temple Scroll, which can yield combination skill materials. I discussed it with the brothers in the escort team and spent 30 million to buy it. Was the price worth it? On the other end of the phone, Su Wan's eyes lit up. A temple scroll? Absolutely worth it. Forget 30 million. People would fight over it for 300 million at an auction. This kind of good stuff. Buy as much as you can. If you don't have enough money, tell Mom. Linemo smiled. All right, I just have enough in my account to pay for it. Mom, transfer more money later, or I won't be able to afford meals at school. Su Wan responded boldly. I'll have the finance department transfer 50 million. If that's not enough, just ask for more. Buy whatever you want. Don't hold back. As long as you're okay, money is not an issue. The people around overheard the mother-son conversation and were stunned. Is this the world of the wealthy? 30 million is considered a bargain, and 50 million is pocket money? Lin Mo exchanged a few simple words with his mom and hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up, all the surrounding gazes immediately turned toward him, filled with complexity and astonishment. What's up? Lin Mo rubbed his nose. Rich guy, boss, give me a trinket, Han Mengqing said with a flattering smile. I can cheer you on with 666, and even give you a buff. Can you spare some pocket money? Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her. Go, don't bother me. Go play by yourself. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a swarm of armed transport aircraft roaring in from the distance. Xiao Lu shouted, Reinforcements are here. Although the crisis was resolved, seeing the reinforcements arrive so quickly and with such strength put everyone at ease. Shen Yifeng straightened his uniform and said to Lin Mo, let's go and report the situation. At this moment, the skills in Lin Mo's mind started clamoring. Fireball spell, said listlessly, hungry, I'm so hungry. Earth shield spell, said pitifully, Master, I'm hungry too. I need to eat. Lin Mo muttered helplessly in his mind. Stop whining, always hungry. Am I raising pigs? There'll be food at school. Only then did the skills quiet down. Rumble. The leading massive command transport aircraft landed on the flat ground nearby, and the cabin door opened. A middle-aged female officer in a crisp military uniform descended the gangway. Her short hair was neat, and her demeanor was imposing. Several adjutants followed behind her. Shen Yifeng froze. Isn't that Commander Zhao Yu of the Modu forces? For such an urgent reinforcement, she actually came in person. Han Mengqing nudged her sister softly. Your mom's here. I can see that, Han Mengyao responded coldly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, secretly speculating that these two sisters had an extraordinary background. Shen Yifeng quickly tidied up his appearance and led everyone to stride forward to greet them. Greetings, Commander, he saluted respectfully. Zhao Yu returned the salute, her gaze falling on Han Mengyao and Han Mengqing. Are you hurt? Where are you injured? Han Mengqing immediately acted sweetly, holding Zhao Yu's arm and playfully whining, Mom, why did you come in person? We're fine, thanks to Captain Shin and Lin Mo. They took care of all those monsters. Han Mengyao also walked over and said calmly, Mom, we're all fine. After confirming her daughters were unharmed, Zhao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze shifted to the nearby magic train, which, though slightly damaged, was still largely intact. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She understood what War Giant represented. With Shen Yifeng's strength, it would have been a miracle to save even half the people on the train. Yet the casualties were astonishingly low. When did Shen Yifeng become this strong? He stepped forward and saluted. "Commander, I am Shen Yifeng, captain of the Aurora Train's escort team, here to report the situation." Zhao Yu returned the salute. "Captain Shen, you've worked hard. What's the current status?" Shen Yifeng said in a deep voice, "Commander Zhao, this was a complete victory, primarily thanks to Lin Mo from the Dragon Sequence class. He single-handedly cleared several waves of beast tides, annihilated the War Giant's personal guard, and even helped us take down the boss in the end." He sighed. "Lin Mo is a rare fire-earth-lightning tri-element mage. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Zhao Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Tri-element mastery? Even the personal guard was wiped out? This couldn't possibly be false. A soldier had no reason to lie, and there were plenty of witnesses around. She looked at the calm young man, knowing he was Lin Tianhao's son. Ever since he joined the Dragon Sequence class, his name had already spread widely within the military. Zhao Yu had also reviewed the roster for this year's Dragon Sequence class in advance, and Lin Mo was ranked first. For someone ranked first to be this strong, it made sense. However, for someone of Lin Mo's age to have reached such a level and to be proficient in 3 elements, including the rare lightning element, it does seem a bit exaggerated.
Lin Montag.
Zhao Yu nodded slightly, her tone filled with gratitude. "I am Zhao Yu, the commander of the Shanghai garrison, and also the mother of these 2 girls. Thank you for stepping in to help, saving the people on the train, and saving my daughters. I will remember this kindness."
Lin Mo smiled faintly.
"Commander Zhao, you're too kind. I was also a passenger on the train, so it was my duty to help. Besides, we're all classmates in the Dragon Sequence class. It's normal to help each other." Zhao Yu looked at this composed young man, her eyes full of admiration. She glanced at the time and said, "You still need to report to the Dragon Sequence class. Take my private jet. I'll personally escort you to the capital."
Lin Montag nodded.
"Thank you for the trouble, Commander Zhao." A few minutes later, the massive command aircraft slowly ascended into the sky, heading straight for the capital. On the ground, Xiao Lu looked up at the plane and sighed enviously. Being personally escorted to school by the commander. This is the kind of treatment I could brag about for a lifetime. Shen Yifeng smacked the back of his head and scolded with a laugh. "Stop dreaming. That's something they've earned. If you ever reach that level, I'll carry you there myself." At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the command aircraft was spacious and bright, with several staff officers busy at work. Lin Mo sat alone in the lounge area, gazing at the sea of clouds outside, feeling slightly relaxed. The Han sisters and Chu Lingxian were resting in another lounge, catching up on sleep after the intense battle earlier. Suddenly, steady footsteps approached. Lin Mo turned his head to see Zhao Yu walking over with 2 cups of hot coffee. He started to rise, but Zhao Yu gestured for him to stay seated. "No need to be formal. This isn't a military camp." She casually handed him a cup. "These beans are a special supply from the military district. Great for staying alert. You can't get this outside." "Thank you, Commander Zhao." Lin Mo accepted the coffee, its rich aroma wafting up to him. Zhao Yu sat down, her gaze deep. "I've heard your father mention you many times before." Lin Mo gave a wry smile. "Old Lin? He probably didn't have anything good to say about me, right? Did he call me lazy and unambitious?" "More or less," Zhao Yu chuckled. "He said you wanted to be a carefree second-generation rich kid, and your biggest dream was to lie back and spend money. Which is why your performance today surprised me. Someone who wants to lie flat would never step up at a critical moment." Lin Mo took a sip of coffee, its bitterness carrying a hint of sweetness. He looked out at the clouds, silent for a moment. "People change, Commander Zhao." Zhao Yu nodded. "Since you've joined the Dragon Sequence unit, you should know what that name signifies. Privilege? Resources? Status?"
Lin Montag countered.
Not entirely, Zhao Yu said seriously. Dragon sequence represents the Dragon's Order, the symbol of the strongest combat force in Longua, the backbone of the nation. With high status comes the responsibility to be at the forefront when disaster strikes. She paused briefly. I thought you joined just for the privileges, but today you've changed my mind. You're ready. Lin Mo stared at the black coffee in his cup. Once, he had only wanted a comfortable life, relying on his family's wealth. But ever since his skills had fully developed, everything had changed. He realized he now possessed the power to alter the rules. This world was far from peaceful. The abyss loomed over humanity, and monsters were restless. Beast tides could erupt in any city at any time. Without strength, when disaster struck, no amount of money could save a life, and no level of authority could stop destruction. Commander Zhao, I'm actually quite lazy, Lin Mo said, looking up with clear eyes. If I could, I'd definitely prefer peace, staying home and sleeping all day. But I've come to understand one thing. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If I have the ability, if I stand here, then some things must be done by someone. If the sky falls, I hope I can be the one to hold it up. Zhao Yu froze, staring at Lin Mo. The boy's tone was calm, without oaths or passionate slogans. But that unwavering determination within the calmness was the most moving. After a long silence, Zhao Yu stood up, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. She patted Lin Mo's shoulder, the force a bit heavier than before. Good. Hearing you say that, I feel at ease. Lin Tianhao, that big brute, probably did the smartest thing in his life by having you. Get some rest. We'll arrive in Kyoto in an hour. After speaking, she turned and left. Lin Mo watched her back and leaned back into his seat again. He pulled out the panel from his backpack and opened the Thunderfire Temple dungeon scroll, the key to the ancient Thunderfire Temple, restricted to levels 20 to 25. The Thunder and Fire dual-element combo skill was definitely a trump card. First, report to the school, then find an opportunity to clear the dungeon. The plane flew steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Mo leisurely sipped on the military-provided afternoon tea. Fireball spell, said disdainfully. What's this? There's not even a trace of fire element. Earth shield technique muttered. Master, I want to eat dirt. That mountain soil just now looked quite tasty. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. This broken airplane at 20,000 meters altitude. Where am I supposed to find dirt for you to eat? We'll talk about it when we get to school. And also, Little Earth, what did you just say? I'm a normal human being. There's absolutely no way I would eat dirt. Never. Earth Shield felt aggrieved. That's not ordinary mud. It's hard soil containing rare minerals, very chewy. Earth Shield tried to bargain. How about just a taste? Just one bite. Scram.
Lin Mo replied coldly.
At this moment, Han Mengqing darted to the table, grabbed a piece of mousse cake, and started eating without hesitation. Lin Mo didn't mind. The military supply was so abundant that it would be enough for one person to eat until tomorrow morning. Han Mengyao followed behind, and when she saw her younger sister acting like a starving ghost, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Han Mengqing, are you a pig? You ate all the way on the vehicle, then had chips in the lounge, and now you wake up and still want to eat? Is your stomach connected to another dimension or something? Han Mengqing completely ignored her. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed on the cake. Idiot, I'm still growing. How am I supposed to grow taller if I don't eat more? After saying that, she licked the cream off the corner of her mouth, then plopped down on the sofa opposite Lin Mo and started eyeing the macarons. Chu Lingxian followed a bit nervously, nodded slightly at Lin Mo, and then sat down next to Han Mengqing. The three of them settled in. Han, if the sky really falls, I hope I can be the tall one to hold it up. Lin Mo's words were calm but carried a sense of determination. Zhao Yu looked at him, moved by his resolve. After a long moment, she stood up, a smile appearing on her face, and patted his shoulder with a bit more force than usual. All right. With those words from you, I can rest assured. It seems that the most correct thing Lin Tianhao, that big brute, has done in his life is having a son like you. Rest for a while. In an hour we'll arrive in Kyoto. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Mo leaned back against the chair and opened the backpack panel. Thunderfire Temple Dungeon Scroll. The key to the ancient Thunderfire Temple. Level restriction. LV.20 LV.25. Thunder and fire dual elements. This is a true ultimate weapon. First, report to the school, then find an opportunity to tackle the dungeon. The plane cruised smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and Lin Mo leisurely enjoyed the military-supplied afternoon tea. Fireball technique, grumbled discontentedly. What kind of junk is this? Not even a trace of fire element. Earth shield technique, muttered. Master, I want to eat dirt. That mountain soil earlier looked pretty tempting. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. On this plane, at an altitude of 20,000 meters, where am I supposed to find food for you? Once we get to school, don't think you'll get away with it. And you, little Earth, what are you talking about? I'm a normal person. There's absolutely no way I'd eat dirt. Not in this lifetime. Earth shield technique whimpered. But that's not ordinary dirt. It's hard soil rich in rare minerals, very chewy. Attempting to bargain. How about just one bite? Just one. Scram.
Lin Mo replied coldly.
At that moment, Han Mengqing bounced over to him and unceremoniously snatched a piece of mousse cake. Lin Mo didn't react. The military-supplied afternoon tea was overly abundant, and he couldn't finish it all. Han Mengyao followed behind, glaring at her sister with disdain. Are you a pig? Eating all the way on the bus, snacking on 2 bags of chips in the lounge, and now waking up to eat again? Is your stomach a pocket dimension? Han Mengqing didn't care at all, stuffing the cake into her mouth in one bite. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. None of your business. This lady is growing up. How can I grow taller without eating more? She licked the cream off her lips, plopped down across from them, and fixed her eyes on the macarons. Chu Lingxian followed somewhat nervously, nodded at Lin Mo as a gesture, and sat down next to Han Mengqing. The three of them sat down. Han Mengqing chewed on her cake while scrolling through her phone. Strange. Why can't I find it? Find what? Lin Mo asked. The video of us fighting the beast tide on the train earlier. I saw many passengers recording videos, and some even started live streams, hoping to go viral. But after searching the entire internet for a long time, I couldn't find a single one.
Lin Mo was momentarily stunned.
He didn't care about becoming an internet celebrity, but not finding anything at all was indeed odd. Han Mengyao said calmly, "It would be strange if you could find it. Don't forget who we are. Identity."
Lin Mo was puzzled.
Students of the Dragon Sequence class? Han Mengyao's expression turned serious. Exactly. The information about Dragon Sequence class students is classified as the nation's highest level secret, especially for freshmen. Before officially entering the battlefield, abilities, skills, and combat styles must not be leaked. Battlefield. Lin Mo suddenly heard this word clearly. After crossing over, his mind was filled only with spending money and enjoying life. He hadn't paid attention to the occasional mentions his father made at the dinner table. That's right, battlefield. Han Mengyao stared at him and patiently explained. Do you think the country established the Dragon Sequence class, limited to only 20 people, just to cultivate future top-tier combat power? Han Mengyao asked coldly. Han Mengqing, with a spoon in her mouth, looked confused. Isn't it? Isn't it meant for us to become high-ranking officials in the future and guard against the beast tide? Han Mengyao took a deep breath, her gaze icy enough to freeze Han Mengqing into an ice sculpture. How many times has Mom mentioned this at the dinner table? Did you not listen, or is your brain waterlogged? Every time serious matters are brought up, you get sleepy and act like you didn't hear a thing. Han Mengqing shrank her neck and muttered softly. Well, the food at home is just too delicious. Who has the heart to listen to nagging? Han Mengyao ignored her and turned to stare at Lin Mo. Of course, it's not just about cultivating combat power. Dragon Sequence class freshmen have another extremely important responsibility: the World Battlefield. The World Battlefield opens periodically, and each country can only send up to 20 professionals inside. Soon, the Level 30 World Battlefield will open, and we will represent our country to compete with top professionals from other nations for resources. Han Mingyao's eyes burned with intensity. The resources produced by this battlefield are of critical strategic importance: profession-specific weapons. The side possessing these weapons can easily crush opponents who lack them. After hearing this, Lin Mo finally understood. The country's strict confidentiality was to prevent technology and trump cards from leaking, which would put them at a disadvantage. The Dragon Sequence class was assembled to seize these crucial resources by gathering the strongest newcomers. Lin Mo frowned and asked, "Aren't monsters the common enemy of everyone? If that's the case, why don't all countries unite to distribute these weapons and resist the monsters together? Why fight each other? Isn't this just self-destructive?" Han Mengqing nodded vigorously. "Exactly. It's like playing cards. Everyone should team up against the landlord. Farmers should unite. How can they throw bombs at each other?" Han Mengyao sighed and shook her head. "Your analogy is cute, but if the game ends with the winner taking all and the losers dying without a trace, would you still trust your teammates? This internal strife is caused by human greed. In the earliest world battlefield, humanity did indeed sign a distribution treaty, but as soon as the first, forbidden-level profession-specific weapon appeared, the treaty immediately became worthless." Han Mengqing's eyes lit up. "Then just submit, right? Though it might ruin our reputation, having a backer to survive is better than being eaten by monsters." Han Mengyao sneered. "Do you think submitting will let you live well? The citizens of annexed nations become second-class citizens or even slaves. Their resources are plundered, and the awakened young people are forcibly conscripted into suicide squads." Han Mengqing's face turned pale. Han Mengyao continued, "The Dragon Nation had a tough time too. Many of our predecessors died defending the cities. Their bodies never recovered. It wasn't until we seized the first forbidden-grade specialized weapon, the Divine Dragon Bastion, in a battlefield skirmish that the tide turned. Later, as more forbidden specialized weapons emerged, humanity finally had the means to resist the monsters." Her gaze was resolute. "This is why the Dragon Sequence class is so important, and why we must fight with everything we've got. Every nation understands one truth. On the surface, we all join forces to resist the monsters, but on the battlefield, it's every man for himself. Life and death are not something anyone else can decide for you." Han Mengyao stared intently at Lin Mo. "We must hold onto this trump card." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "If there really is a weapon that can end the monsters and the apocalypse, the trigger must be in the hands of our Dragon Nation." Lin Mo remained silent for a long time. What she said wasn't without reason. He understood that there was no utopia in this world. As long as humanity existed, conflict would never cease. "I see." He nodded. "It seems this Dragon Sequence class is even more intense than I imagined." Han Mengqing interjected. "Those videos must have been cleaned up by Captain Shun and the others right away. You know how strong our country's internet firewall is, God level. Cleaning up videos takes just minutes. Ordinary people wouldn't even have a chance to spread them." She sighed helplessly. "What a pity. I was planning to show off on my social media." Han Mengyao shot her a glance and said nothing more. Chu Lingxuan's voice was soft and gentle. "It's okay. As long as we know how amazing Lin Mo is, that's enough. Keeping a low profile is safer for him." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The internet firewall here was far beyond the days when you could bypass it with a simple software. With the nation's top security team guarding it, no signal could get out unless someone physically crossed the border. The group chatted a bit more. "After registration, how about we tackle the temple dungeon together?" Lin Mo suggested, looking at the three of them. He had no intention of going alone. The dungeon already sounded dangerous. The three before him had a perfect setup. A super-strong controller and secondary tank, a light element tank who could both take hits and deal damage, and a ridiculously powerful support. They were the ideal teammates for him to safely unleash his firepower. Go! Of course, we'll go. Han Mengqing was the first to raise her hand. The experience in the temple dungeon is way better than fighting monsters in the wild. Not going would be stupid. I'm going too. Han Mengyao looked at her younger sister helplessly. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving this girl unsupervised. Chu Lingxian stared earnestly at Lin Mo and said firmly, Lin Mo, you saved everyone. Helping you tank monsters is absolutely my duty. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, satisfied with how readily the three agreed. Suddenly, Han Mingqing's eyes lit up, and she asked, I heard there are two types of temple dungeon scrolls, blue and orange. Which one did you get? Lin Mo glanced at his backpack. Orange. Is there a difference? Wow, it's really orange. Han Mengqing explained excitedly. That's a big deal. The blue one is also called a temple dungeon, but it's similar to a regular dungeon, with less than a 3% chance of dropping combo skill materials. The orange one is different. The base drop rate starts at 30%. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. A 10-fold increase? That's not even the best part. Han Mengqing nodded. The orange dungeon has a special mechanism where the drop rate increases based on the clearance rating. The base is 30%, but clearing it with an A grade or higher can increase it, and the highest S grade guarantees a 100% drop rate. 100% drop? Lin Mo's heart raced. The words guaranteed drop were incredibly tempting for someone as unlucky as him. What's the exact mechanism? He asked eagerly. Han Mengqing pulled out her phone and started searching. The mechanism changes randomly. There are lots of shared experiences online, but the rules are all quite unique. Unique? Lin Mo frowned, sensing something ominous.